When Qin Feng woke up, he was no longer the person he once knew. He had transformed into a terrifying beast covered in black scales, a heavily armored, yet low-ranked black-scaled lizard at the bottom of the food chain. Before he could even begin to adapt to this sudden metamorphosis, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Everyone is transported to a different world. Underage beasts must fight for survival amidst brutal hunts, and only by becoming a ruler can one secure their place. This stark and urgent warning pierced his groggy consciousness like countless ice spikes stabbing his heart. He found himself trapped in a vast cave, with water droplets gathering overhead into a pool that reflected those cold, sharp, black-scaled eyes. His form bore no resemblance to the pet Bengal lizard from Third Sister's household. Instead, it was a primordial monster magnified billions of times. Two horns loomed faintly over his head in the dim light, far from a true dragon, but still emanating raw power and undeniable menace. Qin Feng lowered his head helplessly to look at himself. Though in lizard form, the despair and shock inside him felt no different than if he were still human. At least he hadn't turned into a goblin, nor changed gender. Even in this cruel reality, a sliver of mercy remained. Bitterly, he thought, a lizard is a lizard. Survival comes first, no matter what. Then suddenly, a flood of massive icons exploded in his mind. Basic info, personal panel, regional channel, inventory, intelligence story. A game interface straight out of an apocalyptic fantasy burst forth. In the eastern Akira Mountains of the Flaming Fire Principality, hatred burned like an endless inferno. The Principality's people scorned beasts, while enemy states loathed them deeply. Heretics became prime targets for slaughter. The two-headed wyvern Akira ruled this barren land, extracting monthly tributes to cement its reign. Weaker beasts struggled to survive amid relentless hunts and oppression. Qin Feng understood that only by growing stronger and devouring foes more powerful than himself would he stand a chance at survival. Opening his personal panel, he saw his juvenile stats: Strength 7, Constitution 9, Agility 6, Intelligence 7, and boosted defense by 50 thanks to his formidable black-scale body skill. Within his veins pulsed rare and noble dragon blood, a tiny ember carrying the dragon race's legacy, with untapped growth potential beyond measure. When selecting talents, words like might, diamond body, fire breathing, and iron devourer, mana convergence, berserk flashed before him, racing his heartbeat. Ultimately, he settled on intelligence Officer, a powerful ability that enhanced intelligence gathering daily and unlocked special missions, allowing him to grasp the most precious resource in this chaotic world: information. Just as Qin Feng began to steady his mind and prepare to gather intelligence from the regional channel, the chat exploded in chaotic noise. Some claimed to have turned into dogs or maggots. Others were writhing in beast excrement. Many were utterly unprepared for this sudden transmigration, venting complaints, anger, and suspicion as if a silent catastrophe was sweeping through their souls and bodies. Repeated mockery and manic laughter revealed the group's confusion and despair, while some self-proclaimed protagonists desperately tried to find their own path in the madness. Hating goblins, understanding goblins, envying goblins, wanting to become a goblin. There was once a goblin option before Qin Feng, but he missed it. Looking back now, he realizes the real clown was himself all along. Wah! Chief, come get me and take me home. Complaints echoed nonstop in the public chat channel. Suddenly, the chat window refreshed and a new message popped up. Wow! Today the intelligence shop's first day info is free. Seriously? If I get high tier info, that'd be amazing. Don't get your hopes up. The higher the tier, the bigger the risk. The base shop, giving even one gray info, is already lucky. True, but I'm an Ohuang lucky guy. I got green info. Huh, isn't that infuriating for you guys? Immediately, someone else wailed. Brothers, I'm a maggot. The intel says there's a pile of high-level monster poop 100 meters ahead. Should I go or not? Wah. Qin Feng was too tired to keep watching and shut the chat channel, silently mourning 3 seconds for the poor soul had turned into a maggot. Suddenly, he thought maybe turning into a lizard wasn't so bad. At least he looked cool. He exhaled and opened his storage pouch. As expected, it was cleaner than his own face. Then he summoned the last usable interface, the intelligence shop. Intelligence shop LV.1010, daily update. Today's first purchase free. Probabilities: white 75, gray 24, green 1. 1. White intel, price 10 copper. 2. White intel, price 10 copper. 3. Gray intel, price 50 copper. Current funds, 0. Tip: selling adventurer equipment, corpses, or monster corpses grants currency. Without hesitation, he clicked the most expensive gray intel. Unexpectedly, his talent immediately rewarded him with a big surprise. Free purchase success, guaranteed first hit, triggered intel specialist, 1 green intel. Green intel generates a random piece of intel covering a 5-kilometer radius, evaluating rewards, benefit ratio, threat level, and involved entities. Use with caution. The bigger the reward, the higher the risk, but this world never lacks gamblers. Qin Feng licked his cracked lizard lips. Nobody cries every day like a kid. No gambler loses every day. All in for me. As the highest tier info he could get today, he didn't hesitate to pour more talent points into it. Activated Intel Specialist. Upgrade successful. 1 blue intel. Blue intel generates a random piece of intel covering a 10-kilometer radius. Bring it on. Show me what you've got. Qin Feng took a deep breath and reached out with his claw to open the scroll, shimmering with a cyan glow. Activation success. A growing mountain wolf combat power 310 was defeated by adventurers and severely wounded, now licking its wounds in a cave 5 kilometers to the front left. Unlikely to survive long. What does blue mean? They want me to loot? Do I look like the kind of lizard to swoop in on a dying beast? Qin Feng muttered, trying to keep some lizard dignity. Satiety 5. A sudden pang of hunger churned in his stomach, and he quickly changed his tune. Can't miss out on food just for dignity's sake. The scroll didn't vanish but transformed into a stream of information etched into Qin Feng's mind. With just a thought, he could reopen it, and the scroll would automatically point toward the target's location. Gotta be careful if I run into some ruthless adventurer on the way. I'm in trouble. He glanced over the barren terrain, planning silently. First, I need a reference point. Most importantly, I have to figure out how big this lizard body really is and see if I can crawl over there before nightfall. From his own perspective, Qin Feng knew he had turned into a lizard, but he still wasn't sure just how big of a lizard he had become. He took a deep breath, then used his short but nimble limbs to crawl toward the light at the cave entrance. The awkward, unfamiliar sensation of crawling flat on the ground lasted only a moment before his body seemed to adapt on its own, moving smoothly and naturally. Light flooded the cave opening, showing that it was daytime outside. Step by step, Qin Feng crossed over the cave's threshold, and the view suddenly opened wide before him. Rugged, rolling mountains covered in lush, untouched forests stretched endlessly, punctuated by the chorus of insects and faint, distant roars of beasts. A mountain breeze swept over him, carrying the fresh scent of earth and vegetation that filled him with a sense of clarity and ease. He paused for a moment. Then unexpectedly a streak of blue-green shot down from the sky. A bird with feathers like steel blades and a sharp beak was diving straight toward him. Alarmed, Qin Feng quickly slipped into the thick bushes ahead. Phew, that was close, an ambush. That must be the Gale Sparrow, he thought gratefully to himself. Hiding behind a sturdy tree trunk, he looked up. With a piercing cry, a massive black eagle with a wingspan of several meters soared in and instantly snatched the Gale Sparrow, swallowing it whole in one gulp. In the next instant, it shot through the air like a speeding sports car, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Clearly, this eagle was a higher-level magical beast. The forest obeyed the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. Qin Feng sighed inwardly, growing ever more wary of his fragile predicament. Judging by the nearby tree trunks, grass patches, and the sizes of the Gale Sparrow and black eagle, he concluded that in this world, he was at best equivalent to a large lizard on Earth, only about 20 centimeters long. The 5-kilometer stretch ahead was not insurmountable, but the hidden dangers along the way were deadly. After a moment's thought, he continued to crawl forward in his planned direction. Rustle. Branches intertwined above, sunlight filtering through in scattered patches on the forest floor. Qin Feng carefully avoided the bright spots, moving stealthily beneath the underbrush and fallen leaves. At one point, he encountered a brown scorpion blocking his path. Big river flows east. Palace jade wine. Earthquakes and towering mountains. A landscape eternally green. He tried his usual code phrases, hoping to communicate. But the scorpion only flicked its tail, staring fixedly at the lizard, silently thinking, what nonsense is this? Just come over and get stung already. Almost forgot, scorpions don't talk. Qin Feng smacked his forehead, quickly raising a claw to gesture while activating his chat channel. Qin Feng. Hey brother scorpion, can you see me? Am the lizard here, may I pass? Brown scorpion. Got you, brother, you can pass. I'm letting you through. I knew there were still good guys around. Qin Feng smiled, looking up just as the scorpion shifted aside, leaving a narrow gap. But in the next moment, sudden danger struck. The scorpion whipped its tail sting with lightning speed, stabbing at him without warning. I don't understand beast instincts, but human nature? I've got you figured. Qin Feng's pupils narrowed sharply as he immediately activated his only basic skill, black scale protection. A dark, smoky sheen appeared on his black scales. Thud, the tail sting hammered down hard, sparks flying, leaving a deep dent but failing to pierce the defense. Qin Feng flipped over, pushing his limbs with all his might as he lunged at the scorpion like a mountain crashing down, pinning it firmly. He lifted his head and bit viciously into the scorpion's face. Tear, tear. The scorpion's tail lashed repeatedly but couldn't break through the black scales. Its eyes and facial organs quickly became mangled beneath Qin Feng's powerful bite. Big brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. It hurts so much. I beg you, don't kill me. We're both from Earth after all. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to ambush you. Please let me go this once. Ambush. Serves you right. Instantly someone jeered in the chat channel. You tried to sneak attack and still got killed? You're awful. Everyone, let's disperse. Zhongxie desperately pleaded for mercy in the chat, but Qin Feng didn't even lift an eyelid. His sharp fangs bit down again and again, shredding off more than half of the scorpion's head within seconds. You have killed the young Earth Scorpion. Reputation 3. The Earth Scorpion hatchling stopped struggling and flopped weakly among the grass blades. Hearing the notification, Qin Feng finally relaxed slightly. But when he checked his status panel, his brow immediately furrowed. His only reputation increased, no experience progress? Don't kills on other creatures grant experience? His important assumption was overturned, but there was no time to ponder after the fight. His satiety level had dropped below warning. Satiety 10. Your satiety is below 20. Gain the trait basic weakness. All attributes 20. A scorpion, its head's pretty fragile. Might as well eat it like a crispy biscuit. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and bent down to chew on the scorpion corpse. Satiety 15. Satiety 15. After gnawing through most of the body, his satiety recovered to 80, and he stopped eating contentedly. Then he tried to stash the remains in his storage bag, which only had 10 slots, yet it fit in one slot perfectly. Earth Scorpion, Hatchling Common 1. Earth Scorpion, Hatchling Common. The corpse of an ordinary Earth Scorpion, hatchling containing weak Earth element energy. The scorpion tail can be used for medicinal purposes and holds relatively high value. Selling price, 11. Price is over 10, sell it. He thought. Sale successful, copper coins 11. With some money in hand, he immediately opened the shop menu. By white level intelligence. Purchase successful, white level intelligence 1. White level intelligence 1 will randomly generate one piece of information within 1 kilometer. The 10 trigger rate is a bit low. Hope it doesn't let me down. Qin Feng activated the scroll. Activation success. At 800 meters, 1 o'clock direction, there is a clean, drinkable water pond. Numerous water replenishing plants grow nearby. Is this really white level intelligence? Combining food and supplies, quite considerate. He glanced toward the direction. Not far from my target. Might as well check it out on the way. Putting away the scroll, Qin Feng stepped through the fallen leaves on the forest floor. Rustle, rustle, dry leaves brushed aside. Rustle, rustly, a few moss-covered green stones crossed. The air grew more humid, and he leapt atop a triangular green rock peak. The view suddenly opened wide before him. A pond, which to him looked more like a lake, lay quietly in the woods. Sunlight sparkled on its surface, and a ring of lush green grass surrounded the shore. Confirming no danger around, he cautiously stepped to the water's edge. Gulp, 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 gulp. Qin Feng dipped his head and drank deeply. The clear, sweet water flowed down his throat, chilling him to the bone. Satiety 5. After quenching his thirst, he tried to fill a container to take water with him, but after searching his bag, he found no vessel. Without a container, he couldn't store the water to go. This must be the water grass. Spending 10 copper coins just to drink from the pond was too extravagant for Qin Feng. He quickly shifted his gaze to the lush grass growing on the water's surface. The leaves of the water grass were tender and green, covered with a fine layer of dew. If he weren't a carnivorous beast, he might have wanted to bite into it directly. He first swung his thick lizard tail, firmly wrapping it around a stalk of water grass, then pulled hard backward. Pop! With a force of 8 points, it took considerable effort, but he finally uprooted the whole plant. Fullness 5. Experience 1. Watergrass Common 1. Watergrass Common. Grows by the water's edge, containing faint water elemental energy and abundant moisture. An ideal food source for herbivorous beasts and a common ingredient for adventurers' drinks. Selling price, 3 copper coins. What's this? Pulling up grass gives experience? Qin Feng was stunned for a moment. Then his face lit up with excitement. There were at least 100 stalks of watergrass right in front of him. Was he about to get rich? He decided to forget about hunting the mountain wolves and swung his tail again to grab a second stalk. Pop! This one took twice as long as the first, but he finally pulled it out, roots and all. Fullness 5. Experience 1. Watergrass Common 1. This grass is really tough to harvest. He panted and lay down among the damp grass to catch his breath before reaching for a third stalk. Come on. Pop! It took even longer this time, but the third was finally freed from the soil. Fullness 5. Experience 1. Watergrass Common 1. Rustle, rustle. As he rested among the watergrass, a strange sound came from nearby, the rustling of leaves. He jolted awake and slipped deeper into the grass, only his eyes visible. Rustle. A herbivorous beast, shaped like a foolish little deer, bounced into view, brushing aside the grass as it passed. It came to the pond's edge, bent down, and took a bite of the watergrass. Its eyes immediately lit up as it greedily chewed. This creature was much larger and stronger than himself. It was best not to be noticed. Qin Feng held his breath as tightly as he could. But then, a sudden event made his heart race. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The calm water began to stir, and a fountain-like jet erupted from the pond's surface. Instead of retreating, the dumb deer curiosity drew it closer to the water column, its eyes full of questions. Pop! The pond's surface exploded with splashes as a 2-meter-tall water elemental, glowing deep blue, rose from the water. The water elemental looked down at the clueless herbivore, stretched out an arm, and suddenly dragged the stunned creature beneath the surface. Glug glug. The herbivore filled its belly underwater, then floated back up as the pond's surface returned to stillness. This place is way too dangerous. It's definitely not somewhere a lizard should be. Having witnessed everything firsthand, Qin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. He reclassified this pond from paradise to hell and immediately slipped away deeper into the forest. Little lizard. A sudden voice startled him. He turned to see the water elemental poking its pointed head above the water. If you bring me water treasures, or a human water mage here, I can give you plenty of water grass. Qin Feng didn't dare stop. He spread his 4 claws and sprinted. Who knew if this thing might suddenly blast a water arrow and fry him? After all, even mosquitoes are meat, especially to a big lizard like himself. Hissing and gasping for breath, Qin Feng crawled forward until his limbs grew weak, finally slipping under a rotting tree bark to catch his breath. He had finally figured out where experience came from, not by fighting monsters, but by digesting food. Realizing that food was vital for both survival and leveling up, he felt his handful of rations were all the more precious. The damp smell of earth and decaying leaves filled his nose as he rested briefly before pushing himself upright again. Having traveled most of the way, he decided to open another intelligence report and simultaneously earn some experience for the intelligence shop. Opening an intelligence report was like scratching a lottery ticket. Qin Feng admitted had gotten hooked. He immediately sold the last 3 stalks of water-drawing grass in his backpack. Water-drawing grass common 3 sold successfully, copper coins 9. Purchase, white level intelligence. Purchase successful, triggered intelligence officer skill, gray level intelligence 1. The 10 trigger rate paid off on the 3rd try, and Qin Feng grinned as he unfurled the scroll. Activation successful. Ahead of you is an frank adventuring party hunting low-level beasts. The team leader is a fire element swordsman with an overall combat power exceeding 280. Avoid this area. No sooner had he rolled up the scroll than noisy footsteps and complaints came from ahead. Where the hell is that injured mountain wolf hiding? Once I find it, I'm going to kick its tail so hard it won't forget. This is our biggest catch in days. Once we bring it back to town, Captain's gear upgrade is guaranteed, and we can hit the tavern for some heavy wheat juice. Najee, you need to practice your entanglement spell more. That wolf wasn't going anywhere otherwise. Don't blame me. Who gave me the worst magical potions? The voices drew closer, and Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. As they say, speak of the devil, the mountain wolf was on his side of the woods. No wonder they couldn't find it. He glanced around and quickly opened the chat channel for help. How to survive a chance encounter with an adventurer party in the wild. Urgently online. I know you're desperate, but so am I. No clue. Adventurers are ruthless. Many of us in this area have died at their hands recently. Goblin passing by. They eat males, use females as tools. Perfect utilization. Maggot tribe. They don't even glance my way. I am an ogre. Adventurers run the moment they see me. They can't catch me either. Wait, there are ogres too? This start is crazy. I'm an elite of my kind, but my clan forces me to eat people, refuse, and get beaten 3 meals a day, end up starving anyway. That's just bullying the honest ones. Suddenly not jealous anymore. Opie, you're cute, right? Polite? What kind of time is it to still be teasing the OP? You don't get it. Some adventurer parties have saints. As long as you look cute, act cute, and whine a bit, you actually stand a good chance of survival. At those words, Qin Feng couldn't help but recall his reflection on the water's surface, his body covered in glossy black scales, neat and dense, radiating a fierce aura that hardly matched the word cute. Lowering his head to examine himself closely, he sighed quietly. Rustling footsteps of the adventurer party grew nearer. Qin Feng crouched low, neither daring to run nor make any sudden moves, forcing himself to lie still beneath the bark, playing dead. After all, this group had easily defeated a mountain wolf with a combat rating of 310. Compared to that, he was just a powerless level 50 weakling. How could he risk acting recklessly? The footsteps came closer, interspersed with the crisp snap of dry twigs. His heart practically leapt into his throat. Suddenly, the bark covering him was lifted, and a cheerful female voice rang out. Wow, we've found a wild black-scaled lizard hatchling. At the same time, Qin Feng felt a strong wave of danger mixed with overwhelming shame. A girl in a green mage's robe gently lifted him up, facing 5 pairs of eyes filled with various expressions. Nachi, kill it. We can sell the body for 10 copper coins. That's enough for 10 cups of wheat juice. Nearby, a middle-aged man wearing battered iron armor and sporting a beer belly said longingly, his eyes gleaming with thoughts of that wheat juice. Hearing this, Qin Feng silently took note of the middle-aged tank's face, thinking, if I survive this, hell be repaid. Someone else mentioned a young scorpion was worth 20 copper coins, so if Qin Feng was worth the same, this greedy capitalist logic was clearly everywhere. Nachi immediately pouted in protest. I don't want to sell it. It's my personal trophy and a lizard hatchling. I want to raise it as my magic pet. Nachi, stop, a young man with furrowed brows and a solemn expression said firmly. Black-scaled lizards don't have much development potential, and they don't suit your wood mage class. Just sell of money will all be yours. No. This lizard looks very intelligent. It has to be special. Nachi's eyes shone as she turned to Qin Feng, her voice soft but resolute. Will you be my magic pet? Not if you agree. If not, I'll let you go. Faced with this deadly question, Qin Feng knew that foolishly shaking his head meant certain death. But if he didn't show some intelligence, he'd surely be sold off. Gritting his teeth against the humiliation, he quietly weighed his chances to escape, then cautiously nodded. See, I told you it was smart. Nachi's face lit up with a bright smile, cheering happily. Wait. At that moment, a tall woman wearing leather armor with a bow slung over her shoulder frowned deeply and said in a grave tone, there's no magical beast that would willingly give up its freedom. If it nodded, it's too clever, probably harboring ill intentions, and will turn on us sooner or later. Hissed before she finished. Qin Feng quickly shook his head to interrupt. See, it's shaking its head again. If it refuses to be a magic pet, what use is it? Better just kill it and sell it for wheat juice. While everyone was still stunned, the middle-aged tank man quickly chimed in. Exactly. Well said. Right then, Qin Feng's only thought was just survive. Just survive. No killing, no cruelty. What exactly do you want from us? At this moment, Qin Feng transformed into a black-scaled lizard, truly felt the harsh truth behind the phrase, weakness is a sin. His life or death was nothing more than a casual remark among strangers. Seeing a few adventurers almost persuaded to spare him, he immediately shook his throat, hissing desperately for mercy. Hiss hiss. This guy's pleading? Pretty clever. One adventurer examined the glossy black scales. The city elites might like this, but quality's a bit off. The archer woman frowned, studying him closely. Wait, it seems like it's trying to tell us something. Suddenly, she recalled the morning's intel. Did you see an injured mountain wolf? Hiss. Qin Feng nodded vigorously, instantly drawing all eyes onto him. Smiles of delight spread across their faces. Captain Redbrow cleared his throat dramatically. Ahem. If you lead us to that mountain wolf, I swear on the honor and reputation of the Scarlet Flame Squad, well, let you go free. Yeah. I've always thought this black-scaled lizard had potential, maybe even a future overlord-class beast. Another team member eagerly praised. Surely it has the blood of a high-rank magical beast flowing inside. Except for Redbrow's slightly hesitant oath, the others all gushed with flattering words about Qin Feng. I don't buy it, not a chance this Frank squad has any reputation or honor. Qin Feng thought bitterly, but he could only turn his head toward the pond where he came from, stretching out a claw. The mountain wolf ran that way? The archer's eyes lit up. Exactly on our trail. If we keep chasing, we'll catch up. Don't dawdle, let's move. What about this black-scaled lizard? It's so clever, such a shame to let it go. Maybe we should take it back and sell it? Hiss. The lizard, it ran. Nachi shook her bitten hand sharply, warning. Everyone glanced around, watching a black shadow dart into the distant grass. Swoosh. The archer raised her hand and fired her sharp arrow, tearing through the air in pursuit. Black scale shield. Qin Feng shouted in his mind, instantly covering his scales with a dark gleam, but the short arrow still tore through, piercing flesh and scale alike. Just as the woman was about to chase, Captain Redbrow stepped in first. Don't follow. Our top priority is the mountain wolf. She stopped immediately. The black-robed dagger wielder frowned. This black-scaled lizard's speed is abnormal. Could it have one element blood? Let it be. One more arrow, and it'd probably be dead. If it didn't run, maybe it could have survived. Too bad. The archer shrugged. Captain Redbrow frowned, glancing at Nachi, who stuck out her tongue in reply. With the distraction over, the adventurers set off again in pursuit of the wolf. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, his back pierced by a short arrow, dared not stop. Amid fierce pain, he sprinted desperately. Satiety 5 experience 1. Only when utterly exhausted did he collapse into the bushes, gasping for breath. Honestly, I'd rather face a saintly enemy than one with no mercy, but too bad. I still got hit by an arrow. Qin Feng realized that if it hadn't been for that woods mage named Naki secretly holding back, there was no way he could have escaped from the Frank adventurer squad. Hidden in the bushes, he coiled his snake-like body, reaching his tail behind him to firmly wrap around a short arrow. With a sharp tug hiss, the barbed arrow ripped through muscle, tearing off chunks of flesh. The searing pain exploded instantly, blood pouring out bright and vivid. Toxic iron arrow common 1. Description: iron arrow soaked in a toxic potion, causing continuous poisoning. Toxin dissipates rapidly upon target's death and does not affect meat consumption. Price: 12. So even among the dozen arrows, there are poison-coated ones. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, his heart sinking. Will this body hold up? But now there was no choice but to save himself. He frantically searched through the chat and trade sections, but couldn't find a single healing or antidote item. Satiety 10. Satiety 10. His bleeding wouldn't stop, and an unknown element raged wildly in his blood, intensifying the pain and draining his life. His satiety plummeted like a broken dam, yet no growth experience flowed in at all. Am I really going to die here? The thought barely crossed his mind before a private message popped up from none other than the chosen ogre, Zhou Dazhuang. Zhou Dazhuang. Brother, just saw you asking for herbs. I have antidotes here if you want. Qin Feng. Thanks so much. What do you want in exchange? I only have one short arrow left. Zhou Dazhuang. No problem. Got plenty of these herbs, but I get into trouble if I pick too many. Here, take one first and see if it's enough. Qin Feng. Thank you. Trade initiated. Catnip grass common 1. Description: a grass emitting a distinctive fishy smell with certain detoxifying effects, favored by ogres for its meat-like taste. Price: 2. Without hesitation, Qin Feng stuffed the herb into his mouth and chewed fiercely. The fishy smell blasted through his mind, almost causing him to spit up the scorpion head swallowed earlier. It was hard to swallow, but the medicine worked. The raging element inside him quickly dissipated, bleeding stopped, and the arrow wound rapidly scabbed over. Relieved, he immediately sensed a new danger. After all this, his satiety was down to only 25, and his body was still weak and injured. I have to take a gamble and pray that mountain wolf is dead already. Qin Feng clenched his teeth and set off again. Satiety 5. Your satiety is below 15, gaining the debuff moderate weakness, all attributes 40. Stopping and starting, with back burning from pain and stomach empty and growling, he finally reached his destination. Vines and bushes tightly concealed a cave, its entrance slightly to the left and completely hidden by weeds. Without the intel scroll, passers-by would never notice it. Hidden well enough. No wonder those adventurers never found it. This might be a suitable temporary refuge. Crises were everywhere in the mountains, and he had no other options. Pushing aside the leaves, Qin Feng slipped inside sideways. The cave was dark and damp, a horrible mix of rot, blood, and burnt smells thick in the air that made it hard to breathe. Looks like I found the right place. Hopefully that mountain wolf really is dead. Thanks to his relatively good night vision, Qin Feng could make out a mountain wolf curled up on the floor deep inside the cave. The mountain wolf was noticeably larger than any adult wolf on Earth, its spine arching like a rugged mountain range, lined with jagged bone spikes resembling peaks. But now this monstrous beast was a pitiful sight. Several bone spikes were broken, large patches of its fur scorched black and curled, 3 or 4 broken arrows crookedly embedded in its flesh, and its left eye pierced through by an arrow. Deep cuts from blades crisscrossed its body, revealing stark, white bone beneath. Qin Feng held his breath in the dim cave entrance, silently cursing. These adventurer squads are just brutal. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he startled himself, stepping back 2 paces. The mountain wolf slowly opened its only remaining eye. The brown iris flickered faintly in the darkness like a dying lamp, but still radiated a terrifying ferocity. It coldly glared at Qin Feng once, then closed its eye again, breath growing faint as if seconds from death. Not quite dead yet. Qin Feng's heart raced wildly. Then a dark thought took hold. This beast is half buried in the earth. If I finish it off, the reputation points and treasure chest will pour in. But if I get too close and it lashes out in its last moments, a single bite or claw could end me. Weighing the risks, he chose to use the poison arrow from his backpack for a safer approach. Silently, he circled to the mountain wolf's rear side. The beast's thick tail swayed, lifting a glossy black iron arrow. Qin Feng took a deep breath and drove the arrow in sharply. SSSHHH. The arrowhead pierced through skin into muscle, but only halfway proof of its thick, tough hide. Pain roused the beast. It opened its eye again, fury blazing as if it might incinerate its own pupil, crawling and struggling, claws scraping rock with a sharp scritch. But a second later, the exhausted giant collapsed with a thunderous thud, its rage snuffed out like ash. Resigned, it shut its eyes for good, no longer resisting. There was only one chance. Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng aimed for the deep, gaping wounds, stabbing fiercely. SSSHHH. SSSHHH. Satiation 5. Satiation 5. Warning, satiation below 5, gain status effect. Extreme weakness, all stats 80. If satiation reaches 0, death will occur. Please eat soon. His strength drained as if sucked dry, both his arms trembling violently. Yet system notifications flooded in. You have slain the near-death mountain wolf elite, reputation 80. Congratulations Qin Feng, first to kill an elite monster in the eastern Aquila Mountains, reputation rewards doubled. Title earned, Wolf Lizard Elite 15 combat power against wolf-type creatures. Reputation level up, unknown LV6 1140. Your name is now known among some low-level monsters and adventurers in the Aquila Mountains. Wolf-type hostility 20. Treasure chest acquired, elite. Good news kept flashing on the screen, but his body was an empty shell. Hunger burned like fire in his stomach. He barely had the strength left to pull out the arrows. Ignoring the treasure chest and titles, he bent down and tore open the mountain wolf's wounds. The warm, metallic sweetness of fresh blood surged out. He bit into it immediately, stuffing the bloody chunks into his mouth and devouring them greedily. This meat really had some chew, more satisfying even than beef jerky. Qin Feng found that he usually had to chew for a long time before swallowing mouthfuls of fresh blood and flesh. Fortunately, his instincts as a living being had already made him highly accustomed to the raw, metallic taste of uncooked meat, without a trace of fear. Satiation 15. Satiation 15. Your satiation has reached 100, you cannot keep eating. Only when his stomach felt completely full did Qin Feng stop eating. Before him lay the carcass of a mountain wolf, yet he had consumed less than 1% of it. If the massive wolf's body didn't spoil, it could easily sustain him for an entire month with no trouble. Outside, the world was fraught with danger. As long as he exercised to expend his fullness, he could accumulate growth experience at home in the cave. Rather than risking venturing outside, it made more sense to stay here quietly and develop his strength. Looking around the cave, several water puddles remained clear and drinkable, so there was no immediate worry about thirst. It was better to stick to his plan, build up power first, then unlock outside information one by one. By now, Qin Feng had finally determined his path for growth. After a brief moment of thought, he began storing the mountain wolf carcass into his storage backpack. However, the wolf was simply too large to fit whole. He had no choice but to break it down before putting it away. The system's functions were powerful and reliable, so Qin Feng clicked disassemble without hesitation. After all, the climate of the Yakila mountain range was warm, and the meat would soon rot if left out too long. Disassembling. Shortly, the system notified him of task success. Earth Magic Core Elite 1. Mountain Wolf Fresh Meat Normal 60 Gene. Mountain Wolf Fresh Blood Normal 500 milliliters. Mountain Wolf Organs and Bones 30 Gene. Mountain Wolf Skull 1. Mountain Wolf Bone Spike 6. Mountain Wolf Claws and Teeth 44. Torn Mountain Wolf Fur 1. Note: the magic core contains most elemental essence from the magical beast's body. The quality of flesh and materials automatically downgraded by 1 grade, except for special magical beasts. Additionally, scattered among the wolf's body were several iron arrows, which Qin Feng gathered conveniently. One giant mountain wolf almost filled the storage backpack, leaving only one empty slot. The extra 5 iron arrows were a bonus. Strangely, these were not the poisonous iron arrows he had expected before. He opened the information interface to check and quickly understood the reason. Iron arrow normal. Ordinary iron arrows depleted of poison, showing slight wear but still sharp. Selling price, 5 copper coins each. Oh well, a little extra is still something, Qin Feng said to himself, redirecting his attention to reviewing the sell prices of other items in his backpack, carefully calculating how much money he could accumulate for tomorrow's purchase of intelligence. Earth Magic Core Elite. This core was extremely valuable, containing pure earth elemental power. It was a key material for forging equipment and alchemy. Many magical beasts and adventurers sought it eagerly. Sell price, 500 copper coins. Mountain Wolf Fresh Meat Normal Fresh wolf meat with faint earth elemental properties. Eating it significantly boosts defense and physical attributes. Sell price, 300 copper coins 60 gene. Mountain Wolf Fresh Blood Normal Fresh blood suitable as a raw material for potion brewing and magical beast blood serums. Drinking it directly can also improve affinity to earth elements and help comprehend earth-based skills. Sell price, 200 copper coins 500 milliliters 50 portions. Mountain Wolf Skull Normal can be used to craft ornaments or special trophies. Also serves as a religious offering or can be exchanged for rewards at adventurer guilds. Sell price, 120 copper coins. Mountain Wolf Organs and Bones Normal not very valuable, mostly used in cooking or as fertilizer. Common delicacies for ordinary households, with medicinal uses as well. Sell price, 60 copper coins 30 gene. Additionally, Bone Spike sell price, 90 copper coins 15 pieces. Claws and Teeth sell price, 130 copper coins 23 pairs. Torn Fur sell price, 65 copper coins. As Qin Feng inventoried his haul, he silently calculated his next steps. He understood that for now, staying holed up in the cave to build strength was wise. Only when his combat power was sufficient could he smoothly unlock more intelligence and challenges ahead. Though this mountain wolf was huge, it was hardly depleted. The bag was already packed with various disassembled materials, but still had room for future gains. Finally, Qin Feng comfortably withdrew his gaze, not eager to depart just yet, instead preparing for tomorrow's trade and the path of growth to come. A mountain wolf sells for about 1,500 copper coins. No wonder that Franked Adventure team said that if they could catch a mountain wolf, the whole team could live comfortably for a while. Qin Feng reviewed all the stats on his screen, and the corner of his mouth almost twitched into a smile after all the effort the Red Flame team put into gathering loot. He had snatched it right from under their noses. The thought nearly made him laugh out loud. These materials aren't useful to me right now, and I have no way to trade them with the town's adventurers. Plus, they take up backpack space better to sell them all. With that thought, he quickly bundled up the unwanted materials and threw them into the shop interface. Bone Spines 6, Claws 44, Torn Fur 1, Mountain Wolf Head 1, Mountain Wolf Internal Bones, and Organs 30 gene. Sale successful. Received 467 copper coins. His backpack felt instantly much lighter. Qin Feng exhaled softly, thinking it was time for another long-kept treasure to make an appearance. It was an ancient iron chest dropped by the mountain wolf, dark metal shimmering faintly, etched with simple yet sharp patterns on its surface. Treasure chest. Elite and elite quality chest holding vast mysteries within, may contain incredible items with some adaptability. Open. As the prompt sounded, the lock on the iron chest broke apart. Successfully opened. Obtained. Elite Trial Ticket 1, Elite Ironwood Seed 1. Elite Trial Ticket. Grants 1 entry into an elite level trial. Value 150 copper coins. Elite Ironwood Seed. Grows in 7 days and bears fruit in 3. Requires abundant sunlight and a high concentration of gold element energy to accelerate growth. Note: during maturity, it has a chance to attract monsters or adventurers. Value 200 copper coins. The trial ticket would only become useful once he encountered a trial dungeon, but the Ironwood Seed could be planted immediately. Even if monsters or adventurers appeared around day 10, he would have time to prepare. To survive, you have to do so methodically and with planning. Plus, make sure to improve yourself while laying low. Qin Feng knew well that in this forest controlled by harsh laws, the smallest misstep could mean elimination. He tucked away the Ironwood Seed and climbed out along the damp cave walls. Outside, dusk had fallen, the night draped heavily over the mountain forest like a thick curtain. Looking up through the gaps in the leaves, the sky was full of stars unlike Earth's blue star. Here the stars shone in vibrant colors of varying sizes. One blood-red giant star in particular stood out, with its eerie crimson glow that seemed ready to swallow the rest. Roar! Deep in the forest came low, rough roars of wild beasts. Qin Feng's hair stood on end. Not wasting a second, he dug a small hole in a nearby clearing, planted the Ironwood Seed in the soft soil, covered it, and pressed it firmly down. Finishing quickly, he immediately retreated back into the hidden cave. A day of running and narrowly escaping death left his body exhausted, yet he didn't lie down to sleep. Instead, under the cover of night, he planned out his training regimen. Start with 10 sets of push-ups, 10 reps per set as a warm-up, then sit-ups. Followed by rolls, short sprints, sliding tackles, dragon's tail swings, all to get familiar with this body and burn off fullness to gain experience. Without hesitation, he started. The dim cave wasn't wide, the ground muddy with fallen leaves, but he didn't care. Moonlight filtered through the cave mouth, illuminating a small lizard less than 2 feet long doing push-ups seriously alongside him. Though the scene looked awkward and grueling, not a moment was wasted. Seeds watered with sweat always grow stronger. Heave-a-ho. Satiety 5, Experience 1. Heave-a-ho. Satiety 5, Experience 1. Congratulations, you have leveled up to Juvenile Stage LV 2020. Your appetite and attributes have been enhanced. Name: Qin Feng. Species: Fighting Wolf Lizard Black-Scaled Lizard Common. Recommended diet: 85 meat, 10 plants, 5 liquids exceeding may hinder nutrient absorption. Level: Juvenile Stage LV 2020. Reputation: Unknown LV 6. Attributes: Strength 71, Constitution 92, Agility 61, Magic Power 51, Wisdom 71, Defense 102, Satiety 70, Skill: Black Scale Protection. Overall Combat Power 60. Territory: Yakila Mountain Range. Owned territories: none. Talent: Intelligence Officer Common 210. Evaluation: Possesses top-tier defense and constitution for this stage. 20 increased adaptability to dragon bloodlines. Exerting himself until digesting 25 of his satiety, Qin Feng finally advanced to Juvenile Stage LV2, with satiety adjusting to 65. At that moment, he could no longer hold on and collapsed onto the ground, gasping heavily. Hiss. During the brief rest, he opened the regional channel to gather information about the outside world. Regional trade: 500 G water, price: 1 copper coin. 1 Gene wild grass, price: 1 copper coin. 200 G monster manure, price: 2 copper coins. Earth grass, price: 5 copper coins. Black iron ore, price: 10 copper coins. Many sellers were listed, but most offered common materials easily found everywhere. Items with any real value were priced outrageously, the kind of deals where buyer beware. Scanning casually, Qin Feng switched to regional chat, his pupils suddenly narrowing. In the eastern part of Yakila Mountains, the death rate on day 1 was a staggering 10. This hunting ground was far too dangerous. He suddenly had a thought and checked private messages. As expected, there were rows of unread texts. Many survivors sent congratulations, praising his strength. Most wanted a share of wolf meat. A few proposed trades, but offered ridiculously low prices. Some even spoke harshly, as if refusing would provoke mass anger. Qin Feng ignored these freeloaders completely. Thankfully, everyone else turned into monsters, or someone would be selling their real, unmodified selves or even selling their bodies. He mused bitterly. Then he looked for Zhou Dazwang's avatar. Seeing him online, he relaxed. I was overthinking. An ogre with a lucky start and among his own kind? Unless he starves, it's hard to mess up in the short term. Trade successful. Mountain wolf, meat, 5 gene. Without hesitation, he transferred 5 gene of wolf meat to Zhou Dezhuang to repay a kindness and forge a connection. Zhou Dezhuang had great potential. This meat was not much to Qin Feng, but a sincere gesture to others. Qin Feng, hey, raise some wolf meat. Eat up, don't worry about it. Zhou Dezhuang, that's too generous. I only gave you a blade of grass, and you sent me 5 gene of meat in return. Qin Feng, that grass saved me in a critical moment. Consider it a well-earned return on your investment. Zhou Dezhuang, I don't really get it, but you seem like a good person. My tribe is at the Twin Gorges in the Eastern Mountains. If you need anything, just say so, I'll have your back. Qin Feng, sure, absolutely. Qin Feng, may I ask your overall combat power? Zhou Dezhuang, no offense, it's only about 151, not worth mentioning. Qin Feng, Zhou Dezhuang, what's the matter? Why so quiet? Qin Feng, nothing, I'm just tired. We'll talk later. Ending the chat, he resumed scanning the regional messages. Since most people were still at the bottom of the food chain, the chat was dull and repetitive. Monsters are brutal, adventurer squads are cursed, who will spare something for me? The most common sentiment was, the monsters in the mountains are too vicious, adventurer squads deserve to die. Can anyone spare anything? So envious of goblins. Qin Feng had planned to continue training after resting, but exhaustion overtook him and he fell into a deep sleep. Night draped the Aquila mountain range, where most of the vast forest's magical beasts lay low in their dens, fast asleep. Occasionally, a wild beast's howl cut through the silence, announcing a new hunting hour for active predators. The few humans who had narrowly survived remained on high alert, some trapped in dire situations where life and death hung by a thread. Time passed silently as stars shifted across the sky, and finally the long, arduous night came to an end. The first golden rays of dawn pierced the morning mist like sharp swords, filtering through layers of leaves and casting mottled light. Unlike the sluggish beasts still lingering, the adventuring party had already set off from a frontier town, unfolding scenes of fierce and bloody battles across the mountains. Slanting sunlight reached the cave entrance, illuminating the weed-covered stone walls and brightening the interior considerably. Satiety 30. Growth Experience 8. Qin Feng's eyes suddenly snapped open, followed by a system notification had inexplicably used up 30 of his satiety during sleep, but gained 8 points of growth experience. Next time, I must fill my stomach before bed. Maxing out hunger is the key to gaining bonus experience, he thought to himself. He pushed himself up and approached a murky pool inside the cave, then plunged in with a splash. The chilly water rinsed away sweat and odor as his black-scaled, lizard-like body rolled on the surface. Climbing ashore, he shook his scales vigorously, scattering droplets, and felt instantly refreshed. During a rough inspection last night, he had found 3 pools in the cave and had now come to the clearest one. He pulled out some mountain wolf meat from his stash and took large bites while scooping water to drink. Crunch, crunch, gulp. Satiety 60. Satiety 5. Your satiety is full and cannot increase further. Only after reaching 100 satiety did Qin Feng stop, licking his lips. Confirming no urgent messages in the nearby group chat, he began his morning training. He had only managed 5 sets of push-ups last night. Today he planned 6 sets. He also intended to practice several rounds of the Divine Dragon Tail move to gain confidence for battle. Without delay, a small, sleek black lizard moved across the cave floor. Heave-ho. Satiety 5. Growth Experience 1. Heave-ho. Satiety 5. Growth Experience 2. He completed 6 sets of push-ups, 3 sets of rolling, 3 sets of sliding tackles, and 4 sets of Divine Dragon Tail movements. The muscle soreness felt like tearing, draining him again until he had to stop and catch his breath. The intense routine consumed another 25 satiety, but yielded 6 points of growth experience, slightly better than last night. Clearly, with a bigger appetite, the experience gained from using up satiety had also increased proportionally. A smile spread across Qin Feng's face. As leveling up would demand more experience over time, any improvement in efficiency now would be a huge bonus. Taking advantage of the break, he immediately opened the intelligence shop to make sure no time was wasted. The 2 near-death escapes Qin Feng experienced yesterday left him no room for complacency. He silently vowed that until he fully mastered the power of self-preservation, he would never lower his guard. Now, his eyes fixated on the intelligence shop interface before him. Intelligence shop 3101. White intelligence, price, 10 copper coins x2. White intelligence, price, 10 copper coins x3. Gray intelligence, price, 50 copper coins x1. Current funds, 417 copper coins. Staring at the bustling prices in the shop and then at his hefty pile of copper coins, Qin Feng suddenly felt the urge of a wealthy buyer. Clear it all for me. Moments later, the purchase was complete. He gained 2 sets of white intelligence and 1 gray intelligence, leaving him with 347 copper coins. The 10 chance of failing to trigger any intelligence did not surprise him. Without hesitation, he activated the intelligence specialist and chose to upgrade the only gray intelligence. A flash of light confirmed the upgrade's success now. It had become green intelligence. At this point, Qin Feng's mind held 2 volumes of white intelligence and 1 piece of green intelligence, 3 intelligence scrolls, yet unopened. The scrolls he used yesterday vanished automatically upon reaching their targets. Pulling his gaze away, he climbed out of the cave to check on the iron tree seed he had planted the previous night. The magical power granted by the system worked wonders. After just 1 night, the iron tree seed had deeply rooted itself and sprouted a pale gray shoot over a foot tall, its texture as hard and metallic as cast iron. Satisfied that nothing was amiss, Qin Feng returned to the cave to rest. With nothing better to do, an idea sparked. He might as well open an intelligence scroll to see what it revealed. If danger was present, he wouldn't act immediately, the intelligence wouldn't disappear, and maybe he could avoid risks altogether. Out of boredom, he decided to unwrap a white intelligence scroll. Chanting a spell lightly, the scroll glowed. At noon today, this area may see a light ring. Afterward, fresh green grass will grow, but it will not affect the iron tree's growth. Qin Feng smirked. Ryla, so much for intelligence. It was basically a weather forecast. At your 1 o'clock direction, 600 meters away, there is a lost green slime with a combined combat power of 40. The white intelligence specialist immediately triggered a hidden quest: safely escort this slime back to its tribe and earn goodwill rewards along with a snot jelly fruit. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. This task seemed trivial, with risks far outweighing any possible reward. As an infamous useless monster, the slime probably had nothing valuable to offer. Yet after some thought, he realized the hidden quest could still be worthwhile. Having the intelligence specialist clearly reveal the mission meant he could better weigh risks and rewards better than stumbling blindly. Silently, he made up his mind. Since he had finally found a creature far weaker than himself, squeezing some value out of it was no harm. After all, he just had to escort the slime safely back to its western homeland. Emerging from the cave, Qin Feng unfurled the scroll in hand, confirmed the direction again, then transformed into a streak of black light moving swiftly over the rugged mountain path. Before long, he covered the 600-meter distance at full speed. Crouching behind a rock, he surveyed the area vigilantly but saw no sign of the slime. Suddenly, a strange goo-goo sound came from nearby. Drawing out the scroll once more, he followed its updated direction toward the noise without hesitation. Soon, a disgusting mass of green slime appeared. This was the legendary green slime. About the size of a wash basin, its green goo dripped constantly, leaving a shallow, wet trail on the ground. Its strange cries sounded almost like complaints. Qin Feng thought grimly. Could the snot jelly be made from this sticky slime? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Eyeing his target, Qin Feng sneered coldly and leapt forward, swinging his fist in a signature move, the divine dragon tail whip. Smack! With a muffled thud, his punch landed heavily on the green blob. The lizard's tail slammed hard into the green slime, instantly flinging it away with tremendous force. It crashed heavily against a jutting rock. Thud! The dull sound echoed through the narrow mountain path as the slime's body splattered against the rocky wall like a glob of thrown mucus. While it was still dazed, Qin Feng bent low and lunged forward, his strong wolf lizard body pressing down from above like a crushing mountain. Crack! The sticky green gel burst under the pressure of the stone fragments, glistening slime splattering everywhere as the slime's life extinguished in an instant. You have successfully killed a green slime. Normal. Reputation 3. Satiety 5. Growth experience 2. That was way too weak. I haven't even gone all out yet. Qin Feng clicked his tongue, naturally not blaming his own strength for the ease of the fight. Green slime corpse, normal 1. Description: contains weak magical power that can replenish and increase mana. Direct consumption may cause nausea, vomiting, and loss of appetite. Used as a raw material for mana potions. Price: 20. Although the slime was weak, it could restore magic power. Unfortunately, it looked like a blob of snot, so no matter what, Qin Feng just couldn't bring himself to eat that sticky mass. After evaluating the loot, he didn't linger and quickly returned to the hidden cave. After a short rest, Qin Feng began his daily training. Heave. Satiety 5 Growth Experience 1. Heave. Satiety 5 Growth Experience 2. Congratulations, you have leveled up to Juvenile LV 3030. Your appetite and attributes have increased. Name: Qin Feng. Species: Fighting Wolf Lizard, Black-Scaled Lizard. Normal. Suggested diet: 85 meat, 10 plants, 5 liquids. Level: Juvenile LV 3030. Reputation: Unknown LV 6 1160. Strength: 81. Constitution: 112. Agility: 72. Mana: 61. Wisdom: 81. Defense: 122. Satiety: 40. Title: Elite Fighting Wolf Lizard. Skill: Black Scale Protection. Overall combat power: 70. Territory: Aquila Mountain Range. Own territory: none. Talent: Intelligence Specialist, normal 410. Evaluation: Possesses top-tier defense and constitution for its level 20 increased adaptation to dragon bloodline. After consuming another 15 of his satiety, he successfully reached juvenile LV3. His physical strength was far from exhausted, so he continued working up a sweat. Heave. Satiety 5 growth experience 1. After doing 5 more sets than he did this morning, Qinfeng finally pushed himself to new limits. His satiety dropped another 15, down to 25, but he gained 4 growth experience points. He went to the clear water pool at the cave entrance, took out some mountain wolf meat, and tore off big chunks to eat. Satiety 70. Satiety 5. Satiety full. You cannot continue eating. Full and satisfied, loneliness crept in. Qinfeng pulled out his last green scroll and carefully unrolled it. Activation successful. An elite goblin merchant is wandering 1.2 kilometers to your rear right, apparently searching for something. You can trade coins or goods with it, but beware of being tricked. The intelligence officer triggered. Help the goblin merchant Huss locate his lost ring nearby, earning a reward. Friendship with goblin merchant Huss increased by 1. Another hidden quest activated. Well, this reward seems worth a shot. Once I've rested, I'll go find that ring. Qinfeng's eyes suddenly lit up. He was holding a pile of gold, silver, and jewels, but had no idea where to spend them. This ring might come in handy. If that goblin merchant was as weak as a slime. Qinfeng even entertained the idea of a zero-cost acquisition after all. In this survival-off theftist forest, no one survives out of kindness. Hiss. After a brief break, he took in the damp, earthy air deeply and unfurled a green scroll in his mind. A faint glow condensed into an arrow pointing toward the ring's location. Qinfeng folded the scroll back up and darted out of the cave. Just as he stepped outside, fine rain began to fall. Raindrops landed on wild grass and soft soil, mixing into a fresh, fragrant scent. The destination wasn't far, but not exactly close either. Staying low to the ground, he used the mist and rain as cover to weave silently through weeds and fallen leaves, his steps light as a breeze. Moments later, the glowing dot on the scroll stopped moving. Qinfeng crouched behind the peeling bark of a thick tree and peeked out quietly. In his view was a yellowish, muddy monster rabbit nibbling on tender grass. Similar in size to an ordinary rabbit, but with protruding fangs. Classic bucktooth rabbit. Could the ring really be hidden in this grass? He wondered, then curled a short arrow around his tail and shot it with a sharp SHH. Sensing danger, the bucktooth rabbit quickly dodged sideways, the arrow embedding into the mud in front of it. It tilted its head to sniff a few times before hopping away. Opportunity. Qinfeng's heart leapt with joy. He crept over, pulled out the arrow, and put it back in his quiver, then began rifling through the grass for the ring. Nothing. Empty. He opened the scroll again. The guiding light now moved with the bucktooth rabbit. Suddenly it clicked. Could the ring be on that creature? He started tailing it immediately. Rain fell at an angle. Grass and leaves rustled softly. A few minutes later, the rabbit was munching contentedly in another patch of grass. So greedy. Could it have swallowed the ring? There's nowhere on its body to hide it. His heart tightened. He decided he had no choice but to attack. It's a herbivorous beast, probably not strong. He'll test it out first. Suddenly accelerating, his black scales shimmered coldly with the black scale protection skill activating. He leapt like a mouse into the rabbit's fur and bit down hard. Crunch. Squeak. Squeak. Pain made the bucktooth rabbit jump wildly, kicking Qinfeng away and then leaping high to stomp repeatedly. Smack. Smack. His chest felt hammered. Qinfeng staggered away. Satiation 10. Growth experience 3. After barely escaping, he hid in a tree bark crevice to recover, gasping quietly. This rabbit's physique must be above level 15. My damage can't break its defense. Peeking out, he saw the creature nibbling grass again, fueling his anger. You're so greedy, huh? I've got a feast ready for you. Qinfeng pulled a green slime corpse from his bag and clutched it under his claw. He ran toward the bucktooth rabbit, landing softly among the green grass. Squeak. The bucktooth rabbit jumped in surprise, then cocked its head to study the green slime before it. The slime was exactly the same color as the rabbit's favorite fresh grass. Curious, the little creature inched closer and sniffed it with its nose. Crunch. Crunch. The rabbit tentatively took a couple of bites and found the slime's texture was soft and gelatinous, sliding down its throat with almost no chewing. Its eyes lit up, and it eagerly devoured the slime. In just a few seconds, the voracious rabbit had torn more than half the slime into pieces. But the good times didn't last long. Suddenly, its expression twisted in agony as if it had swallowed something bitter. Vomiting violently, the rabbit bolted away, chunks of slime mixed with unchewed grass spilling everywhere. Qinfeng, who had been watching hidden behind tree bark, hurried after it. Not far off, he noticed the rabbit regurgitate a wooden vine ring set with a green gem. The rabbit didn't pause, still coughing and retching, quickly disappearing into the forest. Qinfeng bent down to pick up the ring. Wooden vine ring elite. A merchant's ring issued by the Western Elf tribe, granting free access to trade within the tribe. Once daily. Cast novice cleansing on oneself. Once daily. Cast novice recovery magic. Price, 300 copper coins. Not bad value. But the trade pass is the real price. Should I sell it right away? Qin Feng frowned, but decided to check the market with the goblin merchant first. He followed his memory quickly, sneaking behind a pile of rubble until he spotted the goblin merchant Hughes. Hughes's skin was dark green, but very different from a goblin's. Hunched and wrinkled like dried toad skin, wearing greasy leather armor. He carried a heavy iron chest on his back and sat resting on a large boulder. Though usually greedy, his eyes flickered with restlessness and helplessness. What surprised Qin Feng more was that Hughes had a bodyguard. Fully clad in iron armor, but less than a meter tall. The guard stood close behind, Hughes clearly a reassurance in these monster-infested mountains. Just as Qin Feng was about to reveal himself, a noisy commotion came from the nearby woods. He turned to see a group of small, gaunt creatures with the same green skin emerging from the bushes. Except for a few leaders wearing patchwork beast pelts, the rest were barely covered with crude furs. These were the notorious goblins. The goblin squad leader approached Hughes, chattering in their language before waving his hand. Suddenly, goblins behind them carried out piles of iron armor, swords, necklaces, and shields, dumping them at the feet of the goblin merchant, obviously gear stripped from adventurers. Then the goblin merchant took out several bottles and jars from the large iron chest behind him and handed them over to the goblin squad. He even reluctantly pulled a silver coin from a leather pouch at his waist and gave it to the goblin squad leader. After the trade was done, he turned sideways and muttered a few words to the goblin captain. After a moment, the leader raised a hand to signal. Half of the goblins dispersed to search around, while the others followed him, carrying the newly acquired supplies as they retraced their path along the mountain trail. Qin Feng remained crouched beneath the thick, broad leaves, his gaze fixed on the clearing. Before long, a scrawny goblin returned in a panic and whispered to Hughesy. Hughesy pulled out the first item from the iron chest, a crystal stone with glowing blue patterns. The goblin immediately paid without hesitation. Then Hughesy produced a second item. The goblin hesitated for a long time, but finally swallowed his doubts and purchased it. When the third item came out, the skinny goblin spread his hands in frustration and left with a sour expression. This is most likely a survivor of the reincarnated goblin clans, Qin Feng judged silently. Lucky me, I got a free lead on green level intel. There's definitely strength in numbers. To be safe, he continued to stay hidden. Within a short time, 2 or 3 more small tribes arrived following the same lead, each making trades with Hughesy. Occasionally, lone survivors stumbled in by accident, but wary of the iron-armored beast lurking behind the goblin merchant, most only dared to buy 1 or 2 items before hastily retreating. Some even tried to snatch goods after trading, but were scared off by the glint of cold steel from that armored creature. During the waiting periods, Qin Feng didn't waste energy. Hidden in the shadow of the leaves, he quietly worked out, knocking out 18 sets of push-ups in a row. System prompt, fullness 25. System prompt, experience gained 8. He noticed the experience gains shift from 112 to 1212, which made him smile inside. At this rate, he'll hit level 4 tomorrow. The sun dipped below the ridge, no new monsters appeared in the clearing, and the goblin merchant closed his iron chest, preparing to break camp. Seeing this, Qin Feng finally emerged from behind the leaves and stepped in front of Hughesy. Hey you reckless and foolish little guy. Hughesy stomped his foot in surprise at the sudden figure. Today's just unlucky. No kind-hearted beast returned my ring. I hate this place, I hate the Yakila Mountains. He muttered resentfully, then looked down at Qin Feng and snorted. So, you want to trade with me too? Yes, goblin merchant, Qin Feng said resignedly. Not here to trade. Then come to mooch a free meal? Hughesy rolled his eyes, then tilted his chin proudly. Oh, poor little lizard. You should call me Honorable Mr. Hughesy. He patted the heavy iron chest and laid out the rules, clearly losing patience. 1. Only 3 items will be sold. 2. Prices increase exponentially. 3. Full payment up front to see the next item. 4. Each item is higher quality than the last. 5. Buying all 3 yields about 1.5 times profit. Finally, he raised his right hand and solemnly swore into the air, by the goblin god. I vow this merchant's promise is true and unbreakable. System prompt. Goblin merchant Hughesy has sworn by the goblin god and cannot break his word. Start formal trade? Goblin merchants are rumored to be extremely greedy, but he seems to be doing a good deed. Qin Feng thought back to those survivors. Almost no one was willing to buy the third item, and a hint of suspicion arose. He squinted and smiled, testing the waters. I heard, Mr. Hughesy, that you lost a ring. If I help you find it, how would you repay me? Oh, if there really were such a kind-hearted beast, he would gain Mr. Hughes's friendship, get a 20 discount when buying my goods, and even have the chance to purchase up to 4 super items. Buying them would be an absolute bargain. This could happen every month when I come. As Hughes spoke, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes, as if he already saw a big profit. But then he shook his head with a sigh. But it's so late now. There probably isn't such a kind-hearted beast anymore. Qin Feng silently pondered beside him. This goblin merchant comes to the Yakila Mountains every month. If I can get a discount, that would mean stable income. Thinking this, he lifted his paw and took out the wooden vine ring from his personal space, gently shaking it. I'm afraid Mr. Hughes will be disappointed. I happen to be that kind-hearted beast. Oh, 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 my goodness, that's the ring I lost. Hughes leapt forward to catch the ring, carefully cradling it in his palm. His pointed ears trembled with excitement. The joy of recovering something lost made his whole wrinkled face brighten up. Dear little lizard, you truly are the smartest, most clever, and most helpful magical beast I, Mr. Hughes, have ever met. Your arrival is a tremendous surprise, and now you've earned my most precious friendship. Sheen Fong watched the goblin's ever-changing expression and couldn't help but tease. Mr. Hughes, when it comes to changing faces, you really are an expert. Can we start the transaction now? Oh, of course, my dear little lizard. Hughes immediately straightened up and raised his hand to solemnly swear. Now change to 4 transactions with a 20 discount and double the total value. A system prompt quickly appeared. Goblin merchant, Hughes the Elite has sworn an oath to the Goblin God and cannot break it. Would you like to start the formal transaction? Start. Sheen Fong responded at once. The first item, Hughes weighed the little lizard in front of him for a moment, then slowly spoke. Only cost you 24 copper coins or equivalent items. Of course, this is already the discounted price. He stared at Sheen Fong eagerly, as if afraid he might back out. Okay, deal. Sheen Fong willed it, and the backpack interface flickered. 24 copper coins were immediately deducted from his inventory, and he poured the money into Hughes's outstretched palm. Hughes's wrinkled, sunflower-like smile blossomed even wider. Oh, my dear little lizard, I didn't expect you to have space equipment too. That's amazing, though it seems all magical beasts here do. He muttered aloud, then rummaged in a chest behind him and handed over a bottle of bright red potion. Healing potion common 1. Effect. Increases healing speed by 300 when consumed, varies by consumer's combat power, lasts 1 hour. Price, 10. Holding the potion, Sheen Fong thought to himself, even with the discount, it's still expensive, but didn't voice it. Hughes urged, all right, little lizard, ready for our second trade? Bring it on. For the second item, you'll need to pay 80 copper coins or equivalent goods, again at 20 off. He spoke with fingers rubbing quickly, as if he had already slipped the money into his pocket. Copper coins 80. Sheen Fong silently repeated. As the thought passed through his mind, the current funds on his panel were again deducted and transformed into actual copper coins. After receiving the copper coins, Huss's weathered face broke into an even brighter smile. He turned around and plunged his short, stubby fingers into the iron chest behind him, rattling through the items. Moments later, he pulled out a bottle filled with a dark red potion and held it up to the sunlight. The liquid inside was thick and viscous, and an eerie glow shimmered along the glass walls. Sheen Fong's heart skipped a beat. This wasn't good. Healing Potion 2.0 Basic 1. Enhanced Healing Potion version. Restores injury by 500. Effect varies based on user's combat power. Lasts for 1 hour. Priced at 20 copper coins. Dear little lizard, Huss said, his smile vanishing as his tone grew serious. The prices for the items behind are multiplying. If you don't have enough riches, you better be careful. Such a ripoff. Sheen Fong muttered silently as he stared at Huss's smug green face. No wonder the other monsters selling here hated this guy so much. But Sheen Fong had already prepared a backup plan this time. He was determined to make Huss lose big. Feigning hesitation, he cautiously said, Respected Mr. Huss, I really don't have much money left. Could you, for the sake of our friendship, let me have some of those health packs back? Huss pounded his chest with a dramatic gesture, acting as if for a friend's sake. Who says we don't have a deep friendship? The next item is definitely a treasure. After a 20 discount on the third item, you'll need to pay 320 copper coins, or an equivalent. If you can't afford it, you'll have to leave. I need to get down the mountain before dark. Sheen Fong grimaced inwardly. No wonder the other survivors couldn't afford it. The third item's price had shot up several times. This was only day 2 who could pay that much. And if the fourth item's price kept rising like this, he wouldn't be able to stand it either. Should he cut his losses and walk away? But if he stopped the trade now, he'd lose 74 copper coins plus a woodvine ring worth 300 copper coins. That was absolutely unacceptable. Huss's knocking pulled him back to reality. Gritting his teeth, Sheen Fong pressed on. Iron Arrows Basic 6 units. Mountain Wolf Fresh Blood Basic, 500 milliliters. Successfully sold. 230 copper coins received. Current funds, 473 copper coins. Minus 320 copper coins. When a small mound of copper coins landed before him, the goblin grinned all the way to his ears and said, Oh, dear little lizard, your wealth truly exceeds my imagination. After pocketing the coins, Huss flipped his palm over, revealing a circular ocular chip resting in his rough hand clearly using spatial equipment. Combat Power Ocular Chip Elite 1. Standard auxiliary gear developed in the Magic City. Activates when stuck onto the pupil. 1. Calculates comprehensive combat power based on input of regular creature stats, with an estimated 10 fluctuation. 2. Adjusts the combat power value by observing the target's performance, Maximum detection limit 1000. Price, 200 copper coins. Now this looks legit, Qin Feng thought, pleased. Although the price seemed a bit high, monsters in the mountains who wanted this kind of equipment would have paid a steep price. Maybe Huss was having a rare moment of conscience. But could the manufacturing cost really be this low? He cautiously placed the chip onto the pupil of his right eye. Instantly, the chip snapped into place, and a small translucent cursor appeared in the lower right corner of his vision. Qin Feng glanced at Huss as a notification echoed in his ear. Combat Power Ocular Chip Elite's Magic Power Depleted. Requires Magic Stone Refill or Magic Consumption. 1 magic per minute. Almost at the same time, the translucent cursor in the lower right corner began to dim, as if running out of battery. Qin Feng suddenly realized. No wonder the price was so low. It was a second-hand chip with drained magic power. Dear little lizard, I, Mr. Hughes, am leaving now. Remember to come back here to trade with me exactly 1 month from today. With that, the short but sturdy goblin merchant Hughes quickly began sorting the bottles, scrolls, and oddly shaped parts from his stall, packing them carefully into a waist-high black iron chest. With a sharp bang, the lid snapped shut. He then secured the heavy iron box with a chain and lock, hanging it on the back of his silent iron armor automaton. Only then did he clap his hands, preparing to turn and leave. Wait a moment, Mr. Hughes. Qin Feng swept his tail across the front, narrowing his slender pupils, his voice clear and calm. It seems like there's one last item left to trade. Don't tell me you intend to break the oath sworn to the goblin god. Oh, could it be you have copper coins on you? Hughes raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery flashing in his green eyes. Of course I do. But before that, I must first remind you of one thing, Mr. Hughes. Qin Feng smiled slightly and began reciting like a treasure trove of knowledge. The original price of the first 3 items totals 530 copper coins, but your purchasing cost was only 230, a difference of exactly 300 coins. According to the rule of 4 items, double profit, the true value of this last item should be 830 copper coins plus twice its selling price. By agreement, this final item must be sold to me at 80 of that value, with neither quality nor price lower than the previous one. In just a few words, all the accounts were laid bare. Qin Feng had already calculated in his mind. Acquiring this last item would not only cover the 300 coin shortfall, but also yield a net profit of 530 coins, plus an additional half the real value plus 10 of this item's value as income. And if the final selling price exceeded 400 coins, he would gain at least another 440 coins. The higher the price, the fatter his profit margin. Hughes's eyes rolled back and forth. Sharp as he was, he immediately saw the dilemma. 2 options lay before him. 1. Cut his losses and offer a treasure too expensive for the little lizard to buy, reliably securing 300 copper coins. 2. Take a risky gamble. If the buyer really could pay, Hughes would end up losing money. This choice, normally a buyer's concern, now weighed heavily on Hughes himself, making him unusually silent. After a few moments, he took the step every gambler inevitably does. All right, this next item is one of my family's most precious treasures, quite valuable. Let's see if you can afford it, Hughes announced with a deliberately steady voice, head held high. After the 20 discount, you'll need to pay me 640 copper coins. Unlike the inflated tags on the previous 3 items, this price was practically a bargain. Qin Feng drew in a sharp breath, then quietly unclenched his fingers. The gamble paid off. From the information he had, a top-tier goblin merchant would never risk selling a priceless artifact to damage his own reputation. This price was well within that merchant's acceptable range. If he bought it, Qin Feng stood to net 1,500 copper coins. An instant system prompt flickered. Selling Magic Core. Earth Magic Core Elite 1 sold successfully, 500 copper coins. Current funds, 653 copper coins. 640 copper coins. When 640 copper coins piled like a small mountain and were pushed between them by Qin Feng, Hughes seemed struck by lightning, his nostrils flaring, his weathered face full of disbelief. You actually have 640 copper coins? Go ahead, believe it, Mr. Hughes, a devout follower of the goblin god. Surely you won't miscount or violate the trading rules, right? Qin Feng urged. What is this? What am I? Hughes hung his head helplessly, his eyes filled with a mix of helplessness and awkwardness as he patiently counted the pile of gleaming copper coins before him. In just a short moment, accompanied by the steady clinking sound, every coin was thoroughly checked without a single one missed. Exactly 640 copper coins. As a faithful follower of the great goblin god who oversees commerce, I'm not one to back out on a deal. He'll accept this loss this time. Next time, we'll continue our trade. His voice was somewhat low but carried a rare sincerity. Then, with a wave of his hand, he gathered the coins and pulled out a small black stone from his pocket, about the size of a thumbnail. A strange but refreshing scent slowly wafted out, both unfamiliar and soothing. This is one of my most treasured possessions, something I exchanged with great effort for silver coins. I had planned to sell it to a human knight who's about to break through a cultivation boundary, but today, they'll let you have it at a good price. Hughes's tone revealed a certain fondness. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, skepticism creeping into his voice. It's so small, could it really be worth that much? Don't underestimate it. Hughes's eyes gleamed with excitement as he stared at Qin Feng. This thing has a connection to dragons. It's called dragon ambergris. Anything linked to dragons is priceless. Dragon ambergris? That can't be dragon dung, right? Qin Feng asked, a flash of surprise in his eyes. Hughes cleared his throat and offered a resigned smile. Don't get hung up on whether it's dung or not. What matters is whether it's related to the dragon's bloodline. Qin Feng was left speechless. Dragon ambergris is a rare substance formed from the excess energy expelled by dragons. Over time, its elemental properties dissipate, reducing its value to what it is now. It has many uses. It can be a key ingredient in advanced alchemy or used as incense. When burned, the smoke carries a strong fragrance that places beings in a heightened state of excitement, temporarily boosting insight and cultivation speed for the duration of a single incense stick. On the market, it sells for about 2 silver coins and 450 copper coins per gram. The piece Qin Feng now has weighs roughly 5 grams, making it incredibly rare, comparable to the legendary Enlightenment tea. After tucking the dragon ambergris into his now thin pouch, Hughes didn't wait for Qin Feng to say goodbye and instead spoke first. It's almost dark. Staying in the mountains overnight isn't very safe. Most of the beasts roaming after dusk are aggressive. I have to get going. All right, respected Mr. Hughes. Wishing you prosperous business. Qin Feng replied respectfully. Suddenly recalling something, he asked, by the way, little lizard, what's your name? Me? Just call me Nidhogg. Hughes smiled faintly and slowly walked away. Qin Feng pondered for a moment, the name echoing in his mind. He murmured, Nidhogg, that's an interesting name. Hopefully, he'll hear it again next time. After bidding farewell to the goblin merchant, Qin Feng slipped into a patch of grass hidden beneath leafy branches. Just as he was about to rush back to his lair, a single spiderweb strand landed precisely before him, blocking his path. Chatting away with that goblin for so long. A palm-sized wolf spider hovered in the air, its vibrant blue abdominal spots glaring sharply in the twilight. Hand over your copper coins and supplies, and he'll let you go. Qin Feng looked toward the voice and saw the small, blue-spotted wolf spider eyeing him fiercely, its spinnerets twitching as if ready to attack. Activating his magic-powered combat eye lens, he quickly scanned its strength. Small in size, but not to be underestimated. Overall combat power of 62, skilled in web spinning and injecting Venoma clear threat. His gaze darkened as he prepared to face this sudden danger. Although its combat power isn't stronger than mine, I'm pretty sure taking it down won't be easy. Since I'm carrying something valuable, lingering here too long only invites trouble. Better to avoid it for now. And once I've grown stronger, he'll come back for a reckoning. Using the battle power ocular implant, Qin Feng quickly scanned the comprehensive data of the blue-spotted wolf spider before him. A plan formed instantly in his mind. Suddenly, he pushed off with his legs like a released arrow, leaping swiftly to the side. Don't even think about escaping. I've already set an inescapable trap all around. A hoarse roar came from the wolf spider's throat. Before the voice even faded, Qin Feng's entire body was suddenly ensnared in a massive silver-gray web. The cold strands were bristling with sharp, deep green barbs that shimmered ominously, dripping with deadly intent. The instant he was caught, the huge web retracted violently, the dense spine scraping and closing in on his body. It was clear the spider had anticipated this trap. That sneaky bastard. Qin Feng clenched his teeth, but kept his cool. This blue-spotted wolf spider must be a survivor, one of those playing the Delta. A thought flashed through him. Dark black scales abruptly appeared across his skin, his black scale defense fully activated. Sparks flew as the barbs scraped against his black scales, but couldn't penetrate the defense. Seizing the brief slackening of the web strands, Qin Feng's veins bulged in his claws as he tore fiercely. Snap! The webbing broke apart, and he squeezed through the gap, disappearing into the night after a few bounds. The approaching blue-spotted wolf spider only saw the tattered remains of its web flapping in the wind. Its cold, sinister eyes fixed on the huge torn gap as it growled, "The only prey to ever escape from my web, I'll remember you, black lizard." With that, it retreated in frustration. Satiation 15. Growth experience 4. Qin Feng ran at full speed until he reached his cave, where he finally relaxed his limbs and gasped for breath. No wonder they can't be underestimated. With such a large population of Blue Star natives, a few powerhouses are bound to emerge. That one was already hunting actively. His strength is no joke. He secretly thanked himself for recently training his body hard, otherwise he doubted he could have torn through that web. This only strengthened his resolve to keep improving. He dragged a chunk of mountain wolf meat from the stone corner, sat down by a water pool, and devoured it in big bites. Satiation 45. Satiation 5. Satiation is full, you cannot eat more. Counting it all up, had only eaten about a pound of meat since yesterday. The remaining 54 pounds were lasting far better than expected. Night fully descended, and brutal roars of ferocious beasts echoed all around the forest. The fierce atmosphere pressed against the cave entrance, but could not dampen Qin Feng's enthusiasm for training. Hiss. Satiation 10. Growth experience 3. After finishing 12 sets of push-ups, he rolled over and continued training with a divine dragon tail whip. Each tail strike whipped a gust of wind through the cave. Satiation 5. Growth experience 2. By the time his strength gave out, he had burned through 30 of his satiation, and his accumulated growth experience reached 28 points for the session. He lay on his back, gasping, his black scales glinting coldly in the flickering torchlight. During the break, Qin Feng opened the regional channel and scanned the messages. Browsing through the trade listings, he spotted an item that caught his interest. 2 ordinary flint stones x2, price, 6 copper coins. 2 fist-sized flints sat on the goblin merchant's shelf. With a strong strike between them, sparks would fly, enough to ignite dry grass or dragon's musk. Qin Feng did not know any fire magic and was always helpless when he needed to start a fire. Now, seeing this pair of flints, his eyes lit up. Having them meant he no longer had to rely on others to make fire in the wilderness. 6 copper coins were no burden for him, so he confirmed the purchase without hesitation. Copper coins 6. The moment he acquired the flints, a system price tag appeared, only 1 copper coin each. Qin Feng muttered to himself, regional trading only shows item effects, not official system prices. That leaves room for sellers to jack up prices. A clever but sneaky design. He stowed the flints in his backpack, then pulled up the regional chat channel to keep gathering news from outside. Regional chat 853-1000. Such a high death rate by the second day? Looks like I need to play it even safer, he thought, rapidly scanning the messages until he caught some keywords. No wonder so many people are going after goblin merchants today. Turns out someone is selling intel in the group chat. Selling info that benefits many might even bring in more profit than buying it. What a business genius. Just as Qin Feng was reflecting, a striking new message popped up in the channel. I heard from the clan chief that in 1 week, the Fireburn Principality's Beast Burning Festival will begin. Most adventurer teams nearby will accept mercenary orders to hunt beasts in the mountains and bring them to the city for burning. Those who can run should head to the mountain center. High-level beasts hold the area and won't be reckless. Those who can't, better find a hiding spot and pray for luck. Beast Burning Festival? The Fireburn Principality really is no fun. They burn us for their celebrations. The darn grass-napping llama is a divine beast. When I grow up, I'll feast on those adventurers, not this nasty stuff. Relax. I've successfully infiltrated the enemy and become an adventurer's demon pet. They'll report back once I gather intel. You're just that maggot? How did you become a demon pet? You don't get it. Important town figures need help from demon beasts like us. It's a long, painful story, so it's a heavy burden to bear. Actually, being a demon pet is a different path others should try if they get the chance. Who are you cursing, stinky goblin? Messages kept flooding in. After reading them all, Qin Feng quietly left the chat. Trouble after trouble, the Beast Burning Festival was fast approaching. He needed to quickly raise his strength if he wanted to survive that wild hunt. After a brief rest, he lay prone again, tensing his scaled armor, and resumed his intense push-ups. The scratching of scales against sand mingled with his heavy breaths. Hiss. Satiation 30. Growth experience 12. Congratulations, you've leveled up to juvenile stage LV 41040. Your appetite and attributes have improved. Personal attributes. Name, Qin Feng. Species, fighting wolf lizard black-scaled lizard common. Recommended diet, 90 meat, 5 plants, 5 liquids. Level, juvenile stage LV 41040. Reputation, unknown LV 6 1160. Strength, 9-2. Physique, 13-2. Agility, 9-2. Magic, 7-1. Wisdom, 9-1. Defense, 14-2. Satiation, 25. Title, Elite Fighting Wolf Lizard. Skill, Black Scale Protection. Combat Power, 82. Territory, Aquila Mountains. Owned territories, none. Talent, Intelligence Officer Common 510. Remarks, possesses top-tier defense and physique for its stage, with 20 increased adaptability to Dragon Bloodline. Pushing himself to the absolute limit once again, Qin Feng successfully advanced to childhood level 4. Now, every 5 of fullness digested granted 2 points of growth experience. Late at night, utterly exhausted, hungry, and sleepy, he dragged his heavy body feeling like it was filled with lead to the water pool. With a crackling sound, he tore into the mountain wolf's flesh and devoured it greedily. This time, after the upgrade, his appetite had soared, allowing him to eat a whole pound of wolf meat. His fullness immediately jumped to 70, then climbed another 5, and finally he topped it off by drinking water until completely full. After finishing, he collapsed beside the pool and fell into a deep sleep. The night was peaceful, filled with the intermittent chirping of cicadas, and the air grew increasingly muggy. By dawn, dewdrops slid off grass blades into the soil, and the light rain from the previous night had made the vegetation around the cave even more vibrant. A strangely colored gray sapling jutted from the ground like a metallic rod. Qin Feng watched from a distance, confirming the iron tree was growing normally before returning to the cave. His strength improvements meant his sleep cycles shortened, but the fixed 30 fullness was still digested during the night, yielding 12 points of growth experience. Qin Feng's heart sore that meant more time to train during the day. At the cave clearing, the 4 faint palm prints in the soil had been compacted from repeated pressure. Qin Feng walked over to the familiar spot and aimed his paws at the prints, noticing they had grown wider and taller by several centimeters. At this rate, I probably won't fit between leaves and bark anymore, he muttered to himself, but pushed the thought aside and focused on hard training. Hiss. Fullness 30, growth experience 12. Once again drained to the limit, Qin Feng was just 8 experience points shy of reaching childhood level 5. He collapsed into the water pool used for bathing and soaked thoroughly. This mountain weather's getting hotter and hotter. Summer must be coming. If only I had some ice, that would be perfect. Cleaned of odor and fatigue, he climbed out and shook the water droplets flying everywhere. Then he opened the intelligence info store, 6101. The first page was full of white intelligence items, numbered 1, 2, and 3, each selling for 10 copper coins. But Qin Feng only had 7 left. His body stiffened. He had to buy something. This was the only way to get guidance for the right actions. Looking through his backpack, he grit his teeth and sold 5 pounds of mountain wolf meat. Mountain wolf fresh meat 5 pounds, sold successfully, 25 copper coins. Qin Feng immediately chose by all intelligence. Triggered intelligence, specialist passive skill. White intelligence 2, gray intelligence 1. The 10 activation chance was tough to get, and he was thrilled. Without hesitation, he pulled the gray intelligence out of his mind and used the intelligence interface to refine it, upgrading the gray to 1 green intelligence 1. Now, 3 intelligence scrolls lay side by side in his mind. Qin Feng thought for a moment and opened them one by one, from lowest to highest. After the nourishing rain, fresh green shoots sprouted abundantly within a 1-kilometer radius around you, delicacies favored by herbivorous beasts. The white intelligence agent was triggered. Collect 100 green shoots to gift the buck-toothed rabbit and restore its appetite. Completion would earn the reward buck-toothed rabbit's gift. The last hidden task had brought Qin Feng a hefty income of 1,500 copper coins, so he knew well that hidden missions often offer returns far exceeding the effort. Quietly, he decided, as long as the risk wasn't too great, he would try to complete them, but he hoped that buck-toothed rabbit wouldn't still hold a grudge for last night's mischief. Qin Feng frowned slightly, guessing the rabbit's poor appetite might be related to him after all. After confirming the first white intelligence, he immediately opened the second scroll. Unlock successful. Rumors say a major event will soon affect your area. It's recommended to quickly improve your strength or consider relocating your habitat. Qin Feng instinctively recalled the heated discussions about the Flame Beast Festival in the regional channel just last night. His mood sank, but he could only mutter quietly to himself, bring it on. Judging the intel to be of limited value, he closed the scroll. Finally, he focused his mind and revealed the last green intelligence scroll. Unlock successful. About 4.5 kilometers at your 7 o'clock, buried 5 meters underground, lies a small vein of black iron ore with exceptional mining value. However, the area belongs to the Knoll territory. Green knolls and pack animals at that. Qin Feng's scalp tingled nervously. After brief consideration, he pocketed the scroll. Weakness is original sin. Even knowing the treasure's location means nothing without the strength to claim it. Better to finish the first hidden mission before making plans. Hunger level 5, growth experience 2. Once his stamina recovered sufficiently, Qin Feng returned to the waterhole and began his first meal of the day. Hunger 60, plus an extra 5. He devoured a large chunk of fresh mountain wolf meat, washed down with a gulp of fresh water, then shook his body contentedly. At that moment, the direction indicators from the white intelligence appeared like glowing points in his mind. The clumps of fresh green shoots clearly marked around him. Collecting 100 shoots was not difficult for him, and he could save some to diversify his diet. Now fully rested and well-fed, Qin Feng sprang forward like a sleek black sword shooting from the cave, plunging into the sun-drenched, insect-chirping dense forest. A cluster of green shoots grew right at the cave entrance, but a rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its burrow. He respected the boundaries and flashed past, heading straight for a more abundant patch farther away. The new green shoots were slender and tender, with crystal-clear dew droplets hanging at the tips. With a flick of his tail, Qin Feng snared 4 or 5 at once. Thanks to his increased strength, pulling out this delicate grass was much easier than when he had harvested water plants before. Snap! Snap! Green shoots 5. Without slowing down, he continued harvesting. Snap! Green shoots 5. Green shoots 5. Hunger 10, growth experience 4. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to juvenile stage, level 5050. Your appetite and attributes have been enhanced. Congratulations, you have unlocked the passive skill, Tough Lizard Tail Normal. Tough Lizard Tail Normal increases your tail's flexibility, toughness, and exertion power by 25 each. Name, Qin Feng. Species, Fighting Wolf Lizard Black Scale Lizard. Basic feeding recommendation: meat 90, plants 5, liquids 5. Level: juvenile LV 5550. Reputation: silent and unknown LV 6160. Strength: 112. Physique: 152. Agility: 112. Magic: 81. Wisdom: 101. Defense: 162. Satiety: 85. Title: Fighting Wolf Lizard Elite. Active skill: Black Scale Protection. Passive skill: Tenacious Lizard Tail. Overall combat power: 92. Territory: Yakila Mountain Range. Own territory: none. Talent: Intelligence Officer Ordinary 510. Evaluation: possesses top-tier defense and physique at this rank, with a 20 increased adaptability to Dragon Bloodline. Qin was currently basking in the joy of leveling up. His tail whipped vigorously behind him, black scales catching the fragmented glints of light. To his delight, his newly learned passive skill, Tenacious Lizard Tail, felt far more agile than before. He could even easily curl it into a playful heart shape. Looking around, the tender green sprouts at his feet had been completely pulled out. His satiety, still steady at 85, but his appetite clearly awakened. With a flick of his tail, Qin decided to test the limits of his new skill in the next patch of sprouts. Before long, a fresh grassy area came into view. Using the Tenacious Lizard Tail, Qin swung his tail sharply in an arc through the air, instantly wrapping around 8 succulent sprouts and gently shaking them free from their roots. Snap! Green Sprout 8. His movements smooth and fluid, he quickly launched into a relentless harvesting mode. Green Sprout 8. Green Sprout 8. Satiety 35. Growth experience 16. He continued sweeping through several nearby patches until everything was cleared. Only then did he stop, finding his backpack now loaded with 110 sprouts, just a tenth of the total harvest, meaning the job was far from finished. Green Sprout Common. Grows only after spring and summer rains, favored by herbivorous beasts. Contains trace wood element energy and wilts after 2 days. Price: 11 copper coins per sprout. Plenty in quantity, easy to sell, not bad at all, Qin thought to himself. Harvesting grass both trained his tail skill and earned him coins, though the unit price was a bit low. Since his hidden task was more urgent, he shifted his attention to his intelligence scroll. A moving indicator blinked on the map, and he immediately quickened his pace following it. Squeak, squeak. After a short while, Qin found an old acquaintance among the rocks, the bucktooth rabbit. Unlike its lively self the last time, this rabbit's ears drooped and its belly was severely sunken. Upon seeing Qin, it barely glanced at him before listlessly turning away. Cautious, Qin didn't offer the grass right away. Instead, he activated the Combat Power Viewer implanted over his pupils. Magic 1. Activating Combat Power Viewer, comparing overall combat strength. Comparison success. Target identified as bucktooth rabbit, specialized in gnawing and biting. Estimated overall combat power, 123. Higher than me by this much? Qin immediately quelled the impulse to strike while it was weak. After some thought, he placed a large pile of green sprouts in front of the rabbit. Seeing the small mound of sprouts, the rabbit's eyes briefly lit uponly to soon show a pained expression. Gag gag. After 2 dry heaves, the glow faded completely. The rabbit lowered its head again, seemingly too weak to take even a bite. You don't want it? Then how am I supposed to get my reward? Oh, you plan on becoming my reward instead? Qin steeled himself, pushed the pile of Qingya grass forward, and pressed it right up against the bucktooth rabbit's nose and mouth. The rabbit's twitching nose couldn't resist the fragrant scent any longer. It sniffed cautiously a few times, then carefully bit off a leaf. The moment the juice hit its tongue, its round, bulging eyes lit up, and it immediately started munching enthusiastically. Crunch, crunch. The sound of quick chewing echoed as all 100 stalks of Qingya grass vanished in the blink of an eye. Full and satisfied, the bucktooth rabbit lifted its head, a few fine leaf stems still clinging to its mouth. Its round body trembled slightly as it looked toward Qin, who had transformed into a small lizard shape a short distance away. Its eyes were filled with gratitude. Zhizai called out twice to Qin, then hopped away. What's going on? Getting a free meal? Qin hesitated, about to follow, when the rabbit suddenly turned back, carrying a thumb-sized silver seed in its mouth. Zhi. It spat the seed at Qin feet, then nudged it forward with its head, signaling him to take it. Silver apple tree seed, Elite 1. Grade, Elite. Plantable, survival probability 50. Maturation period, 35 years. Note: planting on metal or veins can significantly accelerate growth, or it can be modified together with exclusive talents. Selling price, 663 copper coins. 3 to 5 years to mature? By the time it grows, it'll probably be long gone. Qin stared at the info in disbelief, then laughed dryly. But thinking that 100 stalks of Qingya grass were only worth about 10 copper coins, this was clearly a great deal. So he quickly asked, do you have more of these? Where did you find it? The buck-toothed rabbit shook its head, called out twice more, then disappeared into the tall grass. Knowing he couldn't catch up, Qin Feng gave up the chase. Forget it, he'll go back and ask the group if anyone has talents in planting, he decided, abandoning his earlier plan to investigate the small or veins in the Knoll territory. His current combat power wasn't enough to take on an entire Knoll pack safely, and mining wasn't something that could be done quickly anyway. After backtracking a few miles, he pulled out a scouting scroll to locate the nearest Qingya grass patches and headed there quickly. On the first meadow, a gray giant rat the size of a wildcat was digging up grass. The rat froze and perked up its ears warily when it saw Qin Feng, but didn't stop pulling up grass. Brother, go ahead and take whatever you want. Let's live in peace after all. We're all compatriots. The gray rat said hurriedly, grass still held in its mouth. Qin Feng nodded in understanding and quietly activated the pupil implant in his eye. Magic 1. Combat power pupil activation comparing overall combat power. Comparison successful target. Giant rat cub, skilled at digging, strong defense. Estimated overall combat power, 71. Seeing it was much weaker than himself, Qin Feng put down his guard and bent down to gather grass. Qingya grass 8. Qingya grass 8. Satiety 20. Growth experience 9. With 2 large handfuls of Qingya grass in his bag, he and the rat went their separate ways without disturbing each other. Herbivorous beasts are easier to deal with, and their loot is quick to gather, Qin Feng thought to himself. He then headed to the next dense patch of plants. After confirming no one else was around, he ducked into the waist-high bushes and took out some previously roasted mountain wolf meat. The rich aroma filled the air as he bit into it, hot juices flooding his mouth. Satiety 65. Then he swallowed 5 fresh stalks of Qingya grass, filling the last bit of empty space. Satiety 5. This Qingya grass is really fresh. Tastes good with meat. I should collect more, Qin Feng said with a satisfied burp, then bent down to gather grass rapidly. Snap Qingya grass 8. Qingya grass 8. Satiety decreased by 30. Growth experience increased by 11. Qingya herb plus 8. Qingya herb plus 8. Qin Feng had been harvesting Qingya herbs continuously from noon until the sun set behind the mountains. He picked batch after batch of the herbs until the sky darkened. Reluctantly, he headed back to the cave. Once inside, he sprawled out on the ground like a worn-out rag, his heavy tail drooping weakly at his side. The tip of his tail, rubbed raw from exhaustion, oozed fine streaks of blood that mixed with the fresh green juice of the Qingya herb, creating a dark reddish stain tinged with green. The rewards from several hours of intense labor were impressive. He advanced from level 5 to 6 in his juvenile stage, gaining an extra 19 points of growth experience, and his combat power finally broke into triple digits. Even more encouraging, his backpack was stuffed with over 500 Qingya herbs, valued by the system at more than 50 copper coins. After regaining some composure, he first opened the regional chat channel. Scanning the trade section, he found no items that interested him, so he switched to regional chat. The active user count was 827 out of 1,000. The panic of the past 2 days had settled. Most survivors were adapting, and the daily elimination rate had dropped noticeably. Qin Feng drafted a message and then sent it out. Anyone with planting or seed talents, please PM me for cooperation. The message was immediately followed by responses in the channel. Same here. I found a tree seed today that takes 2.5 years to mature. Those are wild seeds. They have to follow natural growth cycles. It's slow. I got some quick grow seeds from a loot box. They mature in 3 days. With a planting talent, I can personally shorten that growth time by half. That's still too long to wait. Seeing the conversation gaining momentum, Qin Feng quickly left the growth. Knew the longer the discussion went on, the more likely someone with the talents he needed would approach him directly. Next, he went to the water basin, took out 5 Qingya herbs and some mountain wolf meat, and swallowed them bite by bite. Satiety 50. Satiety 5. Satiety 5. The fluctuating numbers on the screen made his body rapidly warm up. He still had 52 pounds of wolf meat left, but the water basin was less than half full. To avoid wasting coins buying expensive water, he had to find a new water source within 3 days. After confirming his supplies, he moved the heavy water basin to an empty patch nearby to use it as temporary weight for carrying and began his night training. His tail ached badly, so he switched to doing push-ups instead. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Satiety 30. Growth experience 15. He completed 28 sets, the new limit, then collapsed on the ground, utterly spent. During his rest, several private message alerts popped up with a ding. All were related to planting and seeds. He checked them one by one and finally identified the best match, replying, "Ao Shui, my talent is seed researcher. I can induce rapid growth mutation for planting. After mutation, wild seeds mature as fast as treasure box seeds. I've personally tested this." Ao Shui warned, "There are only a limited number of slots for heterogenization. Contact me as soon as possible if you're interested." Qin Feng quickly asked, "How much does the heterogenization cost?" Ao Shui replied, 100 copper coins per attempt. Qin Feng frowned. "That's way too expensive. A piece of gray market intelligence only costs 50 copper coins, and I can pay at most 50. Ao Shui didn't hide the truth. To be honest, all slots are taken today. Tomorrow, there's only one slot left, and 6 clients are already competing to contact me. She continued, by midnight, the highest bidder will get the slot. The current highest bid is 60 copper coins. 100 copper coins is the base price and a take-it-or-leave-it offer. Qin Feng pondered for a moment, said he needed to think it over, then closed the private chat channel. But he couldn't help feeling uncertain. 2 others had approached him privately, but their talents were far inferior to the seed he had hurried best, just a bonus. A top-quality seed should cost 100 copper coins to heterogenize, but this seed had a daunting 50% mortality rate. Unless heterogenization could significantly reduce the risk, it was too dangerous. After much thought, Qin Feng decided to pass for now. In the past, he might have taken the gamble, but 100 copper coins was no small sum these days. He still needed to sell a lot of mountain wolf meat to raise enough silver. Trying to calm his thoughts, he gradually let his mind drift, and soon fell into a deep sleep amid the distant calls of beasts. The next morning, the incessant chirping outside his cave woke Qin Feng. He slowly opened his heavy eyes, feeling hunger Rizia fullness level at -30%, but growth experience +15. His stomach growled loudly, and he quickly got up to the water pool. Taking out the mountain wolf meat and fresh green sprouts head prepared, he ate heartily. His fullness level instantly rose by 50%, and the sprouts brought 2 additional small fullness boosts of 5% each. After eating his fill, Qin Feng stepped out of the cave to check on the iron tree he had planted. Not far from the entrance, he saw the iron tree sapling had grown over a meter tall. Perched on its branches were 3 yellow-feathered birds, chirping noisily as if treating the iron tree as their own territory. So these noisy troublemakers are the culprits waking me up? Qin Feng said, frowning. He immediately activated the combat lens in his pupils. After spending 1 mana point, a screen appeared showing a comprehensive combat power comparison. The lens locked onto the target, yellow sparrows. System prompt. Yellow sparrows specialize in psychic attacks. Estimated combat power about 6,868 points. Qin Feng scoffed. With this little strength, they dare to occupy my iron tree? Fine, let's see if I can break 100,000 in power. He took a deep breath, and his body shot toward the sapling like lightning. In an instant, before the 3 sparrows could react, Qin Feng had leapt up, his tail covered in scales like a lizard sweeping viciously at one of them. Chirp chirp. The bird cried out in alarm, struggling as it was caught in the tail sweep. The other 2 yellow sparrows were stunned, glaring fiercely as they quickly launched psychic attacks. Sharp mental blades pierced Qin Feng's mind, causing him to grit his teeth in pain, but his tail curled tighter around the trapped bird. With a crisp crack, the sound of bones breaking, the bird caught in his tail convulsed violently, its pupils dilating and then fading as its life slipped away. System prompt. Yellow sparrow killed. Reputation 4. At that moment, the 2 yellow birds perched on the sapling froze in place, their expressions suddenly chilled with fear. Whoosh, seizing their moment of hesitation, Qin Feng's thick black-scaled tail whipped out like a long black whip, striking the yellow bird on the left. Chirp chirp. Feathers scattered as the first yellow bird was instantly crushed to death. Chirp chirp. The remaining yellow bird panicked, flapping its wings furiously and taking off without hesitation, fleeing into the distance. Crack. With a sharp snap of cracking bones, Qin Feng's tail swept across, pinning the fleeing bird in place. Chirp. Both yellow birds' bodies rapidly compressed into shining spheres resembling zipped data packets. You have successfully killed the yellow birds. Reputation 4. Yellow bird carcasses 2. Yellow bird carcasses contain faint magical energy. Consuming their flesh and blood grants additional boosts to magic power and wisdom. Selling price, 5,226 2 copper coins. Qin Feng stored the 2 carcasses in his backpack, glanced again at the iron tree sapling to confirm nothing was amiss, then turned and retraced his steps along the mountain trail back toward the cave. Back inside the cave, he began his daily morning training routine. Satiety 25. Experience 12. Congratulations, you have leveled up to juvenile stage LV7 superscript 170. Your appetite and attributes have increased. Name, Qin Feng. Species, fighting wolf lizard black scale lizard common. Recommended diet, 90 meat, 5 plants, 5 liquids. Level, juvenile LV7 superscript 170. Reputation, unknown LV6 superscript 260. Strength, 14-1. Physique, 19-2. Agility, 13-1. Magic power, 10-1. Wisdom, 12-1. Defense, 22. Satiety, 65. Title, Elite Fighting Wolf Lizard. Active skill, Black Scale Protection. Passive skill, Tenacious Lizard Tail. Combat power rating, 112. Territory, Akira Mountain Range. Own territory, none. Talent, Intelligence Officer Common 710. Evaluation, possesses top-tier defense and physique among peers. Increases adaptability to dragon-blooded traits by 20. Entering juvenile LV7, Qin Feng lay beside the cave's water pool, staring at his reflection, his cheeks slightly puffed, black scales tightly adhered, his size nearly matching an adult big cat. The emerging dragon-like features inspired longing, but also helplessness due to the lack of true dragon bloodline and corresponding power. What a pity, he murmured. Then he called up the intelligence shop interface. Intelligence shop, 910. 1. White-tire intelligence, price, 10 copper. 2. White-tire intelligence, price, 10 copper. 3. White-tire intelligence, price, 10 copper. Current funds, 7 copper. If I buy one more, I can upgrade. I wonder what will change, he thought for a moment, deciding to deal with his inventory first. The mountain wolf meat piled in the corner of the cave had started to soften, and discolor backpack space could only slow spoilage, not stop it. If it became completely rotten, the selling price would plummet. Since he couldn't eat it all, better to sell it early. Mountain wolf meat, 20 gene. Sold successfully for 100 copper coins. With the copper coins added, Qin Feng didn't hesitate and bought all the intelligence data in the shop at once. Triggered intelligence officer talent. Intelligence increased. Gray tier 1, white tier 2. He had no time to examine the intelligence contents for now. Eyes fixed on the shop interface. Intelligence shop interface, upgrading. In almost a blink, the display changed to, congratulations, intelligence shop upgraded to LV2. Probability of receiving high-quality intelligence increased. Intelligence shop LV2 220, updates daily. Probability, white 55, gray 35, green 9, blue 1. White intelligence, price, 10 copper coins. Gray intelligence, price, 50 copper coins. Blue intelligence, price, 300 copper coins. Current funds, 87. A blue intelligence appeared. Staring at the upgraded intelligence shop, Qin Feng was startled, a look of surprise spreading across his face. But just as he reached out to pay, his hand froze and realized he was 2 experience points short of leveling up his talent. If he leveled up first and then bought the blue intelligence, the chance to trigger its effect might be higher and the payoff greater. After a moment's thought, he decided to be prudent and only bought the white and gray intelligence scrolls. Purchase successful. White intelligence 1, gray intelligence 1. At this moment, 5 unopened intelligence scrolls were stored in Qin Feng's mind. Just as he was about to open them one by one, he noticed 3 white intelligence scrolls glowing with a merging aura as they hovered close together. A hidden feature? Intelligence scrolls of the same tier can be combined? With that thought, the 3 white scrolls indeed fused and condensed into a brand new gray intelligence scroll. So it really works, Qin Feng murmured. His gaze then fell on 3 gray intelligence scrolls, just 3 in number. With a thought, they emitted a gray glow and merged again. Only 1 green intelligence scroll remained in his mind. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, feeling as if he had just lost a fortune. But right now, he had no choice but to upgrade this green scroll and gamble on unlocking a hidden mission. If that failed, he would need to buy the blue intelligence from the shop first and upgrade again tomorrow. With resolve, he activated his talent. Intelligence officer activated. Upgrade successful, blue intelligence 1. Opening successful. Within 10 kilometers of you, a seriously wounded heretic with a combat strength above 500 is hiding from the pursuit of the Fire Kingdom's forces. Blue intelligence triggered a mission. Help the heretic escape the Fire Kingdom's pursuit to earn a reward unknown. As the intelligence unfolded, a faint blue guide appeared in Qin Feng's field of vision, leading deeper into the western mountain range. Both sides are no joke. They'll try to seize the opportunity quietly, but if things go south, they'll retreat. Life comes first, Qin Feng thought to himself. Buzz. Congratulations, intelligence officer upgraded to elite quality. Elite intelligence expert 020. After purchasing intelligence, you can actively trigger once per day to increase the intelligence scroll's quality by 1 tier. 15 chance to trigger passively. 10 chance to generate intelligence-related missions. Note, the first activation is guaranteed. The blue intelligence in the shop is secure. He'll buy it once I make some money. Qin Feng put away the panel and took out a chunk of mountain wolf meat, biting into it heartily. Satiety 35. Having filled his stomach, he stuffed useless junk from his backpack into the corner of the cave. Without hesitation, he leapt out of the cave entrance, following the intelligence's guidance. After so many days without blue intelligence, Qin Feng's mindset had changed. His combat strength of over 100 was barely on par with the lower-tier beasts on the outer edges of this mountain range. Besides, he focused on defense, strong in both defense and physique, making him tough and resilient. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. The forest grew even greener, yet the heat intensified. Scorching currents rolled through the woods as Qin Feng sprinted along the tree shadows. His boots brushed past dead leaves, stirring scattered fragments into swirling motion. According to the intelligence, he had finally locked onto his target, a figure in a loose black cloak moving slowly and unsteadily along a mountain path. Just what I imagined a heretic would look like, he murmured, narrowing his eyes as his fingertips touched the combat-enhancing lens. Magic level 1, combat lens activated. Comprehensive power comparison underway. Match confirmed target. flesh cultist, skilled in flesh modification, estimated power level 300. The fact it can even identify religious affiliations is pretty impressive. His surprise was brief before he refocused on the black-robed figure. On the cloak's chest was an eerie mark, a grotesque palm with an open eye in the center, dozens of elongated fingers stretching outward as if clutching the air. A chill sank into Qin Feng's heart. Had the flesh cult not been so formidable, the combat lens wouldn't have that data archived. He needed to proceed with extreme caution. Lost in thought, a sudden coolness prickled the back of his neck. The eye in the palm seemed to blink and then locked straight onto his position. A wave of urgent danger swept over him. Peeping isn't a good habit, especially when spying on a lady. A soft yet mocking female voice emerged from beneath the black cloak. Qin Feng's hair stood on end, and he instinctively took a step back. This was clearly beyond his league. "Dear Miss Samantha, please accompany me back to the chapel for judgment. Perhaps you may still have a chance to repent." A clear male voice came from behind, and Qin Feng felt like had been granted reprieve. He swiftly stepped aside, quietly yielding the stage to the true actors while burying himself in the leaf litter, revealing only a pair of watchful eyes. Heavy armored boots crunched closer. Through a gap, Qin Feng glimpsed the newcomer. The epitome of a kingdom knight, silver-white armor reflecting a piercing gleam, a blazing flame emblem glowing vividly on his chest, his broad hand gripping the sword at his waist with a palpable aura of authority. Magic level 1, combat lens booted up again. Comprehensive power comparison. Match confirmed target. Flaming Silver Knight, combat and defense specialist, estimated power level 700. Going back with you? Am I being escorted to the Church of Light or the Church of Flames? What a tough choice. Samantha pulled back her hood, revealing a mocking smile. To the capital. You'll understand soon enough. The Flaming Silver Knight's fingers whitened from gripping his sword tightly. His arm trembled as he suppressed his anger. The kingdom's own church, and even the monarchy, has to serve foreign sects like dogs? Ridiculous. Impudence. The knight roared, drawing his sword with a flash of dazzling silver light. Heretic, I will judge you here and now. Is that so? Samantha's expression remained cold as she withdrew a gnarled wooden staff inset with a glowing ruby, the gem flaring bright red. Shield of flesh. In an instant, a shield of pulsating, writhing blood and flesh materialized before her. Tear. The shield of flesh was ripped open by the sharp sword's gleam. Samantha raised her staff once again. Flesh giant. The mass of blood and muscle twisted and reshaped, instantly forming a giant nearly 3 meters tall. Knotted muscles writhed as the giant raised its hand to draw the sword, still shimmering with a cold light. With heavy steps, thud, thud, it stomped, each footfall pounding deep craters into the ground, charging straight at the blazing Silver Knight. The blazing Silver Knight's gaze burned like a torch as he channeled all his fighting spirit into his blade. Cross slash. Silver sword chi crisscrossed fiercely, instantly cleaving the approaching flesh giant into 4 pieces, which collapsed with a thunderous crash. Samantha pressed forward instead of retreating, excitement clear in her voice. Flesh imprisonment. The scattered chunks of flesh seemed to come alive, transforming into bloody slimes that scuttled swiftly toward the knight. In a blink, the muddy flesh wrapped from his ankles up to his shoulders, leaving only his helmet exposed. He desperately surged his fighting spirit, but was stuck fast, roaring, "Damn heresy! What dark magic is this?" Cough, cough, cough. Samantha lowered her staff, still speaking softly, though her breath came ragged. "This is a sacred art I specially developed for your kingdom's knights. You should feel honored." The blazing Silver Knight was immobilized, yet Samantha did not finish him off. She turned to leave. His staggered steps betrayed his weakness. "You're already gravely wounded, and using such magic now is your last gasp." The knight shouted loudly. "I am not the only one hunting you. You will never escape the Archila Mountains. Come with me now. I swear on my life to spare you." The head beneath the black robe tilted slightly as if to reply, but suddenly the figure's legs collapsed and fell silent without a sound. The knight was momentarily stunned, then bursting with elation, he roared, fighting fiercely to tear off the bloody bonds. Could this be a godsend? From the shadows, a pair of narrow vertical pupils flickered. Qin Feng lay low among the dry leaves, watching the whole scene with caution. Could it be a trap? Still, I can't just miss the chance to gather intelligence. He crawled stealthily along the forest floor. The faint rustling sounds were masked by the echoes from the battlefield. A little lizard? The blazing Silver Knight caught sight of him and glanced with mild surprise, but kept struggling. Qin Feng circled the knight twice, finding nothing useful to exploit. Then quietly he crept toward the unconscious Samantha, slipping along the edge of the black robe's leg. It wasn't long before he emerged, holding a silvery gray ring in his mouth, peeking out from near the hood. Ring of Spirit. 1. Elite Tier 1. Contains about 2 cubic meters of storage space. 2. Can be set with exclusive seals requiring 50 magic points to break. Forced opening ineffective. Not for sale. This is just a space storage item. Can't be sold or unlocked. Tough luck. Qin Feng sighed silently while holding the ring. Inside the flesh cocoon, the blazing silver knight suddenly fell silent, then cautiously asked, "Little lizard, can you understand me?" Hearing this, Qin Feng looked at him, neither shaking his head nor nodding. "I can tell you're no ordinary creature. Just bring me the ring you're holding in your mouth, and I'll take you to the capital. You'll become a bonded magical beast under my service, gain citizenship in the Fire Nation, and be free from the status of a mere beast. How about that?" The Silver Knight of the Fire Nation's voice echoed through the valley with a tempting magnetic tone beneath his metal helmet. He raised his spear, and the silver armor reflected the blazing sunlight. "If one day you're lucky enough to be chosen by a high-ranking knight as their mount, you'll instantly rise to a higher noble status. This is the chance so many magical beasts dream of. What are you hesitating for?" Qin Feng shrank inside the body of the black-scaled lizard, cursing silently. "What the heck is this immortal talk? That's one of the mission rewards? Join the Fire Nation and eat off the state while being ridden like a beast? I'm already stuck in this cursed world though. I have to be someone's mount, too? Besides, the Fire Nation even holds a burning beast festival where magical beasts are burned as firewood. Going there would be a death sentence." Since Head decided to help the heretic priest for the other reward, he had to hurry. If the Silver Knight broke free, things would get worse. Seizing the knight's moment of confusion, Qin Feng slipped back into Samanda's chest cavity, nibbling the ethereal ring back into place. Then he peeked out and poured 2 bottles, one regular healing potion and one enhanced version, into Samanda's slightly parted soft pink lips. This lizard has become sentient." The Silver Knight's eyes nearly bulged out, his silver armor trembling slightly. After a moment, under Qin Feng's anxious gaze, Samanda coughed softly twice and slowly opened her pale red eyes. Her face was masked in black, so even Qin Feng couldn't see her true features. Samanda raised her head and saw the black-scaled lizard standing between the grooves of her collarbone. The vertical pupils gleamed with intelligence, and with an ocular implant stuck on one eye, she was momentarily distracted. The Silver Knight still stared at them fiercely, but she remained calm, steadying herself against the rocky wall to stand. "Are you the one who awakened me, little lizard?" Her voice was low, hoarse, yet warm. Qin Feng flicked his tongue and nodded in response. "Would you be willing to leave with me? Join the glorious path of evolution. Under my guidance, you might even become a guardian magical beast of the Flesh Sect." A system prompt flashed in Qin Feng's mind. "Candidate Flesh Saintess Samanda invites you to join the faction Flesh Sect Elite. Do you accept? Reject?" Qin Feng shook his head vigorously. Just the name sounded sinister. Entering would probably turn him into some kind of monster. Besides, he still had the iron tree and a bunch of supplies in his cave. He didn't want to leave this familiar newbie zone. Samanda's eyes dimmed for a moment. In the end, she was just a beast, lacking true wisdom. She sighed softly, but showed no disappointment. "Very well. If you refuse to follow me, know that I, Samanda, never forget a debt." She pulled an object from her spatial ring, a cube spliced together from flesh and blood. Pale red flesh buds wriggled out from the cracks, slowly swaying, as if alive. "What the heck? Cthulhu adjacent?" Qin Feng shivered. Yet the one more shocked than Qin Feng was the Silver Knight. His pupils instantly contracted as he shouted fiercely, "You actually have the flesh cube? This is said to be one of the 3 greatest treasures of the Flesh Sect. You're not an ordinary follower at all." The Silver Knight of Blazing Fire stared at the pitch-black cube, his voice hoarse and excited. "Huh. You're all wrong, completely wrong. No wonder the Flesh Sect's bishop would risk drawing nearly all their firepower just for you. Now I understand. I understand your true identity. I don't get it. Can you just stop talking? I don't want to hear it, or no." Qin Feng cursed silently to himself, knowing full well that with his current small beast form, he definitely couldn't handle the consequences of any high-level secrets. Fortunately, Samanda ignored the Silver Knight's frenzied muttering. She placed the flesh cube before Qin Feng and spoke softly, "Use your magic to turn it. Turn as many faces as you can. You will gain something." Qin Feng extended his claw tip and touched the cube. Instantly, a flood of information crashed into his mind. Flesh cube exquisite. One of the Flesh Sect's 3 great treasures, an artifact of extraordinary wonder. 1. Rotate with magic power. The more rotations, the greater the reward. Priceless and unique, limited to 1 use per person. Price, not for sale. This thing doesn't seem to be a mere weapon, but I don't have time to think about that now. No matter what, I'm going all in. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and poured all 11 points of his magic power into the cube. Click. Under the watchful eyes of the 2 humans and the beast, the flesh cube turned just 1 notch before falling silent. "How just that? I thought it'd be some high-level beast embryo, but it's just a roadside cur." The Silver Knight of Blazing Fire sneered harshly from a distance. Samanda shook her head regretfully, her gaze drifting fully away from Qin Feng as she pocketed the cube. "If you could have turned it 3 or more times, I would have taken you with me, load you to join the glorious evolution. But now it seems unnecessary. Even turning it once will bring you great benefit. Maybe someday you'll be the ruler of a beast clan. Farewell." With that, The weakened Samanda did not attack the trapped Silver Knight. She turned west and left, leaving Qin Feng standing in stunned silence. You have received the Flesh Cube's Gift Flesh Transformation, Elite. Do you accept? I accept, definitely accept. Qin Feng barely thought it before a scorching heat surged through his limbs and body, his flesh seeming to be forged in flames. Satiety 5. Satiety 5. Satiety 10. Satiety 10. Flesh transformation consumes massive energy. Please eat soon to avoid transformation failure. Qin Feng immediately tore into the mountain wolf's flesh and swallowed greedily, eyes scanning the surroundings before darting deep into the forest. He didn't know how long the Silver Knight would remain trapped. Once freed, there would be no good outcome for this beast helping a heretical follower. The burning heat pushed him to sprint faster and faster like a rocket's fiery tail streaking through trees and grass. After an unknown distance, Qin Feng suddenly realized he had run all the way back near his own cave. Perched atop a small ironwood tree was a huge yellow bird, vulture-like, resting. He dared not provoke it, and quietly circled back to the cave. No sooner had he returned to the cave entrance than he could no longer bear the internal heat, collapsing by the water pool to guzzle and feast wildly, even swallowing grass to desperately replenish energy. As the energy filled his limit, his vision darkened and he finally fainted, while profound transformations raged within his flesh and bones. Above the wilderness, the flesh wrapped around the blazing Silver Knight suddenly ignited, bursting into roaring flames. Crackling explosions filled the air as scorching heat waves rolled outward. With a fierce surge, he broke free from the burning flesh like a rocket blasting out of a sea of fire. The blaze still flickering, he knelt on one knee, his armor dripping molten remnants of flesh, head bowed as he shouted out, "Your Excellency, Bishop." Ahead stood an elderly man cloaked in a crimson robe that whipped in an invisible fiery tongue, blazing like living flame. His stern features radiated authority without anger, and he let out a low hum, clearly waiting for the knight's explanation. Almost had her captured, the blazing Silver Knight looked up, shame barely veiled in his voice. "But if I told you a lizard crashed in and gave that woman 2 doses of healing potion, would you believe it?" The bishop's gaze darkened like molten embers glowing beneath a crust of dark rock. "Explain in detail." The knight bowed and briefly recounted everything. The target woman, the sudden lizard's arrival, the 2 potions that interrupted the capture, every crucial detail. After a moment to process, the bishop sighed, weighing the pros and cons in a low murmur. "Your judgment is correct. She's very likely a candidate for the next blood flesh Chich's Saintus. If they complete the ritual, the Light Church will use this as justification to fully control my flame church. Even the ruler will feel threatened." His gaze blazed fiercely, his tone resolute. "Continue the pursuit. I will send reinforcements. She must be brought back at all costs." "Yes." The knight placed a fist over his heart, voice low but steady, then hesitated before adding, "And what about that lizard that rescued the heretic? Should we not chase it?" "No need for you to worry." The bishop raised his withered hand, knuckles cracked as he clenched his fist. "The beast burning festival is only days away. As long as that creature remains on this land, I will place a bounty through the Adventurers Guild. Anyone who stands against the Flame Church." A blaze erupted in his palm, turning his face golden and molten like a statue, "will be reduced to ashes." Reduced to ashes. The blazing Silver Knight echoed, sparks flying between his armor plates. Deep inside a cave, Qin Feng was immersed in the final stage of his flesh transformation, completely unaware of the bounty or the approaching beast-burning festival. The intense pain had just subsided, and his bones and muscles felt like they were soaking in a hot spring pleasant enough to almost make him moan. When he opened his eyes, a string of system notifications rang loudly in his ears. "Flesh transformation successful. You have advanced to an unknown elite race. Please rename your race." Qin Feng considered for a moment, almost tempted to choose the mischievous name Black Dragon King, but a sudden chill of danger crawled down his spine, so he quickly corrected himself. "Blackscale Savage Lizard it is." "Name accepted. You have become a new elite race, Blackscale Savage Lizard. Body growth adaptive level reduced to juvenile LV4. Reputation 100. Congratulations. Reputation level upgraded to Silent Unknown LV 85270. Skill comprehension enhanced, body stats improved, growth potential increased, life series elevated. Inventory capacity 5. Name, Qin Feng. Species, Battle Wolf Lizard Black-Scaled Berserker Elite. Recommended diet, 90 meat, 5 plants, 5 liquids. Level, Juvenile LV 42590. Reputation, Unknown LV 85270. Strength, 1512. Constitution, 2113. Agility, 136. Magic, 115. Wisdom, 132. Defense, 229. Satiety, 45. Title, Battle Wolf Lizard Elite. Active skills. 1. Black Scale Shield Elite Elite Beast Skill, Amplification unchanged. 2. Flesh Burst Elite instantly strengthens flesh and blood internally, increasing strength by 20, constitution by 25, agility by 10, lasting 30 minutes. Cooldown reduces satiety by 50 and prevents growth nutrients during effect. Passive skill, Resilient Lizard Tail Elite Beast Skill, Amplification unchanged. Overall combat power, 172. Territory, Yakila Mountain Range. Own territories, none. Talent, Intelligence Specialist Elite 020. Evaluation, a species enhanced by the remarkable Flesh Cube treasure, with greatly reinforced physique and potential for Flesh Burst. So, when are you going to slay the dragon? Dragon Slayer? Me? After checking the status panel, Qin Feng first felt joy, but then his expression fell. As expected from a flesh transformation, muscles are maxed out, but wisdom barely increased. My super intelligence might end up stunted. Though he complained aloud, inside he couldn't hide his excitement. Both his overall power and growth potential skyrocketed, propelling him solidly into the ranks of elite species. At my current strength, I'm probably mid-tier in this region. Back at the cave, he recalled the large golden sparrow that had long perched on the iron tree, his mind immediately stirring with ideas. My super intelligence tells me it's time to unleash super strength. Before setting out, he pulled out a large chunk of mountain wolf flesh. His evolved appetite was terrifying. Just to fill his satiety to 50, he devoured a full 2 pounds of meat. Satiety 50. Satiety 5 with plenty of fresh sprout grass to top up the rest. Power surged within him, making him almost unrecognizable compared to before evolution. Not far from the iron tree, Qin Feng cautiously activated his combat power lens. Magic 1. Combat power lens activated. Comparing overall power. Comparison successful. Target, Golden Sparrow, specializes in mental attacks. Estimated power, 155. Golden Sparrow? I'll chop the young one down, but the old one's really coming for me. Qin Feng frowned. The lens showed a minimum value. He knew the real power was likely higher. After a moment's thought, he decided to take the risk. With his defense now, even if he lost, he probably wouldn't die. Whoosh. In the next instant, Qin Feng turned into a black arrow, charging straight at the Golden Sparrow. Chirp. The Golden Sparrow was extremely alert, letting out a sharp, piercing cry immediately. Shoo! An invisible arrow seemed to pierce through his skull, stabbing directly into Qin Feng's mind. Hiss! Pain surged violently. He staggered and dropped to the ground, teeth clenched in agony. Chirp! Chirp! The Golden Sparrow arrogantly lifted its head, gliding down skillfully, its sharp claws hooking Qin Feng precisely, dragging him into midair. This is your own death wish. Qin Feng steeled himself. If he got taken high up and fell, survival was nearly impossible. So without hesitation, he triggered his inner potential. Flesh Burst. Satiety 50. In an instant, a blazing surge of energy erupted from Qin Feng's stomach, his muscles and blood simmering as if soaked in boiling water. His mind felt shredded by sharp blades. Fighting through the pain, he wildly swung his lizard tail, wrapping it like a whip around the great yellowboard's body, twisting fiercely. Whoosh! The great yellowboard screeched in terror. Overwhelmed by Qin Feng's dominance, it tilted its head, but his fangs had already locked onto its lower leg, sinking in with a savage bite. Meanwhile, the lizard tail tightened relentlessly. Crack! The harsh sound of bones breaking echoed as the great yellowboard, like a broken winged plane, plummeted sharply to the ground. Whoosh! Black scales forming a protective shield. Bang! Qin Feng landed first, his black scales flashing like shattered armor, yet the impact still rocked his insides, burning and shifting as if displaced. Whoosh! Having absorbed most of the shock, the great yellowboard's wounds were limited. It swung back its claws, sending a mental attack piercing into Qin Feng's spirit sea again. Hiss! Pain exploded through him, and he sprang up fiercely, pressing his whole body against the bird's back. The lizard tail coiled once more around its neck, drawing strength from the agony to fuel a brutal force. Crack! The crisp snap of more bones broken sounded out. The bird's wings convulsed. The mental strike vanished instantly. Its massive form fell still and silent. You have slain great yellowboard normal. Reputation 40. Congratulations, your reputation has risen to nameless LV 82280. Congratulations, you received treasure chest normal. Satiety 20. Growth experience 20. Confirming that the prey was dead, Qin Feng released his lizard tail and packed the body into his backpack. Great Yellowboard 1. Great Yellowboard contains faint magical power. Consuming its flesh grants additional magic and wisdom growth, with a low chance to comprehend spirit-based skills. Selling price, 129 copper coins. So fortune favors the bold, he murmured with a smirk. Taking down a single great yellowboard earned him more than a whole day of gathering Qingya grass yesterday. Qin Feng brushed off his black scales. The lingering pain from the battle had completely healed. He couldn't help but admire his tough, resilient body. Since he was in good condition, there was no need to retreat to the cave for rest. He glanced upwards to estimate the time. there was still plenty of daylight. He needed to harvest all the Qingya grass here before it aged. To save time on trips back and forth, he found a hidden spot beneath a lush giant tree nearby. Taking out mountain wolf meat and Qingya grass, he devoured them eagerly. Satiety 65. Satiety 5. After eating, a few drops of fresh green Qingya juice lingered at the corner of his mouth as he closed his eyes, recalling the herbal distribution map from a few days ago. Once he locked the direction, he dashed off. Not long after, Qin Feng arrived at a dense patch of Qingya grass and bent down to gather quickly. Qingya grass 12. Qingya grass 12. His gathering efficiency was several times faster than yesterday, yet his satiety consumption was lower. He had expected that the morning harvest would be picked over by others, but the amount left was still considerable. A moment's thought revealed why. Gathering consumes resources too, and those who move too slowly would lose out. Players like him, who only valued experience and didn't fear food expenditure, were rare. At his current harvesting speed, he was sure to make a profit. The Qingya grass here was essentially all his to take. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its fading light scattered across the forest, painting the trees with layers of color. Qin Feng had already pulled out every growth point of the Qingya grass he could remember from memory. Qingya grass 9. He stuffed the last handful of Qingya grass into his storage bag and casually brought up the system records. 1. Successfully pulled out 1,000 Qingya grass plants. Earned the title Grass Puller Common, reputation 30. 2. Grass Puller Common grants 20 weeding efficiency and can be fused with titles of the same rank. Among multiple titles of the same rank, one can be worn while the effects of unworn titles still apply. 3. Satiety 30, growth experience 30. 4. Total Qingya grass gathered today, 1,200 plants, over 100 copper coins earned. This information flashed quickly across his retinas. After confirming everything was correct, Qin Feng smiled with satisfaction and set off toward the cave. Back at the entrance, without even catching his breath, he immediately pulled out the common treasure chest earned from killing the big yellow sparrow, tearing it open with both hands. Opening treasure chest common random skill book, common 1. Random skill book common. Upon use, grants comprehension of 1 random common skill. Use it. A flash of white light burst forth, and the pages dissolved into sparks that entered his body. Random skill book common successfully used. You have learned a wood element skill plant ripening common. Skill description. Can be cast on living plants. Consumes mana to shorten the plant's maturation period by 1 day. Natural plant cycle cap of 1 month. Cooldown 1 day. The higher the target's grade or larger its size, the more mana consumed. Qin Feng's breath quickened, though only common quality. This was practically a miracle skill at this stage. Ignoring the growing darkness, he dashed out of the cave toward the ironwood tree occupying a prime spot. Since the big yellow sparrow had been slain, no other creatures dared challenge the tree for now. Qin Feng raised his palm, and a faint green glow poured into the trunk. Mana 6, plant ripening succeeded. No obvious change could be seen, but the trunk seemed slightly sturdier. Since the mana was deducted, Qin Feng didn't bother to analyze further and turned back toward the cave. This time he began tallying up his copper coins, planning to save enough to buy the Soul Blue Tier Intelligence in the information shop. Sold. Yellow Sparrow 2, Big Yellow Sparrow 1, Qingya Grass 1000. Sale successful. Received 281 copper coins. Buy Intelligence. Purchase successful. First acquisition guaranteed, triggering talent. Intelligence Officer. Gained Blue Tier Intelligence 1. The blue information sparkled as it embedded itself in his mind, but Qin Feng was not satisfied and activated the talent again. Activate. Intelligence Expert upgrade successful. Gained Purple Tire Intelligence 1. Purple Intelligence can generate random intelligence within 100 kilometers, adaptive to distance. The lower the target power level, the closer the generated location, and the smaller the reward. A strange purple scroll hovered in his mind's sea, radiating a faint glow. Qin Feng pushed down his excitement and lightly touched it with his thoughts. The scroll unfurled, bursting with purple light. Unlock successful. 25 kilometers west of you lies a forgotten Great Lich laboratory ruin, containing rare potions left by the Great Lich Jinnah. Triggered. Purple Intelligence Expert if you go underground in the laboratory and defeat the Puppet Combat Power 800. Reward. One of the Great Lich Jiannah's old life boxes rare. 25 kilometers, straight west? That's already the most dangerous heart of the Yakila Mountains, where high-level magical beasts lurk like shadows. Even well-known adventurer parties dare not act rashly there. The bounty might be tempting, but you have to make sure you live to collect it. Qin Feng pondered for a long moment, tightening his grip on the purple intelligence scroll. The initial fiery impulse gradually cooled. They'll wait until I'm a bit stronger before I take a look. He muttered to himself, tucking the scroll away, then bent down to start his daily intense training. Hiss hiss hiss. Satiety 15. Growth experience 15. Congratulations, level increased to juvenile stage LV50120. Attributes and appetite improved. Status panel. Name, Qin Feng. Species, Battle Wolf Lizard Black Scale Frenzied Lizard Elite. Recommended diet: meat 90, plants 5, liquids 5. Level: juvenile stage LV 55120. Reputation: unknown LV 85280. Strength: 27.4. Physique: 34.5. Agility: 19.3. Magic: 16.2. Wisdom: 15.1. Defense: 31.3. Satiety: 50. Title: Battle Wolf Lizard Elite. Grass Clearing Guy Normal. Active skills: Black Scale Protection Elite. Flesh Burst Elite. Plant Ripening Normal. Passive skills: Sturdy Lizard Tail Elite. Overall combat power: 190. Territory: Yakila Mountains. Own territory: none. Talent: Intelligence Specialist Elite 320. Evaluation: through the rare flesh treasure modification, this individual has been greatly enhanced and shows great potential for flesh burst. So, when are you going to slay a dragon? Getting an elite level up brings way more improvements than a normal one, Qin Feng thought quietly. If I keep leveling like this, the gap between normal and elite monsters will become huge. However, he also noticed that the growth experience needed for elite level ups had risen sharply. Although he gained experience faster, his satiety didn't drain as quickly as before. After reviewing the panel, he reflected. His satiety was still shown as a percentage, but his appetite was already several times larger than before, and yet he felt more enduring. If this evolution continues, maybe in the future he'll need to devour something huge at once, then not have to eat again for days, maybe even weeks. That fits my impression of high-level beasts like dragons. Because of the level up, his earlier training hadn't reached his limits. After a short rest, he resumed pushing himself harder. Hiss hiss hiss. Satiety 20. Growth experience 24. This time, he broke his personal record. He did 45 sets of push-ups alone, doubling the repetitions of rolls, tail whips, and sprints across the board. Only after completely draining his stamina did his satiety drop by a mere 20, though it took longer than usual. Hiss, this intensity is still too light for me now. I need to push further. Breathing heavily, he dragged his heavy but solid body to a water pool, pulled out some mountain wolf meat and green shoots, and began devouring them. Satiety 60. Satiety 5. Satiety 5. He ate 2 pounds of mountain wolf meat, more than 10 green shoots, and finished off a whole pool of clear water without waste. Full for now, he lay on the soft dirt, letting the cool night breeze carry away the steaming heat from his body. During the quiet moments, he pulled out his terminal and logged onto the survivors group chat, hoping to gather information about the upcoming Burning Beast Festival. What he found was a channel filled with unease. Realized that the entire Eastern survivor community was enveloped in a wave of pessimism. Scrolling up for a moment, Qin Feng actually found a piece of information at least as valuable as blue-level intelligence, and it might even be connected to him. The chat channel was flooded with non-stop updates, walls of text crowding the entire screen. Brother Ju was the first to speak up. Guys, I've dug up some intel. All I can say is, if you can run, run fast. This time, the largest city in the eastern part of the fierce-fire Duchidonian city is pouring huge resources into the Beast Burning Festival. Just in my small border town alone, the number of adventurer squads has clearly surged recently. Someone immediately challenged him. Cut the riddles and give us some solid info. Unfazed, Brother Ju continued. There are at least a dozen rank adventurer squads, plus a special team. According to their schedule, they'll gradually start moving into the mountains in the next couple of days, with hunting running through the 7th of this month. The Beast Burning Festival will officially begin on the 8th. Also, rumor has it that a certain type of magical beast has been marked as specially wanted. If you draw that kind of beast, brother, you're likely in big trouble. I've been putting up with all this just to gather this info in the human world, Brother Ju added. If you want more details, private message me. As long as the price is right, I guarantee it's legit. Seriously? So you're just an info dealer? Someone complained angrily. Stop spreading panic. If you've got something to say it all now. We're all of the same tribe here. Another shot. Tribe? Goblin. Who says you're my tribe? But some were willing to pay up. Brother Jess info is hard to come by. If it's real, I'd pay for it. Brother Jess intel is probably true. Another magical beast chimed in. I'm on the magic pet route, but because my adventurer master status is low, I can't access core intel. Still, I've noticed many more adventurer teams around the town. A third user appeared. I'm near the town closest to the mountain's edge. I pulled similar info today. What Brother Ju said checks out. The crowd buzzed with conclusions. Looks like this Beast Burning Festival is basically a hell mode dungeon run. Advice for lone beasts. Team up to form an alliance and resist the adventurers. You're dumb. With our strength, teaming up just makes us big, easy targets. As the saying goes, while bad guys rack their brains, fools have sudden bright ideas. No wonder you reincarnated as a dog brain. Indeed. Who are you insulting? Anyone who's barking gets insulted. Howling defenses down, brothers. I envy races with powerful clans backing them up, like goblins or ogres. They probably don't worry so much. Qin Feng shook his head. closed the group chat with one click, and opened a private chat with Brother Jew, silently thinking, that name really clashes with the type of beast he chose. He typed the first private message. Brother, what's the price for the intel? Almost instantly, Brother Jew replied, typing quickly. I have it. Full intel is worth at least a blue intel packet, but I'm asking half price 150 copper coins. Chin Feng was blunt. Too expensive. I can buy second-hand intel cheaper. Brother Jew sent two quick replies. Second-hand info isn't necessarily reliable. If someone makes it up, you have no way to verify. Chin Feng bargained again, still too pricey. Can you go any lower? Brother Jew conceded one last step. 130 is my bottom. No less. You don't know how much suffering I've gone through here. Got it. He'll get back to you tomorrow. Chin Feng ended the chat. He closed all chat panels. The cave fell silent. Copper coins, mutated seeds, and more cultivation resources all required money. His small savings from killing mountain wolves were almost gone, and that piece of dragon amber in his hand was too precious to spend recklessly. It would only alert others. Looks like I need to check out that iron mine tomorrow, he decided quietly. Once I grow stronger, I'll have some chance of defending myself even against null packs. With his plan set, Chin Feng finally felt mostly recovered. The side effect of his power surge was massive energy drain, but his healing speed was equally astonishing. Normally he'd need at least another half-hour resting. He chose not to get up immediately. Instead, he lay flat on the ground, arms behind his head, legs slightly bent, trying to do sit-ups. First attempt, his abs twitched slightly. The second, his chest felt like a heavy stone was pressing down, and on the third, hiss hiss hiss. After completing 10 sets of sit-ups, Chin Feng pushed on with 20 more sets of push-ups, completely draining his stamina once again. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the cave floor, his vision fading to black as he drifted off into sleep. Time quietly passed. The sun rose higher, its scorching rays filtering through the forest canopy into the valley. The air was stiflingly hot, and the cicadas, whose singing had begun at dawn, grew even louder now. Chin Feng stirred and turned over, awakened by the noise. His first instinct was to check the system prompt. City 25, growth experience 30. Not bad, solid progress. He grinned, stretching his limbs and loosening stiff muscles before starting his morning exercise again. Just like yesterday, he reached his limit after using 20 satiety, gaining another 24 growth experience. After a brief rest, he took out some dried food and spring water. Satiety 55. Satiety 5. Satiety 5. A previously dry puddle slowly seeped some spring water, but it wasn't enough. So, he moved on to a second puddle to replenish more. Full and refreshed, Chin Feng opened the Intelligence Shop interface. Intelligence Shop LV 2520. 1. White Intelligence, price, 10 copper coins. 2. Gray Intelligence, price, 50 copper coins. 3. Gray Intelligence, price, 50 copper coins. Current funds, 8 copper coins. Looks like yesterday's luck is all gone, he said, glancing once before closing the menu. He decided to earn some money first. After resting, he left the cave and approached the iron tree. Now over 2 meters tall, its trunk was still only as thick as a cup rim. Chin Feng raised his hand and activated a skill. Plant ripening. Mana 6, ripening successful. Considering a natural growth cycle of 10 days, the iron tree had grown almost 4 days on its own. He accelerated growth by 2 more days, so it would bear fruit in 4 days. Another silver apple seed also needed to be mutated and planted soon. After confirming the iron tree was healthy, he wasted no time and dashed toward the nearby knoll territory, 4.5 kilometers away. Though 4.5 kilometers was a straight-line distance, the rugged mountain terrain doubled the travel. Despite pushing at full speed, it took him over an hour to reach the outskirts. Satiety 10, growth experience 12. He avoided conflict with low-level beasts along the way. Otherwise, picking up a few kills could have earned him several dozen more copper coins. Now Chin Feng crouched amid a heap of scattered stones, blending perfectly with the rocky environment. His gaze locked onto the iron ore deposit marked by his intelligence Cian exposed flat, open area that was easy to attack, but hard to defend. Rusted crucibles and extinguished fire pits lay scattered across the ground. Several battered human tents leaned precariously to one side. If not for the overwhelming stench of decay and piles of shattered bones, he could have mistaken it for an abandoned expedition campsite. Around the perimeter, gnolls roamed in 2s and 3s. Standing about 2 meters tall, hunched but muscular with long limbs and fierce wolf-like heads, they lugged crude spears slung across their backs. As one drew closer, Chin Feng quietly activated his battle vision lens. Mana 1. Battle vision, lens activated. Comprehensive combat power comparison. Match successful. Target identified as Gnoll Patroller, skilled in ambush attacks, biting, and throwing weapons. Estimated combat power, 180. This was becoming quite troublesome. Even a single Gnoll was tough to deal with, let alone a whole pack. The greater the danger, the richer the rewards, but no matter what, Chin Feng was determined not to give up halfway. He crouched hidden behind a pile of broken rocks, quickly assessing the situation. Although this was null territory, the defenses were light, with patrols passing by only every half hour or so. Fortune favors the bold. Hunger kills the timid. Let's do this. Seizing the moment after a gnoll had just left, he darted toward the wilderness marked on his map, digging up the sandy soil with both paws in a flurry of whoosh-whoosh sounds. Soon, he burrowed into a freshly dug shallow hole and began digging deeper. When enough time had passed, he refilled the loose earth and covered the entrance with stones before slipping back behind the rocks. Satiation 10. Experience 13. Congratulations, level up to juvenile stage LV6 7150. Just one quick trip had drained another tenth of his hunger, but his level had risen to 6, pushing his combat power beyond 200. He waited in hiding, and as expected, the gnoll patrol passed by again without noticing anything amiss. This works. His eyes gleamed as he sneaked back to the target spot, moving stones aside to continue digging. Satiation 10. Experience 14. Satiation 10. Experience 14. Several back-and-forth trips later, the vertical shaft finally pierced through the iron ore layer. Qin Feng sealed the entrance with stones and faced the pitch-black, iron-hard mineral wall. Testing with his claws, he found some ore chunks connected to the loose rock, prying them free with some effort. Crack. Black iron ore 0.5 gene. Black iron ore, raw material for smelting black iron, ore to impurity ratio about 2 to 1. Used by humans or dwarves to forge advanced materials like refined iron. Selling price: 10 copper coins per 0.5 gene, equivalent to 20 copper coins per gene. Take as much as I can. Qin Feng calculated quietly, claws flashing rapidly as crackling sounds rang out. Satiation 30. Experience 42. The cramped mine made exerting force even harder. After hours of digging, he managed to extract about 10 gene of black iron ore worth approximately 200 copper coins. The remaining ore vein was like a giant iron ball. No matter how hard he tried, he could only pry off tiny pieces. With his hunger reaching the limit, he gnawed on some mountain wolf meat inside the tunnel to replenish stamina. Satiation 20. The prolonged confinement tightened his chest. Climbing back up the shaft, he pushed the rock aside and breathed in a gulp of cold air. Hiss hiss hiss. Whoosh. A sharp sound cut through the air. Instinctively, he ducked his head down. Bang. A double-thick iron spear slammed hard into the earthen wall above him. Damn, gnoll patrol. Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat as footsteps raced closer. Then he reminded himself his power was now above theirs, plus the bonus from his wolf fang, lizard title. After all, gnolls were wolves too. Reacting swiftly, Qin Feng leapt out of the hole and faced the charging gnolls head-on. The difference in combat power couldn't be made up for by size alone. Qin Feng charged forward quickly and landed a fierce dragon tail strike on the werewolf's ankle. With a roar and a heavy thud, it felt like a steel rod smashing down. The werewolf's ankle erupted in sharp pain, and it collapsed to the ground with a crash. Seizing the moment, Qin Feng leapt on top, stepping onto its back covered with reeking, matted fur. He bent down and sank his teeth hard into its neck. Ripping flesh and fur tore away violently. Bright red blood gushed out instantly. The werewolf howled in agony, its head thrown back in pain, but managed only a single, desperate scream before silence fell. Smack! Qin Feng flicked his tail like a steel whip, striking the werewolf's cheek. A dull crack sounded as yellowed fangs broke off, and the pitiful scream was cut off abruptly. See, that's called curing it. Qin Feng sneered coldly. Before the creature could recover, he bit again into the torn flesh on its neck. Tui! Disgusted by the strong stench, Qin Feng spat out the bloodied flesh. Tastes like rotten pork. Unbeknownst to him, the bite had severed a major artery, and fresh blood sprayed out onto the barren ground. A final howl rang out. Smack! Another whip of the tail hit the werewolf's right cheek, teeth flying with droplets of blood. It whimpered and opened its mouth, but couldn't make a sound. They'll help you stop the bleeding. Qin Feng raised his tail once more. Swish! A heavy blow landed directly on the bleeding wound. Crack! Bones shattered with a sharp snap. Blood flow instantly stopped. The werewolf's head lolled to one side, and it died on the spot. You have slain a growing stage werewolf normal. Reputation 50. Your standing with the werewolf faction dropped to hatred. Congratulations, your reputation leveled up to quiet, an unknown LV 92290. After the battle, fullness 15, growth experience 21. See, I told you I stopped the bleeding. Qin Feng patted his still bloodied tail and looked up alertly. In the distance, the grass rustled, and quick footsteps approached fast. At least 4 or 5 werewolf patrols, drawn by the earlier screams. Tension tightened in his chest. Qin Feng crouched down and quickly began to dismantle the body. Dismantling successful. Werewolf fresh meat 50 pounds normal, fresh but bitter and gamey. Eating it boosts agility and strength. Market price 1,753.550. Werewolf fresh blood 400 milliliters normal, special alchemy ingredient. Drinking it offers some rejection resistance. Market price 1,002.540. Werewolf miscellaneous pack 1. Wrapped in werewolf hide. Contains organs, bones, skull, fangs, claws, and other miscellaneous items. Market price, 85 copper coins. Whoosh. Sharp whistling sounds pierced the air one after another. Javelins whizzed past Qin Feng's ears, but he didn't hesitate and sprinted forward at full speed. Carrying the werewolf's head was risky. If he got spotted, it'd be bad luck. Before leaving, Qin Feng tucked away the werewolf's javelin and moved a rock back to cover the cave entrance. Crude javelins flew past like raindrops, followed closely by snarling gnaw-like beasts. Qin Feng dared not hesitate and darted off in a random direction, hissing and snarling. Those relentless gnolls gave chase because Qin Feng had killed one of their own earlier. They were all over him like shadows. He plunged into the mountain forest, hoping to use the terrain to lose them, only to find these gnolls move through the trees even more agilely than monkeys, constantly snapping at his heels. Whizzing sounds cut through the air as black scale armor shielded him. Several rough, crude javelins one-shot toward him with deadly accuracy, sending chills down his spine. Fortunately, Qin Feng had already raised his black scale guard. Sparks flew as metal rubbed against hardened scales. The crude wooden shafts cracked on impact, their shoddy craftsmanship reminiscent of a certain unscrupulous merchant friend's handiwork. Though his defense held, he snatched up a few of the wild javelins, knowing full well this would only infuriate the gnolls behind him even more. Ahead, a steep mountain hollow came into view, and Qin Feng abruptly changed course. As he barreled in, he failed to notice the pursuers suddenly halting. The gnolls at the hollow's entrance shivered, eyes filled with terror, unwilling to advance another step. Stepping into the shadows, Qin Feng's hair stood on end. Massive beast bones and shattered weapons littered the ravine floor. Several dead trees were roughly broken, their trunks marked with deep claw scratches wide enough to fit a fist. This was bad. Had he stumbled into the territory of some high-level magical beast? Just as he was about to retreat, the ground shook violently. Qin Feng was thrown into the air and immediately pinched by a huge, earthy yellow finger resembling an iron claw. Boom. Looking up, a towering 4-meter humanoid beast loomed before him. The tree trunks, head mistaken for deadwood, were actually this monster's thick legs. The creature was massive and bulky, with skin as thick as old cowhide, covered in scars and warts. Its murky eyes glared beneath flared tusks. Around its waist, an iron chain held 3 basin-sized white skulls, clear trophies from fierce past battles. Magic power level 1. Combat vision activated. Comprehensive combat power analysis in progress. Complete. Target: Rare Ogre Warlord. Specializes in brute force crushing attacks. Extremely dangerous. Estimated combat power: 800. 800? This matchmaking system is crazy. Qin Feng struggled desperately, but it was like thrashing in quicksand. Couldn't budge. The ogre leader lowered its gaze to the finger-thick little creature in its hand and looked intrigued. Instead of crushing him immediately, it held him in its palm and walked forward. On the mountainside, a rough cave entrance appeared, rimmed with rusty iron nails and broken armor scraps. Even this giant ogre fit inside, its head still a meter below the rocky ceiling. Inside, the space opened up like a natural plaza with several branching tunnels. A blazing campfire burned in the center, over which hung a giant, blackened iron cauldron. The stew inside bubbled with red and green broths mingling, huge chunks of meat rising occasionally, oily and glistening. Gurgle, gurgle. Qin Feng's Adam's apple bobbed nervously, and his scalp tightened. Were these guys planning to toss him into the pot as the next meal? He glanced around. Besides the leader, 7 or 8 ordinary ogres gathered inside. Though weaker than the leader, these 2 to 3 maternal brutes were still formidable. Some lay sprawled asleep on the stone floor. Others guarded the cauldron, eyeballing the simmering bloody meat hungrily. Suddenly, Qin Feng noticed a young ogre over 2 meters tall crouching in a corner. The little creature grinned vacantly at the air, its dull expression drawing sighs even from the other ogres nearby. Luckily, I have connections among the ogres. With a glance, Qin Feng instantly recognized the small, dusty-headed ogre cub huddled in the corner as Zhou Dazhuang. A flicker of hope for survival sparked in his heart. He opened the chat panel in his mind and rapidly typed out a private message to Zhou Dazhuang. Qin Feng, are you crouching in the corner of the cave scrolling through chat logs right now? Look at the messages, quickly. No sooner had he sent the thought than he saw the little ogre suddenly lift his head and glance around suspiciously. Zhou Dazhuang. Qin Feng, did you set up surveillance here? Qin Feng, did you see that lizard your leader is about to throw into the iron pot? Zhou Dazhuang, I saw it. You really set up surveillance? Impressive. Qin Feng, what if I told you? Am that lizard? Zhou Dazhuang. The moment the message was sent, Zhou Dazhuang shuddered and sprang to his feet, drawing the attention of the entire ogre clan in the cave, who all stared at him suspiciously, wondering what was going on. Nervously, Zhou Dazhuang approached the burly ogre leader and looked down, confirming that the black lizard held firmly by thick fingers was indeed Qin Feng. Smack. The ogre leader pushed his silly cub aside with a helpless look. It's me, Qin Feng. The black lizard spoke human words urgently to clarify. Once his identity was confirmed, Zhou Dazhuang quickly stepped forward and began negotiating with the leader in rapid ogre speech. Chatter, 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 chatter. After a brief negotiation, Zhou Dazhuang turned back and repeated in a language Qin Feng could understand. Brother, my leader says you can be released but only if we catch a living human or humanoid beast to trade. The werewolf tribe is next door. Wait for me to catch one. Wait, I have dissected werewolves here. Will that work? Qin Feng's tail was twitching anxiously. Zhou Dazhuang was his only reliable contact in this cave. If this guy ran away and other ogres got angry and tossed Qin Feng into the pot, it would be disastrous. Zhou Dazhuang negotiated with the leader again, but the leader just shook his head, clearly unsatisfied. How about it, Dazhuang? The leader wants a live one. No exceptions, Zhou Dazhuang shrugged helplessly. An idea struck Qin Feng. Then ask the leader if I can come along. They'll help you catch one. More chatter. This time, after a moment of silence, the leader finally nodded and gently placed the black lizard into Zhou Dazhuang's palm, then let out a low, deep growl. Roar. Zhou Dazhuang stood at attention and then strode out of the cave. Qin Feng climbed up onto his shoulder, curious. What did the leader's roar mean? It sounded pretty angry. He told me to scram. If we don't catch a live one, don't come back, Zhou Dazhuang said with a bitter smile as he stepped out of the mountain hollow. Suddenly remembering something, he glanced back and whispered, How did you get here? What's up with the werewolves? They so dangerous now? Got a little lucky lately. Became an elite species like you. Qin Feng whispered back. I went to the werewolf territory to mine iron ore. They found me and chased me here. Then your leader caught me. Lucky to run into you. Zhou Dazhuang's eyes lit up, but his footsteps never stopped as he trod over the rocky ground. Qin Feng added from his shoulder. Yes, Qin Feng had deliberately revealed the iron ore information, ready to cooperate with Zhou Dazhuang on the fly. The remaining iron ore was incredibly hard to mine given its size, and on top of that, they had to avoid attacks from the Knoll packs who very likely had already discovered the spot. For Qin Feng, this task was nearly impossible, but Zhou Dazhuang's massive frame was a different story. With a proper mining tool purchased from the regional trade hub, he could dig all the ore out in just minutes. Iron ore? And it's right in the Knoll's territory? As Qin Feng expected, Zhou Dazhuang immediately showed interest, his deep voice breaking the silence to ask about it. Yes, most of the vein is still there, Qin Feng lowered his voice. When we hunt Knolls later, we'll dig it up at the same time. We split the ore evenly. Sounds good, we're going soon. Zhou Dazhuang agreed eagerly, but suddenly remembered something and sprinted back into the cave, leaving the ogre guarding the entrance stunned. At the back of the cave's pit, huge oversized weapons stacked like doors, and Zhou Dazhuang selected a dark gold-handled pickaxe-like weapon and handed it to an ogre for inspection. After a gruff back and forth, the ogre nodded its approval. Zhou Dazhuang packed the pickaxe away and set out again with Qin Feng. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel envious as they traveled. Eventually, he blurted out, Be honest, did you spend money to upgrade your system? Starting as an elite race with clan support, and now you can even pick your weapon? Zhou Dazhuang's nose twitched with pain. It's not as good as you think. Getting a weapon costs. I already owe the clan 2 humanoid beasts. He grew increasingly aggrieved, like he wanted to pour out all his frustrations. Don't let the ogre look fool you, they actually suffer a lot. Every day, they're fed either human flesh or humanoid beast meat. I just can't stomach human meat, so I often go hungry. The humanoid beast meat is hard to swallow, so I barely manage to eat a few bites. Basically, I'm starving 9 meals out of 10. The chief beats me up for not eating. Qin Feng frowned. With your strength, can't you just hunt regular monsters to eat? Race restrictions. Zhou Dazhuang threw his hands up. Aside from human and humanoid beast meat, other meats choke me and offer no nutrition, so I have no choice. Besides, we ogres serve as vassals to the Yakila mountain overlords. Every month end, we have to provide resources from the eastern mountains. If we don't have enough, clan members have to pay the price. It's brutal. This insider info made Qin Feng think. No wonder the announcements only said the overlords collect resources, but never explained how. Looks like vassal races do the grunt work. It seems the Yakila overlord purposely lets their subordinates grow strong, and the system somehow balances things behind the scenes. Qin Feng's envy over Zhou Dazhuang's seemingly perfect start vanished in an instant. When they reached the knoll territory, Zhou Dazhuang quietly pointed ahead. Look, what are those knolls digging? Could it be the iron ore you mentioned? Qin Feng looked up and saw 4 or 5 knolls digging on the ground. That spot was the cave entrance he had sealed with rock. Besides iron ore, what else could it be? Damn, had these knolls suddenly gotten smart? How strong is your overall combat power now? Could you handle 5 knoll warriors at once? Qin Feng asked. I'm almost at 250 total combat power. Zhou Dazhuang pounded his chest confidently. I'd crush 1 easily in an unison fight, but 5 together might be a bit risky. Still, if I let out a roar, they'll probably scatter in fear. Then we'll rely on your roar, Qin Feng said with bright eyes. When they run, each of us will take down the slowest one and help finish the job. Zhou Dazhuang nodded vigorously and strode toward the knoll warriors. At that moment, The 5 gnolls were busy digging, oblivious to danger. A black lizard rode on an ogre's shoulders, sneaking up from behind. Roar! Zhou Dazwang's ogre let out a deafening roar that echoed through the woods. The gnolls' fur bristled. Turning, they saw the 2-meter tall ogre lunging fiercely and immediately screamed, scattering in panic. Zhou Dazwang chased the slowest gnoll straight on. Qin Feng leapt down from his shoulder midair and targeted another slow one. Whip! Qin Feng's lizard tail cracked like steel against the gnoll's ankle. It screamed and fell, face down in the dirt. Meanwhile, Zhou Dazhuang grabbed the gnoll down, pinned it under him, and snapped its thick legs like twigs. Crack! Crack! The thigh bones broke. Just as the gnoll started to howl, Zhou Dazhuang expertly stuffed wet soil into its mouth, like a craftsman sealing a leak. Qin Feng swung his tail again, smashing the other leg of the gnoll in front of him. It lost all ability to run. Zhou Dazhuang hurried over and repeated the move, bending the gnoll's legs at unnatural angles and stuffing its mouth with earth. Both gnolls writhed in pain on the ground, groaning. We need to hurry and mine. Zhou Dazhuang wiped sweat off his brow. The ones who ran off will come back with reinforcements for revenge. All right, let's go to where they were digging. Qin Feng led the way. The land had been pocked by gnolls' rough spears. He picked up 2 crude spears. Crude spear 1. Crude spear 1. Zhou Dazhuang drew his iron pickaxe, aiming its crescent-shaped blade at the ground. Crack! Crack! With ogre strength, the earth burst open, revealing a patch of gray-black ore. Creak creak. The blade bit into the ore, scattering chips as the black iron ore broke into chunks of different sizes. Black iron ore 0.7 gene. Black iron ore 0.3 gene. Black iron ore 0.2 gene. Qin Feng hurriedly swept the scattered ore into his pack. Zhou Dazhuang swung his pickaxe tirelessly, the sounds echoing through the forest. Crack creak. After several trips back and forth, the entire vein was hollowed out. Qin Feng looked up. His pack now held 50 gene of black iron ore. We mined a total of 50 gene this time. He estimated the weight, divided it in half, and handed over 25 gene. Hey Race, 25 gene for you. Take it. After finishing the mining, Qin Feng immediately took half of the black iron ore and piled it in front of Zhou Dazhuang. Really sorry about this. I didn't do much, but you even helped me catch a gnoll, Zhou Dazhuang said, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Don't mention it. You saved my life too. If that gnoll had caught up with me, I'd have been in trouble. Qin Feng pushed the ore forward, his tone resolute. All right then, brothers are brothers. If you ever need help, just say the word. Zhou Dazhuang packed up the black iron ore and hoisted the 2 gnolls onto his shoulders, panting heavily. I'm heading back to my cave. Want to come visit? No thanks. Qin Feng shuddered at the memory of that cave full of ogres and nearly becoming hot pot bait. It's getting late. I should head back. Okay, next time then. See you. Watching Zhou Dazhuang disappear into the distance carrying ore and gnolls, Qin Feng turned and dashed toward his own cave. The sun set quickly, and night blanketed the entire Yakila mountain range. The starlight was faint, and the mountain winds howled. Qin Feng raced through the dark and slipped into the cave entrance. Just as he relaxed, a sharp pang crossed his face. Several black scales were missing from his back, and a deep claw mark still bled visibly. Nighttime is really dangerous. Even with my defense and black scales, I couldn't block that paw strike. His heart still thumped nervously. The attacker was a leopard-type demon beast, probably just taking a quick snack. Seeing Qin Feng still alive, it lost interest and let him escape. He pulled up his info prompt. Experience gained 35. Satiety 15, moderately weak. Too risky to eat outside. Now finally safe, Qin Feng couldn't resist. He pulled out some mountain wolf meat and Qingya grass from his backpack and squatted by a water pool, eating heartily. Satiety 75. Satiety 5. Satiety 5. Warmth spread through him, the weakness subsided, and the stabbing pain in his back eased considerably. After a long day, the haul's not bad. Qin Feng grinned and began sorting his spoils, immediately listing some items on the trading post. Gnoll fresh meat 50 gene approximate 25 kilograms. Gnoll fresh blood 400 milliliters. Gnoll miscellaneous pack 1. Rough javelins 5. Sale successful, 410 copper coins earned. Experiencing the thrill of retaliatory spending again, Qin Feng rushed into the intelligence shop and bought up all the available info. Purchased. White intelligence 1. Gray intelligence 2. No passive talents triggered, which he expected. He immediately upgraded 1 gray intel to green. Now holding 1 white, 1 gray, and 1 green intel quietly in his mind. Qin Feng didn't rush to read them, planning to collect more higher-tier intel tomorrow for a combined review. With just over 300 copper coins left, he switched to chat and first told Zhou Dazhuang safe at home, then messaged Ao Shui privately. Qin Feng, what's the highest quote for tomorrow? Ao Shui, boss, it's 66 copper coins. Qin Feng, I'll offer 80. If anyone bids higher, let me know. Ao Shui, got it, boss. After this deal, he contacted brother Zhu, Zhang Yaoyan. Qin Feng, send me the complete intel. Should I transfer the copper coins directly to you? Zhang Yaoyan, that works, go ahead. Trade successful, minus 120 copper coins. Qin Feng. Transferred, go ahead. Zhang Aoyun. Just so you know, this intel came from a noble in the frontier town. It might have slight inaccuracies, but it's mostly reliable. According to that important figure, there were a total of 17 rank adventurer teams, 10 rank teams, 6 frank teams, and 3 rank teams taking the beast hunting missions in the town this time. At the same time, he specifically added, also, there's a special Drank adventurer team, the Gusha squad. If you happen to encounter them, it's best to steer clear immediately to avoid trouble. At this point, Zhang Aoyun recalled another strange detail that even the important figure found odd. The town has issued an extra bounty for a black lizard, and the reward is outrageously high. If that black lizard has mutated, the bounty multiplies several times over. The important figure suspects that a certain Viscount might be in some kind of trouble and wants to use the black lizard as a medicinal ingredient. In any case, anyone taking that job should be extra cautious. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Thanks, that's detailed intel. Definitely worth the price. He closed the chat panel and began pondering. That black lizard is almost certainly after me. The bounty was probably issued by that so-called Flame Silver Knight. With so many adventurers flooding into the mountains right now, they'll have to cut down on all unnecessary outings in the coming days. Fortunately, the Drank Gusha squad would most likely head straight into the mountain depths hunting high-level monsters and wouldn't linger at the outskirts for long, so there was no need to worry too much for now. After sorting through the information, Qin Feng had another thought. Logically, many Blue Star natives must have been sent into the heart of the mountain range, directly facing high-level monsters. The death rate there must be terrifying. Lost in thought, he gazed at the cloud-wreathed main peak of the mountains in the distance and silently reflected, you have to be strong yourself to forge iron. The overlord in the Aquila Mountains towers there. Even top-tier adventurer squads dare not provoke him. I should focus on strengthening myself first. Without delay, Qin Feng flipped onto his back, staring at the sky, and began intense core training. Hiss. Satiety 20. Growth experience 28. After pushing his body to its limits, he collapsed on the ground spread eagle, then casually opened the group chat. The Aquila Eastern Mountain chat channel now showed only 700 survivors, but many talented fighters remained. Some had even managed to carve out a living path, showing potential beyond that of the native monsters. Amid the flood of messages, one advertisement caught his eye, selling human equipment, customized weapons for monsters available. Qin Feng's eyelid twitched. A forge master? A talent? Or someone with connections to a weaponsmith? Curious, he sent a private message. Qin Feng, I heard you can customize equipment? I'd like to order a tail sheath and claw covers. The survivor didn't reply right away, so Qin Feng scrolled through other messages. His eyelids grew heavy, and before he knew it, he drifted off to sleep. Satiety 25. Growth experience 36. Congratulations, you have leveled up to juvenile stage LV.712250. Your appetite and attributes have increased. Name, Qin Feng. Species, Combat Wolf Lizard Black-Scaled Frenzied Lizard Elite. Recommended rations, meat 90, plants 5, liquids 5. Level, juvenile LV.712250. Reputation, unknown LV.92290. Strength, 355. Constitution, 446. Agility, 254. Magic, 202. Wisdom, 172. Defense, 375. Satiety, 50. Title, Combat Wolf Lizard Elite, Grass Puller Man. Common active skills, Black Scale Bodyguard Elite, Flesh Burst Elite, Plant Ripening Common. Passive skill, Tenacious Lizard Tail Elite. Overall combat power, 245. Territory, Aki Law Mountain Range. Own territory, none. Talent, none. Role, Intelligence Officer Elite, 420. Evaluation, a species transformed by top-tier treasure flesh magic, with greatly enhanced physique and potential for flesh bursting. Qin Feng, when will you go slay the dragon? Upon waking, Qin Feng received good news: another level up, his overall combat power nearly matching the veteran elite demon beast Zhou Dazwang's ogre subordinates. With these stats, even the lowest level adventurer teams no longer posed a complete threat. He finally had confidence to survive. Shaking off sleep, he bent down to check last night's claw marks. The wounds had scabbed over. Recovery speed surprisingly fast, even to himself. No time to waste. Let's start with a morning workout. With a quick somersault, he sprang up and began a brand new training regimen, digging holes. Yesterday's mining experience taught him this drill not only rapidly burns satiety, but also works limb agility and claw strength, allowing him to better handle underground mining in the future. Alongside digging, classic exercises like push-ups, sit-ups, and the dragon tail whip remained part of the routine, his training both revisiting old moves and adding new ones. Hiss. Satiety 20. Growth EXP 32. Exhausted, he sprawled onto the ground, catching his breath, then pulled a strip of meat from his backpack for breakfast. Satiety 70. After eating, Qin Feng noticed the mountain wolf meat in his backpack had dropped below 20 pounds, now only 18 pounds left. At my current appetite, this'll only last 2 or 3 days. The outside world's getting more dangerous, better prepare ahead, he thought. During the break, he opened the intelligence store. Intelligence store 820. 1. White intel price, 10 copper. 2. Gray intel price, 50 copper. 3. Green intel price, 150 copper. Current funds, 198 copper coins. Copper's running low again, spending too fast, he muttered, shutting the interface to prepare selling some items first. Yesterday on the trading platform, he noticed popular essentials sold far above system recovery prices for mountain wolf meat. 1 pound could fetch 6 or 7 copper coins, but had been foolishly selling cheap to the system. Guess heaven gifted me with good looks, but not business sense, he joked to himself. Just then, he saw a private message from A.O. Shui. A.O. Shui, boss, your bid of 80 copper coins yesterday won. You need to complete the seed trade before noon, or it will be void. There had been much chatter in the regional channel about A.O. Shui's mutated seeds, but Qin Feng wasn't worried and quickly traded the silver apple tree core. Trade successful, silver apple tree core elite 1. A moment later, A.O. Shui messaged again. A.O. Shui, seed received. Prepare your copper coins. Mutation will complete in 10 minutes. Qin Feng got it. After handling the seed, he noticed a reply from the person who ordered custom equipment early that morning. Tan Jianli, sounds good, brother. What size, material, and type of claw and tail guards do you want? Qin Feng decided to go with standard iron material. He asked to add some sharp spikes around the tail cap, and to make the claw covers sharper and sturdier. As for the size, he admitted he had no way to measure it precisely. Tan Jianli, who wore a crooked deer antler, waved his hand reassuringly. Don't worry, I have top-quality molding clay here. You just need to press the space where the equipment will be worn. But first, I need a deposit of 100 copper coins, and the remaining payment after I finish. Qin Feng rubbed his palms, suddenly remembering the black iron ore in his backpack. By the way, do you buy black iron ore? Of course. Tan Jianli's eyes brightened. Brother, no matter how much you have, I want it all. How much will you pay? Tan Jianli held up 2 fingers. 22 copper coins per gene. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow and chuckled knowingly. We're brothers now, that's a bit low. Black iron refined into ingots sells for more, and forged into equipment, it's worth even more. Actually, Qin Feng had never refined black iron himself. He was just bluffing. Tan Jianli shrank his neck awkwardly and chuckled dryly. Well, I'm just working with a human smith in town. He takes the big cut, I get the small one. Since you know your stuff, I won't keep anything from you. 25 copper coins per gene. How's that? The price was barely reasonable. 5 more copper coins per gene, meaning an extra profit of 175 copper coins for 35 gene. Qin Feng quickly did the math, but Tan Jianli, worried Qin Feng might change his mind, hastily messaged again. Brother, this is really the top price. Market price in town is only a couple copper coins lower. I have to make some profit. Qin Feng typed his agreement. Fine, 35 gene of black iron ore. Deduct the 100 copper coin deposit, so 775 copper coins paid on the spot. 35 gene. Tan Jianli practically stood up, ears twitching with excitement. Brother, you really surprised me. Wait a moment. I'll ask that smith friend to arrange some cash. Less than a minute later, the transaction was completed. Transaction successful. Black iron ore 35 gene. Copper coins 875. Yellow clay 2 gene. With the yellow clay in hand, Qin Feng immediately buried 2/3 of the lizard tail in it, then used the remaining clay to sculpt a claw model on the ground before packaging the rest to send back. Tan Jianli replied, Got it, brother. The gear will be ready by tomorrow morning at the latest. With the tail cap and claw covers settled, A.O. Shui's message arrived with the mutated seed ready. Transaction successful. Elite mutated silver apple tree seed 1. Copper coins 80. Elite mutated silver apple tree seed specially catalyzed for rapid growth, expected to mature in 1 to 2 weeks. The death probability had vanished, a pleasant surprise. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction and reopened the information shop. Buy everything. Purchase successful. Information expert activated. Gray intelligence 1. Green intelligence 2. Triggered twice in a row. 3 green scrolls instantly merged in his mind, forming a new scroll glowing with a ghostly blue light. Qin Feng immediately tried to enhance it further with his talent, but the system stopped him. This intelligence scroll has already been enhanced and cannot be upgraded again. It seemed that once an intelligence scroll had been upgraded even by fusion, it could no longer be enhanced further. Although he had sacrificed 2 green-level intelligence reports, Qin Feng gained deeper insight into the hidden functions of the talent. Intelligence specialist skill, helping him avoid bigger losses in the future. Resigned, he fixed his gaze on the remaining gray-level intelligence report in his mind. Since the opportunity could be used once a day, there was no reason not to activate it immediately. Activating Intelligence Specialist. Enhancement successful. Green Intelligence Report 1. As the system prompt sounded, a brand new Green Intelligence Report scroll appeared before Qin Feng. Meanwhile, the 2 previous scrolls, which could no longer be upgraded, hovered silently in his mind's sea of awareness. Without hesitation, he chose to open them since they had no potential. He might as well extract all their value quickly. First scroll. Activation successful. At 11 o'clock direction, 4 kilometers away, there is an rank adventurer team wandering. The leader is a water element apprentice mage with a comprehensive combat power over 170. Green intelligence specialist mission. Escort the water mage into the water drawing pool to receive the reward gift of water element. Second scroll. Activation successful. It is rumored that Aquila is extremely displeased with the adventurers hunting around the White Brow ancient ape territory. The beast ruler has ordered subordinate beasts to kill adventurers on sight and bring back the corpses to the wise beast, White Brow ancient ape, for rewards. Green intelligence specialist mission. Accumulate more than 10 corpses. Reward. Upgrade reward. I just wanted a few quiet days, but everything outside involves these adventurer teams. No way to avoid it. Qin Feng pressed his fingers against his temples. Theoretically, he could hole up for a while, but that would only widen the gap with other survivors. The longer he delayed, the harder it would be to turn the tide. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a global announcement thundered through the system. Congratulations to the East Division of Aquila Mountain Range. The Beast Hunter, Rift Rock statue, has become the first survivor to break the 300 combat power threshold. The East Division's combat power rankings are now open. The top 5 ranked survivors can be worshipped once per day by other survivors. Worshipping different targets grants different rewards. Ranked survivors cannot initiate worship. Aquila Mountain Range East Division Combat Power Rankings. 1. Rift Rock Statue Rare Combat Power 328. Worship Reward. Defense 2. 2. Crystal Antler Beast Rare Combat Power 291. Worship Reward. Mana 1. 3. Ogre Elite Combat Power 276. Worship Reward. Strength 1. 4. Killer Wolf Spider Elite Combat Power 252. Worship Reward. Agility 1. 5. Black Scale Mad Lizard Elite Combat Power 245. Worship Reward. Constitution 1. Right after came a personal notification. Congratulations, you have ranked 5th on the Aquila Mountain Range East Division Combat Power Rankings. Being worshipped by other survivors grants 1 faith point. The more faith accumulated, the richer the rewards at month end. The leaderboard and worship system, the system really wants to push everyone into fierce competition to the death, Qin Feng muttered to himself, scanning the newly appeared rankings in his mind. The tactile sense of an online browser game was so strong, he couldn't help but complain. He thought Zhou Dazhuang was unbeatable, but here popped up 2 rare grade wild cards. Securing a top 5 spot was all thanks to the recent Blood and Flesh cube transformation. Rift Rock Statue's worship reward is defense 2, so everyone will probably scramble to worship it. I won't benefit much, he calculated silently, but being ranked is better than not ranking at all. In the past, he would have envied such a naturally high-tier magical beast. But after understanding the system's balancing mechanism and Zhou Dazhuang's plight, he was actually glad he chose the acquired growth path. The real rival to be wary of is the 4th-ranked Killer Wolf Spider, another survivor who climbed the ranks through hard work. First, he'll plant the silver apple tree, then he'll deal with that rank adventurer team, Qin Feng decided, stretching a bit before leaving the cave and heading toward the iron tree planting spot. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting mottled patterns. When he arrived at the destination, he was stunned. The iron tree, once waist-high, had grown over 10 feet tall. Its main trunk was like a cast alloy pillar, branching into 3 sturdy limbs, looking like a finely crafted metal sculpture. At the treetop stood a dark brown male eagle, silent and regal. Its beak curved iron gray like a hook, talons sharp like daggers, amber eyes blazing with fiery intensity, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. As soon as Qin Feng's figure appeared, those piercing eyes locked onto him with precision. Magic Power 1. Combat Power Sight automatically activated. Comprehensive Combat Power Comparison complete. Target Highland Eagle Elite Juvenile, skilled at flight and pouncing, Combat Power 300. I have a bad feeling about this. Could it be connected to that yellow grosbeak I killed earlier? The alliances among the birds are ridiculously complicated. Suddenly, a massive shadow swooped down from above. The mountain eagle's eyes were cold and sharp like blades, its talons flashing with deadly precision as they aimed straight for Qin Feng's vital spots. His heart tightened, and almost instinctively he spun around and sprinted, desperate to avoid the eagle's strike. The fierce wind roared as the giant bird dove low, its hooked claws slashing toward his back. Black Scale Shield, Qin Feng shouted, as a dark aura immediately cloaked his body. Scratch razor-sharp talons tore across his black scales, sparks flying, but still carved 2 deep gashes into his back. The searing pain warned him that a few more hits and his protective scales would be completely shattered. I can't outrun it. I have to lose it in the forest. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and decided. Crunch dry leaves and broken twigs exploded under his feet as he charged toward the thickest cluster of trees. Behind him, The great eagle spread its wings over a meter wide, relentless in pursuit. Another scratch rang out. The mountain eagle's second claw caught him again, but the dense woods forced it to maneuver around trees, slowing its speed noticeably. Taking advantage of the brief respite, Qin Feng didn't slow down. Like a shadow of gray, he plunged deep into denser woods, using branches and vines to quickly put distance between them. Fullness 10. Experience 16. After a while, silence returned. Having successfully escaped the chase, Qin Feng exhaled deeply, but the lingering fear remained. This is ridiculous. The iron tree was about to bear fruit, and suddenly this mountain eagle shows up. And that yellow grosbeak, shameless to be involved with such a fierce predator. After some thought, his gaze grew resolute. The iron tree belongs to me, no backing down. Combat power over 300? And 3 days left. Let me sharpen my sword first. Who says my blade isn't deadly? Determined, he temporarily abandoned guarding the tree. After all, with the eagle standing watch, no one else would dare steal the fruit. Qin Feng returned to his cave, found an open spot, and planted a silver apple tree, then activated his skill. Mana 2, ripening successful. In the blink of an eye, silvery white tender shoots sprouted from the soil, gently swaying in the sunlight. Qin Feng watched the new sapling, but his mind drifted to another thought. Planting a tree always feels like a gamble. If only I had my own mountain or territory. Pulling himself back, he opened the green-colored intelligence map in his mind, locked onto the nearest lowest level rank adventurer team, and headed stealthily toward them. Swish swish. Deep in the forest, a standard 5-person adventurer team moved quietly. At the front, the apprentice knight Deki, holding an iron shield, kept a wary eye on his surroundings. Looking back, he glanced nervously at the blue-robed girl, the team leader, surrounded by the others. Captain, aren't we going too deep? What if we run into a strong monster? Deki whispered his concern. The blue-robed girl gripped a jeweled staff, her gear clearly superior to the others. Hearing Deki, she raised an eyebrow arrogantly and snapped. If you don't have the spirit for this, why be an adventurer at all? Maybe you were born to be a farmer. Her haughty reprimand echoed sharply in the quiet woods. Exactly. We're going to become the top adventurer team someday. Cowardly knight, if you're scared, just crawl back to the city and don't slow us down in exploring the mountains. The young boy with the short bow pointed sharply, aiming his spear-like words at the only apprentice knight in the group. Deki, you don't deserve to join our future legendary adventurer squad. The 3 companions nearby joined in jeering, showering compliments on the blue-robed girl, Miss Sweetheart. If you don't believe in your own strength, how can you doubt Miss Sweetheart's? She's destined to be a great water mage. In the shadows of the dark forest, a figure crawled low on the ground. Qin Feng arrived and peered through the gaps in the branches, watching the internal conflict with cold eyes. He silently assessed the situation. The water mage couldn't fight, and among the other 4, only Deki had any real skill. Taking him out first would make the rest no threat. Just as Qin Feng tensed his muscles, ready to strike, a sudden change occurred. Whoosh! An almost invisible web cascaded down from the treetops, instantly trapping the blue-robed girl and her 3 companions in sticky threads. They were immobilized. At the same time, a basin-sized green wolf spider silently pounced onto Deki's head. Its 8 razor-sharp legs spread wide like guillotines, poised to strike down. Knight's Guard. Bang! Deki raised his iron shield to block the blow. The clash of metal rang out, sparks flying, and 8 deep scratches appeared on the shield's surface in an instant. Monster attack. Break the web, he shouted over his shoulder, pushing back the spider with shield strikes. The trapped group snapped out of their shock and struggled desperately. Water arrow. Flash. Deki, hold on. We're coming out. They urged Deki repeatedly, fearing he might flee. But the web's strength was incredible. Magic and blades left only faint scratches on the sticky strands. On the tree trunk, the spider coldly stared at Deki, its voice hoarse and low. Fighting me, and still distracted? You can talk? Deki's heart tightened. He leaned forward, the shield trembling slightly, fear flickering in his eyes. Correct, the spider whispered. Its 8 compound eyes gleamed an eerie green. But I'm not after you. Leave now, and I won't stop you. No need to lose your life for them. Deki, no. Don't abandon us. I was wrong. A true knight never abandons his comrades, right? The trapped 3 men and 1 woman pleaded agonizingly, their voices breaking the silence. Deki gripped his sword hilt tightly, cold sweat beading on his forehead, torn between the knight's code and saving his own life. Suddenly, the spider lunged forward, its 8 legs spinning like windmills. Sorry, I lied. You're all my prey. None gets away. The blade-like legs struck down again. Nearby, Qin Feng watched the entire scene in bitter disbelief. Unless by coincidence, this combat power was definitely that murderous wolf spider. He cursed the system for over-delivering, selling it not just to others, but to the murder wolf spider itself. With strength evenly matched, Qin Feng believed he could handle it. But the sudden competition for prey annoyed him. Right now, the most valuable target was Miss Sweetheart. The other 4 combined were no match for her. Decision made. He acted fast. Taking one was enough. Without hesitation, Qin Feng shot forward, claws extended, ready to tear the webs trapping the others. With the combined efforts of Qin Feng and the spiderweb-bound adventurers, the meticulously woven web of the deadly wolf spider was quickly torn apart. "Thank you, little lizard," the trapped water mage sweetheart exclaimed with surprise. But before she could finish, a thick, whipping lizard tail slammed into her forehead. With a dull thud, the girl fainted on the spot. Qin Feng's lizard tail wrapped around her soft body, lifting her into the air. Water-chanting staff common, one Qin Feng flicked his hand, caught her fallen staff, and slipped it into his backpack as he turned and walked away without looking back. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Crack. Nearby, Dachi gripped his iron shield with all his might, but couldn't withstand the spider's razor-sharp legs slicing through it, splitting the shield into 8 pieces. He looked back, seeing his 3 companions who had escaped earlier now disappearing into the forest, no one coming to help. Darkness enveloped him as the wolf spider's 2 front limbs clamped down on his head, blood splattered with a swift, brutal strike. The giant spider stood atop Dachi's broken body, expertly rifling through his gear before tossing the corpse into its backpack. It turned toward the direction Qin Feng had disappeared with Sweetheart, pupils narrowing sharply. A murderous intent surged. "Interesting. Let's see how far you can run." "I admit I'm suspicious about the water elemental in the water-gathering pool, but the intel says this is a hidden quest. Delivering this water mage there will definitely pay off." Amidst the dense forest, wind stirred under Qin Feng's feet as he dashed toward the water-gathering pool, rifling through Sweetheart's possessions along the way. Water thread robe common 1, aqua knowledge necklace common 1 TCH, 3 common items. "I thought I found a big spender. Hope your body doesn't let me down," he muttered quietly, never slowing his pace. At dusk in the forest, a strange scene unfolded. A bluish-gray wild lizard sprinted with the scantily clad girl clutched in its grasp. "Bro, where'd you find that woman? Sell her to me. Don't run. I'll take you to see the chieftain." Suddenly, a goblin squad blocked their path, its leader one of the previous survivors. That guy grinned lecherously at the girl on Qin Feng's tail. "Get lost," Qin Feng roared. Unsure if the wolf spider was still pursuing, he knew stopping was dangerous. The goblin leader first scowled, then froze, as if recalling something. He hurriedly waved them through. "Quick, let the big brother lizard pass." Qin Feng glanced sideways, seeing the goblin slap his chest confidently. A sly smile flashed across his fangs. "That spider behind me wants to be my little brother, a real nuisance. Cover for me later. Count on me." The goblin chief cheered excitedly as Qin Feng strode off. Not long after, the goblin leader spotted a giant spider swinging swiftly on silken threads. "Oh no, is this the real Spider-Man?" He swallowed nervously. "Make way." The wolf spider snarled as it charged the short, ugly goblin, who likewise shouted a warning. Big brother lizard said no more little brothers. "Don't bother him," the goblin leader advised earnestly. "Dead meat." The wolf spider's eyes blazed with killing intent as it lunged at the goblin leader without hesitation. With a piercing, blood-curdling scream like a slaughtered pig, a deafening echo suddenly rang out deep within the forest. Hunger dropped sharply by 15, and growth experience increased by 24. Pushing through dense thickets, Qin Feng finally returned to the water-collecting pool he had visited before. The place remained just as he remembered, utterly silent all around, with clusters of tender green water-collecting grass growing thickly by the water's edge. Everything seemed peaceful and calm. If he hadn't known that a water elemental lurked beneath the pool, he might have mistaken it for a perfectly serene resting spot. Qin Feng quipped, "Water elemental, make up your mind, want a wife or not." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the surface of the pool in the center churned violently, scattering shimmering waves. A massive water elemental slowly lifted its head from the water. Qin Feng immediately activated the combat lens embedded in his pupils, expending 1 point of mana, instantly locking onto the target's profile. Combat lens activated. Target identified. Water elemental, adept at controlling water magic. Overall combat strength unknown, awaiting confirmation. The water elemental spoke softly, its voice calm, yet icy. Had Qin Feng not relied on the steady intelligence scrolls, he might have worried about this creature suddenly betraying him. Without hesitation, Qin Feng swiftly tossed Sweetheart into the pool. The water immediately enveloped her tightly. Countless tiny streams penetrated her 7 orifices and skin pores, as if analyzing her body down to its core. Sure enough, a water mage, with some innate talent. Though immature and weak in magical power, that's actually beneficial for me. The water elemental secretly gloating, its expression still calm, but excitement barely concealed in its tone. In the next moment, the water elemental dissolved into innumerable thin streams, pouring frantically into Sweetheart's body. Moments later, the pool calmed. The massive figure faded away, replaced by Sweetheart slowly opening her eyes. A flash of deep blue water light flickered across her gaze. Qin Feng gaped in disbelief, stifling a laugh. "Looks like I'm pulling off a sort of resurrection here." A cascade of water poured down like a waterfall, with Sweetheart's tender white feet landing lightly on the surface, hopping gracefully to the lush grass by the pool's edge. When the waterfall dispersed, she still emanated a strong aura of water elemental energy. This child, what should I call you? Qin Feng's gaze was filled with complexity as he sized up the figure before him. Sweetheart stood slowly, revealing pale, delicate skin. If she hadn't transformed into a magical beast form, Qin Feng might have felt a different sort of stir in his heart. Call me Na Gazanghua, she said steadily, her tone bearing maturity beyond her years. I was once human, but due to an accident long ago, my enemies sealed me within this pool using water elemental power. I cannot leave. Sounds like there's quite a story there. Shame I've got no wine on me, Qin Feng muttered to himself. Though he wasn't overly concerned with her past, he was more curious about what kind of strength Na Gazanghua could lend him. So it's really you. Though you've grown quite a bit since before, I recognized you instantly. You were the only prey to ever escape my grasp, Qin Feng said coldly. As Na Gazanghua hesitated to respond, a deadly wolf spider appeared belatedly. Its narrow eyes swept her over ruthlessly before resting on Qin Feng. Sorry, that applies to me as well, Qin Feng answered fearlessly. I know I can't kill you now, but the girl by your side is my prey. He'll never let her leave, snarled the wolf spider, rubbing its long legs, the sharp clashing sounds threatening. Oh, then suit yourself. Qin Feng stepped back without hesitation, knowing Na Gazanghua was no helpless lamb to be toyed with. Perhaps he could even leverage her power to eliminate this lingering foe. Since I'm in a good mood, you'd best leave now. Na Gazanghua's eyes gleamed coldly as she curtly ordered the wolf spider away. Arrogant. The wolf spider roared furiously, raising 7 or 8 thick legs like deadly blades. It launched itself at Na Gazanghua, trailing fine, sharp webs like weapons. Water arrow. Though both conjured a water arrow, Na Gazanghua's was noticeably denser, radiating a strong water element as it shot swiftly toward the attacking man-killing wolf spider. Whoosh! The icy-cold water arrow sliced through the air with a sharp screech that seemed to tear the silence. Sensing imminent danger, the wolf spider immediately switched from offense to defense. 7 or 8 thick spider legs slammed in front like iron bars, shielding its vital areas. Bang! The water arrow struck the spider's legs fiercely, splashing water everywhere. The immense force sent the entire wolf spider flying. It rolled several times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, its hardened shell thudding upon impact. After landing, every one of its legs trembled. Hesitating for a moment, the wolf spider suddenly sprayed white silk and whipped itself toward the distant woods, vanishing into the shadows in the blink of an eye. What a pity. Qin Feng watched the black shape disappear, regret flickering in his eyes. If it weren't for not yet receiving Na Gazanghua's reward, he truly wanted to chase it down and finish it while it was weak. Na Gazanghua gently stroked her newly revived body, feeling the surging magic within. She murmured softly, I've only used 1/10 of this bonus power so far. I still need time to adapt. Then she suddenly looked up at Qin Feng. What about her things? What things? Qin Feng was puzzled. He thought, the reward hasn't even come yet. Why is she asking for things? Don't tell me she came into the mountain wearing only underwear. Na Gazanghua's gaze sharpened. Where's the mage's staff and robe? Well, maybe she had some unusual preference. Qin Feng inwardly cursed his name being said wrong, but didn't dare correct it, chuckled awkwardly, and obediently handed over the staff and robe. Every investment now is for a greater return, he quietly reassured himself. Draped in the mage's robe and gripping the staff, Na Gazanghua's appearance now matched that sweet young lady from before, but her aura was entirely different. Noble pride and calm accompanied the ebb and flow of magic. You can tell from my name that I was originally a true noblewoman, she said excitedly. Instead of rushing for the reward, she babbled on. Oh, yes, you're right. Qin Feng could only smile and hum along. Maybe the monsters living in the mountains don't understand, Na Gazanghua continued, but in human society, only noble families have inherited surnames. A surname represents domain, title, or specialty. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Wait, are you saying your family specializes in Gazanghua? That's right, Na Gazanghua nodded. Gazanghua is a kind of magical herb that can forge the body. Although I am the legitimate daughter, am not allowed to learn how to cultivate it. She paused, then added, however, I possess the cultivation technique for a different pseudo-magical herb. Though not as good as Gazanghua, it's still worth a fortune. Could it be Jishui grass? Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Exactly, said Na Gazanghua proudly. These Jishui grass you see aren't naturally grown, but cultivated by me. Don't underestimate pseudo-magical herbs. They already have the potential to become true magical herbs and can raise a common family into minor nobility within a few generations. Qin Feng scratched his head. What does that have to do with me? What exactly are you trying to tell me? Are you planning to teach me how to cultivate Jishui grass? That's right, but it's not that simple. Na Gazanghua's eyes burned intensely. You now have 2 choices. The first is that I give you 1/3 of the Jishui grass here, and you leave this place. Qin Feng's gaze swept over the dense cluster of water-drawing herbs by the pond. Even if there weren't 800, there were at least 5 or 600. A third of that would be enough for him to make a tidy profit. But who would turn down the chance to earn more? His eyes flickered as he asked, and what's the second option? To guard me for 3 days, Naga Zhenghua said calmly. After 3 days, I'll give you half of the water-drawing herbs and teach you the exact method to cultivate them. Guard you? For 3 days? You're so powerful, why would you need me? Qin Feng asked, puzzled. I've just returned to a human body and need time to adjust. I can't overuse my magical energy. Also, I need 3 days to break the formation imprisoning me. During that time, any beasts or adventurers who enter the pond will need to be dealt with by you, Naga Zhenghua explained. Qin Feng shook his head. You're overestimating me. With my strength, I can't defeat most of the beasts in the mountains. Besides, the Fiery Kingdom's Beast Burning Festival is coming soon. Lots of adventurers will be hunting, and strong teams might show up at any time. Plus, my iron tree is about to bear fruit. If I don't harvest it, some Highland Eagle will get it instead. Naga Zhenghua fixed him with a serious look and added, as a human, ordinary adventurers won't bother me. For powerful beasts, I can intervene 3 times, just 3 times to help you kill or drive them away. If I exceed that, the cultivation method deal is off. Besides that, if this works out, I owe you a favor. That sounds like a threat, Qin Feng said, uneasy under her gaze, letting out a snort. I'm not the type to repay kindness with harm, she replied, lowering her eyes. For ordinary beasts like you, it's tough to advance. You shouldn't give up on your opportunity so easily. Qin Feng fell silent for a moment, still worried. What if you go back on your word after escaping? I'm no match for you. That's easy to handle. Every mage can write binding contracts. I can set an elemental or divine contract spell. Many civilian mages depend on contracts to make a living, Naga Zhenghua said, the corner of her mouth twitching into a rare smile. Fine, but I have 3 additional conditions, or no deal, Qin Feng said firmly. Go ahead. First, all kills, loot, and corpses from surviving foes belong to me, including those you take down, except water-based loot can be excluded. Agreed. Second, I need to leave once within 2 days, for no more than 3 hours. You can only leave once and must return within 2 hours. Third, if even you can't handle an enemy, I can withdraw immediately, and you must not stop me. After hearing the last condition, Naga Zhenghua was silent for a moment, then murmured, if it comes to that, so be it. No other issues. I'll begin weaving the contract spell. You have forged a water element pact with Naga Zhenghua. Anyone who breaks it will suffer drowning torment. The moment the pact was sealed, Naga Zhenghua smiled gracefully, then turned and leapt into the pool behind her. The water exploded with a roaring sound as a towering column of water, several meters high, surged upward, and powerful water element energy churned wildly through the forest. This is way too flashy, like painting a target on myself, Qin Feng muttered under his breath, feeling tense. Instantly, he slipped into the dense water-absorbing grass along the shore. If a magical beast really came, at least he could try to ambush it first. Even while hiding, he didn't stop exercising. With steady breaths, Qin Feng pushed himself up and down among the narrow grass stalks, doing push-ups in one smooth go. Satiation 15, experience gained 24. Halfway through his training, he caught the sound of chaotic footsteps and noisy voices in the distance. At this point, there was almost no chance to spend these 3 days peacefully. Qin Feng stayed hidden, lowered his breathing, and pulled out some dry rations to eat quickly. If this was really an adventurer squad, he needed to gauge their strength before deciding whether to act. Satiation 50. Satiation 5. Satiation 5. Captain, look at that water pillar ahead. There's probably treasure or a monster there. Let's check it out. Just as he finished chewing the last bite, Qin Feng clearly heard their conversation. Through the tangled roots beneath the grass, he saw a 5-person team approaching the pool. 3 melee fighters with wounds, armor streaked with fresh blood, clearly just out of a tough fight. Their morale was strong, definitely not rookie level. The team as a whole was at least rank or above. Even against an frank unison, I'm confident. Take one down first, scare off the rest, Qin Feng planned silently. Captain, there's a lot of wild water-absorbing grass. Here we're going to make a fortune. Quick, everyone start picking. The lure of money made the team drop all caution. On the captain's order, the other 4's eyes gleamed green as they rushed straight into the grass. Qin Feng held his breath and quietly activated his skills. Black scale protection. Flesh burst. Instantly, his black scales were shrouded in dark radiance, and wild energy surged from his core to his limbs. Now, a young mage wielding a staff bent down to grab the water-absorbing grass. Qin Feng leapt out suddenly, his compact, yet powerful body crashing like a cannonball into the mage's head. Bang! The mage was knocked flat. Desperately raising his staff to cast a spell, he was met with a heavy swing from his attacker's tail. Boom crack! The sharp snap of breaking bones filled the air. Before the spell could form, the young mage convulsed and collapsed. Qin Feng crouched down, taunting, "Youth is nice, you just fall asleep so easily. Too bad this place doesn't allow sleeping in." Wake up. Before finishing, his tail slammed into the mage's face again. Smash. You have successfully killed a junior mage. Reputation 65. That's settled. He's permanently asleep now. Qin Feng shrugged. Monster attack. It killed Hunter. Quick, kill it. The four other adventurers watching the scene immediately ignited with rage. Leading them, the bulky captain puffed up his chest and hefted his massive iron shield with great effort, charging fiercely toward Qin Feng. This was supposed to be just a Grank adventurer squad, clearly still within manageable range. From afar, the archer had already drawn his bowstring to the limit, while two adventurers trailing behind the Captana longsword wielder and a shortsword fighter quickly rushed forward. Despite the sudden onslaught, Qin Feng remained completely unflustered. Whoosh! A sharp arrow sliced through the air, aiming straight for the black scales on Qin Feng's back. Sparks flew, but the arrow only left shallow marks on the sturdy scales. With skill buffs, those black scales were virtually indestructible, far tougher than black iron. Qin Feng steadied himself as the plump captain charged headlong at him, their bodies about to collide. At the last moment, Qin Feng shifted his stance and slid to the captain's feet. His tail suddenly slammed down with heavy force, striking the iron-plated ankle. The metal groaned and dented, but the captain only grunted lightly, refusing to budge. Unwilling to give in, Qin Feng struck the ankle again with his tail. The iron plating bent and cracked, blood oozing from the wound. Still, the captain did not fall and merely let out another grunt. The very next second, two gleaming blades flashed toward Qin Feng like lightning. The longsword aimed directly at his body. The shortsword swung for his head. At the same time, the captain pressed his giant shield heavily against Qin Feng's back, tightly restricting his movement. The weight suddenly increased. The sharp blades shredded the scales, leaving deep gashes across his body and head. At that moment, a warning alarm sounded in Qin Feng's mind. This tank was far more formidable than expected. The key now was to take out the other enemies first. Seizing control of the ground, he started to dig his way forward, clawing at the soil as he surged ahead, finally breaking free from the shield's pressure. No sooner had he moved a short distance when another feathered arrow flashed through the air. Qin Feng made no move to dodge, relying on his tough protection to absorb the attack. The iron arrow tore into his black scales, leaving a deep, glaring hole in the leaf-like scale. This isn't good. The monster's defense is stronger than anticipated. Even my Gale arrows can't pierce its scales. The distant archer muttered in surprise. Qin Feng ignored him and closed the distance rapidly. Before the archer could react, Qin Feng slid in and smashed into his feet. His tail crashed down hard against the ankle. The young archer, clearly weaker than the captain, immediately collapsed, clutching his leg in agony with a pained scream. Qin Feng's tail swung down again. A loud crack echoed as bone snapped. He mercilessly struck the archer's crotch. The agonized scream was sharp and pig-like. Seeing this, the three melee adventurers who had come with the archer immediately paled, froze in place, and showed expressions of fear. Taking advantage of the archer's writhing and clutching his bleeding injury, Qin Feng quickly climbed onto him and sank his teeth deep into the man's neck. Flesh tore open and blood spurted everywhere. The archer's struggles gradually weakened, and the sound of his heartbeat faded. You have successfully killed the novice archer. Reputation 65. Congratulations, your reputation has risen to Nameless Whisper LV106-2100. This beast was acting strange. Let's fall back. Seeing the brutal scene, the adventurer captain immediately wanted to retreat and called to the other two teammates to withdraw. Earlier, the captain had endured 2 strikes from Qin Feng's lizard tail, but still hadn't fallen. However, his ankle was severely injured, forcing him to limp, supported by his 2 companions as they slowly retreated. Qin Feng had no intention of letting them escape. If this small squad slipped out of sight, whether their watergrass source was exposed, his half-lizard form revealed, or the wanted bounty from the Flame Church traced, it would all drag him into the abyss. This time, he was smarter. Instead of attacking the captain who had become a burden, he directly targeted the agile assassin wielding a short sword. As long as the captain held the other 2 back like a heavy stone, there was no risk of them scattering. Whoosh! Qin Feng surged forward, closing in behind the assassin in an instant. The assassin was forced to release the captain, gripping his short sword in reverse, stabbing fiercely. Screech! The sharp blade grazed Qin Feng's black scales, leaving only sparks and a shallow scratch. Qin Feng took the hit and spun his lizard tail like a whirlwind. The assassin was experienced and leapt just in time to dodge. As he landed, a cold dagger slid from his sleeve, the blade a ghostly green, venom shimmering faintly in the moonlight. Piercing stab. The assassin shouted angrily, aiming the dagger at a dent in Qin Feng's back scales, caused earlier by an arrow. The dagger was poisoned. Qin Feng's heart jolted. He flipped over sharply, exposing the white scales on his belly to protect his vital spots. Ripping. The newly grown white belly scales were deeply gouged by the dagger, nearly pierced through. Waves of agonizing pain bit into his bones. but he gritted his teeth and forced a roll to pin the assassin beneath him. Ecstasy turned to terror. The assassin's face went pale as he wildly stabbed at Qin Feng's side, but the close angle prevented him from applying full force, leaving only sparks on the scales. Bang! The lizard tail swept heavily across the assassin's face. His nose caved in, the skin instantly patterned with scale-shaped bruises. Ah! Before the scream could fully escape, Qin Feng lashed his tail again. Thud! 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 The final strike slammed into the ground with a bloody gust. Crash! The assassin's head exploded like an overripe melon, splattering red and white across the forest floor as his body collapsed stiffly. You have successfully killed a novice assassin. Reputation 70. Congratulations. Reward obtained. Chest normal. Congratulations, your reputation has risen to barely known LV132300. In the eastern Arkyra Mountains, most monsters and adventurers have heard your name. You can now proactively claim minor territories or request small domains from higher-ranked beasts. As the bloody scene settled, the other swordsman finally lost his nerve, abandoning the captain and sprinting away without a glance back. Trying to run now? Too late. The captain dragged his injured leg, unable to catch up, watching helplessly. Qin Feng shook off the still wet blood from his scales, spread his foreclaws, and in the blink of an eye was behind the fleeing swordsman, striking his ankle hard with a sweeping tail strike. Thwack! The adventurer swordsman let out a scream, barely managing to stay on his feet as he continued running forward. But his ankle was injured now, and his speed dropped dramatically. Thwack-crack! Qin Feng's tail lashed down again. The crisp snap of breaking bone drowned out the swordsman's ragged breathing, and the man finally collapsed face first into the mud, crumpling like a broken insect. Rip! Qin Feng pounced, his fangs tearing through the exposed throat. Blood sprayed from the severed vessels, scattering crimson droplets across the grass and stones. Fear and agony quickly faded from those eyes. You have successfully killed a novice swordsman. Reputation 68. Qin Feng shook his blood-splattered head and used his thick lizard tail to drag the corpse toward the pond. Glancing back, he spotted the corpulent adventurer captain stumbling deeper into the forest. The man had barely covered a dozen meters, leaving a sticky trail of sweat and blood in his wake. Lord Lizard, please don't kill me. Spare my life. Copper coins, potions take everything. I'll even catch you a female lizard as tribute. Seeing Qin Feng approach step by step, the captain's face went deathly pale. He collapsed onto his backside with a thud, scrambling backward on his hands. But Qin Feng didn't even spare him a glance. Everything this man was offering could be taken from his corpse anyway. Why bother with negotiations? Stay away from me. The scream was cut short by a brutal tail strike. Thwack! A shriek. Thwack! Another. The obese body convulsed several times before going completely limp. You have successfully killed a novice knight. Reputation 75. Congratulations. You have received a reward. Chest common adventurer captain. The captain's pale, fleshy neck was covered in goosebumps. Qin Feng grimaced in disgust and abandoned any thought of biting into it. Instead, he simply smashed the man's skull with his tail, letting this fat pig suffer a moment longer. Few not one left standing. Qin Feng silently congratulated himself. If this Grank party had coordinated properly and set up an ambush, he might not have escaped unscathed. Fortunately, they had been so distracted by the water-drawing grass covering the ground that he was able to hide in the underbrush and take out their mage first, throwing their formation into complete disarray. Now it was time to collect the spoils. Qin Feng dragged the 5 corpses to the edge of the pond and began stripping their equipment. Standard leather armor common 1. Custom iron armor common 1. Viper's blade common 1. Before long, a messy pile had accumulated by the water's edge. 1 mage robe, 2 sets of leather armor, 1 iron armor, 1 custom iron armor, and an assortment of weapons and gear, plus 220 scattered copper coins. Each person's loadout was comparable to that Miss Sweetheart from before, with individual pieces worth between 80 and 150 copper coins. A rough estimate put the total value not counting the corpses themselves at over 1,000 copper coins. Murder and mayhem really did pay well. Qin Feng had no use for the equipment himself and was in no hurry to turn it over to the system. He planned to compare prices first. What really caught his attention was the notification, Novice Corpse X5. All 5 corpses only took up a single inventory slot. How convenient. It seemed the system understood that conflicts between magical beasts and humans were inevitable, so it had done him a favor when it came to corpse storage. After stowing the bodies away planning to take them to the Sage Beast for resource exchange in a few days, Qin Feng opened the chat channel and sent a private message to Pondside Oak. Hey Tan, you buying equipment this time? Tan Jianli, recycling gear? Do you take me for some kind of legend? Beside the lowland, Qin Feng finished a bloody battle and shook the claws on his blades, his gaze still cold and serious. He switched his communicator to the public channel and replied coolly, I just hunted down an adventurer party. Got plenty of gear. If you can offer a good price, I'll sell. Far away in town, Tan Jianli was shocked by hunting an adventurer party and immediately probed, Brother, you're not the black-scale savage lizard from the combat rankings, are you? Qin Feng was too lazy to confirm or deny. He just sent the equipment list. Venom Fong Blade, Greenwood Staff, Standard Leather Armor, a whole long list. A moment later, there was a reply. Tan Jianli composed himself. Mostly common gear, quite a quantity, but the premium over system price won't be high. The system price is 1,230 copper coins. I can offer 1,350. Interested? Deal, Qin Feng said decisively. For him, anything above system price was worthwhile. Tan Jianli relaxed but added, Brother, that's a lot of copper it has to add up. I've got a new proposal, want to hear it? Go ahead. Qin Feng crouched by the pool, casually wiping blood off his claw blades. In working with the town's blacksmith pure talent, Tan Jianli said proudly, I can refine metal to higher purity, with better output and quality. Given your current strength and wealth, you can upgrade weapons to elite grade. Qin Feng considered, costly I suppose? Right. Your weapons aren't big, so don't need too much high-tier material, but they must be inlaid with gems or magic cores. Even the lowest grade gem costs 150 copper each. 2 blades require 2 gems. Plus, I fill them with compatible materials, just don't suddenly level up too fast. This gear should last long. Give me the total price. 800 copper coins, includes 3 suitable gems. They'll front 100 as deposit, remainder on delivery. Qin Feng quickly weighed his options. Normal gear was already lagging behind his growth. If he didn't turn copper into combat power, it was just empty numbers. Within moments he replied, okay, deal then. Good, I'll finish it before tonight. Tan Jianli said excitedly. After the conversation ended, Qin Feng stuffed the loot into a beast hide sack and headed to the shore. Thick watergrab grass grew there. He casually dug a half-meter pit, buried all the equipment inside, then covered it with roots and stones. That way, even passing adventurers would only notice the grass, never suspect treasure worth over 1,000 copper lying beneath their feet. After the battle, besides losing 50 of his fullness from the blood and tissue lost, Qin Feng spent an additional 25 fullness but gained 40 experience points. He quickly pulled out Qingya grass and mountain wolf meat, stuffing them into his mouth. Fullness 65, fullness 5, fullness 5. Heat and energy surged inside him. He felt his muscles swell again, his black scales glinting faintly. Just as Qin Feng finished eating and drinking, the pool before him rippled, and Nagazanghua, wet and glistening, emerged from the water. I saw everything that just happened and was ready to step in to help you, but I didn't expect you to handle it perfectly on your own. Well done. Qin Feng sheathed his sword, glanced toward the voice, and smiled while waving his hand. Don't flatter me. That water pillar is too distracting. Can you get rid of it? On the water's surface, Nagazanghua's figure floated half-submerged. She shrugged helplessly and shook her head. This is leftover energy from me altering the formation. The flow will only get stronger unless the formation's core is completely destroyed. Before she finished speaking, she plunged back into the pool. With a splash, the already towering water column surged another meter higher, the mist refracting scattered rainbows in the evening light. With no better options, Qin Feng retreated to the shore and took out the 2 treasure chests he had obtained earlier. As he opened their lids, golden light spilled out and prompts appeared one after another. Open treasure chest, Wilderness Dwelling Scroll Common 1. Open treasure chest, Buff Aura Scroll Common 1. He quickly scanned the attributes. Wilderness Dwelling Scroll Common allows construction of an adaptive, standard dwelling in environments such as mountains, streamsides, forests, or ice fields. Cannot be used in extremely harsh conditions. Price, 225. Buff Aura Scroll Common. Grants a basic buff aura for 13 days. Price, 200. Although only common quality, these are top tier for their ranks, Qin Feng thought, nodding to himself. He admired the system, once again definitely a mark of quality. He put the dwelling scroll into his backpack, planning to use it once he claimed new territory. Then, without hesitation, he opened the buff aura scroll. Buff activated. Lifesteal aura converts 10 of damage dealt into health during combat, lasts 3 days. Lifesteal? That's incredibly useful. Qin Feng immediately remembered the thrill of this effect from games he played before transmigrating. Clenching his fist with excitement, he said, this basically boosts my survivability. Satisfied that no new troubles had arisen nearby, he chose a dry clearing to resume his daily training. Hiss hiss hiss. Satiety 10, Growth Experience 16. Knowing dangers lurked in the mountains, he dared not push his stamina to the limit like he would in a cave dwelling. Instead, he trained until about 70 exertion, then paused to recover, continuing once sufficiently rested. Satiety 10, Growth Experience 16. Hiss hiss hiss. Satiety 10, Growth Experience 16. Several cycles passed until the sinking sun disappeared behind the ridge and night quietly enveloped the sky. The surroundings remained peaceful, no monsters had come to cause trouble. Yet Qin Feng knew real danger often came at night. Ever since large numbers of adventurers invaded the mountains, many monsters rested by day and only hunted freely under cover of darkness. He pulled up the updated combat power rankings for the day. Over 600 survivors in the eastern zone, but only 46 worshippers among them paid tribute to him. Frowning, Qin Feng muttered, the death rate is rising a bit too much. Switching casually to the chat channel, he saw a scroll of messages. Besides scattered discussions about the rankings, most conversations focused on adventurer party movements and conflicts. The most surprising message came from a goblin survivor, crying in the channel. Their tribe had been nearly wiped out by an adventurer squad called Goblin Killers. The few survivors had been forced to retreat deep into the mountains, preparing to seek refuge with the strongest goblin tribe there. The channel instantly erupted into chaos. How about we revolt? If they dare hunt us in the mountains, we can go down and attack their villagers. No, have you always been this brave? Are you made of urea bags or something? How can you hold so much? Didn't you see even our goblin tribe, one of the major monsters in the east, has to relocate? Were you some kind of delivery person in your past life, or what? Delivering so hard? Brothers, I'm trapped inside their beast cage wagon right now. They're staying overnight on the mountain. Can someone come save me? I'm willing to work as hard as a bull or horse to repay whoever rescues me. Same here. Whoever saves me will be their loyal hyena in life and their ghost in death. Don't even think about it. Just accept your fate. I've already shared all the intel. This prisoner transport is escorted by 1 rank adventurer squad and 3 frank squads. The cages are enchanted gear. Even if we gathered the top 5 power-ranked veterans, it wouldn't be enough. Our only chance is if a monster with combat power over 1,000 storms through at night only, then can we escape in the chaos. A monster with power over 1,000? There must be barely any of those in the entire eastern district. I'm a Knoll, so I know our tribe has a mortal enemy, the Ogre clan. Their leader is like a mountain, terrifyingly powerful, and they love eating humans, perfectly matched professionally. We could reach out to Big Brother Zhou to see if there's a chance. Don't ask. I just checked with our leader. Too many humans caught lately. We can't eat them all fresh. He doesn't want stale meat. We're doomed. You're on your own. When Qin Feng closed the chat channel, the night had fully fallen over the forested mountain. Naked and exposed for the first time, he lowered his breath. The cold seeped through his skin into his bones. Howl, howl, rustle. Scattered beast cries echoed in the valley. Qin Feng scraped a shallow hole near the pond and curled inside, only his head alert. Even in this cramped dirt pit, he didn't give up training, curled up, doing sit-ups. Hiss. Fullness 10 experience 16. Fullness 10 experience 16. Huff huff. After a few short sets of training, a sharp, strong stench of blood hit him. Qin Feng peeked out, tensing instantly. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs. Glowing pale green lights flickered deep in the forest, floating like eerie little lanterns in the black night. The lights quickly pressed toward the pond, but Qin Feng didn't rush to flee. First thing, he took out some meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Fullness 45. Fullness 5. After filling his hunger, he finally saw their true form, a pack of wolves bursting from the trees. The wolves were lean and long-bodied, their fur tinged a faint green, as if wearing natural lucky robes. A few carried wild rabbits, foxes, or groundhogs in their jaws, clearly coming to the pond for water. Is that the Wolf King? Qin Feng focused sharply, his pupils shrinking. In the center of 7 or 8 wolves, a giant wolf stepped forward. It was larger than the others, similar in shape to the mountain wolves Qin Feng had encountered before, but with longer fangs and a sharper gaze. Magic combat vision activated. Comprehensive combat power analysis success. Target identified as ordinary forest wolf, skilled in camouflage, biting, and group attacks. Estimated combat power 188. Magic combat vision activated again. Comprehensive combat power analysis success. Target identified as elite forest giant wolf, proficient in magical attacks and commanding small wolf packs. Estimated combat power 295. Using the combat vision lens, Qin Feng quickly locked onto the threat levels of 2 wolf-type ordinary forest wolves at 188 points, and the forest giant wolf soaring to 295 points. The latter could easily dominate single-handedly, and was even more dangerous in coordinated pack battles. With the wolves closing in on the watering hole, he dared not delay any longer. Either he stunned them with 1 strike, or was torn apart by the pack. Better to cut off 1 finger than to disable all 10, Qin Feng thought, as he singled out the nearest ordinary forest wolf. When it was less than 10 steps from the watering hole, he burst forward suddenly. Flesh and blood erupted. Black scales shielded him. In the night, the amber eyes of the forest wolf flashed sharply, keenly catching the approaching shadow. A fierce howl. Ripping slash. Sharp claws grazed Qin Feng's black scales, leaving only light white scratches. Its agility was terrifying, but its physical toughness was inferior. Smash. Crack. Qin Feng swung his lizard tail back and struck the wolf's leg. The bone as thick as a grown man's arm shattered instantly. Smash. Crack. The other hind leg was broken too. The forest wolf collapsed weakly onto the ground on its front half. A howl of pain. Before the mournful cry ended, another tail strike slammed into the wolf's head. Crack. Its pointed snout dented, teeth scattered. The giant wolf roared furiously, its deep growl echoing through the forest. The rest of the wolf's ferocity was roused and surged forward like a tide. Qin Feng seized the chance to swing his tail again, knocking the half-conscious forest wolf into unconsciousness, then stepped onto its back, raising his upper body and letting out a taunting hiss. Hisses. He raised his spine, claws half spread, as if ready to tear apart anyone who approached the next second. This imposing posture, combined with the sight of the fallen packmate, caused the surrounding ordinary forest wolves to halt, lowering their heads warily and scattering in a semicircle. However, the forest giant wolf showed no sign of retreat and grew even more furious. Roar! What element surged over its body, grasping vines of grass. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The ground beneath Qin Feng cracked open suddenly. Dozens of finger-thick blades of grass sprouted wildly, wrapping around him again and again like green whips. Flash! His claw strikes only left shallow scratches on the grass stalks. Terrifying toughness. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng was bound into a grass cocoon, the tightening grip threatening to crush him to pulp. Fortunately, his black scales were harder than iron, preventing him from being crushed on the spot. Seeing his prey fully immobilized, the forest giant wolf strode forward proudly. Roar! The ordinary wolves dragged away their injured companion, leaving Qin Feng bound in place. The giant wolf towered above, bearing bloody fangs for a brutal bite. Crunch! The grass cocoon was torn open as sharp teeth bit heavily into the scales, increasing pressure to try penetrating the defense. Struggling will only drain my magic. I must think of another way. Qin Feng bit his lip, ready to call for help from Nagasang Flower. Suddenly, a trade notification popped up. Just in time. He quickly confirmed it. Trade success. Steel Piercing Elite Claw X1. Steel Stone Splitting Elite Tail X1. Copper Coin 700. Steel Piercing Elite Claw is a pair of gauntlets forged from purified black iron steel, embedded with metal element sharp iron gems, granting armor-piercing ability. 1. Steel extremely sturdy and durable, many times stronger than black iron. 2. Piercing 25 penetration, 25 sharpness. Price. Steel Stone Splitting Elite Tail is a tail gauntlet forged from purified black iron steel, inlaid with earth element heavy earth gems, granting stone-splitting power. 1. Steel extremely sturdy and durable, many times stronger than black iron. 2. Stone-splitting 35 strike power, with a piercing effect. The iron-piercing gauntlets were a pair of sharp claw covers, each inlaid with a tiny gray gem that flickered with a cold light. Qin Feng focused his mind and snapped them firmly onto his front paws, then slid the tail sheath called Iron Stonebreaker covered with backward barbs and toned gems onto the end of his lizard tail. A dark red aura, tinged with the glow of a vampiric halo, quietly layered the attributes of these two elite-grade pieces. He glanced down. Total combat power 2, 451,865. Slash. He suddenly twisted his body, tearing through the green grass that bound him, and raised his claws to strike at the restraining plants. Rip tear. The once tough green stems, as resilient as rains moments ago, turned fragile as thin paper under the gleaming steel claws, shredded to pieces in an instant. All the grass snapped beneath him, yet Qin Feng's upper body remained trapped in the gaping jaws of the forest giant wolf, its sharp fangs locking him tightly. His front paws couldn't reach the wolf's mouth. Only his free lizard tail could move. The tail, armored with iron stonebreaker, swung out like a heavy iron club, wielding a force of 1,000 pounds. Smash. Roar. The giant wolf's skull jolted as if struck by a thunderclap. The sharp pain forced it to loosen its grip with a howl that echoed through the forest. Seizing the brief moment as the wolf instinctively shook its head, Qin Feng charged forward, plunging his whole body into its mouth. His steel claws slashed wildly flesh and blood sprayed in a sticky, crimson splatter. Smack! The enraged, uncontrollable wolf shook its bloodied captive violently and threw him to the ground. Burning pain seeped beneath Qin Feng's scales as he rolled several times before landing in the mud. As he rose, the wolf's blazing green eyes locked onto him, filled with furious wrath. Grassbind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wood elemental magic surged. The grass beneath Qin Feng burst up again, entangling him anew. But this time, the cold gleam of the iron-piercing gauntlets flashed fiercely. He swiped his claws through the green vines, shredding them as they snapped apart with sharp cracks. The giant wolf froze, stunned, never expecting its signature innate magic to be so easily broken. Opportunity suddenly arose. Qin Feng lunged forward. He swung his lizard tail high, like a steel hammer flying through the air. Smash. Crack. The thick bone of the wolf's leg shattered on the spot. The giant wolf howled in pain as 7 or 8 forest wolves lurking nearby leapt out, their bloody jaws snapping toward Qin Feng. Steel claws spun in a whirlwind, silver light streaking across the rows of fangs, carving deep bloody marks. Amid the wolves' wails, they retreated, shrinking back into the shadows to lick their wounds, unwilling to advance any further. Roar. The giant wolf grew even more furious, raising its head in a long howl. Its glowing green eyes transformed into soul-catching fiendish lights. Each strand of its fur stood on end like sharp steel needles armored on its body. The wood elemental power exploded forth. Child of the forest. Rough bark sprouted from beneath its fur, wrapping its massive frame in a heavy wooden armor. In the next second, the giant wolf leapt angrily upward, its huge shadow crashing down like a falling mountain, carrying a roaring gale right toward Qin Feng. Boom. The impact surged through Qin Feng like a flood. Though his outer armor showed no obvious damage, his internal organs were jolted painfully out of place. Gritting his teeth against dizziness, he bent low and swung his tail again, aiming for the giant wolf's bark-covered hind leg. Smash! The hardtail club struck the bark, the muffled impact echoing like a wooden drum, loud and piercing. Yet despite the repeated thuds, the power was greatly weakened. The giant forest wolf pressed down heavily on Qin Feng's body, its belly flush against the ground, as if it was using all its might to crush his internal organs. Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng mustered every ounce of strength to lift his back. His arms, strengthened by countless push-ups, suddenly unleashed incredible power, forcing the giant forest wolf off him and easing the crushing pain in his insides. This wolf's strength far exceeded Qin Feng's expectations. Its combat power was definitely over 320. He muttered to himself, wondering if all his previous efforts would be wasted if he had to rely on Nagazenghua's help after all. But it wasn't that he didn't want her assistance. If he killed it himself, he would gain the greatest rewards. If she struck the final blow, he'd lose out on valuable loot. Yet dragging the fight on only made things more dangerous, especially with a pack of forest wolves eyeing him hungrily nearby. Miss Nagazanghua, now's your chance. Qin Feng growled through gritted teeth, anxious yet hopeful. His only prayer was that the tree bark armor embedded in the giant forest wolf was sturdy enough to withstand her strike. Just then, powerful water elemental magic surged above the pool, forming a bright blue solid water arrow in an instant. Exploding water arrow. With a piercing whistle, this water arrow was leagues stronger than any Qin Feng had ever seen before. In a blink, it shot straight at the giant forest wolf. Boom. The explosion ripped through the air like a cannon blast, and Qin Feng immediately felt the heavy weight on his back lift. The ground trembled violently. When Qin Feng looked closely, he saw most of the giant forest wolf's body buried in mud. It seemed stunned and dazed, its mournful howls trailing off. The fur on one side was blown away, revealing large, swollen, bloody wounds. The sudden turn of events terrified the surrounding wolves, most of whom fled hastily into the forest. A few loyal ones clung desperately to the giant wolf's body, trying to drag it out of the mud, but it was stuck too deep, and their efforts were in vain. Fearing the wolf wouldn't hold on, Qin Feng leapt forward and slammed his lizard tail heavily down on its head. A piercing roar shattered the remaining wolves' morale, scattering them until only one unconscious wolf and the mud-embedded giant remained. Bang! 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 Qin Feng hammered repeatedly on the wolf's skull with the steel-tipped spikes of his outer shell, leaving countless puncture wounds like a beehive. Blow after blow, until the giant wolf's skull warped. Finally, through the bloodied, blinded eyes, it opened its eyes slowly with a look of tragic despair. Roar bang! Bang! Crack accompanied by its desperate roar, Qin Feng smashed its skull fiercely with his lizard tail, ending the life-or-death battle. You have successfully slain the elite giant forest wolf. Reputation 220. Congratulations, your reputation has risen to somewhat known LV232500. Congratulations, you have earned a reward, treasure chest. After killing the giant forest wolf, Qin Feng didn't rush to dissect the corpse. Suddenly, a wave of overwhelming weakness swept over him. Opening his system prompt, he realized the intense battle had dropped his satiety to a critical level, leaving him struggling to continue. You have undergone a fierce battle. Satiety 40, growth experience 64. Congratulations, your level has increased to juvenile stage LV840500, and your appetite and attributes have been enhanced. Name Qin Feng. Species Battle Wolf Lizard Black Scale, Frenzy Lizard Elite. Recommended diet 90 meat, 5 plants, 5 liquids. Level Juvenile Stage LV810500. Reputation Familiar LV255500. Strength 407. Physique 507. Agility 295. Mana 223. Wisdom 193. Defense 426. Satiety 5. Title Elite Battle Wolf Lizard, Grass Cutter. Active Skills Black Scale Protection Elite, Flesh Burst Elite. Passive Skills Tenacious Lizard Tail Elite. Equipment Steel Piercing Armor Elite, Steel Stonebreaker Elite. Total Combat Power 2732065. Territory Aquila Mountain Range. Owned Territory None. Talent Intelligence Officer Elite 720. Evaluation Body greatly enhanced through rare treasure, flesh modification. Possesses potential for Flesh Burst. When will you go slay the dragon? Congratulations, you have ranked 4th on the District Combat Power Leaderboard. Warning, satiety below 5, triggering extreme weakness trait. All attributes 80. Approaching 0 will result in death. Please eat promptly. After checking his status, Qinfeng didn't hesitate and immediately dashed toward the pool. The clear water shimmered with scattered light. He bent down to take out Qingya grass and the remaining mountain wolf meat, swallowing them in large bites. Satiety 85. Satiety 5. Satiety 5. Finished eating. He weighed his meat pouch less than 8 gene of mountain wolf meat remained, barely enough for one day. Good thing I've got forest giant wolf meat left, otherwise I wouldn't know where to find food, Qinfeng thought with relief. He stepped up to the giant wolf's corpse, ready to start, but was distracted by a sleeping forest wolf nearby, the one he had soothed to sleep. The wolf was still snoring softly. Really knows how to sleep. Qinfeng leaned closer, just as the forest wolf opened its eyes, a pair of pale green pupils filled with fear. Howl! Howl! Calling for the boss? Qinfeng raised his steel claw, pointing ahead. Howl! Following the direction, the forest wolf saw the giant wolf's head torn open, lying in the dirt like a dead dog. Its heart sank just a short nap, and the pack was gone. Even the boss was dead? Its eyes darted, and it immediately crawled to Qinfeng's feet, licking his steel claw with a submissive look. Want to join me? Qinfeng's eyes flickered with a hint of joy, quickly dimming. When I have my own territory, I'll need loyal followers. But your front legs are shattered by me, and will never fully heal. Taking you along would only slow me down. With that thought, his gaze sharpened, and behind him his lizard tail raised high. Quick and easy, just a bit painful. Bang! Crack! With the aid of Steel Stonebreaker, his tail slammed down hard. The crisp sound of the forest wolf's skull shattering echoed. You have successfully killed the forest wolf, reputation 80. Congratulations, you have received a reward. Ordinary loot box dismantling. At Qinfeng's mental command, the corpse of the forest wolf before him rapidly disintegrated. In an instant, the lifeless, well-fed wolf's body transformed into a stream of materials. 1. Fresh forest wolf meat 40 gene common. The meat carried a faint herbal aroma, and eating it provided a temporary boost to agility. Price: 160 copper coins per gene. 2. Fresh forest wolf blood 400 milliliters common, usable in potions or drinkable directly to slightly enhance wood element magic. Price: 120 copper coins per 100 milliliters. 3. Forest wolf miscellaneous pack 1 wrapped in wolf hide, containing organs, bones, skull, sharp teeth, and claws. Price: 85 copper coins. The value of a regular forest wolf roughly matches that of a hyenaman, but the hyenaman's meat tastes awful, while this wolf meat smells fantastic. Qinfeng bent over to sniff the grassy scent, then shifted his gaze to the larger prize, the corpse of the forest giant wolf. Disassemble. Suddenly, new system messages flooded the screen. 1. Elite Wood Magic Core 1 contains pure wood element magic, useful for forging equipment and crafting potions. Price: 580 copper coins. 2. Fresh Forest Giant Wolf meat 60 gene common with faint wood elemental energy. Consuming it boosts both agility and magic. Price: 300 copper coins per gene. 3. Fresh Forest Giant Wolf blood 600 milliliters common, usable for alchemy or making magical beast blood tonic. Drinking it improves affinity with wood magic and may grant insights into wood element skills. Price: 240 copper coins per 100 milliliters. 4. Forest Giant Wolf organs and bones 30 gene common, suitable for cooking, composting, or medicinal use. Price: 60 copper coins per gene. 5. Forest Giant Wolf skull 1 common, damaged, usable as decoration, offering, or trade at the Adventurers Guild. Price: 80 copper coins. 6. Forest Giant Wolf claws and fangs 36, craftable into sharp weapons. Price: 108 copper coins each. 7. Forest Giant Wolf full pelt 1 high quality. Price: 120 copper coins. The system's total valuation was about 1,500 copper coins, comparable to that of other elite mountainous wolf-type creatures. Qinfeng surveyed his bulging backpack with satisfaction. Picking out organs, bones, claws, and other materials he didn't immediately need, he listed them on the trading channel with prices just a bit higher than the system's buyback rates. He also sold off the mountain wolf meat and blood that was about to spoil. Might as well eat fresh ones later. After finishing, he noticed his private messages flashing. The avatar of Tan Jianli filled the screen. Tan Jianli: Bro, what's the deal with the gear? Tan Jianli: I call you brother every time. Don't screw me over. I've got all the money ready. Tan Jianli: Brother. Qinfeng hurriedly replied. Sorry, just dealt with some trouble. Is the trade still possible? Tan Jianli: You bet. I couldn't sleep if this deal fell through. By the way, the stuff you put up on the platform, was it from killing wolf packs? You even got a counter kill. That's insane. Qinfeng cleared his throat twice. Let's finish the trade first. Tan Jianli: All right. Trade successful. Venomfang Blade 1. Standard Leather Armor 2. Qingwu Staff 1. Custom Plate Armor 1. Received. 1 silver coin, 350 copper coins. Current funds, 1 silver coin, 553 copper coins. After completing this transaction, Qin Feng's wallet hit a new high. During his break, he briefly chatted with Tan Jianli, learning that the latter also recycled magical beast materials but was short on funds to buy Qin Feng's current stock, suggesting they negotiate later. Qin Feng privately joked, "At this rate, am I going to make Tan Jianli the richest man in town?" Thinking of his own modest scale, he just laughed it off. He crawled back into the excavated pit, leaned against the wall, and took out the elite and common grade boxes he had just obtained, eager to see what treasures they might contain. Opening the treasure chest, Qin Feng found a common fertile land scroll, X1. Using this scroll would transform a 5 by 5 meter plot of land into fertile soil, accelerating plant growth by about 10. The selling price was 250. Immediately afterwards, another notification appeared opening the treasure chest, Elite Wooden Arrow Tower Blueprint X1. The Elite Wooden Arrow Tower required either an Elite Wood Magic Core or an Elite Wood Gem X1, plus 20 units of wood for construction. Note: improving the quality of materials would enhance the building's power. Both items were clearly building-related materials. Qin Feng closed the holographic screen, thinking to himself, "Once this mess is settled, I've got to claim some land and develop it properly. With my current combat power, I'm definitely qualified now." Night had fallen deep, and temperatures dropped sharply. A cold breeze swept through, giving the summer night an unexpected chill. Although Qin Feng had driven off the wolf pack, piercing animal howls still echoed through the forest from time to time. To get a good night's rest, Qin Feng gathered dry twigs and leaves around the pond and near the pit he had dug, creating a simple buffer and early warning zone. With everything set, he crawled into the pit. By this time, the chat channel contained only a few night owls still talking. Qin Feng glanced casually, then withdrew his attention. Exhaustion from fighting the wolves washed over him. Resting his head on his arm, he soon drifted into a deep sleep. Beside the water pool, the only sound was the constant gurgling as water surged from the spring. No other movement disturbed the stillness. At dawn, golden sunlight poured down, reflecting on Qin Feng's ink-black scales with a deep sheen. He opened his eyes groggily, having woken several times during the night, each time roused by monsters accidentally wandering too close and having to wave them away. "Thanks for your hard work, little lizard." A clear voice sounded from the water. Na Gazanghua surfaced like a splash, looking at the weary Qin Feng with eyes full of gratitude. "There are just over 2 days left. I need to start breaking through the formation course soon. It might get a bit noisy, but it's very important. You have to stay alert. Count on me." Qin Feng patted his chest confidently. After all, this was part of his duty. Saying a few encouraging words didn't hurt. Na Gazanghua nodded approvingly and disappeared back into the pond. A system prompt appeared. Satiety 25. Growth experience 45. Qin Feng summoned his status panel and frowned, noticing his magic power had only recovered halfway after being completely drained the previous night. It seemed sleep quality and mental state affected mana regeneration. But he never took naps, and the new day had started no time to waste. Climbing out of the earth pit, he began his morning exercises on the nearby flat ground. His muscles stretched and contracted in the cool morning air, scales softly scraping the earth with low rasps. Hiss hiss hiss. Satiety 10. Growth experience 18. Satiety 10. Growth experience 18. For safety, he slowed his pace, using more time but maintaining his usual training intensity. During breaks, he habitually opened the Intelligence Shop. Intelligence Shop Level 2. 1. White-Tire Intel, price, 10 copper coins. 2. White-Tire Intel, price, 10 copper coins. 3. Gray-Tier Intel, price, 50 copper coins. Bought everything. Today wasn't a lucky day, but there was no point in complaining. With his usual confidence, Qin Feng made a quick decision, and the intelligence store was cleared out within moments. Purchase successful. 1 gray intel, 2 white intels. The system notification flashed briefly. Qin Feng glanced over his gains and sighed inwardly. This is about as good as it gets today. The quality of the intel was generally poor, and none of the talent passives had been triggered. He didn't stop there. The 3 pieces of white intel in his mind soon merged into one. Match 3 puzzle? Interesting. Guess I came prepared, he said to himself with a hint of self-mockery. Then the 3 gray intels combined again. A faint glow flickered, and a brand new green intel appeared steadily, suspended in his consciousness. The next moment, Qin Feng activated his talent intelligence specialist. A vivid blue shimmer emerged, 1 blue intel. Seeing the single blue scroll, he restrained his curiosity and didn't open it immediately. Adventurer squads were gathering in the mountains, and events could expire easily. Since he couldn't head out anytime soon, it was better to keep this blue intel unopened for now. It would wait quietly until next time. Changing his train of thought, he switched to the trade channel. The supplies he had listed last night, due to their great quality and low price, had been snapped up like a bargain. A system record popped up, transaction complete, copper coins 560. After finishing these tasks, Qin Feng circled around the water collecting pool to check for any monster activity nearby. Seeing none, he began his morning exercise by the pool. First round, second round, third round. Sweat traced the lines of his muscles. His satiety 30, growth experience 54. At noon, he paused his workout and sat by the pool to eat fresh meat from a forest giant wolf and some tender green shoots. Satiety 65, satiety 5, satiety 5. The wolf meat carried a faint grassy aroma. He chewed heartily, surprisingly fresh and crisp, causing him to click his tongue in admiration. In the afternoon, he returned to the flatlands. 2 rounds. Qin Feng counted silently, squatting and encouraging himself. His satiety 20, growth experience 18. By then, he had half buried his body in a prepared earthen pit to rest, his gaze scanning the regional chat channel. Suddenly, a private message from an unknown sender popped up. Ming Leiji, are you Guangxi? Qin Feng, who's this? Ming Leiji, you can call me Beast Hunter or Shattered Stone Golem. Qin Feng, the top fighter on the leaderboard? How do you know I'm Guangxi? Ming Leiji, our type of survivor only exists in this entire zone. I contacted the other 3 on the list and ruled them out. That left only you. The monster materials you've sold confirmed it. Qin Feng, that's right. What do you want? Ming Leiji, cooperation. Qin Feng, cooperation? Ming Leiji, yes. I want to recruit a few of you for a big operation. Qin Feng, I have a grudge against killing Wolf Spider. Didn't he tell you? Ming Leiji, he did. But personal scores don't matter when big rewards are involved. Qin Feng, you're mistaken. If you want me to team up with him, you'll have to pay extra. Ming Leiji, Qin Feng, tell me the plan first. I have some special circumstances and may not be able to move. Ming Leiji, fine. I'm gathering you guys and some volunteers to intercept a prisoner beast wagon. Qin Feng, are you joking? Taking such a big risk to be a hero? Doesn't Aquila hand out trophies for that? Ming Leiji, I have supporting intel and a complete plan. Success rate is at least 30. If you agree to meet, they'll lay it all out. Qin Feng, what's the catch? It's not just for thanks, is it? Ming Leiji, fame and fortune. If the plan succeeds, most adventurers will either die or be seriously injured. The corpses left behind who claims them depends on skill. That's the profit. And fame? That's reputation. You don't think killing monsters or beating rivals is the only way to gain renown, do you? Qin Feng, then what else? Ming Leiji said, sure, killing monsters and humans can earn you fame, but that's just kill fame. It's limited, and later on, it won't provide enough experience for leveling up. Reputation by definition, it comes from accomplishing deeds, Ming Leiji continued explaining. The bigger the deed, the more reputation you gain. Gratitude from monster groups, bounty rewards from adventurer guilds, hatred from humans, even attention from high-level monsters, all count. If you pull off this world-shaking task, these factors will add up to at least 1,000 reputation points. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Sounds reasonable. So, if you don't mind me asking, what's your reputation level now? I've heard some talk, level 5. Why? Ming Leiji replied casually. No big deal, Qin Feng smiled. Thanks for the info. I can't stay now, so we'll just wish you success. And hope that man-eating wolf spider dies there. Cough cough. Alright, I get it. Ming Leiji put away his hope. Hopefully next time we can work together. He didn't try to keep him or persuade further, just casually shared another way to build reputation. Because of that, Qin Feng had more respect for him, a true strong player. To hold a rare profession like Rock Shatterer and top the regional power rankings, this guy definitely had skills. It was a pity the mission required guarding the pool, or Qin Feng would have joined the action. From their earlier chat, Qin Feng learned about the prisoner convoy. 3 prisoner carts holding hordes of live monsters caught from the mountains, ready to be transported to the town and city tomorrow as sacrifices for the beast burning festival. In other words, before nightfall today was Ming Leiji and the others' last chance to act. Forget it, training comes first. Qin Feng shook his head, pushing aside the tangled thoughts, and resumed practicing on the open ground. Hiss. Satiation 15. Growth experience 27. Bang. Water splashed suddenly. The Jishui pool churned fiercely, white waves rising on the surface. The next second, Na Gazanghua burst through the water with a serious expression and lightly landed on the grass beside Qin Feng. What's wrong? You've come out quite often today. Qin Feng looked at her young but tense face, puzzled. Hide first, Na Gazanghua whispered. I sense a very powerful adventurer approaching. Very powerful? Even you can't handle it? Qin Feng's heart tightened as he asked, leaping back into his dirt pit and deepening it as he went. If I ignore backlash from the formation, I can barely block one strike, Na Gazanghua frowned. But if it comes to a real fight, the formation will be destroyed and my effort wasted. That only count as me getting one hit in. What if fighting is unavoidable? Qin Feng lowered his voice, still uneasy. If a fight breaks out, the formation will collapse, the contract will fail. Whether you escape or not depends entirely on your luck. Seeing Qin Feng's nervous face peeking out, Na Gazanghua suddenly smiled, her eyebrows curved warmly. Just kidding. Don't worry about it. If it really comes to blows, you're definitely dead. Killing you will be just a formality. Seeing Qin Feng's eyes grow sorrowful, Naga Zhanghua smiled gently to comfort him. But what can I do? I'm kind-hearted. I can't just stand by and watch you die right in front of me. Just stay hidden and stay safe. She said warmly. All right, so I just close my eyes and wait. Huh? Qin Feng muttered to himself, but his movements didn't slow at all. He quickly curled into the shallow pit he had dug beneath his feet, pressing the cold, damp soil over his back, leaving only his eyes peeking cautiously through a narrow gap. Crunch, crunch. The mountain wind whistled eerily as the crisp snap of dry twigs grew nearer. Naga Zhanghua crouched low, poised like a leopard ready to spring, her gaze fixed intently ahead. Then, breaking the forest silence with a heavy scrape of metal, 3 figures stepped from the shadows. In these perilous mountains, companions were rare enough, but this team was unusual. 2 of the 3 members appeared delicate women, one no taller than a child. The little blonde girl stood about 5 feet tall, her silky gold hair falling to her shoulders, tips brushing her chest. Her deep blue eyes were clear as a lake, and she wore a white and blue robe and matching short cloak embroidered with golden thread. Across her chest, she bore a fitted chainmail shirt, and in her hands, she gripped a golden staff studded with sapphires. The other woman perfectly embodied the image of an elf in Qin Feng's mind. She had pointed ears, silver hair, a tall and graceful figure with defined curves. A longbow and quiver swung gently against her back as she moved, her every breath carrying the crisp scent of forest wood. But the figure that truly captured Qin Feng's attention strode in front, clad in armor. As expected, you can always tell who the main character is at first sight. Qin Feng silently grumbled while his heart tightened. Since that armored man appeared, a tangible aura of deadly menace pressed against his chest. From head to toe the man was encased in worn, blackened iron armor, not a patch of skin visible through even the gaps between fingers. His horned helmet was broken, leaving only a narrow slit through which dim light flickered. Each step he took was heavy and deliberate, as if hammering the earth itself. He moved like a silent but unstoppable war machine. The battered, grimy armor starkly contrasted with the 2 pristine, beautiful women at his side. This must be the so-called Goblin Slayer that the Goblin survivors talked about, the only drank adventuring party that ventured into the eastern mountains. Qin Feng thought swiftly. 3 people holding a drank. No, that armored guy alone is probably enough. Unable to see his face clearly, Qin Feng dared not judge whether he was friend or foe. Suddenly, he remembered the battle vision lens in his hand, its glass flickering softly. Magic 1 battle vision, lens activated. Comprehensive power comparison in progress match found. Target, High Priest. Skills, Healing, Purification. Estimated power, 500. Magic 1. Comprehensive power comparison in progress match found. Target, Senior Ranger. Skills, Archery, Agility. Estimated power, 700. Third scan. The light flickered but failed to lock onto data. Comprehensive power comparison failed. Target, possibly Grand Knight, Great Swordsman, Grand Mage, etc. Estimated power, 1000. Suddenly, a red alert flashed. Warning, detected battle vision, lens upper limit target. Activating hidden feature. Escape probability prediction. Consume mana? That's a feature too? The designer was thoughtful. Qin Feng was surprised, but chose decisively use mana. Magic 1 collecting host data. Magic 1 comparing power. Magic 1 calculating probability. Numbers dropped to 0, the display froze. Prediction failed. Escape chance, 0. Recommendation, play dead to gain some chance of survival. Great, total useless prediction. And it just keeps siphoning mana. At this moment Qin Feng seriously suspected the lens must have realized he might die, and was deliberately finding an excuse to drain all his mana. I never expected to encounter such a powerful mage out here in the middle of nowhere. The armored man's shout rang out through his horned helmet, surprisingly clear and youthful, a sharp contrast to his bloodstained body that looked more like a fierce warrior from the underworld. Where is this powerful mage? The goddess priestess behind him glanced around anxiously before fixing her clear gaze on the only human in sight, Naga Zhanghua. She blinked and murmured quietly, "Is it this young lady? But she looks so small. Don't underestimate her." The elf archer beside her pulled back his bowstring, frowning deeply as he warned in a hushed tone, "I sense danger from her." "I'm just as surprised," Naga Zhanghua said steadily to the 3 of them without a hint of fear, though her tone held a guarded edge. "To find a high-level professional out here in the wilderness. Are you a battle master or an earth knight?" "Just a heavily armored battle master, nothing special." "You can call me Gusha," the armored man replied humbly. His gentle tone clashed oddly with his grim, killing machine appearance, tightening Naga Zhanghua's nerves even more. Through a slit in his helmet, Gusha glanced behind her, his gaze settling on the clear, rippling waters of a nearby pool. "We mean no harm. I only want to borrow that pool to wash off the grime and blood from my armor." "No way. You can't go there." Naga Zhanghua screeched like a cat with its tail stepped on, her tone firm and resolute. The air instantly froze. The 4 stared wide-eyed at one another, tension snapping like a drawn sword. Hidden in a distant earth pit, Qin Feng stiffened nervously. Please, let there be no fight. In the stalemate, Naga Shanghua suddenly softened her voice. If it's just cleaning the dirt, I can cast water purification cleaner than soaking yourself in that pond. Ah, really? That'd be great. Would you mind? Gusha scratched his helmet awkwardly, like a bashful teenager. No trouble at all. It's nothing. Naga Shanghua raised her hand, signaling there was no need for further explanation. Water purification. She softly chanted. Gentle water elements gathered around the outside of Gusha's armor, forming a huge, shimmering blue water cloth that meticulously wiped from top to bottom. Swish-swish after a few strokes, the once clear cloth grew cloudy, stained with blood and grime, then floated off into the nearby forest, destined to water some unlucky or lucky plant. Gusha's heavy armor now gleamed like polished silver, with only faint battle scars reminding everyone it had seen fierce combat. Qin Feng watched in awe from the shadows. If not for the dents, he would have thought Gusha just bought new gear. So this is the power of cleansing magic? Incredible, he murmured. Wow, Gusha, your armor looks brand new. Even the goddess priestess and elf archer exclaimed. No wonder he's a great mage. His armor is truly spotless. Gesha glanced down at his armor and couldn't help but show a satisfied expression. Thank you so much, Archmage. No trouble at all, just a small favor. If there's nothing else, you may leave now. I still have formations to arrange here. Naga Zhenghua lifted her head proudly, straightened her chest, and issued a polite but firm dismissal. Can't underestimate her. The female priestess behind Gesha's gaze landed enviously on Naga Zhenghua's chest. All right then, we won't keep you any longer, Archmage. Just as Gesha was about to turn and leave, something struck him, and he spoke up. Your magical pet is quite interesting. Oh, got caught? Qin Feng felt as if a giant hand had seized his throat tightly, making it hard to breathe not because of threat, but the sheer tension. What does my magical pet have to do with you? Naga Zhenghua paused briefly, then still spoke firmly in defense. Nothing. Archmage, you've misunderstood. One moment Gesha's tone was soft and gentle, and the next second it shifted sharply, brimming with lethal intent. I just want to ask if your pet has goblin bloodline. Goblin bloodline. Such an ugly creature, how could my lovely pet have that? Naga Zhenghua thought for a few seconds, then answered with surprise. What she didn't know was that if Shed stayed silent a few seconds longer, Qin Feng might have jumped out to feed himself some popcorn. Indeed, goblins are vile, filthy, despicable creatures. One look at them turns the stomach. They don't deserve to exist in this world. If you ever know where goblins are, be sure to tell May we'll wipe them out completely. Mentioning goblins, Gesha's earlier mild tone was replaced by genuine murderous aura. Having said that, he no longer lingered and turned away with two women, heading into the forest. So young, strong in battle, but not too bright, kind of obsessive. What a pity. Naga Zhenghua watched their departing backs with a twinge of regret and shook her head. Then she glanced at the nearby dirt pit. Little lizard, it's safe now, you can come out. Hearing her voice, Qin Feng pushed aside the soil and crawled out. 2 days left. I can only intervene once more at most. You must be careful, then call on me unless absolutely necessary. And if you do use that last chance, you must not leave the area for 2 hours afterwards. Got it, I'll do my best. Qin Feng nodded sincerely at her warning. Seeing this, Naga Zhenghua said nothing more and slipped into the waterhole without even a splash. Qin Feng scanned the surroundings and still sensed Gesha's killing intent lingering in the air. So it looks like I have a quiet afternoon ahead. No time to waste, time to train. He believed no magical beasts would dare disturb him before the killing aura completely dissipated. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Satiety 40, experience gained 72. With no magical beasts bothering him that afternoon, Qin Feng immersed himself fully in training, completing 4 rounds. Only when the sunset painted the sky and distant mountains glowed like golden peaks at dusk, did the hunger in his stomach force him to stop. Aside from his training, Qin Feng was keenly watching whether Ming Liza's plan would succeed. Although not directly involved, he stayed closely informed. Unfortunately, while Ming Leiji and the others had some skill, rallying many survivors, only a few discussed the matter openly in the zone chat. Qin Feng understood that some magical beasts who chose to become adventurer pets naturally feared too much exposure leaks could cause big trouble. Still, from subtle clues, he knew Ming Liza's group had already taken action. At this moment, the number of survivors in the East Zone was rapidly dwindling. They only had to wait and see if the plan succeeded. Back at the waterhole, Qin Feng pulled out fresh forest wolf meat and blue sprout grass and ate heartily. Satiety 65, satiety 5, satiety 5. Full and satisfied, he looked at the fading sunset and prepared for his nighttime training. The day's plan depends on the night. Time to keep training. Hiss. Satiety 5, experience 9. Just as Qin Feng finished warming up, news of an event that would be recorded in the archives of the eastern region of the Yakila mountain range spread and caused quite a stir. Led by survivors including the Rift Rock statue, a large group of originally unevenly matched survivors charged into the adventurers' ranks and forcibly rescued a trapped beast carriage. This difficult feat was named by the system as the Beast Carriage Rescue Disaster Rare and entered into the Eastern Yakila Mountain event records. 1. It impacted the balance of power between the Eastern Flamefire Principality and the Eastern Yakila Mountains. 2. It carried a chance of attracting the attention of high-level magical beasts or human nobles, and a small chance it would be adapted and sung by bards, thereby continuously increasing fame. All participants received collective titles based on their contributions. Beast Rescuer Leader Rare. Beast Rescuer Elite Main Force. Beast Rescuer General Member. Damn, that guy really is talented. He actually pulled it off. When the system notification sounded, Qin Feng was left envious. At this moment, his own fame was still building. While that leader's reputation was already at its peak, likely able to gather most of the Eastern survivors with a mere call. But these extra-dimensional demons all have their own agendas. I still have to rely on local magical beasts to help secure my territory, Qin Feng schemed inwardly. As long as he kept training and steadily developing, there would come a day when he'd amaze everyone. The chat room exploded with excitement as relevant topics flooded the screen. Qin Feng turned his envy into motivation and bent down to continue training. Hiss. Satiety 30, experience 45. After 3 grueling rounds, he pushed himself from dusk until deep into the night, gaining hundreds of experience points that day. As he paused to catch his breath, a faint rustling noise whispered near his ear. The lingering, killing aura from the guild battle had dissipated, and darkness surrounded him. Qin Feng held his breath to identify the sound. Moments later, he finally spotted a small black-scaled snake gliding close to the ground. Its scales were nearly the same color as his skin. Without the brush of leaves as it moved, it would have been nearly invisible. If it weren't for the sound, I wouldn't have found it with my naked eyes in this night. Qin Feng focused on the target and activated his combat vision implant. Mena 1. Combat vision activated. Comprehensive combat power check in progress. Match successful. Target: Juvenile Yuan GMO Snake Elite. Skilled in stealth and poisonous spray. Estimated combat power 240. This guy's an elite magical beast too. Its corpse will be far more valuable than a normal beast's. Qin Feng's eyes brightened. He quietly slipped into a patch of water-absorbing herbs and stealthily crawled close along the snake's path. Hiss. The Yuan GMO snake didn't detect any disturbance in the grass. Wagging its tail as it slid along, its tongue flicked slightly. Soon it approached the spot where Qin Feng was hiding. Hiss. The black snake coiled a stem of the herb and brought it directly to its mouth. Its eyes gleamed as it reached its tail out to uproot another plant. Now's my chance. Qin Feng suddenly struck. Tail raised high. Empowered by the steel split rock skill, he swung his daring tail strike heavily down toward the Yuan GMO snake. Bang! Hiss! The tail of the Yuan GMO snake was slammed forcefully into the dirt by Qin Feng. The rough scales slightly deformed under the brutal impact of his iron-strong blow. The snake let out a heart-wrenching scream, clearly writhing in pain. Taking advantage of his body being several times larger, Qin Feng quickly pinned it down, pressing the steel-tipped spear against its head and sealing its mouth tightly against the soil, cutting off any chance of it spitting venom. Hey Z, speak! Qin Feng shouted angrily, staring down at the sniveling Yuan Jima snake beneath his feet. Its eyes were filled with fear and despair, flicking out its forked tongue with frantic hissing. Qin Feng thought to himself, your strength is way weaker than what the combat aptitude chip predicted. He had no time to dwell on it. Looking at the helpless creature, he warned coldly, since you're a local, hand over some money and it'll let you go. Stop pretending, or don't blame me for killing you to cash in. The snake's reaction remained confused and pitiful, unable to answer with words, only more agonized hisses. Qin Feng frowned. Could it be you really are a local? Whatever, I was just bluffing to see if you know anyone. If you are, then I might as well finish this quickly. Just as he prepared to strike, the snake seemed to sense his murderous intent. It desperately emitted pleading cries. There was a strangely familiar tone to its voice. Could there truly be a shared language between snakes and lizards? Qin Feng gradually realized it was begging for its life, offering submission, and even willing to lead him to a black or mine. Qin Feng replied coldly, am not one of those greedy lizards fighting over ore. Holding it down firmly, he made his position clear. I spare you only because I believe in mercy, because fate brought us together. Not like those forest wolves last night, who only know how to trample. Don't think I'm after the mine, or that I see any potential in you to exploit. Though still pinning the Yuan Jima snake, Qin Feng no longer intended to kill it. He quickly opened a chat channel to privately message 2 contacts in town. After waiting a while with no immediate reply, he sent the message to the public channel. Few magical beasts could infiltrate the city, and with the night deep and quiet, he finally received a response. Tan Jinli's message came through. Qin Feng, brother, do you need it right now? Yeah, ASAP. Tan Jinli replied, close call. The forge started late today, or ID have missed your message. What quality and type are you looking for? He'll ask the blacksmith at the magic shop. Qin Feng specified, I want an elite-level magical beast contract for a juvenile stage beast, preferably with communication ability and strong binding terms that prevent unfair treatment. Tan Jinli warned, that kind requires the beast's voluntary agreement. Even high-level magic scrolls might not work otherwise. Qin Feng was impatient. No problem. Get it quickly. I'm online waiting. It's urgent. Got it. Coming soon. Hanging up the private message, Qin Feng had no choice but to keep his eyes on the subdued Yuan Jima snake beneath him. Their eyes met, and for a moment the scene was silent. But soon, Tan Jinli messaged again. Scroll of flame-binding contract, elite level. The signee must consent. It implants a flame seed within, which can be triggered for mild or full activation causing pain and burning. Comes with low-level telepathic communication and mind suggestion. Lasts 2 years. Made by Senior Flame, Mage Moda. Costs 350 copper coins. Shop sells for 600, I only charge 10 commission. Qin Feng immediately replied, that's it. Let's trade. At this point, he couldn't afford to deliberate on a better scroll. He just needed something usable now, as the Yuan Jima snake had been subdued for a long time, and he couldn't risk another magical beast appearing. The transaction completed, 660 copper coins deducted, and the scroll of flame-binding contract elite level 1 was safely in his possession. Having money sure makes things easier otherwise. Where would you even find something like this? Qin Feng pulled out a dark red scroll called the Blazing Contract of Fiery Torment from his spatial backpack. Its intricate golden patterns shimmered faintly in the night. Without hesitation, he knelt down and activated the scroll on the trapped Yuan GMO snake beneath him. In the next moment, the scroll transformed into a thumb-sized flame seed, trailing sparks as it shot straight into the snake's mouth. The Yuan GMO snake suddenly lifted its head, its eerie green eyes full of resistance. Swallow it obediently, or it'll kill you. Qin Feng's claws pressed the snake's head firmly into the soft earth. Hiss. Faced with the threat of death, the Yuan GMO snake dared not struggle anymore. Trembling, it swallowed the flame seed. Contract completed. Target, Yuan GMO snake elite. A cold system prompt exploded in Qin Feng's mind, and he released the snake beneath his foot. With a thought, the fiery contract ignited instantly. Hiss. Hiss hiss hiss. The Yuan GMO snake suddenly curled and writhed on the ground in agony, as if raging flames tore through its body, burning him bone deep with every pulse. Seeing the effect take hold, Qin Feng withdrew his focus. The burning sensation faded, and the little snake collapsed softly, gasping weakly for breath. This is what happens if you dare disobey orders in the future. Understand? Hiss hiss hiss. Through their mental link, Qin Feng sensed the snake's complete submission. Then, the little snake let out low hisses again, pressing its belly to the ground, signaling intense hunger and pleading for more waterweed to eat. Can you eat meat? Qin Feng pondered briefly, deciding not to give more of the unsatisfying grass. He produced 2 pounds of still warm forest wolf meat and tossed it to the snake. The Yuan GMO snake's eyes lit up like twin lanterns, lunging fiercely forward. Crunch, crunch. Within moments, it devoured the fresh meat, bones and blood included. Burp. After its full belly sighed relief, the snake looked up at Qin Feng. The fear remained, but now there was also gratitude. Hiss hiss hiss. Encouraged by the response, it spilled its recent hardships like a spill of beans. Orphaned, starving 3 days with 9 meals missed, beaten regularly. So weak it couldn't even muster 100 combat strength, and only just tonight sneaked to the water pool to nibble on grass for hunger. An elite monster, and living so miserably, Qin Feng said with some sympathy, then patted the snake's head. Stick with me from now on. Behave, and you'll never want for a full meal. Hiss hiss hiss. The Yuan GMO snake entwined excitedly by Qin Feng's side, rubbing its head softly against his scaled body, showing its affection without restraint. Qin Feng inwardly regretted not just winning it over with food in the first place, sparing the cost of that precious scroll. He studied the revitalized snake, eyes gleaming, and issued his orders immediately. Guard this pond tonight. If monsters come, kill those you can. If you can't win, wake me up. Don't touch the waterweed. When I wake tomorrow, I'll reward you with 2 pounds of fresh meat. Hiss hiss hiss. At the word reward, the Yuan GMO snake instantly leapt in joy, coiling up and patrolling along the pond's edge. Though he now had a snake as a guard, Qin Feng remained uneasy. He dragged back a pile of dry branches and leaves from nearby woods, carefully spreading them around the pond and the dirt pit to muffle footsteps as an alert system. With all arrangements made, he finally laid down in the dirt pit, closed his eyes, and soon drifted into a peaceful sleep. Splashing through the night, Qin Feng slept exceptionally soundly, almost as deeply as when he rested in his mountain cave. The icy touch of raindrops tapping his skin and the surrounding chorus of water sounds gradually roused him from slumber. Instinctively, he opened his eyes and looked up. A thin veil of dark clouds hung overhead, dimming the light. Rain fell in strings, piercing the earth like steel needles. Scanning the area, he saw that the water plants had grown even greener with the rain's nourishing touch. The column of water at the center of the pool relentlessly surged upward, now over 10 feet tall, yet in the misty rain it didn't seem out of place. Satisfied the environment was intact, Qin Qin Feng was about to relax when a sudden jolt hit him. Where was that little black snake? Had it escaped under cover of night? His chest tightened at the thought. He quickly activated his contract power to initiate a subtle search. Soon, through the hazy water mist emerged the shape of the young black ink snakehide, clutched a dead sand badger in its mouth, its body drenched, crawling with difficulty and obvious pain. Seeing this, Qin Feng immediately withdrew his mental probing and loosened the contract's restraints. The young ink snake visibly relaxed and swiftly swam to its master's side, dropping the sand badger on the ground. A series of hissing sounds came through the contract communication, and Qin Feng understood. The sand badger had not moved. A musklight was entirely an offering for him. I really deserve this. Qin Feng chastised himself silently and hurried to soothe it. Keep the sand badger for yourself. If you finish it and find nothing else to eat, come to me. You guard it all night, so rest when you're tired. The little black snake responded gratefully with more hisses, carrying its prize a short distance away and lowering its head to feed. Seeing the rain was still falling steadily, Qin Feng refocused and opened the system panel to check his awakening status. Fullness, 25. Experience gained, 45. This level of consumption was expected. Taking advantage of the rain washing over everything, he began his morning training. Hiss. Fullness, 20. Experience gained, 36. After 2 rounds of exercise, some time passed. The clouds parted gradually, and the rain thinned out. Qin Feng's stomach rumbled slightly, so he ended training and approached the water pool to replenish his energy. Fullness, 70. Fullness, 5. Fullness, 5. After a satisfying meal, he opened the daily intelligence shop interface. Intelligence shop, LV2. 1. Gray intelligence price, 50 copper coins. 2. Gray intelligence price, 50 copper coins. 3. Green intelligence price, 150 copper coins. Not bad luck at all. With his current funds, he naturally bought them all. Triggered intelligence expert purchase successful. Gray intelligence 1. Green intelligence 2. Hearing the familiar system prompt, Qin Feng smiled with satisfaction and opened one of the green intelligence scrolls. Activated intelligence expert. Blue intelligence 1. By now, his mind held 4 intelligence scrolls, 2 blue, 1 green, and 1 gray. The total price nearly 1,000 copper coins. Judging by timing, just 1 more round of plant ripening activation will be enough. The iron tree fruit will surely mature, Qin Feng calculated. Most adventurers have left the mountain now, so the forest danger is lower. It's time to settle this. Yet, facing the Highland Eagle whose overall combat power far exceeded his own, he still wasn't confident of a sure victory. Not to mention that the water pool was critical to future substantial gains and the key to whether the territory could rise. Leaving without proper arrangements would be a grave mistake, putting secondary concerns over the main goal. Better wait for the little black snake to wake up and have it guard the place for 2 hours. Combined with one last strike from me, it should be manageable. He looked up at the brightening sky after the rain, a hint of wistfulness in his voice. The real challenge is the mountain eagle. I'm still too weak. This morning, when he checked the combat ranking, he was shocked to find he had already fallen off the list. The top position was held by the Rift Rock statue with power close to 400, and the 4th spot was a killer wolf spider exceeding 300. The one who pushed him off was the dual-blade mantis with a combat power of 280. Clearly, these competitors had already digested the spoils from yesterday's prison card ambush and had made a qualitative leap in combat strength. Just over 100 experience points away from leveling upon. More push today would do it. Time to buy some more weapons or magical scrolls. Qin Feng quickly mapped out a plan and opened his private chat channel. A red dot blinked in the top right corner of the screen. Brother Chuzhong An's message had long been waiting there. He was being watched and couldn't currently help purchase supplies for the town, only occasionally sending secret intelligence. Qin Feng, got a business for you. Do you have equipment to handle aerial beasts with combat power over 300, like a mighty eagle-type monster? Tangentially, I do, Qin Feng replied promptly. Crossbows and bows are great against flying beasts, but you probably can't use them. True, came a quick reply. What about similar magic scrolls? Brother, honestly, I'd advise against buying those, Qin Feng typed back. High-power scrolls cost a fortune and are mostly made by fire mages. After you burn the monster, you get no materials, so unless it's a sworn enemy, it's not worth it. Got it, thanks for the advice. Forget it then. Closing the private chat window, it was clear his contacts wouldn't help this time. Qin Feng reluctantly turned to the public trading platform, prepared to sift through piles of junk for treasure. A quick scroll gave him the feeling of browsing an antique flea market. Most items looked shabby, but came with outrageous prices. Fortunately, he managed to pick out a few genuinely useful goods: 2 ordinary explosive pine cones and a bottle of killer bee venom. Explosive pine cone, ordinary 2 price, 80 copper coins each. Description: explodes on strong impact. Pine cone bracts create area damage, can be stuck into tree trunks. Killer bee venom, ordinary 50 milliliters price, 100 copper coins. Description: concentrated venom from killer bees over 3 days. Causes intense pain and paralysis if injected into wounds. Ineffective without a wound. Can be ingested for nutrition. This stuff's like a grenade. Coat it in poison, then blow it up. With my defense, no problem, those high mountain eagles won't stand a chance, Qin Feng thought before placing the order. System notification. Purchase successful. 260 copper coins. Acquired. Explosive Pinecone Ordinary 2. Killer Bee Venom Ordinary 50 milliliters. He quickly checked the system's pricing and was relieved not to have been ripped off. 1/3 of his balance remained. To make carrying easier, Qin Feng divided some venom into a rough wooden cup and dunked a pinecone about the size of an egg into it. The other pinecone was reserved for infusing with the elite venom of Yuan Zimo's snake, which would be even more deadly. With preparations complete, Qin Feng wasted no time. He trained steadily from dawn until noon, then pushed on through the afternoon. Every drop of sweat felt like squeezing out the last 100 or so experience points. FSSS. In the afternoon, the dormant Yuan Zimo's snake awoke, striking out with its tongue. Seizing a break, Qin Feng took out the other explosive pinecone and carefully coated it with the black snake venom, letting the ink-like toxin seep thoroughly into every crack. Only when the snake's body was nearly drained did he stop. The remaining pinecone soaked up the killer bee venom and was neatly packed away in his backpack. Letting the Yuan Zimo snake patrol freely around the area, Qin Feng continued his training. After completing the 7th round of exercises, he finally achieved his goal. Satiety 70, growth experience 126. Congratulations, you have advanced to juvenile stage LV95800. Appetite and attributes have increased. The new attribute panel synchronized. Name, Qin Feng. Species, Battle Wolf Lizard Black Scale Mad Lizard Elite. Level, juvenile stage LV95500. Reputation, somewhat known LV25500. Satiety, 25. Titles, Battle Wolf Lizard Elite, Grass Puller. Active skills, Black Scale Protection Elite, Flesh Burst Elite. Passive skills, Resilient Lizard Tail Elite. Equipment, Combat Power Eye Lenses Elite, Steel Armor Piercing Elite, Steel Rock Splitting Elite. Overall Combat Power, 304, 2470. Talent, Intelligence Specialist Elite 1020. Recommended Diet, Meat 90, Plants 5, Liquids 5. Attributes, Strength 47.7. Constitution 57.7. Agility 34.9. Mana 25.5. Wisdom 22.4. Defense 48.7. Evaluation, after undergoing rare grade treasure, flesh transformation. Body significantly enhanced with flesh burst potential. System inquiry. When are you planning to go slay a dragon? Additional notice. Congratulations, you've claimed 5th place on the Eastern District Combat Power Rankings. Reclaiming the 5th position stirred no emotion in Qin Feng. Everything was proceeding exactly according to his plan. Though elite species faced difficult upgrades, they brought attribute leaps far beyond ordinary magical beasts. What surprised him more was that equipment and bonus combat power fluctuated accordingly. Clearly, the same weapon wielded different power in different beasts' hands, which explained why equipment values were never fixed. Having reviewed his status panel, Qin Feng had made his decision. The time had come for the showdown with the mountain eagle. He approached the pond, retrieved the forest wolf's flesh, and tore into it with his fangs. Crimson juices dripped down his fangs, spreading a savory, bloody aroma. Satiety 75. After filling his stomach, he summoned the Yuan Zimo snake and solemnly instructed, I have business that requires me to leave for a while. Guard this pond well. Any magical beast that dares approach, drive them away or kill them. Do this well, and I'll ensure you never go hungry again. Hiss. The Yuan Zimo snake flicked its tongue in response, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. Qin Feng turned toward the pond and spoke across the water to Na Gazhenghua. According to our contract, I'm leaving for 2 hours. Go and return quickly. Ripples spread across the water's surface as Na Gazhenghua's voice drifted out faintly. With permission granted, Qin Feng delayed no further. Locking onto the cave's direction, he powered his limbs and shot forward, shattering the muddy ground beneath him. Unlike his previous cautious stealth, he now considered himself among the upper echelon of combat power and traveled with imposing momentum. His increased speed whipped up winds that overturned surrounding shrubs. Though risky, it shortened his journey considerably. In less than half an hour, he could already see the cave embedded in the cliff face from a distance. Satiety 10, growth experience 20. After catching his breath, Qin Feng resumed stealth mode, circling toward the iron tree he'd been fixated on. Among the dense foliage, a fist-sized pale gray fruit hung at the crown's center, emanating a faint glow. But perched above the crown sat a mountain eagle with powerful wings and a sharp, curved beak, eyes half closed, talons gripping the branches tightly. I need to lure it away, or if the battle damages the fruit, that would be disastrous. Qin Feng's mind raced. He quietly retreated to an area with clear sight lines, then suddenly raised his lizard tail and slammed it against the ground. Boom! The thunderous sound echoed through the valley, dust billowing upward. The mountain eagle's eyes snapped open, those sharp golden pupils instantly locking onto the crawler in the distance. Arrogant killing intent descended from on high, riding the howling wind. Whoosh! Qin Feng raised his head, his scales gleaming with a dark, cold luster in the sunlight. He licked his fangs and growled, perfect timing. Today is the day you die. Watching the mountain eagle swooping down toward him, Qin Feng's eyes held not a trace of fairly wild madness. With a swift whoosh, the mountain eagle spread its wings wide, soaring like a fierce warplane, racing straight toward Qin Feng. Before the eagle arrived, a howling mountain wind whipped up, swirling dust and sand into a chaotic dance while leaves rustled and fell around. Qin Feng stood firm, black scales flaring with dark gleams, as if clad in a solid black iron armor, ready to face his foe. In the blink of an eye, the eagle swooped overhead, its razor-sharp talons flashing cold light as they slashed viciously at Qin Feng's back. Swish! Qin Feng didn't dodge or flinch, bracing to take the blow he'd in. Two deep gashes immediately appeared on his black scales, but they were much shallower than when he was clawed before. Now, his mind flashed with strategy. Seizing the moment while the eagle circled close, he suddenly drew out an explosive pine cone soaked in the venom of the killing peak, slashing diagonally with his claw. Swish! Boom! The pine cone exploded, scattering dense shards like a hail of shrapnel. The air thickened with a sharp, acrid medicinal scent that vibrated fiercely. Whiz! 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 The bark of nearby trees was pocked and torn by the flying fragments, revealing the bomb's powerful blast. At the center were Qin Feng and the mountain eagle, both caught in the storm. Palm! 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 Qin Feng was closest to the blast's heart, but thanks to his impenetrable black scales, not a single shard pierced through. The venom was firmly blocked outside. The mountain eagle was not so lucky. Large pine cone shards pierced through its feathers, lodging deep in wing flesh, allowing the poison to swiftly seep into its bloodstream. A furious roar escaped the eagle's throat, humiliated by a lowly reptile launching a sneak attack. Though the wounds weren't fatal, its pride was utterly ignited. The eagle flipped midair and slashed with its talons again, the fierce killing intent whipping up a sharper wind. Today, I will shred your black scales and rip out your guts. Swish! Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng held his ground, taking the blows again, still waiting for the poison to take effect. In his other palm, he clenched a second explosive pine cone tightly, determined not to use it until the very last moment. Once unleashed, it would turn the eagle's flesh into a toxic sludge. After a few breaths, a change finally appeared. Qin Feng noticed the once powerful eagle's movements grew sluggish, its flight path wavering. The eagle sensed the danger too. Sharp pain and numbness spread rapidly through its wounded wing, weakening its strength and making its flapping stiff and labored. Seizing the chance to strike again as the eagle stooped low, Qin Feng swung his thick lizard tail with a flash of cold light, aiming straight for the eagle's wing. Swish! Normally, the eagle's agile reflexes would let it dodge easily, but now the paralysis slowed it by half a beat. Palm! The heavy tail strike bent and deformed the left wing's bones, feathers scattering wildly. The eagle flapped frantically, losing lift, and finally lost balance midair with faltering wing beats. A fierce roar tore through the air from the high mountain eagle. Before it, elemental winds surged, condensing into a razor-sharp blade of air, the blade of mountain wind. With a hiss, the wind blade sliced forward at lightning speed, seeming to tear the very atmosphere apart. Qin Feng instinctively curled up, presenting his thick back covered in black scales to absorb the blow. Shukrip! A searing pain instantly raced across his spine. He could clearly feel the flesh being cut by the cruel edge. A straight gash ran through several of the black scales, blood dripping from the gap. Fortunately, the scales had taken most of the impact, leaving his internal organs unharmed. Ayo! Seeing Qin Feng injured, the high mountain eagle spread its wings and dived in an attempt to finish its prey with a powerful strike. But Qin Feng remained calm. His vampiric aura clung to his body, healing wounds as long as he could keep fighting. Bang! His thick lizard tail swept across, pounding heavily against the eagle's other wing. A crack of bone mixed with the bird's muffled grunt as the eagle was slammed down like a stalled fighter, crashing into the ground. Despite the disadvantage, the eagle fought stubbornly. It struggled to lunge toward Qin Feng, talons gleaming sharp. Qin Feng stood firm in the main battlefield, wielding his tail to swipe at the eagle's head. Bang! The eagle twisted just in time to barely evade the blow, but the tail caught its torso instead. Ayo! A pained grunt escaped the bird, but it retaliated fiercely, slashing its claws into Qin Feng's still healing wound, ripping hard. Tear! A surge of killing intent flared in Qin Feng's eyes amid the agony. He could not let this creature return to the skies. Gritting his teeth, he wrapped his tail around the eagle's body. The two tore into each other with claws and teeth, flesh flying in a brutal, tangled struggle. Rip! Rip! After several long breaths, the tide turned. Qin Feng's back was already scabbed over, while the trapped eagle was covered in wounds, barely clinging to life. Even so, the eagle's eyes held no fear, relentlessly striking with its claws. Qin Feng admired the eagle's tenacity, but showed no mercy. Raising his tail high, he prepared to end it. Stop! A sudden voice cut through the fierce fight. Qin Feng turned his head to see a small yellow bird perched in the crown of a nearby ironwood tree, just an inch from an unripe fruit, its warning clear. You're one of the 3 yellow birds who escaped before? Didn't expect you to be a survivor too. Does this high mountain eagle have something to do with you? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, the killing intent still flickering beneath his calm tone. That's right. Strictly speaking, this high mountain eagle is my stepfather. I just didn't think that the lizard who only fought my mother a few days ago would now defeat this foolish creature. The yellow bird said evenly, showing no emotion when mentioning its mother. Qin Feng nodded in understanding. After all, only 7 or 8 days had passed since the otherworldly demons arrived, and kinship among the original tribe was already distant. So, you want me to let it go? That unripe fruit isn't worth that price, is it? No, I want you to kill it. The yellow bird's tone suddenly shifted, resolute and unyielding. Then why did you tell me to stop just to prove you exist? Qin Feng frowned, his gaze flickering between the small yellow-feathered bird before him and the mighty mountain eagle lying nearby, barely alive. I want to save it, truly, but I can't. The yellow bird said with its head tilted, its tone calm yet tinged with helplessness. So I can only save its blood first. After you kill it, give me all the blood. I promise this fruit will remain intact, right where it is. Why should I trust a bird like you, who has no family or roots to speak of? Qin Feng sneered. He didn't believe a word of the yellow bird's nonsense. The yellow bird remained unruffled, continuing patiently. It's simple. You collect all the mountain eagle's blood and place it on that patch of ground within my sight. He'll take the blood, and then you can take the fruit. If I damage the fruit, you take back the blood. It's a strict either-or. It seemed incredibly confident, as if every step had long been calculated. Qin Feng laughed bitterly. Yeah, right. Heroes crowd this world like fish in the river, yet I'm the one getting played here. You must have layered plans hidden beneath this scheme. Huh? Despite his irritation, he couldn't help but respect the yellow bird's inscrutable strategy. Under forest law, intelligence and cunning are power just as much as brute force. Qin Feng felt no aversion to such tactics. For a weak bird like this kind of indirect survival strategy seemed quite reasonable. Besides, the bird could have demanded more than just the mountain eagle's blood, which is worth far less than the fruit. Clearly, its goal was very specific. Weighing the pros and cons, Qin Feng did not want to risk rejecting the deal. Indeed, the fruit was my original target, the yellow bird admitted openly, but now I see a better option. Fine, then I'll help you get it, Qin Feng said, raising his heavy lizard tail weapon. Not your help, this is a trade. We help each other. The yellow bird corrected him, still calm and measured. Before the words finished, Qin Feng's fury ignited completely. He focused all his strength into the lizard tail and smashed it down hard on the mountain eagle's neck. Crack, crack, snap. With successive blows, the eagle's neck bones shattered, flesh torn apart. Its eyes, full of hatred, fixed themselves on Qin Feng until they finally dimmed after a last shudder. You have slain Mountain Eagle Elite. Reputation 250. Congratulations, you received a reward, Elite Treasure Chest. Satiation 40. Growth Experience 80. The system messages appeared one after another. Throughout the brutal killing, the yellow bird watched silently, its gaze so calm it seemed detached. Qin Feng sighed inwardly. This little creature's character was no simple thing. The mountain eagle's leader stature like a cracked stone statue, the decisive killing style of the wolf spider, the honest but lucky ogre, the rare magical beast crystal horn, and a whole crowd of relentless elite demons on the power rankings. Now this sly and composed little yellow bird had appeared. The Eastern District's battle for dominance was sure to become even more intense. With these thoughts, Qin Feng stopped hesitating and bent down to begin dismantling the corpse. Dissection successful. Wind-type magic correlate 1. Mountain Eagle Fresh Meat Common 45 gene. Mountain Eagle Fresh Blood Common 500 milliliters. Mountain Eagle Organs, Bones 35 gene. Mountain Eagle Skull 1. Mountain Eagle Talons 2. Mountain Eagle Feathers 220. The wind-type magic correlate was the Mountain Eagle's magic core, rich in pure wind element power, highly prized by beasts and adventurers alike for forging equipment, crafting potions, and many other uses. Price, 650 Fresh Highland Eagle Meat Common. Fresh meat from a Highland eagle containing a faint wind elemental aura. Consuming it provides rich nutrition and grants additional agility and strength attributes. Price, 2706 by 45 Fresh Highland Eagle Blood Common. Fresh blood from a Highland eagle, usable for making potions or beast blood elixirs. Drinking it directly increases affinity with wind element and may help unlock wind-based skills. Price, 3005 by 60 Highland Eagle Skull Common. Can be crafted into ornaments or trophies, used as special sacrificial offerings, or exchanged for rewards at the Adventurers Guild. Price, 180 Highland Eagle internal organs and bones common. Low value, but usable for cooking or fertilizer. Considered a delicacy for ordinary households and also applicable in medicine. Price, 1053 by 35 Highland Eagle materials common. Suitable for forging equipment or crafting arrows. Eagle Claw, price, 1102 by 55. Highland Eagle Feathers, price, 3301.5 by 220. After the Highland Eagle is completely disassembled, the total value climbs rapidly, surpassing that of a mountain wolf and approaching 2,000 copper coins. Qin Feng immediately took out the wooden cup previously used to hold poison of the Killer Peak. Under Yellow Sparrow's vigilant gaze, he poured the bright red, still steaming fresh blood of the Highland Eagle into the cup. The authenticity of the blood was obvious at a glance, so he dared not substitute it with a fake. The cup was steadily placed in the center of the clearing, and Qin Feng stepped back, forming a triangular standoff with Yellow Sparrow and the cup of blood. Whoever made the first move would reveal a weakness. Thank you. Until we meet again. Yellow Sparrow flapped its wings boldly, swooping toward the blood. Qin Feng quickly moved toward a nearby ironwood tree. Once the blood was secured, Yellow Sparrow showed no interest in lingering, darting swiftly into the depths of the forest and vanishing without leaving a trace, giving Qin Feng no chance to pursue. At that moment, Qin Feng arrived beneath the robust ironwood tree. According to his earlier estimate, the fruit would naturally ripen within less than a day, but he had no time to wait. Plant ripening spell. Mana cost, 12. The pale gray fruit rapidly darkened to deep black, its skin suffused with dense metallic elements. A strange, delicate fragrance spread with the breeze. Qin Feng judged it ripe and decisively climbed into the canopy. With a swift slash of his steel claws, a thick branch was cleanly cut, and a fist-sized iron ball-like fruit fell steadily into his pouch. Iron Core Fruit Elite. Each ironwood tree blooms only once in its lifetime, producing a single fruit. It contains rich iron element, and, when eaten, can temporarily boost certain attributes, greatly enhance affinity with iron element, help learn or strengthen body skills, and carries a small chance to awaken an iron-based constitution. Price, 600. Priced at twice the fresh eagle blood, Qin Feng nodded silently. This deal was worthwhile. Just as he prepared to descend from the canopy, a rustling sound came from all around. From the low bushes, weak magical beasts like rabbits, foxes, and clumsy deer emerged first. Then, several terrifying presences appeared simultaneously, sending chills down his spine. To the east, a reedied leopard paced calmly, its muscles taut and ready to pounce, matching exactly its stance during a previous night raid. To the west, a silverback gorilla leaped out, carrying a barely breathing wild wolf in one hand like a rag doll. From the south, a kobold squad arranged into a charging formation, their leader standing 2 meters tall, blood still fresh on his massive axe. To the north, more directly, a standard 5-member adventurer party appeared, swords drawn and torches blazing clearly targeting the ironwood tree. Qin Feng cursed inwardly. These guys were like they'd been lying in wait all along, just waiting for the ironwood fruit to appear. His escape routes were sealed from all sides, the space left to him already dangerously tight. All right, very well, so this is how it's going to be. He took a deep breath, pulled out the prized ambergris had been saving, and clenched the freshly acquired iron core fruit tightly in his other hand. If he wanted to break through the encirclement alive, he'd have to maximize the power of these two assets. First lighting the incense, then eating the fruit logically. This would perfectly trigger the iron core fruit's effect, boosting his combat strength and buying himself a slim chance to survive. Click. 2 flint stones struck together, sparking instantly to ignite the precious dragon amber Qin Feng held. White smoke curled upward, thin as gossamer threads, but twisting in midair into a phantom giant dragon that spiraled and soared as if alive. Qin Feng smiled inwardly. This was perfect, avoiding any waste. Without hesitation, he leaned in and deeply inhaled the faintly fragrant dragon amber smoke. Instantly, a burning surge exploded from his chest. His mind shot into an ecstatic frenzy, thoughts racing like they were ignited by flames. These magical beasts and adventurers appearing so strangely illusion or something else. The thought flickered through his mind, but he didn't dwell on it. Digesting the iron seed fruit was far more urgent. Qin Feng raised his hand and popped the iron seed fruit into his mouth. It was crisp but almost dry, with a strong taste of rust assaulting his tongue, leaving a bitter numbness at the tip. Suppressing the discomfort for the sake of its energy, he swallowed the fruit flesh in 2 or 3 bites. After the last mouthful, only a hard pit remained, roughly the size of an iron tree seed. Information flashed before his eyes. Iron tree pit elite. 50 planting survival rate. 12 months to mature tree. 3 months to fruiting. Growth significantly accelerated in regions with abundant sunlight and high gold element content. Note: maturation period may attract magical beasts or adventurers. Price: 69. Can be cyclically exchanged with Ao Shui Ihua for new iron tree seeds. Qin Feng pocketed the pit, and the energy from the iron seed fruit fully surged within him. A cool, weighty force coursed through his muscles and bones, which faintly echoed as if struck by steel needles. At a thought, he glanced down at the iron tree about 3 meters tall beneath his feet and mused, "Can't let this go to waste. Maybe it's perfect for building a wooden arrow tower." Clenching the still smoking dragon amber, he used the rising mist as cover and dropped swiftly from the canopy. His razor-sharp steel claws curled in his hand, and with a sudden chop he struck at the iron tree's trunk, as thick as a bowl. Rip! The iron trees would contain iron elements, making it far tougher than ordinary timber, but Qin Feng's claws, forged from refined steel and dubbed armor piercers, were even stronger than black iron by several degrees. A flash of steel light, and within breaths the trunk snapped. Boom! The massive trunk crashed down, stirring dust and debris. Without hesitation, Qin Feng barked, "Disintegrate." The iron tree instantly broke into countless glowing particles, vanishing into his backpack's empty slot. Obtained, Ironwood Elite 16. Description: hardwood infused with high-purity iron elements, 10 times harder than normal wood, suitable for construction, forging, and more. Gathering his loot, he scanned the darkening forest. Magical beasts kept emerging from the shadows, each radiating suffocating pressure, advancing steadily toward him. System prompts poured in. You have fully digested the iron seed fruit. Energy efficiency 100. Strength 5. Physique 10. Defense 15. Constitution awakening. Black iron body rare. Black iron body rare. Iron element affinity 35. Defense 20. All defensive skills enhanced. Can absorb iron or black iron to heal wounds and restore mana. Learned exclusive active skill. Black iron warframe rare. Description: exclusive to black iron body. Activating enters combat mode, turning the body into black iron with jagged iron spikes and blades emerging from parts of the frame, greatly increasing defense and offensive power. Consumption: 1 minute 10 mana points. Black Scale Shield is enhanced and upgraded to Iron Scale Shield Elite. Iron Scale Shield Elite. Black Iron Scales. Defense 60, Impact Resistance 30. Consumption: 1 minute 2 mana. Wait, isn't the mustard stronger? Dazed by the jarring barrage of system notifications, Qin Feng stared blankly at the stick of dragon's saliva incense in his palm, still blazing with blue-white flames. A mere elite quality fruit had produced such an astounding boost in an instant. His instinct was to dismiss this, convinced that the real miracle worker must be the dragon's saliva incense in his hand. The fruit's medicinal effects had been completely absorbed. Continuing to burn it would only waste this precious item. Without hesitation, Qin Feng snuffed out the flame and carefully tucked the dragon's saliva incense back into his pack. Having done this, he surveyed his surroundings once more. Without the dragon's saliva incense's blessing, the magical beasts on all sides seemed to regain their reality and danger, as intense killing intent surged toward him. Real or fake, it doesn't matter right now. I fear nothing. Heroic spirit surged in Qin Feng's chest. I have a body of black iron. Who dares kill me? Who can kill me? At this moment, his confidence was absolute. His defensive capabilities alone had undergone a world of difference. He lingered no more, fixing his gaze on the southern direction that appeared weakest, determined to force his way through. Whoosh! Before the sound of cutting wind had faded, Qin Feng was already airborne, lunging straight at the kobold captain at the forefront. The creature likewise roared and swung its rust-covered great axe, like a bloodthirsty executioner, cleaving down toward Qin Feng's head. Bang! The axe blade struck viciously into Qin Feng's side, the violent impact nearly toppling him, yet his black iron body forcibly absorbed the blow. Seizing the moment when the massive axe stalled, he suddenly closed in, wrapped both arms around his opponent, and lowered his head to bite savagely at the kobold's rough neck. Thud! The massive kobold captain fell with a dull crash. Qin Feng, sprawled atop the corpse, was stunned for half a breath. How could it be so fragile, dying without even bleeding? The 2-hour deadline was still counting down, and the water-drawing pool awaited his protection. Time was of the essence. With a quick roll, he burst through the encirclement. The surrounding lesser kobolds couldn't possibly stop this reinforced iron body. They were sent tumbling in all directions. Breaking through the defensive line, Qin Feng plunged into the dense forest without looking back, vanishing in an instant. Within moments, the once clamorous battlefield fell into deathly silence, as if magical beasts and adventurers had never been there at all. Just then, from the other side of the forest, a magical beast resembling a snow-white pony poked its head out, a crystalline horn on its forehead, refracting rainbow brilliance. It was a crystal horn beast. Huh? He actually escaped? This is my infinite reality illusion, it muttered softly, tapping the ground lightly with its hoof. If I hadn't been low on mana and unable to fully replicate the environment, how could he have escaped? Just who is this person? The crystal horn beast paced over to the iron tree stump flush with the ground, staring in bewilderment at the bare cross-section. its rainbow pupils filled with astonishment. How could he not have left me even a single hair? The glow of dusk spilled down, the setting sun not yet fallen behind the mountains. The magical beasts of daylight had returned to their lairs one after another, while the night prowlers stirred restlessly. At this moment, the water-drawing pool welcomed another group of uninvited guests. Before the pool, the source young ink snake was bound by thick grass into a huge zongzi, stubbornly rolling its body in an attempt to block the approaching wolf pack. This wolf pack was more robust than the one Shin Feng had encountered earlier. 20 or 30 adult forest wolves spread out in a crescent formation, their cold gazes locked dead on the pool. Even more terrifying, their leader, a three-headed forest giant wolf, was as large as a small ox, with the strongest heads for already taking on a rough, bark-like texture, emanating a chilling aura of death. Puzzlingly, after subduing the source young ink snake, this pack hadn't immediately gone to drink water. Instead, they prowled and searched around the pool, seemingly verifying something. Finding nothing after a moment, the pack suddenly surrounded the source young ink snake, punching, kicking, and tearing at the unfortunate serpent with sharp fangs clearly harboring vengeful intentions. It looked more like they had come seeking revenge. Hiss hiss hiss. Wrapped tightly in tough grass, the young Yuan GMO snake fiercely flicked its forked tongue, as if hurling the most venomous words at the pack of forest wolves before it. The sharp hissing sounded like lashes against wolf ears. The already restless wolves instantly focused all their hatred on this bound, dark green giant serpent. A massive forest wolf, as big as a calf, strode forward with pounding steps. Its sharp claws came crashing down, forcefully pressing Yuan Zhimo's head into the soft earth. A roar. At the deep command of the alpha, several forest wolves sprang forward, biting down hard on the snake's tail and pulling with all their might. The serpent's body stretched fully twice its normal length between dirt and grass roots, flesh bulging and veins rupturing. Yet Yuan GMO refused to yield an inch. In its eyes was only the figure of the elder black lizard brother who had once fed it and solemnly urged it to survive. Hiss, hiss hiss. Through the agony, Yuan GMO went mad trying to bite the enormous forest wolf's paw, pressing on its head, only to be pinned to the mud by the wolf's claws, its teeth falling just short again and again. It summoned all its venom sacs to spray poison, but suddenly remembered all its venom had been drained away by Qin Feng. It could only spit out a sticky glob of phlegm that landed on the wolf's thick foreleg. With a growl of disgust, the giant wolf lifted its leg and harshly rubbed it against the grass wrapping the snake's body. In that brief moment, Yuan GMO suddenly coiled and snapped crack. Its sharp fangs pierced deep into the giant leg. Howl! The intense pain made the wolf fling the snake away with a raised paw, then pounced forward, baring its glowing fangs aimed for the serpent's most vulnerable spot. Stop! Suddenly, the water pool churned violently, sending water spraying high. Naga Zhenghua appeared from the water curtain, holding her water-chanting staff, her voice crashing like thunder into the wolf's ears. The abrupt human presence made the pack hesitate. Even the mud-smeared Yuan GMO stared wide-eyed toward the water's edge. Roar! After a moment's pause, a few wolves reacted with low warning growls, while others glared fiercely, turning in unison to fix their eyes on Naga Zhenghua. If this strike doesn't push them back, the plan will fail completely, she muttered, raising her staff to harness the water element. Explosive water arrow. The damp air suddenly sucked dry as vibrant blue water condensed before her into a thick, arm-sized arrow swirling with dense currents ready to explode at any moment. Some veteran wolves who had faced this attack before paled and tucked their tails in retreat, but most showed no fear of the fragile human magic and surged forward even faster. Swish! The water arrow tore through the air, and in the next instant, boom, a thunderous blast erupted. Several forest wolves caught in the blast center didn't even have time to cry out before their bones shattered under the force, reduced to a spray of blood and flesh. Wolves at the edge were thrown by the shockwave. Some crashed into trees, others broke bones and fell while howling in pain. As the smoke cleared, wolf blood mixed with muddy water pooled in a charred pit littered with fur and body parts. The surviving forest wolves and a few remaining giants showed terror in their eyes, gasped sharply, and stepped back several paces. Roar! Just as the remaining wolves were overwhelmed by fear and ready to scatter, the lead forest giant wolf suddenly let out a fierce roar. Like an unshakable anchor, it shattered the fearful atmosphere that had settled over the pack. The roar shook the leaves until they rustled, its hoarse, low echoes swirling around the pool. The wolves froze, their raised manes trembling slightly, but forced to steel themselves and continue fighting. Amid this pressure born of rage, an especially burly forest giant wolf leaped forward. The element of wood surged like a roaring tide over its body. Its gray-green fur instantly toughened into layered bark, as if clad in heavy but sturdy armor, targeting the Nagasang flower by the pool. A chill ran through Nagasang's heart. She knew that compared to ordinary beasts, wolves had far greater fighting spirit and grudges. Having come in force today, it was clear they sought revenge for yesterday's crushing defeat. Quietly, she thought her fate had come to an end. Even that little lizard present might be helpless now. With that fleeting thought, she closed her eyes tightly, bracing for the ripping pain. But in the next moment, a gray-black spiked orb tore through the air and slammed harshly into the forest giant wolf. Bang! A dull thud exploded as the giant wolf was violently stopped. A spark of hope reignited in Nagasang's eyes. Fixing her gaze, she saw that the gray-black hedgehog ball on the ground had unfolded limbs and closely resembled that little lizard. Giving up before the last moment and talking behind my back, the gray-black figure spread its arms wide, its voice dripping with teasing yet suffocated breaths. That's not a good habit. Wasn't I the only one bearing everything? Having just used the black iron war body skill, Qin Feng was now like molten metal cast into shape. His skin transformed into dull iron, his spine and joints sprouted sharp iron spikes, and razor blades extended from his limbs. He looked like a living piece of steel weaponry. Nagasang paused for half a heartbeat, then retorted coldly, "Were you captured and transformed by some witch? You look terrifying enough. But you, Alanito, you really think you can hold off this entire wolf pack? Whether I can or not, you'll see soon enough." Qin Feng couldn't keep it up for long. Every minute the black iron war body was active felt like a breaking dam of magical energy draining away. He turned his gaze back to the forest giant wolf, head just knocked reeling. The iron spikes had torn several bloody gashes through its bark armor, dark red blood quickly staining the plate. The giant wolf crouched low, its eyes a mix of caution and pine. It clearly realized how dangerous Qin Feng was after that brief clash. Howl! Howl! Nearby, the few forest wolves that had dodged the explosive water arrow magic howled warnings upon seeing Qin Feng's terrifying form. Roar! The lead old giant wolf suddenly rose up, its roaring command rolling out like a death warrant. In an instant, all the still capable forest wolves pounced toward Qin Feng. Two giant wolves of comparable size also summoned wood element power, their auras swelling fiercely. The earth trembled. The soil beneath Qin Feng's feet bulged as thick grass exploded into violent growth. In moments, it churned into rolling green waves aiming to engulf him whole. The grass, strangle far greater in scale than the single giant wolf spell from yesterday, was overwhelming by several times. Qin Feng unleashed all the iron blades on his limbs and bent low, spinning rapidly. The sharp blades sliced through with metallic glints, turning him into a frenzied weed killer. Wherever he passed, the grass was instantly pulverized. Bang! Tear! The green cage shattered like a dam breaking. Qin Feng seized the moment to leap upward, slashing with his spikes. He landed steadily on the neck of the foremost forest giant wolf. Pierce! Two steel spikes like armor-piercing daggers mercilessly drilled through the tree bark armor, plunging deep into the flesh beneath. Qin Feng gripped with both hands, muscles bulging as the iron spikes twisted violently inside the narrow wound. Sizzling and tearing sounds filled the air. Two columns of blood spurted from the neck wound where the forest dire wolf had been stabbed. The thick, rock-solid wolf's body lost support and crashed to the ground, sending a cloud of crushed leaves and dust spraying in a circle. A system notification popped up. "You have slain the forest dire wolf. Reputation 220. Qin Feng glanced at the message on his status panel. Reputation increased to slightly known LV382750 and muttered under his breath, "No loot box drop, bad rating." No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the veins on his legs bulged, and with unstoppable force, he lunged toward the remaining scattered forest wolves trying to flee. Above his head, the tidal fighting wolf lizard flickered, bolstered by his black iron war frame. He looked like a living steel war machine. Raising his arms and swiping his claws, sharp blades cut through the air, leaving forest wolves either severely wounded or dead on the spot. Rip! Rip! Two system alerts appeared in quick succession. "You have slain a forest wolf. Reputation 80. You have slain a forest wolf. Reputation 75. The bloody fury instilled terror in the wolf pack. The surrounding wolves could no longer resist the fear. They quietly retreated, then scattered like a dam breaking under floodwaters. Even the two remaining forest dire wolves turned and fled. At that moment, a young venomous snake named Yuan Gmo, lurking nearby, suddenly launched forward. Its hooked fangs bit hard into the hind leg of an old dire wolf, injecting every drop of the freshly secreted toxin. The old dire wolf howled in pain and kicked back, stomping the little snake into the mud, nearly killing it. But the poison had already entered its bones, sending searing pain through the leg, which immediately stiffened. Its speed was drastically reduced. The forest wolves really hold grudges and actually came back to cause trouble by the pond. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed, surprise flashing through his mind before settling on resolve. Today, he would give them a lesson they wouldn't forget. Scanning the fleeing pack, he fixed his gaze on the limping old dire wolf, the most venomous one. After a quick calculation of his remaining mana, he concluded the black iron war frame could hold steady for just over a minute, long enough to finish the hunt. Qin Feng coiled his body, transforming into a steel-spiked ball, rolling and charging at high speed across the grass. The metal spikes scraped against the dirt and scattered sparks. Schla! The iron ball struck the old dire wolf Hedon. The spikes pierced through its fur and skin, sinking deeply into flesh. Driven by agony, the wolf roared fiercely, but all it provoked was the panicked flight of its packmates. Not one looked back. Qin Feng extended his body, embedding himself like a nail into the wolf's back. No matter how it twisted or shook its head, he held firm. Following that, his lizard tail swept in a heavy strike across the wolf's rump, instantly tearing muscle apart and sending a stream of blood flowing. At the same time, his steel-clad hands stabbed through the wolf's ribs, slashing open the skin and flesh wide. Swish, swish, swish. His crescent-shaped blades attached to his limbs slashed repeatedly, opening wound after wound. In moments, the dire wolf was slashed to a bleeding, fur-stained mess. Roar! The old dire wolf howled in sorrow, and suddenly the air filled with raging with elemental energy. Green tree branches and leaves moved as if stirred by wind without a breeze. A soft green light flooded its body from all directions, forest healing. The cracked, festering wounds quickly crusted over and began to heal under the elemental nourishment. Yet the leg bitten by venom remained black, purple, and numb. The toxin blocked the elemental restoration, so the old dire wolf still limped painfully as it tried to run. Seeing this, Qin Feng remained firmly latched onto the old giant forest wolf's body, as his lizard tail and steel-piercing blades relentlessly tore into the wolf's flesh. Ping swish, the dull clangs of metal striking flesh echoed repeatedly. After several rounds of combat, Qin Feng's skin was marked with layers of old and new wounds, but the old giant wolf's body no longer healed and finally collapsed with a heavy thud onto the forest path. With a swift motion, Qin Feng swung the steel-piercing blade to finish off the fierce beast cleanly. You have slain the giant forest wolf. Reputation points 250. Congratulations, you received elite treasure chest. After an intense battle, fullness 50. Growth experience 100. Hiding the system prompts, Qin Feng grabbed the riddled corpse of the giant wolf and dragged it back to the water-gathering pool. The area around the pool was a mess. The grass was scarred with craters caused by water arrow spells. Several forest wolf corpses were tossed casually around, their broken bones and torn flesh scattered, and the air was thick with a strong, coppery scent of blood. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Yuan Jima, the serpent, slipped free from the grass bindings and swayed its jade-green body to meet Qin Feng. Well done. Pick one of these forest wolf corpses. This one's yours, Qin Feng said, patting the snake's head approvingly. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The great serpent rubbed affectionately against his leg before selecting a relatively large wolf's corpse and dragging it aside to feast. After sending Yuan Jima off, Qin Feng headed to the edge of the pool and looked up at the Nagasang flower still floating on the water's surface, a smile playing at the corners of his eyes. How is it? Not bad. More responsible than my old cowardly fiancé. Too bad you're just a magical beast. Nagasang flower smiled sweetly, her cheeks lightly flushed before slipping back beneath the surface. So I'm conquered by charm? Am I turning into a succubus now? Qin Feng scratched his head, joking with himself but not dwelling on it. Time to clean up the spoils. Though this time, there's quite a lot really cuts into my training time. He surveyed the area and dragged all the forest wolf corpses together, some slain in close combat by him, others shattered by water arrows, limbs and bones scattered haphazardly. The two most intact and valuable were the giant forest wolves. Disassemble. In the next moment, the corpses turned into shimmering points of light and scattered. Disassemble succeeded. Forest wolf fresh, meat 160 gene. Forest wolf fresh blood 1,600 milliliters. Forest wolf miscellaneous materials 5. With his backpack nearly full, Qin Feng piled the miscellaneous materials and fresh meat on the grass, planning to pack and sell them later. Then he turned to dismantle the two giant forest wolves. Disassemble succeeded. Wood element magic core elite 2. Giant forest wolf fresh, meat normal 150 gene. Giant forest wolf fresh blood normal 1,500 milliliters. Giant forest wolf organs and bones 65 gene. Giant forest wolf skulls 2. Giant forest wolf fangs and claws 81. Giant forest wolf pelts 2. Though both were giant forest wolves, the older wolf yielded more meat, and its magic cores fetched nearly 100 copper coins more in system recovery value. Examining the abundant materials scattered about, Qin Feng knew he couldn't handle this fat chunk alone and quickly pulled up the regional chat channel. Qin Feng, Brother Tan, got some goods. Tan Jianli, you killed more magical beasts again? Qin Feng, call it mountain produce, all wild and natural. Tan Jianli, living off the mountain, fair enough. Send me the details. Qin Feng, forest giant wolf claws, forest giant wolf pelts, high mountain eagle talons. After sending the material information to Tan Jianli, Qin Feng waited a full 15 minutes before Tan finally replied. What happened? Did you slaughter a whole wolf den and capture a golden eagle on the side? Tan Jianli's tone was full of amazement. No wonder you've already jumped to third place on the combat power leaderboard. That's strong? Already third? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. I didn't even realize. The stuff is definitely high quality, but the quantity is crazy. The price will be steep. I need to see how much funding I can get together before giving you a quote, Tan Jinli said cautiously. I've also got some miscellaneous stuff here. If you can take it off my hands, they'll only charge the system's base price, plus a 10 profit. Qin Feng sent another message. Forest wolf junk pack, giant wolf skull, fresh forest wolf meat. That's not crafting material. I can't use those if I take them, Tan Jinli typed quickly. You want me to be some kind of reseller at the market? Why not? There aren't many players like you who can handle outside contacts. This is an opportunity, Qin Feng reminded him. Bro, you're making sense. Were you a businessman in a past life? Tan Jinli responded immediately, as if seeing a golden future. I get it. They'll go all out to secure this batch, even if I have to sell everything and mortgage my life. Hold tight. Good. As soon as possible, Qin Feng replied, ending the private chat. Looking up, he noticed the sky was darkening and mountain mist gathering. Not wanting to wait around, Qin Feng pulled up his character panel. His overall combat power had soared from 304 to 386, surpassing the gifted Zhou Dazhuang and ranking only behind the district's 2 rare monsters. The gap caused by beast tier levels is still huge. Gotta push harder. Qin Feng clenched his fist and began training on the spot, starting with standard push-ups. Hiss. System prompt. Satiety 30, growth experience 60. On the way back to the water-gathering pond, Qin Feng was nearly starving and only managed to nibble some dry rations. After fierce battle and 3 rounds of intense training, his fullness meter hit 0 again. He rubbed his stomach, approached the pond, and took out the last few sprigs of green grass and a chunk of Highland eagle meat. It rained this morning. Maybe new sprouts have grown nearby. They'll have little black snake go look tomorrow. He made a mental note. Crunch crunch. Satiety 70. Satiety 5. Satiety 5. Chewing the eagle meat, he frowned. This stuff's worse than forest wolf meat, so dry and tough. If it didn't boost strength, I wouldn't bother eating it. Despite the complaint, he quickly finished the piece. Full and rested, he leaned against a huge rock by the spring for a moment's break. Then he opened the chat channel to check the latest outside news, only to find the number of online players in his district was dropping rapidly, about to fall below 500. What's going on? Weren't adventurers supposed to have gone down the mountain for the festival? Today's the Beast Burning Festival, right? Qin Feng wondered. Scrolling through the channel logs, he finally understood the so-called Beast Burning Festival was happening right now, and the plunging numbers corresponded to survivors being burned alive. Damn adventurers, damn the church. Brothers, you all must grow stronger and avenge us. Son, promise me you'll become a terror that brings chaos to the land. If you ever think of me, unleash a beast tide, it'll be content even underground. In the regional channel, the beast's howls echoed endlessly. Over and over, they repeated the name of their enemy, the level E Broken Wing Squad. A giant bear over 3 meters tall was burned alive, its screams lasting a full 3 minutes. Rage and despair intertwined in the channel, forming a storm that eventually faded into ceaseless curses. Qin Feng silently closed the channel, a heaviness settling in his chest. I absolutely can't end up like them. I have to clutch hope tightly in my own hands. With that thought, he took a deep breath of the night air and turned his inexplicable empathy into fuel, starting an intense workout right where he was. Hiss. Attribute prompt popped up. Satiety 25, growth experience 50. Only when his limbs ached to the limit did he finally stop, collapsing onto the soft grass. Above, stars blanketed the sky, their cold light like rain. The fleeting sorrow over the fallen moments ago gradually faded. Since leaving Blue Star, humanity had long fought separately. Being disturbed by the joys or sorrows of others would only slow him down. Once truly strong, maybe he could lend a hand to them, but for now, the poor must survive on their own. This answer was etched in his bloodline by his ancestors long ago. Just as the thought cooled, a private message popped. It was Tangianly. Transaction successful. Fresh forest wolf meat, 198 gene. Forest wolf, fresh blood, 2,000 milliliters. Mountain eagle feathers, 220. Mountain eagle claws, 2. Silver coins 3. Copper coins 700. Current balance. For silver, 573 copper. Tangianly. This capital was bought with my life. If I can't sell it tomorrow, it'll be a blacksmith slave forever. Tangianly. If I really become a slave, you better come save me when you rise. Qin Feng, don't worry, it's on me. After the chat, he tidied his empty backpack. Win Magic Core 1. Wood Magic Core 3. Mountain Eagle Meat, 41 gene. Forest Giant Wolf Meat, 185 gene. Forest Giant Wolf Fresh Blood, 2,100 milliliters. Cleared all other junk, the bag instantly felt lighter. Then he opened another message. Qin Feng, tomorrow's mutated seeds, take Kiterleviate price, 100 copper. Ill buy? Ao Shue. Sorry boss, now it's 150 copper fixed price. Qin Feng, what's going on? Business so good you raised prices? Ao Shue. Mainly my talent leveled up after quickening. Growth accelerates, and there's a 10 stoutness boost. A little price hike isn't too much, right? Chin Feng. You get money and experience. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Ao Shue. Small business, we each get what we need. Highest bid so far is 110 copper. What's your offer? Chin Feng. Still 100 copper, take it or leave it. They'll trade tomorrow morning. Ao Shue. Thanks for the patronage, boss. Closing the chats, Chin Feng sighed. Survivors are growing stronger all the time. Then he stood up, almost forgot. Time to open the boxes. 2 elite treasure boxes landed in front of him. Yuan GMO snake twitched its forked tongue, curiously leaning in. Chin Feng smiled. You know how to open these? Next second, Yuan GMO snake flicked one box open with its tail. Open elite treasure box. Blueprint. Nature Healing Hut Elite. Blueprint. Would Affinity Forge Hut Elite. Nature Healing Hut Blueprint Elite. Requirements. Would Magic Core Elite or would Gem Elite 1? Would 20. Would Affinity Forge Hut Blueprint Elite. Requirements. Would Magic Core Elite or would Gem Elite 1? Mature Large Tree 1. The higher the tree quality, the stronger the effects. Double jackpot. Chin Feng's eyes lit up, waving his hand. Brother, there's still one more here. Don't rush off. New author and newbie writer. I really need the support and protection of all the viewers out there. Just hoping to keep the passion alive. Thank you all so much. Hiss 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 at Chin Feng's eager insistence. The Yuan GMO snake used its tail to open another treasure chest. Opening the elite chest, Chin Feng obtained 1 Mountain Wind Blade Skill Book Elite and 1 Eagle Wing Forging Blueprint Elite. My previous chests only gave me 1 item each. What bad luck. Chin Feng muttered under his breath as he glanced at the Yuan GMO snake beside him, proudly flicking its tongue. Despite feeling a bit bitter, he held both items in his hands and examined them carefully. Mountain Wind Blade Skill Book Elite. Upon use, grants mastery of the wind element active skill Mountain Wind Blade, whose power scales with wind element affinity. Mountain Wind Blade? Chin Feng's eyes lit up immediately as the terrifying wind blade of the mountain eagle from earlier that day flashed vividly in his mind. That razor-sharp gust had once slashed through his prized black scales and nearly cost him his life. Remembering this, he crushed the skill book without hesitation. Skill acquired successfully. Mountain Wind Blade Elite. Mountain Wind Blade Elite channels wind element affinity within the body to condense surrounding wind elements into a slashing blade of wind. A powerful, precise, single-target attack. Mana cost, 20 points. As the skill information flooded his mind, Chin Feng felt like a fledgling eagle yet to learn flight, leaping from a cliff with the cutting mountain wind brushing sharply against his cheeks. He guessed that the mountain eagle had probably mastered this technique in similar harsh surroundings. After a brief moment of insight, the flow of wind element energy inside him felt smoother than before, and he could distinctly sense a subtle increase in affinity. No wonder that eagle could only strike once. The 20 mana cost per slash is ridiculous. Chin Feng glanced at his stats panel. Max mana was only 30 points, then chuckled wryly. There's no way I can unleash a second strike right now. Next, he inspected the second item had acquired. Eagle Wing Forging Blueprint Elite. Required materials for forging 1 Elite Wind Magic Core or 1 Elite Wind Gem. 2 units of wood, 200 feathers. Finished product grants short bursts of flight. Feathers too? If I'd known, I wouldn't have rushed to grab this. Chin Feng paused, then immediately opened a channel to send a private message to Tanjianli. Since it was late at night, there was no reply as contact was probably already asleep. Chin Feng gave up for the time being. Calling over the Yuan GMO snake, he ordered, keep guarding the water drawing pool tonight. Don't let anything get near. With his instructions set, Chin Feng returned to the dirt pit head dug and quickly fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, sunlight pierced through the forest, carrying a stuffy warmth that roused Chin Feng awake. He poked his head out and confirmed everything had remained safe during the night. In the distance, the Yuan GMO snake was still lazily patrolling beside the water-drawing pool, and new shoots of dualaden grass were sprouting along the edges. Once today's watch is done, this matter will be settled. I have to start planning my own territory and make full use of all those building scrolls. Thinking about the future, Chin Feng couldn't hide his excitement, then suddenly coughed twice. Cough, cough. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Hearing the noise, the Yuan GMO snake quickly wagged its tail and came over, waiting silently for orders. Nothing urgent for now. You can rest. Hiss. The Yuan GMO snake nodded slightly, retreated into its small dugout, and settled down to rest. Hunger level 25. Experience gained 50. After glancing at the hunger gradually drained overnight, Chin Feng began his morning exercise. His hunger 20, experience 40. After 2 rounds of squats, push-ups, and short sprints, his hunger level neared the warning threshold. Wiping sweat from his brow, Chin Feng quickly walked to the water pool, took out the fresh mountain eagle and forest giant wolf meat he had prepared last night, mixed them together, and devoured it ravenously. Hunger 70. Hunger 5. The warm meat juices slid down his throat, and he immediately felt his strength and mana slowly returning. Before his stamina fully recovered, Qin Feng started handling the day's chores. Trade successful. Ironwood Core Fruit Elite 1. Ao Shua. Boss, the copper coins are ready. Trade in 10 minutes. Qin Feng got it. After finalizing the first deal with Ao Shua, he noticed Tan Jianli's reply the Mountain Eagle feathers could be repurchased at the original price anytime. Trade successful. Mountain Eagle feathers 200, copper coins 330. Putting the feathers back into his inventory, Qin Feng took out the Eagle Wings forging blueprint, selected the materials, and with a thought. Eagle Wings forging blueprint Elite 1, Wind Magic Core Elite 1, Mountain Eagle feathers 200, Ironwood Elite 2. Forging succeeded, Eagle Wings Elite. The pale green forging light faded, revealing a pair of folded eagle wings hovering before him. The ironwood-crafted frame was sturdy yet lightweight, the feathers transitioning naturally from pure white to dark brown. A fist-sized wind magic core was embedded centrally along the spine, emitting a faint breeze swirling around. Eagle Wings Elite. Composed of ironwood and mountain eagle feathers, powered by a wind magic core. Attribute 1. Wind awareness enhances perception and affinity with wind element during flight. Attribute 2. Soar allows short bursts of simulated soaring. Speed and duration vary by user size. After magic core energy depletes, requires 1 day of natural cooldown. Price: 1 silver coin. This is perfect. Now I finally have the means to fly and fight in the air. Excitement flashed across Qin Feng's eyes. Though strong in battle, had always been powerless against airborne beasts. Now, with eagle wings and the mountain wind blade, that weakness had been overcome. He strapped the eagle wings onto his back. The groove at the center aligned snugly with his spine, the ironwood safety fittings secured tightly around his waist and abdomen like they'd been custom-made. With a thought, the wind magic core hummed to life, stirring currents. The realistic wings flapped gently. Qin Feng's feet lifted from the ground, his body light as he rose upward. At the same time, he clearly sensed the wind element inside the core slowly draining, reminding him to prepare to land before exhaustion. Whoosh whoosh, the wings beat the air steadily, stirring strong gusts. Within moments, Qin Feng soared above the treetops. Looking down, the water pool gleamed like a mirror, surrounded by an open grassy field, then rolling hills and a rocky ridge beyond, all visible at a glance. This is what flying feels like. Even the wind is free. The cool high-altitude breeze brushed his face, and he couldn't help but marvel. But the next instant, his heart tightened sharply. He folded the wings abruptly and descended. Atop a distant towering peak, a giant eagle as large as a mountain perched silently, king of this sky. Just its gaze alone carried an overwhelming aura impossible to resist. If he flew any higher, that giant male eagle would notice him. If he ended up as just a snack, who could he complain to? Qin Feng lowered his posture and quickly skimmed along the treetops, silently cursing the dangers of open ski snow. The flocks of birds he had seen so far either darted through the dense forest or clung tightly to the canopy. They were all hiding from this terrifying aerial overlord. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but marvel that besides the two-headed flying dragon ruling over Yakila, this mountain range also harbored such a fearsome beast. The moment his feet touched the ground, the pressing sense of danger weighing on his shoulders instantly dissipated. Qin Feng exhaled deeply and casually packed the eagle's wings back into his bag. After calming himself, he summoned the floating intelligence shop interface before his eyes. Intelligence shop LV 214201. 1. Green intelligence price, 150 copper coins. 2. Green intelligence price, 150 copper coins. 3. Green intelligence price, 150 copper coins. Current funds, 4 silver coins, 243 copper coins. Seeing a screen full of green, Qin Feng's expression darkened. Good thing I don't have a partner, or I'd think the shop was trying to send me some kind of message. Then, with a shift of thought, his intelligence expert trait triggered, and the panel instantly cleared. Purchase successful. Green intelligence 2, blue intelligence 1. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Looks like Lady Luck is still watching over me. He quickly upgraded the brand new blue intelligence, activating intelligence expert. It transformed from blue to cyan, granting cyan intelligence 1. Then, he combined 3 green intelligence scrolls into 1 blue, and merged it with the 2 remaining blue scrolls from his bag. A cyan glowing scroll appeared again in his mind. Now he possessed 3 intelligence scrolls, 2 cyan and 1 gray. But since he couldn't afford to unlock them right now, he put that thought aside. At that moment, Ao Shua completed the mutation of some crops and requested a trade. Trade successful. Mutation Iron Tree Seed Elite 1, copper coins 150. Item description: a seed accelerated and mutated for ripening. After planting, it matures and bears fruit within a week, providing a 10 enhancement effect. Reading the description triggered a sudden spark in Qin Feng's mind. If I keep enhancing it generation after generation, it could eventually reach rare quality, right? The thought excited him. He carefully stowed the seed in his pack, planning to plant it himself after moving to his new territory. After a brief rest, he resumed his daily training. Hiss hiss hiss. Satiety 30. Growth experience 60. He trained continuously until noon, as the weather grew hotter. The sleeping Yuan GMO snake stirred awake, filled its belly, and lazily slithered to Qin Feng's feet. Qin Feng led it to a clearing dense with Qingya grass, demonstrated how to identify it, and then ordered, "There are lots of Qingya grass around here. Pull up all the ones nearby first, then spread out and gather the rest. Bring them all back." For Yuan GMO snake, this task was effortless. Its tail swept and coiled, uprooting dozens of Qingya grass all at once. Satisfied with its skill, Qin Feng stopped interfering and returned alone to the water-gathering pond. Glug-glug ripples spread across the water surface as Naga Zhenghua's figure emerged. Qin Feng immediately asked, "Did it succeed?" "Not yet." Naga Zhenghua shook her head, her expression somewhat melancholic as she said, "This formation is trickier than I anticipated. What comes next is the final crucial moment, and when it happens, there will be a massive phenomenon. Nearby magical beasts or adventurers might mistake it for some treasure appearing in the world. You just need to hold out for half an hour. Once I succeed, all crises will be resolved." "How massive are we talking?" "If high-tier magical beasts from deep in the mountains get drawn here, I won't be able to hold them off." Qin Feng frowned. "The affected area will be roughly 5 kilometers in radius. We're on the outer edge of the mountain range, so there aren't any particularly powerful magical beasts. Unless a passing powerhouse or the guardian beast or lord beast of this region notices, you should be fine. With your current strength, holding out for half an hour is still within reach." Naga Zhenghua instructed solemnly, "Right now, I can only rely on you. Once I succeed, this will be one of the most correct decisions of your life. You've got to actually succeed first." Qin Feng's expression grew grave. "Things have come to this point, there's no use talking more. I'll do my best. Even if a high-tier beast really shows up, I'll stall it for a while." "Thank you. The phenomenon will appear in about 2 to 3 hours. Prepare yourself in advance." Naga Zhenghua thanked him earnestly, then dove back to the bottom of the pool. Qin Feng felt secretly relieved. It was still early before nightfall, and magical beasts were easier to deal with during the day than at night. With nothing to do at the moment, he had only one thought train. He immediately began doing sit-ups, dragon tail swings, and other exercises, sweat sliding down along his muscle lines. Hiss hiss hiss. Satiety 20. Growth experience 40. After 2 rounds of exercises, he stopped and pulled out meat, tearing into it with large bites. Rip. Satiety 50. With his satiety restored to full, he simply lay back to rest, adjusting his stamina to optimal condition to face whatever battles might come. Moments later, the Yuan Ji ink snake slithered back to the water pool, dragging large bundles of green budgrass. After several trips back and forth, the grass was piled like a small mountain. Hiss. The Yuan Ji ink snake indicated that all the green budgrass in the surrounding area had been collected. "Well done. Go eat something and rest, we might have a tough fight ahead." Qin Feng patted the snake's back. Hiss hiss hiss. The Yuan Ji ink snake raised its head in a battle-ready posture, then turned to feed. Qin Feng stored all the grass piles in his backpack. Green budgrass 1800. Value 180 copper coins. Better than nothing. The key was enriching his menu and balancing nutrition. He rolled his shoulders, his spirit and stamina both recovered, and immediately raised his guard to survey the surroundings. Rumble. A deafening roar suddenly erupted behind him. Qin Feng whipped around to see the water column in the pool, originally 3 meters high, transform into a water tornado shooting straight into the clouds, with massive amounts of pool water surging upward. Immediately after, the hurricane surrounding the tornado exploded outward, tearing up grass and exposing bare earth. Rip. The fierce wind nearly swept Qin Feng away. He hastily drove his steel piercer deep into the mud to steady himself. Raindrops fell from the sky, dense as a waterfall, while water elemental energy, so concentrated it seemed ready to burst, erupted like a volcano from the small pool, flooding the air. This isn't some treasure appearing in the world, it's clearly a water mage casting a forbidden spell. What magical beast would dare approach? Qin Feng muttered. Qin Feng gazed at this shocking scene, bewilderment mixed with a touch of helplessness. After a brief pause, Qin Feng was surprised to see that monstrous beasts were indeed approaching, and not just one. The water tornado still swept the sky, the towering columns of waves nearly blotting out the sun. Yet the hurricane's outward force gradually weakened. The torn water element hung thickly in the air like droplets you could almost squeeze out, making the area resemble a newly formed water elemental sanctuary. Rustle rustle. Deep within the barren woods stripped bare by the fierce wind, branches shook violently as leaves and twigs fluttered down. A ragtag group of beasts burst through the bushes in a loose stream. 50 or 60 of them, wildly diverse species. Even natural enemies marched side by side, moving cautiously. Their scattered formation and wary glances made it clear this was a hastily gathered mob. Without a shared goal, these creatures would never cooperate. Qin Feng inwardly scoffed. What low to mid-level beast would be reckless enough to come into such a dangerous place? It seemed these extra-dimensional demons were just throwing everything at the problem, hoping to get lucky. Scanning the noisy crowd, he quickly spotted the three most distinct figures. 1. An old adversary, the killer wolf spider, with jet black, gleaming armor. 2. A mantis clad entirely in emerald green, its front limbs shaped like razor-sharp sickles, the twin-blade mantis, exuding a chilling aura. 3. A massive beast covered in rock-like armor, its bulky form somewhere between a pangolin and a porcupine. Only these three posed the slightest threat to him, though they were still far from truly intimidating. I always wondered why you fled here last time. Turns out you were hiding a secret. The killer wolf spider's 8 compound eyes fixed coldly on Qin Feng, its harsh voice cutting like a blade. Backed by its gang, it raised its tone. Now that secret's out in the open, you can't handle it alone. Hand it over, and well share it otherwise. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Ruthless? Qin Feng sneered, stepping forward. His black, solid frame loomed like a wall, radiating pressure. The power rankings are public. My strength far surpasses yours. Are you sure you can afford to be ruthless with me? Or do you think all of you together can take me down? Though his voice was low, it pierced the ears of every beast present. His arrogant words landed like thunder, instantly setting off a storm among the group, anger mixed with fear. Too arrogant. Does he really think he's invincible? One person taking on all of us. We're all from the same place, Sheldon. We just share the rewards? The noisy protests rose and fell, yet no one dared be the first to strike. Qin Feng's ranking and sheer presence forcibly quelled most opportunists. Seeing the stalemate, the killer wolf spider's eyes gleamed coldly as it exchanged a sharp look with the twin-blade mantis beside it. Then, suddenly, bang! The spider's 8 long legs exploded with power, shooting its black body like a missile toward Qin Feng. Midair, it spat out a pale web shimmering with deadly poison. At the same moment, the mantis streaked forward like a green lightning bolt from the flank, its sickle arms slashing at Qin Feng's waist. An ambush! Clang! Just as the dual-scythe mantis blade arms swung down on Qin Feng, a deeper metallic sheen rippled across his body. His iron-scaled armor instantly formed, accompanied by the sharp screech of metal grinding, sparks flying. The mantis' fierce strike only left shallow white scratches on the iron scales, failing to even pierce the surface. The web sweeping toward him was casually grabbed by Qin Feng and torn apart like old cloth. Hiss Yuan Zymos, the snake, flicked its tongue anxiously, arching its serpentine body to intervene. Without turning his head, Qin Feng shouted sharply, "Fall back. Guard the water-drawing pool closely, don't let anything get near. As for these 2 useless pests, I can handle them alone." The insult of being ignored instantly ignited the fury of the wolf spider and the dual-scythe mantis. Looking for death, the dual-scythe mantis roared, fainting again. Its twin scythe arms carved out a fierce blade web that sealed Qin Feng in on all sides. At the same time, the wolf spider unleashed its skill venom Fang strike. 2 pincers gleamed with a ghostly green light, reeking of stench, aiming straight at Qin Feng's face. Faced with a pincer attack, Qin Feng didn't retreat but pressed forward. His black iron war body erupted with power, the metallic muscles radiating oppressive force. Clang! Clang clang! The onslaught of blades struck him, producing a sharp series of metallic sounds. The triple-layer defense of black iron form, black iron war body, and iron-scaled armor turned the fierce assault into nothing more than a tickle. His target was the wolf spider alone. Pow! Qin Feng dove, ramming his forehead into the wolf spider's venomous fangs. The fierce impact sent the spider flying backwards, its pincers nearly snapping. Before it could land, Qin Feng's shadow descended. Steel-forged claws slashed through the air with 2 icy arcs. Rip! The hard carapace tore open like paper, 2 deep wounds revealing bone-deep cuts, spewing ink-black, dark green blood. Ah! A terrible scream echoed through the cave. The spider roared in terror. "Why are you holding back? Unleash your trump card." Hearing the furious roar, the dual-scythe mantis realized regular attacks were useless and decisively stepped back, raising its twin scythes as a fierce aura gathered wildly. Qin Feng cast it a cold glance, then locked his focus back on the wolf spider. "Strike while you're down." His lizard tail transformed into a steel whip, snapping downward. Smack! The wolf spider was knocked flying sideways, tumbling several times as cracks split further along its shell. It finally saw the gap clearly. Though both elite warriors, just 2 days ago the spider had chased Qin Feng down, but now Qin Feng was a terrifying ironclad monster in a whole different level of combat. Wind Scythe. The dual-scythe mantis unleashed its deadly move, 2 crescent-shaped azure wind blades slashing across Qin Feng's back. Without even turning his head, Qin Feng extended a sharp iron spike formed by his black iron war body toward the blades. Boom! The wind blades slammed into the iron spike, unleashing a violent energy ripple, yet still failed to harm Qin Feng, only causing him to briefly stagger. In that brief moment, the giant killer spider caught a chance to catch its breath. Desperately enduring the searing pain, it frantically dug its 8 sharp claws into the ground, trying to slip into the cluster of beasts behind it and use its comrades as cover to escape. But how could Qin Feng possibly let it get away? Trying to run? A cold voice exploded right by the spider's ear. The wind element in Qin Feng's dantian churned violently, and a blade of wind sharper and denser than the twin sides of the Mantis formed before him, the mountain wind blade. Lethal intent surged forward like a storm. The spider's 8 compound eyes filled with despair. It knew there was no way to dodge this strike. The nearby beasts watching sensed the terrifying energy and all stepped back, afraid of being shredded by the residual power. Just as Qin Feng raised his arm to strike down his longtime nemesis once and for all, a roar like a mountain rumbling echoed suddenly from the distant forest top. The voice was heavy and commanding. Qin Feng didn't hesitate in the slightest, his gaze cold as ice. He never showed mercy to an enemy whose hatred ran so deep and who had crossed him so many times. Whoosh! The pale brown wind blade sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed straight at the now helpless giant spider. Boom! In a flash of lightning and thunder, the earth trembled violently. A thick stone wall suddenly sprang up before the spider, perfectly blocking the blade. Bang! The mountain wind blade slammed heavily against the rock wall, the deafening crash echoing through the valley. The furious wind shattered the massive barrier into fragments, sending stones and dust billowing everywhere. As the dust settled, the giant spider collapsed, trembling all over. Though it had narrowly survived, it gasped between relief and bitter hatred. Exhaustion from the repeated blasts flooded Qin Feng's system. He realized his magical energy was nearly spent and immediately deactivated his iron war body, the metallic sheen fading as his muscles and blood color returned to normal. He lifted his eyes and followed the direction of the voice. From the shadows of the forest, a towering figure strode forward. A magical beast built entirely of jagged rock, humanoid, yet far taller and more robust. Its cracked surface patterns resembled ancient carvings, as if an old stone statue had come to life. Steps to each heavy footfall, sending a dull tremor through the earth, slightly rippling the terrain. At its appearance, the once noisy pack of beasts fell completely silent. The surviving noisy ones lowered their heads, eyes filled with near reverence. This was the top fighter in the region, with a comprehensive strength exceeding 450, a rare magical beast known as the Splitting Rock Statue, Ming Lei. Boss, you've got to take our side. The giant spider screeched hoarsely, grasping at this lifeline. Yeah, Boss Ming. The other beasts clamored in agreement. This guy thinks he's strong, wants to hog all the treasure. We tried reasoning with him, but he just started attacking, doesn't care about us at all. Seeing the Splitting Rock Statue step to the front of the group, the beasts felt united around their leader, all loudly painting themselves as the victims. Sorry I'm late, just finished off a wild bear blocking the road. Ming Leiji's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable weight, as if every rock around them was resonating in response. His stone body towered among the ruins, his gaze heavy as bedrock, sweeping across faces filled with greed or hesitation before finally settling on Qin Feng. Those eye sockets formed of embedded rock fragments were dark and unfathomable, revealing not a trace of emotion. You must be mad, Lizard Qin Feng. Never expected our first meeting would be under such circumstances, quite a surprise. I'm mad, Lizard. Qin Feng crossed his arms, his cold vertical pupils narrowing slightly. Does Boss Ming have some lecture for me? I wouldn't dare presume to lecture you. Ming Leiji shook his head slowly, steady as a bell. We're all from Blue Star, why fight to the death? With this special bond we share, cooperation is the way forward. Why not share the secret behind you with everyone? Just give the word, and I guarantee on my reputation that you'll still take the lion's share. Whatever we gain in the future, you won't be shortchanged. And when you need help, we won't refuse. His tone was measured, yet carried an undeniable air of command, more like handing down a verdict than making a suggestion. Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. This kind of top-down condescension made him particularly disgusted. Let me emphasize this one more time. He waved toward the towering waterspout behind him, his voice tinged with impatience. There's no treasure back there like you're all fantasizing about. It's just related to my contract mission. Don't insult our intelligence. A survivor jumped out from the crowd and shouted. Boss Ming, he's playing you. If that's the case, why didn't you say so earlier? Another immediately followed with a question. Qin Feng looked up, his sharp gaze sweeping across them like a blade. If I'd said so earlier, ask yourselves honestly, would any of you have believed me? Would any of you have backed off? That one counter-question brought the clamor to an abrupt halt. The previously arrogant survivors lowered their heads one after another, avoiding his gaze. Only breathing and the sound of wind remained in the air. Boss Ming, Mad Lizard definitely has something to hide. Killer Wolf Spider's sinister voice wormed its way into everyone's ears. He's been guarding this spot for 3 days, and he's got a powerful water mage with him. 2 days ago he gave up on that major prison wagon heist, yet he's been stubbornly holding this position. Don't you find that suspicious? The spider's words pierced through the calm like a sharp needle, and greed surged up once more. Ming Leiji remained silent for a long while, his rock-like face betraying no emotion, yet the surrounding air seemed to grow increasingly oppressive. Your explanation won't satisfy the companions who've rushed here. He finally spoke, his voice even more gravelly. Explain your mission and the details clearly, and everyone will judge fairly for you. Humph. I, Qin Feng, have always done as I pleased. It's not your place to give me justice. Qin Feng could no longer contain himself. Violent rage churned in his chest, killing intent leaking out like a cold blade. Ming Leiji stomped heavily, rubble cascading to the ground. In that case, I'm afraid we'll have to inconvenience you. Don't worry, we'll spare your life. After we capture you, we'll investigate the truth ourselves. Before his words had even faded, dozens of demon beasts were already stirring restlessly, claws scraping the ground, fangs interlocking, their gazes passing over Qin Feng to lock firmly onto the waterspout, shooting toward the sky. The roaring water vapor whipped up debris, making banners snap violently. The tense atmosphere ignited to its peak in an instant. Qin Feng took a deep breath, raising his head to face the greed and killing intent of the crowd, then suddenly raised his voice. Right now, if anyone among you wants to withdraw, I, Mad Lizard Qin Feng, will remember this favor. Russell, a demon beast group, stirred slightly. 2 or 3 hesitated briefly before quietly withdrawing, along with the formidable rock armor wild boar, which also slunk away awkwardly. But the rest remained poised to strike, the fire in their eyes burning even brighter. Qin Feng grinned, his fangs gleaming white, battle intent surging like a tide. Then let's fight. The battle just now must have drained a lot of your mana, right? Ming Liza's voice was deep and steady, his eyes stitched together from solid rock, blank and unblinking, yet like a cold, unyielding boulder that instantly silenced the agitated beasts around them. Those creatures, previously roaring without cease, now all fixed their gaze sharply on Qin Feng. Behind them, the roaring water vortex churned relentlessly, the towering wall of water stretching tens of meters high, like a pillar, holding up the sky. The mist it stirred made the air thick and heavy, weighing down everyone's chests like an invisible burden. That sheer curtain of water shooting into the clouds was the greedy focus of every living thing present and the oppressive weight suffocating them all. I want to see how many you can stop. Charge. Ming Leiji didn't waste words. He raised his rugged stone arm and brought it crashing down with a command. Even if I can't stop them, I have to try. Qin Feng's tone was quiet but resolute. I can take down a few of them at least, even if it costs me my life. He stepped forward, black scales glinting coldly in the damp light, killing intent radiating fiercely from Hema clear stance of going down with a fight. The beasts behind Ming Leiji suddenly became restless. Some who had been waiting in the shadows suddenly wavered, stepping back nervously. No one wanted to be the unlucky scapegoat. But desperate maniacs still existed, or rather, fools blinded by hatred and rage. With Ming Lao leading, what's there to fear? How can a lizard overturn the world? Snarled the wolf spider, its hatred for Qin Feng stronger than its fear of death. Yeah, charge. Echoed the dual-blade mantis, brandishing its green blades with a flick that turned into a blur as it lunged forward first. Seeing their leaders charge, the rest of the restless monsters finally found their reason to roar and surge forward, their heavy hooves and claws shaking the ground, beastly howls rising up in waves. Qin Feng took a deep breath of the humid, heavy air, preparing to ignite his blood and flesh powers for the final desperate fight. Pulling Yuan Zimo's serpent close when suddenly. Let's see who dares. A rough, booming shout with a heavy rural accent burst out from the side of the dense forest, instantly overpowering all the chaos. The leading mantis paused mid-lunge, coming to an abrupt halt that sent grass fragments swirling in the air. Ming Leiji, Qin Feng, and the entire beast horde all turned instinctively toward the source of the voice. Rustle, leaves brushed as heavy footsteps echoed from the dark shadows. Then a massive figure stepped out from behind a tree, a three-turtle ogre. His skin was dark earth brown, muscles knotted and bulging. Around his waist was only a tattered beast hide, his massive shoulders carrying a giant iron pickaxe stained with fresh blood and torn flesh. His presence was coarse and brutal, like a moving stone wall that made the very air stall around him. Several snarling hyenas recognized this familiar face, instantly paling, tucking their tails, and shrinking back trembling behind the crowd. Who dares lay a finger on my brothers? The ogre, Zhou Dezhuang, roared as he swung his pickaxe down heavily on the ground, the dull thud sounding like a war drum, raising dust clouds. His bright crimson eyes flashed menace as he shouted once more. With his declaration made, he strode forward, pushing through dozens of cowering beasts as easily as brushing aside grass, finally standing beside Qin Feng. Zhou Dezhuang grinned broadly, revealing 2 uneven rows of yellow, jagged teeth, wild but spirited. Don't worry, brother. With me here today, no one's getting to you. Bro, this is... Qin Feng stared at the towering figure beside him that seemed to block out half the sky. His throat tightened, hot emotions welled up in his chest, but he couldn't squeeze out a single complete sentence. No need to say more. Zhou Dezhuang raised his huge hand like a palm fan and slammed it heavily on his own chest. The thudding sound echoed like a drumbeat, his tone hearty and straightforward. You already called me brother, what else is there to say? His move was like a muffled thunderclap, causing Ming Leiji opposite them to narrow his eyes sharply. Behind Ming Leiji, the killing wolf spider let out a high-pitched shriek, its voice sharp and piercing. Ogre Zhou Dazhuang, what makes you think you can protect him all by yourself? I have so many brothers behind me. Did you ask if they agreed? What about old Ming? Who told you to face this alone? Zhou Dazhuang's mouth curled into a smirk, too lazy to explain. He just lifted his chin and said, "You all look back." The beasts instinctively turned their heads. Rustling leaves whispered as two even larger figures emerged shoulder to shoulder from the deep forest they had come from. Both were ogres, each bigger than Zhou Dazhuang by a whole size. One carried a huge notched axe on his shoulder, the other dragged a crude iron chain gleaming coldly. The two just stood there quietly, muscles rippling so taut in the moonlight it looked like their skin might split. Their silence alone wrapped the whole clearing in tension. The once noisy horde of beasts immediately held their breath. Even the sound of breathing thinned in the empty space. Zhou Dazhuang stepped forward, crushing the gravel underfoot with a crackling noise, raising his voice. "Listen carefully. I'm speaking to you now as the chief overseer of Mountain Beast Patrol under the Eastern District Branch Lord of the Yakila Mountains, reporting to the Ogre clan leader. Anyone who dares to lay hands on me is challenging our clan leader and the entire Ogre clan." As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at the few cowering gnoll wolves. "You can 0W what'll happen." His commanding presence hit like a gust of wind. The gnoll wolves' mental defense broke completely. "Don't eat me. My meat's sour, can't chew it. Stop using my thigh bone as a toothpick. My bones are brittle. Take the treasures, just let us go. We're leaving now." Several gnoll wolves wailed and sprinted away, stumbling headlong into the woods, as if they wished for 2 more legs to run faster. "What kind of ridiculous title is that? Self-appointed, right?" A beast whispered from a corner. "You really don't know? This area belongs to the Ogre clan. I heard this territory was carved out by higher-level beasts themselves. I saw the secret intel in the blue data feed last time. Ah, no wonder. Best not to mess with them. Let's scram." The chatter swelled, and the previous fierce momentum felt like it'd been knocked cold, dissipating like a bucket of cold water. Ming Leiji cast a glance back, realizing morale couldn't be rallied again. He raised his rocky arm indifferently and said, "We're giving you face today, not because of your strength, but because of your status. Let's go." The killing wolf spider still couldn't bear it, letting out a sharp parting shot. "Chin Feng, we'll see about this." Then it followed the others into the forest. The once oppressive wave of beasts scattered like swept-away storm clouds, leaving the clearing filled only with the distant roar of a water tornado. "Brother, you all go patrol first. They'll come by later." Zhou Dazhuang waved to 2 clansmen in the woods. The axe ogre and the chain ogre nodded and strode into the shadows with heavy footsteps. Only then could Qin Feng not hold back his curiosity, leaning toward Zhou Dazhuang and whispering, "What's going on? Are you some kind of official now?" "It's just a tough job." Zhou Dazhuang slammed down the huge iron pickaxe wider than his shoulders on the ground, his shoulders slumping with helplessness. "Like I told you last time, our ogre clan was assigned to this area. Besides handing over food at the end of each month, we've got other duties. First, we have to keep an eye on the local ecosystem, making sure the monsters don't start massive fights. Second, we gotta watch those high-level adventurers, so they don't just run in and slaughter the low-level monsters willy-nilly. Basically, I'm like a half-manager around here." Qin Feng glanced at Zhou Dazhuang's thick arms and nodded reassuringly. "Well, that's not bad at all. At least you're in charge and don't have to live in constant fear like the weaker monsters." Seeing that Zhou was calm, Qin Feng brought up what he really wanted to ask. "By the way, since you oversee the monsters here and know the territory well, I want to have my own land. What do you think? How does that even work?" "I actually asked our leader about that." Zhou Dazhuang scratched his head and recalled, "Over the years, the smarter the monster, the closer they get to human intelligence. Our Yakila Mountains are kind of like a human feudal system. The whole mountain range belongs to the Yakila Overlord. You know that, right?" Qin Feng nodded. "Well, the Overlord divides the land to a few especially powerful high-level monsters and some of its direct subordinates." Zhou Dazhuang gestured with his hands. "Those high-level monsters are so strong even the Overlord respects them. Their status is like human kings and dukes. The direct subordinates are like bureaucrats or local officials. Our Ogre clan is that kind of local official. We'll have our own piece of land, but we also patrol and watch other monsters' territory." He paused and looked earnestly at Qin Feng. "With your current strength, you could have a small territory. There are 3 ways to get land. First, the most direct, just take it by force from other monsters. But that means your combat power has to be off the charts, able to dominate a large area. You're not quite there yet, so I don't recommend this way. Second, you can try to get a peace by offering favors to those crown lords and dukes. But their appetites are huge, it's not easy to satisfy them. Third, go straight to the Overlord's direct subordinates, the wise white-browed ancient ape. It grants land based on your strength, achievements, and reputation. But if you get land this way, you have to take responsibility, a local official like us." After hearing all this, Qin Feng felt enlightened. He smiled and cupped his fists. Thanks, that helps a lot. Zhou Dazhuang waved it off. We're brothers sharing info is nothing. Just then, a transaction notice popped up before Zhou's eyes. Qin Feng transferred a silver coin. Zhou blinked, eyes wide. Huh, you're sending me money? 1 silver coin? You struck it rich? Qin Feng chuckled easily. I did make a little profit recently. This time it was thanks to you. Or today would have been a lot tougher. I'm expecting to earn more soon. So just take the money for now. Qin Feng, worried that Zhou Dazhuang might refuse, deliberately kept his tone casual. All right, Zhou Dazhuang said, scratching his short hair, looking a bit embarrassed. But you have to understand, brother, I'm not helping you for the money. Got it. Just take it, Qin Feng urged. Reluctantly, Zhou Dazhuang clicked agree on the trade interface. Trade successful, 1 silver coin. Dazhuang's got to get back to work. He'll be nearby for now. Hit me up if you need anything. Zhou Dazhuang hoisted his heavy iron pickaxe and waved at Qin Feng. Okay, go ahead. Qin Feng nodded and said goodbye. Zhou Dazhuang's figure quickly disappeared into the woods. The once dense clearing was now empty except for Qin Feng and the Yunji snake beside him. The towering water vortex in the distance was also slowly shrinking, fading back into stillness. You have just been through an intense battle, fullness 35, growth experience 70. Qin Feng pulled up his status panel. Fullness was down to 65. The burst of black iron battle form and combo skills had nearly drained his stamina, and his mana was almost gone too. If Ming Lei was really desperate, even unleashing his flesh burst technique would only let him take down 3 or 4 people before meeting a grim end. The Yunji snake was quietly coiled at Qin Feng's feet, its small head drooping, clearly shaken by the earlier scene, but unharmed. Qin Feng took a deep breath and refocused on the Ji Shui pond ahead. The external threats had been cleared. Now, it all depended on whether Naga Zhenghua could complete her transformation. Time passed slowly. Half an hour felt like an eternity. The height of the water tornado visibly decreased, its rotation slowed, and the violent water elemental energy in the air mellowed. At last, the massive water pillar connecting heaven and earth crashed down, dispersing into a torrential downpour. The Ji Shui pond churned violently from the residual energy, bubbles of various sizes swelling on the surface before everything settled. With a gentle bubbling sound, a slender figure slowly rose from the water's center. Naga Zhenghua stepped barefoot on the water, her clothes clinging to her, yet spotless. Her eyes closed, the lingering water elementals swarmed toward her like loyal subjects paying tribute, merging with her body. Qin Feng could clearly sense a wholly new energy forming within her, unlike before. Did it work? He whispered, breaking the silence. The girl slowly opened her eyes. A clear blue shimmered in them, as if an ocean had been condensed inside. Meeting Qin Feng's gaze, she smiled sincerely and nodded. It worked. Her voice was clear, flowing like a gentle stream. I never imagined there would be a day I could truly return, a chance to seek revenge. When she said revenge, a complex, indescribable emotion flickered through her tone. Naga Zhenghua stepped onto the damp shore, her fair feet leaving no trace. She raised her hand and gently waved it. In an instant, nearly half the Ji Shui grass by the shore was lifted by an invisible water current, uprooted along with soil as the plants floated in the air. The grass converged and drifted over to Qin Feng, gently settling down in front of him. Now, it's time for me to fulfill my promise. Besides the water-drawing herb, there was also the secret to cultivating it. Naga Zhenghua deliberately lowered her voice, speaking more solemnly than before. They'll teach you a water element formation called the Gathering Water and Preserving Essence Formation. Find a spot with high-quality Watera pond, lake, or stream and set it up with the proper materials. The formation's influence will extend along the banks, marking the area where the water-drawing herb can grow. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her slender index finger and pointed at Qin Feng's forehead. A clear stream of water appeared out of thin air, but didn't touch his skin. Instead, a flood of information with a cool water sensation directly poured into his mind. The strength of the formation determines how long it takes the water-drawing herb to mature, anywhere from 3 to 7 days. After the herb matures, it flowers and produces seeds in 3 days. Once that happens, the herb loses its medicinal properties, but it yields 2 to 3 seeds. Later, plant the banks fully and harvest only half each time, leaving the rest to nurture seeds. This cycle can continue eternally without interruption. Along with the information stream, Naga Zhenghua shared all the knowledge she had accumulated over years of cultivation experience. Moments later, the torrent of information stopped abruptly, and clarity flooded Qin Feng's mind. Immediately, a system prompt appeared. Received Water Element Grandmaster Naga Zhenghua's inheritance. Learned Water Element Formation, Gathering Water and Preserving Essence Formation Rare. Requires Water Element Magic Core Rare or Gemstones as the formation's core. Arrange in a water-gathering location to increase water element concentration within the formation's area, providing an optimal environment for water element plants to grow. Duration varies depending on plant needs. Note: can substitute with elite-grade materials with reduced effectiveness. This formation is a closely guarded secret. Don't do anything that kills the goose that lays golden eggs, or pass it on to other creatures. Na Gazanghua retracted her finger, her complexion pale as she stressed this warning. All right, I promise. Qin Feng nodded firmly. Another system prompt immediately appeared. The water element contract you signed has been fulfilled and is now automatically released. Feeling a bit relieved, Qin Feng casually asked, by the way, you're free now. What are your plans? Are you going to keep living here? Na Gazanghua paused thoughtfully for a moment. They'll stay another day or two, then leave. Seeing the hesitation on Qin Feng's face, her eyes flickered with a playful, yet teasing smile. What, don't want me to go? If I fulfill my wish, they'll come back to visit when I miss you. That's not what I meant. This pond actually has good conditions. If you leave and don't use it, it'd be a waste. How about making it my territory? Qin Feng decided to be straightforward. Na Gazanghua's expression darkened little by little. Qin Feng quickly tried to make amends. Of course, they'll miss you too, Miss Na. Honestly, I hope you'll stay. Do you believe me? You've still got a bit of conscience, little lizard though not much. She snorted before softening her tone. They'll give you this place after I leave. But it wasn't originally my territory. I just happened to be strong enough that no one dared to claim it. Once I'm gone, everything will depend on you, including the formation I just set up. Don't worry. They'll take care of everything before you leave. Qin Feng promised earnestly. After saying that, he immediately opened a private chat channel and asked Zhou Dazhuang about the condition of the pond area. Perhaps Zhou Dazhuang had been monitoring his messages, because the reply came almost instantly. Qin Feng, is there any magical beast occupying the area around that pond just now as its territory? Zhou Dazhuang shook his head. No, that area belongs to Yakira, the overlord. Our cannibal tribe only handles patrolling duty there. It's on the outskirts of the mountains, so it's prone to disturbances from adventurers. Qin Feng nodded after hearing this. You've told me the benefits. What about the downsides? Huh. Zhou Dazhuang paused, then caught on. You have your eyes on that territory? Yes, it seems promising. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Dazhuang gave some serious advice. I suggest you apply to the wise beast, lord by Mei Guyuan. If you're willing to take on some responsibility, you can get a territory and earn reputation every day. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. How do you know? Don't tell me you already have one. Zhou Dazhuang sighed. The leader forced me to manage a land I didn't want. I can't refuse, so I have to take care of it for now. You're really doomed. Qin Feng gritted his teeth. A green alert flashed in Qin Feng's mind. The wise beast by Mei Guyuan was the key character for a hidden mission. Delivering 10 human corpses would grant extra rewards. Thinking this through, Qin Feng calculated. As long as he gathered 10 bodies, success was certain. After closing the private chat channel, Qin Feng pondered for a long time. The formation had a solution, but where to get the materials to lay it out? Water element beasts were rare in the deep forests, and water cores even harder to find. In the end, he decided to try his financial power. Opening a private chat, he typed, Qin Feng, how's the merchandise selling? Tangentially, not bad. Once everything's sold and the loans paid off, they'll make a small profit. Qin Feng, do me a favor. Try to get me a water element magic core, elite or rare quality. Tangentially, they'll keep an eye out. Qin Feng, preferably within 1 or 2 days. As long as it's not way above system price, I can accept it. Tangentially, 1 or 2 days. That's sudden. Could be tough. Qin Feng, they'll still pay you 10 of the selling price as a bonus. Tangentially, it's not about the money. Don't worry, I've got this. There's a small private auction in town tonight. He'll ask the blacksmith to take me there. Qin Feng, waiting for good news. Also, do you still have any black iron or black iron ore? Sell me some for now, just for emergencies. Tangentially, transaction complete. Black iron or 5 gene. Copper coins 125. With materials in hand, Qin Feng closed the chat and looked toward the steamy pool before him, where a water spirit stood. Na Gazanghua. Her dewy face gleamed under the shimmering water light. Miss Na Gazanghua, let's temporarily plant these water-drawing grasses here, Qin Feng said politely. You should have said so earlier. Na Gazanghua rolled her eyes, but gracefully waved her delicate hand. Several streams of water lifted the scattered grasses and carefully replanted them in the muddy edge of the pond. Qin Feng muttered to himself. You didn't even give me a chance to say anything. But he only said goodbye and waved to the young snake at his side. Hiss hiss hiss. The little snake flicked its tongue and rubbed against Qin Feng's scales, as if asking, where to next? Where else? Of course, to the mountain outskirts to kill adventurers. Silly, Qin Feng said, bending down to rub the snake's head, a sharp grin showing his fang-like teeth. Black iron or 1, magic power 5. Black iron or 1, magic power 5. Meanwhile, the captain of the Red Flame squad Yin Qing had been feeling deeply frustrated lately. Very frustrated. The team had fought tooth and nail to bring down a top-tier mountain wolf, leaving it gravely wounded. Just when victory seemed within grasp, the beast slipped away. The bleeding wolf fled wildly through the terrain, with the team in close pursuit, only to be stopped halfway by a cunning lizard. The lizard swayed its tail, as if leading them, hissing eerily while tricking several members into stepping into a vine-covered pool. The water was an ominous dark green, unnervingly still on the surface. But as soon as they entered, elemental creatures lurking beneath attacked. Twisted beings formed from swirling dark red magma and rushing water. Their touch burned fiercely, and their strength was terrifying. If the monsters could leave the pool, the whole team might have drowned. Against all odds, wounded and exhausted, they limped back to the town's clinic and spent days recovering, helplessly watching their gold coins vanish in medical fees. By the time they were able to move again, the highest-paying beast-burning festival quest had already been taken by another group. Not only had they earned nothing, but they also owed a heavy debt. To avoid debt collectors blocking their doors, they had no choice but to bear fresh wounds and head back into the mountains, hoping to hunt monsters to cover their losses. Damn that stupid lizard. The tank, a hefty man, kicked a stone angrily as his voice thundered through the forest. I told you we should have just killed it and drank it like wheat juice. But no, we had to listen to Nachi. Now look, nothing to show for it. His chest armor rattled as he grumbled while walking. The archer, one hand wrapped in thick bandages, ground his teeth and muttered, "It's a shame. If only I hadn't taken that shot." The tank slammed his shield hard and said, "If that thing's still alive and I ever see it again, they'll torture it until it begs for death." He looked up solemnly. "Yeah, right now all I want to do is pray to the great god of Knight's Hope that ugly well, not two ugly little lizards tough enough to have survived your arrow. And I pray we run into it again so I can personally crush it into wheat juice." At the back, Nachi walked quietly, wearing a tattered green mage's robe scorched at the cuffs, the fabric marked with elemental burns from the pool. Watching her teammates vent their anger on her, a tight ache settled in her chest. Had she really made the wrong call? Quiet, something's up ahead. Captain Yanqing suddenly raised his hand. The whole team fell silent. He gripped his long sword at his waist and listened closely. Rustle, rustle. The bushes scraped with steady dragging sounds, heavier and more deliberate than the light steps of a wild rabbit or mountain wolf. Dappled sunlight filtered through the canopy, dust motes frozen in the air as tension coiled with the noise. The tank slammed his waist-high tower shield into the ground and crouched slightly. The archer drew back his bowstring, the arrow tip glinting coldly among the trees. Grass parted and out slithered a small snake covered in glossy black scales, roughly as thick as a forearm. Its pupil glowed a ghostly green. Though still obviously juvenile, the creature's agile, deadly nature was unmistakable. A black snake? I hate black magic beasts more than anything. The tank frowned, inching his shield forward. Yanqing narrowed his eyes and whispered a warning, "Be careful. That seems to be an elite Yuan Jima snake. Its venom is quite nasty." Captain Yanqing, being more experienced, recognized where this little black-scaled snake came from. Elite rank? That's great news. We can sell it for a good amount of copper coins and buy plenty of wheat juice. The fat guy's eyes sparkled as he nearly jumped with excitement. It's still a juvenile. Why not catch it alive? As a magical pet, it would fetch at least 1 silver coin. That would be enough to pay off our famine debt. The cool-headed archer Emily, standing behind him, calmly added, "Yeah, why didn't I think of that?" The fat guy slapped his own forehead, looking suddenly enlightened. Yanqing raised his hand to stop him. "Your brain is already soaked with wheat juice. From now on, leave all the thinking to others. Let's go with Emily's plan, catch it alive and sell it down the mountain." After laying out the plan, Yanqing turned and gave orders. "Fatty, shield up front. Provoke it first to exhaust its venom. Nachi, prepare your binding spell. The rest, be ready for any surprises." At his command, the team moved in perfect coordination. No good ever comes from black-skinned beasts. Their skin is dark, and so are their hearts. They're just meant to be soaked in wheat juice. The fat guy, holding a shield nearly half his height, twisted his bulky frame into a ridiculous pose and let out a harsh, guttural shout as he approached the UNGMO snake. But the snake stood frozen, as if terrified into silence. Could it have just fought a battle and used up all its venom? Yanqing frowned. At the same time, the UNGMO snake felt wronged. The boss sent me out as bait, and I get stuck with this gorilla-like human yelling nonsense. It's painful to watch. It has no venom. Fatty, stop wasting time. Everyone, attack together. Don't let it escape. Yanqing ordered sharply. A green light surged from Nachi's staff, causing vines to wildly grow. Emily's specially crafted arrows sliced through the air, their net-like tips snapping open like a cage. The fat guy grunted and leapt forward with shield raised, like a mountain of meat crashing down. The other 2 adventurers flanked from the sides. Hiss. Just as all eyes focused on the snake, a shadow faster than darkness itself burst from the bushes behind them, targeting their strongest fighter, Yanqing. The wind sliced his face as he sensed the deadly attack, but he was too late to form a full defense, only instinctively twisting his body and raising his sword to block. Clang! The piercing clash of metal rang out. The crushing force vibrating through the blade made Yanqing's hand crack open. His entire arm went numb. Staggering backward several steps, he got a clear look at the attacker. A black-scaled lizard far larger than its kin, its scales shimmering with a dark metallic sheen, cold and emotionless, narrow black pupils glaring. That lizard feels so familiar. How did it get so strong in just a few days? Could it have sold its soul and sacrificed itself to some evil god? The thought flashed through his mind, but he quickly shook his head, pushing the crazy idea away. Qin Feng's strike landed decisively, leaving no chance for his opponent to catch a breath. He pushed off with his rear leg and surged forward once more. From the side, another claw armored in steel and armor-piercing plating sliced through the air with a sharp hiss, a gleaming arc aimed straight at Yanqing's chest. With the brute force he exerted now, Yanqing's already fragile iron armor was no more than paper. Rip! The brittle armor tore apart along with the flesh beneath, 3 deep, bone-exposing gashes instantly opened, blood gushing out like a fountain. Blazing flames slash. Staggering back, awakened by the searing pain, Yanqing abandoned all hope for luck. Even if this terrifying lizard wasn't the same beast as before, it was clearly intent on killing him. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his strongest technique. In the next moment, his fiery red eyebrows trembled violently as his long sword drew in elemental fire, crimson flames billowing like waves as the blade became engulfed in scorching light. Die! Damn beast slash! The blazing sword's aura roared into a pillar of light, whipping up a scorching vortex as it swung at Qin Feng with relentless fury. Iron scale defense. Black iron battle body. Qin Feng's large hand clenched, already infused with black iron, ore, and demonic energy. 2 defensive skills instantly enveloped his entire body. Iron scales rippled as the black iron radiance shimmered. Without dodging, he charged straight into the fiery blade, racing toward the already wounded Yanqing. Boom! The flaming sword slammed against Qin Feng's heavy scale armor, erupting into a massive fireball. Flames rolled wildly, engulfing him completely as the surrounding heat surged like a tidal wave. Is it over? Among the flames, Yanqing's eyes widened, but in the next second, his pupils shrank in shock through the blaze. A round iron-spiked ball suddenly shot out, bursting through the fire wave at high speed. The iron ball expanded, revealing Qin Feng's fearsome silhouette. Swish! His steel-plated claw sliced precisely through the softest gap at Yanqing's neck. Blood bubbled and sprayed wildly. To Yanqing's throat could only choke out blood foam. Before finishing his words, he collapsed motionless, silence falling over him. You have slain an intermediate swordsman, gained 260 reputation points. Congratulations, you have obtained elite treasure chest. The sudden turn stunned the entire squad instantly. Captain. The first to snap back was Emily, the composed female archer. She decisively released her midair net arrow, then flipped her hand to draw a shining armor-piercing arrow from her quiver, knocking, drawing, and releasing in one fluid motion. Whoosh! The piercing arrow tore through the air, flying straight toward Qin Feng's forehead. But when the clashing sparks of metal and iron burst forth, the arrowhead didn't even leave a white mark on his iron scales. Qin Feng didn't even blink. His body shot forward like a cannonball. What would take 2 or 3 breaths for others was just a blink for him over 20 or 30 meters. For the first time, the cold and calm expression on Emily's face betrayed panic. She tried to retreat, to put distance between them, but realized her speed was laughable compared to this beast. The shadow suddenly expanded, a crushing force slammed into her from the side. It was Qin Feng's massive, barrel-thick, spiked tail, wrapped in a protective sheath. The sharp spikes tore through her leather armor, embedding deeply into her waist. Thud! With a heavy impact, Emily's whole body flew out sideways. His body slammed heavily against the trunk of a large tree, then slid down slowly like a broken doll, his limbs twisted at unnatural angles. Blood trickled down the bark and fallen leaves, snaking its way to soak the soil beneath in an instant. System notice you have killed a mid-level archer. Reputation 200, current reputation. Heard of slightly LV 4741000. Emily. The only remaining spearman in the group witnessed his companion's brutal death and let out a gut-wrenching scream. The situation was hopelessly one-sided. He just wanted to run, but his legs felt like lead, trembling slightly but refusing to move. Dead legs, why don't you run? Run, please. He begged desperately in his mind. After finishing off Emily, Qin Feng slowly turned around, his jet-black vertical pupils locking coldly onto the next target. I am going to fight you. The spearman finally summoned a shred of courage, shouting hoarsely as he raised his spear to thrust though fear distorted his movements. Qin Feng didn't even dodge, letting the spear pierce his back. Screech! The spear tip scraped against his iron-like scales with a harsh grinding sound, failing to even pry open the gaps between the plates. Despair instantly contorted the adventurer's face. Qin Feng leapt up, fangs bared menacingly, biting fiercely into the attacker's neck without hesitation. Crack! The crisp sound of bone breaking echoed sharply. The spearman crumpled into a limp heap, a bloody hole punctured at his throat. System notice you have killed a mid-level warrior. Reputation 190. From ambush to slaughter of 3 mid-tier professionals all within less than a minute. This was Qin Feng's current strength and talent. Boom. In the distance, the overweight tank landed heavily, his massive armor crushing a half-person deep pit in the ground, right over the tail of the black snake, Yuan. Hiss! The little black snake writhed in pain, forcibly pulling its flattened tail free before slipping into the gaps in the tank's iron armor. The tank turned around in confusion. Just then, he saw a third comrade collapse, his face turning pale as his hands gripping the shield trembled uncontrollably. Demon. But in the next moment, the armor rang with a slaughterhouse scream. Hungry, 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 hungry. Don't inject him with venom. Qin Feng immediately ordered with a mind voice. The reply was only the undeterred hissing of Yuan. Hiss, I wish you said that sooner. Forget it, that's mercy for him. A fittingly desperate death, Qin Feng shrugged regretfully. He turned his gaze toward the last survivorant adventurer named Nachi, who had once stubbornly helped him. The girl wore a green magic robe, frozen stiff since Qin Feng appeared, hands still poised in a casting gesture. Lifeless vines hung down weakly. The fear in her eyes blanked out and turned vacant upon recognizing Qin Feng. Is that you? Her voice was barely audible, fragile like torn wings. Yes, it's me. Qin Feng nodded calmly. I really wanted to let you go, but I still need one adventurer's corpse. The implication was unmistakable. After a long pause, the will to survive finally triumphed over morality. Nachi bit her lip and hesitantly lifted a trembling hand, pointing eastward. There's another Grank adventurer team over there. They just crossed paths with us. A faint smile curved Qin Feng's lips. From his inventory, he materialized a silver coin and flicked it toward her feet with a soft clink. You're smart. Hey, race your reward. We're even now. Next time we meet, it'd be best if you could give me the location of other teams. Tears spilled instantly as Nachi snatched up the coin and turned to flee, not looking back. Hopefully this experience will toughen her up. Maybe one day she'll grow into a great wood mage. Qin Feng murmured to himself as the green figure disappeared into the distance. Though she had once helped him, he couldn't bring himself to finish her off completely. Hungry, 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 hungry. When is this fat guy gonna die? The continuous shrieks grated on Qin Feng's nerves as he glared at Yuan slipping from the armor gaps. Hiss, 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 the little black snake replied. The venom dose was too small, and the tank's health bar was thick enough that it wouldn't bring him down anytime soon. After hearing the explanation, Qin Feng's expression turned strange. He sighed and reached out to rub the tiny snake's head. All right, tonight you get an extra meal. Extra wolf leg. The fat man wasn't going to die just yet, but that wasn't part of Qin Feng's new plan. Plans never keep up with changes. Qin Feng still had another adventurer team to deal with, and no time to waste lingering in this forest. Which direction did that adventurer team you ran into recently go? Qin Feng crouched down, the sharp tip of his steel armor piercing claw pressing against the gap in the fat man's helmet, cold light cutting through the air. I can make it quick and painless for you. Only the fat man's agonized screams twisted through the forest. His heavy iron armor clang-clanged as his body convulsed, the sound harsh and piercing in the silence. Hungry, hungry, hungry. His desperate cries tore through the air. At Qin Feng's words, the fat man's wails faltered briefly, as if clutching at a thread of relief in his torment. His body twitched, but he mustered all his strength and shakily pointed eastward. Qin Feng swept his gaze that way. Sure enough, it aligned closely with the direction Nachi had indicated. The answer was clear. A flash of cold steel, the sharp claw slid along the armor seam at his neck. Rip! The fat man's screams cut off abruptly. His body stiffened as blood spurted from the neck gap, falling silent in an instant. You have slain a mid-level knight. Reputation 210. Congratulations, you have obtained chest of elite items. You endured a fierce battle. Satiety 35. Experience 70. With the fat man dead, the Red Flame team was wiped out except for Nachi, who had been let go. All grievances between Qin Feng and this team were now completely settled. Encountering them here was a surprising stroke of luck. Qin Feng's mood lifted as a result. Soon, he fell into his usual routine, looting the spoils. Elite Fire Crystal Sword 1. Worn Iron Armor, Common 1. Elite Bow of Grief Wind 1. Common Poisoned Iron Arrows 9. Elite Duts Iron Shield 1. Mid-level Corpses 4. After a while, every piece of equipment on the floor was stripped clean. 12 items total, 3 of elite quality. Just selling them in the system shop alone would fetch 3 silver coins. Other channels could earn at least 10% more. But Qin Feng's backpack was already full of heavy loot, and he was pressed to pursue the other team now, with no time to shuttle back to Water Drawing Pond. After a brief pause, he dug a deep pit and carefully buried all the equipment one by one, covering the earth and disguising it with dry leaves and broken twigs. When finished, he called over his serpent companion, Yuan. Guard this spot. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The giant snake nodded obediently, coiling in the shadow of nearby tree roots, its vertical pupils fixed firmly on the burial site. Most magical beasts wouldn't discover the cache, and even if they did, it would be of little use. As for adventurers, this mountain range was vast. No one would happen upon it by chance. After weighing the pros and cons, Qin Feng was confident all was secure. Then he opened his private channel to contact Tan Jianli. Qin Feng, got another batch. Big haul. Get the money ready. Tan Jianli, really? Still monster materials? Qin Feng, this time it's adventurer gear. Elite quality. Worth at least 3 or 4 silver coins each in trade. Tan Jianli, take it easy. Don't get yourself on the Adventurers Guild's wanted list, or things could get dangerous. Qin Feng, I know what I'm doing. I'll quit after this last job. Qin Feng, get me some black iron or first. Tan Jianli, alright, but watch yourself. The trade window flashed by in rapid succession. Trade successful, copper coins 125, black iron or 5. Immediately after, black iron or 1, mana 5, black iron or 1, mana 5. The moment the ore was in hand, Qin Feng activated his black iron body talent. The hard ore quickly dulled between his fingers, its shell cracking and crumbling into useless black stone dust. Within mere breaths, 2 pieces of black iron ore turned to ash as his depleted mana pool gradually filled. Once his mana was nearly replenished, he pulled a chunk of forest giant wolf meat from his pack and wolfed it down in a few bites. System notification, satiety 70. Warmth surged through his belly, and strength returned to his weary limbs. Without lingering, Qin Feng followed the directions Naki and Fatty had given him and plunged into the forest shadows. Next stopped that unlucky Grank adventurer party. The forest wind carried the damp scent of vegetation. Qin Feng moved low through the underbrush, each footfall landing precisely on thick leaf litter or bare rock, leaving no excess sound. Though time had passed and the party's exact location remained uncertain, he first found the old meeting point where the 2 groups had crossed paths, then tracked along the footprints of the other team's activity. Moments later, pushing through waist-high grass, he suddenly stopped, his nostrils twitching slightly. Beyond the soil and moss, a faint, unfamiliar scent drifted to him, the smell of extinguished campfire smoke, rotting food scraps, and the acrid tang of sweat mixed with cheap herbal medicine. Qin Feng adjusted his direction, following where the scent was strongest. His vertical pupils scanned the ground, freshly snapped twigs, depressions in the grass that hadn't yet rebounded, half a piece of stale bread carelessly discarded. All the signs were fresh. That Grank adventurer party was nearby. Captain, how much longer do we have to stay here? This miserable place is crawling with mosquitoes and so damp that my boots are nearly moldy. The thin young scout, Pike, squatted on a moss-covered rock, scratching the swollen mosquito bites on his arms while grumbling nonstop. He wore cheap leather armor, and a rusty dagger hung at his waistband. Eagle Squad scout, who hadn't managed a single decent reconnaissance report. Shut up, Pike. If you don't like it, you can crawl back to town. No one's stopping you, barked Captain Buck from nearby. The burly young man was clad in a patchwork of leather armor, gripping a battle-scarred greatsword like he was ready to split Pike's complaints in two. I'm just saying, didn't get mad. Pike's neck shrank as his voice dropped several octaves. Limi, the only woman in the group, bent over carefully gathering herbs in her gray-white robe. Looking up, she spoke softly. Buck, don't be so harsh. Pike's only worried about everyone's safety. She was both healer and herbalist, her small pouch bursting with freshly picked leaves. Safety? Staying put is the most dangerous thing. Buck gestured irritably with his sword. We've been wandering these cursed mountains for a whole week. All we've seen are a few gray rabbits, not a single monster's hair. If this drags on, the trip's going to be a total loss. By a tree trunk, the silent hunter wiped his short bow, the string trembling lightly at his fingertips. The rookie mage gripped his crooked wooden staff tightly, eyes darting nervously as if about to cast a protective spell at any moment. This was the unremarkable Eagle Squad, a typical group of Grank adventurers. 5 people, each dreaming of sudden riches, yet unable to work together even on basics. Even the Frank Red Flame squad came back empty-handed. No loot here is normal. It means the environment's so bad, even monsters don't bother breeding. Pike muttered again. Cut the crap, economics. Buck's face darkened further. You should be a scholar, not a thief. Enough whining, pack up and head east. I refuse to believe we won't run into a lone monster. Limi stuffed the freshly picked herbs into her pocket, smoothed her skirt, and stood up. All right, everyone, let's pull ourselves together and don't get separated. Grumbling and bickering, the 5 packed their gear and stepped onto an even damper forest path. Fallen leaves swamped their feet, but they had no idea that fewer than 50 meters away behind a thicket, a pair of cold eyes silently tracked them. Qin Feng crouched in the shadowy grass, eyes steady. 5 people, warrior, rogue, hunter, healer, Majid's standard setup but pitiful strength, so weak he didn't even want to waste his combat vision crystals. By his reckoning, their strongest, Captain Buck, was only an average Frank, the others barely worth noting. For him, this wasn't a fight, it was a hunt. Up ahead, the squad moved loosely with wide gaps. The mage and healer huddled suspiciously in the middle, the hunter walked with bowed head on the flank. The rogue scouted ahead but all show and no skill. Qin Feng fixed on the hunter first, tackling the outer edge would be easiest. Holding his breath, he slipped along the shadows behind them. Footsteps so light they didn't stir a single leaf. Distance swallowed rapidly. 30 meters 2010. The hunter seemed to sense something. a flicker of unease crossing his face as he glanced back nervously. But all he saw was ordinary grass swaying in the wind. Just as he turned his head back, Qinfeng struck. His body shot out like an arrow released from a bowstring, bursting from the bushes without a sound, nothing but a swift black shadow slicing through the air. Whoosh! The blade-like steel of his armor-piercing claw was incredibly sharp and precise, instantly cutting through the hunter's unguarded throat. The hunter's expression froze in shock as he clutched his neck. Bright red blood gushed through his fingers. Without even a scream, he collapsed with a heavy thud. System message: you have killed a novice hunter, gaining 75 reputation points. Captain Buck was the first to react. He roared angrily and drew his heavy greatsword. But before he could get a clear sight of the enemy, the black shadow had already darted through the group, heading straight for the healer in the linen robe, Limi. Limi's face turned pale as she fumbled to raise her hands to cast a spell, probably trying to summon a heal or shield spell, but it was too late. The steel armor-piercing claw pierced her fragile body without hesitation, spraying blood and shattered organs, staining the apprentice mage standing nearby. System message: you have killed a novice healer, gaining 80 reputation points. The apprentice mage let out a terrified scream. The warm liquid splattered on him, and his mind went blank. His staff dropped to the ground as panic took over. He turned around and fled without looking back. On the other side, the rogue pike reacted even faster than the mage. As soon as the hunter fell, he completely gave up resistance and bolted in the opposite direction from Qinfeng. For low-level adventurers like them, running away was deeply ingrained instinct. Captain Buck, however, showed more courage. He roared and swung his greatsword with all his might. Charged sword slash. At the same time, iron scale armor appeared on his body, forming an impenetrable shield. Qinfeng remained unfazed by this desperate strike. He quickly switched to defense as his thick lizard tail swept across the ground. Thunk! Buck's greatsword struck heavily against Qinfeng's back, like hitting a wall of iron. Sparks flew, but only shallow scratches were left on the steel-hard carapace. But Buck himself was less fortunate. Empowered by the resilient lizard tail's passive ability, the steel stonebreaker at the tip lashed out with incredible force toward his legs. Crack! With a sharp sound of breaking bones, Buck screamed painfully and staggered to the ground. Seizing the moment as Buck wobbled down, Qinfeng pressed one claw onto his head while the other easily pierced through his chest. System message: you have killed an intermediate warrior, gaining 170 reputation points. Congratulations, you have received a common treasure chest. From the first strike to the end of the fight, it took barely 2 or 3 minutes. A 5-person Grade G adventurer squad had suffered 3 deaths, and 2 fled. Both the mage and the rogue had vanished without a trace. Qinfeng made no effort to chase those who ran. Since they scattered in different directions, even if he hunted them down, it would only net another kill at most. Besides, there were already enough corpses lying on the ground tonight. After this chase and battle, Qinfeng's satiety dropped by 20, and his growth experience increased by 40. Hearing the system prompts, Qinfeng stood still, his gaze falling on the 3 bodies before him. A strange feeling began to rise in his heart. The Red Flame Squad, and frank adventurer team known for their strength and discipline, had chosen to face their opponent head-on and were completely wiped out. In contrast, the makeshift Grank squad before him was weak, disorganized, and scattered to flee at the first sign of danger. Yet somehow, 2 of them had survived by sheer luck. Qinfeng looked at the severed limbs scattered on the ground and muttered to himself. In the face of overwhelming power, courage and discipline can sometimes be a death sentence, while cowardice and fear turn out to be protective charms. How ironic. He crouched down and began rifling through the bodies. The sound of metal clashing and the tearing of cloth armor rang out intermittently. After a few minutes, the loot was piled at his feet. Steel greatsword, Elite 1. Herbal pouch, Common 1, stuffed with loose herbs that could fetch a few extra copper coins. Qingwu staff, Common 1. Junior adventurer corpses 3. Along with an extra bonus common staff, he had a total of 8 pieces of equipment. What surprised Qinfeng was that this Grank squad carried an elite-grade steel greatsword. However, compared to Yenqing's sword of the same rank, its value was barely half. The system's total buyback price just barely exceeded 1 silver coin, nowhere close to the haul from the Red Flame Squad. After a quick assessment, he decided to bring this new batch of gear to the water gathering pool for temporary storage with the gear had purchased earlier. He planned to wait until he had enough funds before selling it. He had already collected the adventurer corpses and only needed the corpse core of the white brow ancient ape next. But night was falling, and the mountain's interior became far more dangerous after dark. Forcing a journey tonight would be suicide, so he resolved to set out at dawn. Confirming his plan, Qinfeng pulled out a full set of leather armor from his backpack, stuffed all the equipment inside the armor's hollow cavity, and secured the straps tightly. Once finished, he swung his sturdy lizard tail, dragging the armor behind him, and headed toward the direction of Yuanjima Snake. The evening glow dyed the western horizon in shades of orange and red. Light filtered through the overlapping treetops, casting patches of dappled gold across the forest floor that swayed gently in the mountain breeze. On the rugged mountain path, a lizard covered entirely in black scales struggled onward, its tail curled around a patchwork set of leather armor stuffed bulging with various weapons and gear, scraping and rattling against the ground. Beside Qin Feng, the small black snake mimicked the lizard, dragging an iron armor similarly crammed with scattered equipment with its tail, following step for step without missing a beat. They passed the cave they had cleared earlier, and Qin Feng caught sight of the silver apple tree by its entrance, mentally noting to transplant it near the Jishui pool when he had the chance. The forest darkened swiftly as night approached, and nocturnal creatures began emitting hisses and rustling sounds. The oppressive atmosphere closed in with the growing twilight. Only when Qin Feng and the little black snake, burdened with their haul, reached the Jishui pool did the invisible pressure finally lift, replaced by a wave of safety. The pool was home to the great water mage Na Gazanghua, and on the outskirts of the Aquila Mountains, very few beasts were worthy of her attention. A system notification flickered across, hunger 15, experience 30. Qin Feng noticed that hauling goods drained stamina more than just running, but the experience gain was faster, a decent way to train. The young black snake immediately loosened its tail upon returning to its territory and darted swiftly toward a half-eaten forest wolf carcass nearby, eagerly feasting. Qin Feng opened a private chat channel to contact Tan Jianli. Qin Feng, how's the private auction going? Any water element gems or magic cores? Tan Jianli, I sneaked in as a magic pet of a blacksmith, but haven't spotted what you need yet. Don't worry, the auction is only halfway done. If there's still a request and trade session coming up, you might find something then. Qin Feng, I have my goods ready. System price is 4 silver, 452 copper. Usual cut is 10. Tan Jianli, bro, you're like my real brother. Send me your elite gear first. We'll see if we can sell it on site for quick cash flow. Qin Feng, seriously? Elite gear from an Frank Adventurer squad. Aren't you worried about getting checked out? Tan Jianli, few people and all masked. If asked, we'll say the gear came from a goblin merchant. They do business with the mountain beasts anyway. Qin Feng, all right, keep me posted. Closing the chat, he immediately initiated the trade with Tan Jianli. System prompt, trade successful. Fire Crystal Sword Elite 1, Wailing Wind Bow Elite 1, Dutz Iron Shield Elite 1, Steel Greatsword Elite 1, Silver 2, Copper 555. Current funds, for silver 107 copper. The system price for just these 4 elite items exceeded the combined value of a dozen ordinary pieces, restoring Qin Feng's funds above 4 silver once more. During the following time, Qin Feng kept busy. While waiting for news from Tan Jianli, he mixed 2 piles of equipment together and dragged them with his tail, beginning to circle the water-collecting pool repeatedly for exercise. The rustling sound of iron armor scraping against the ground echoed steadily by the quiet pool, creating a clear rhythm. Ripples spread across the water's surface, attracting a well-fed Yuan Jima snake, which leisurely swam over and rested its head on the shore, its curious eyes following Qin Feng's movements. Satiation 20. Growth experience 40. The continuous training made his scales burn with heat. He didn't stop until his limbs ached to the point of near collapse. He pushed the equipment aside and flopped onto his back in an open patch by the shore. His chest heaved violently, heavy breaths tinged with the metallic scent of iron. The cool mountain night breeze, carrying the unique freshness of water-collecting grass, brushed past him, cooling some of the rising heat. After a brief rest, a system notification suddenly sounded, prompting him to open his private messages. Tan Jianli, for the trade, I told the blacksmith to mention the water element magic core he wants to buy. Someone has a refined water element magic core. Tan Jianli, I felt it myself. It's good quality. The system price is 800 copper coins, but his quote is high 1 silver coin or a fire element magic core of the same quality. Tan Jianli, should I take it? Qin Feng, take it. Tan Jianli, okay, I'll initiate the trade shortly. Send the rest of the equipment too. The water element magic core's price exceeded the system value by 200 copper coins, but Qin Feng decided quickly. Missing this chance could mean who knows how long before he could gather the materials for the water-conserving formation. He threw all the equipment into the trade window at once. Trade successful. Received, refined water element magic core 1. Lost, silver coin 1, damaged iron armor 1, herb pouch 1. Balance, 243 copper coins. Current funds, 5 silver coins, 350 copper coins. With the materials complete, all that remained was to secure territorial rights for the water-collecting pool. Qin Feng then remembered the reward for killing the adventurers and pulled out 3 treasure chests, 2 refined and 1 normal. 7 lives down, but only 3 chests dropped. High combat power had its perks again. He sighed and opened the normal chest first. Open treasure chest normal. Received, rainwater collector scroll normal. Description, used to place a 1 rainwater collector on an open area. Value, 155 copper coins. Collect rainwater? Qin Feng glanced at the nearby pool of fresh water and frowned. Not very useful. He hadn't expected much from a normal chest, and barely paid it any mind. Then he turned his attention to the first refined chest, and slapped it open. Open treasure chest refined. Received, talent experience scroll refined. Description, used to increase refined talent experience by 25, normal talent experience by 50. Value, 250 copper coins. Can actually boost talent experience? He muttered with mild surprise, and crushed the scroll. Using talent experience scroll refined successful. Intelligence expert refined experience 5. Current, 1720. Qin Feng watched the progress bar rise, but frowned again. One item from the normal chest, and only one from the refined chest as well. Am I just unlucky? He instinctively looked up and saw the Yuan Jima snake lying nearby, its jet black eyes fixed on him, as if to say, "You sure you're opening those chests, right?" "You've got to be kidding me," Qin Feng said stubbornly. "I just don't believe it, you're going to pull 2 items again this time." Hissing softly, Yuan Jima the snake's eyes gleamed with excitement, clearly hooked on the thrill of unboxing. It slithered toward the third and final elite treasure chest, its tail flicking against the lid. Then the chest opened. Elite chest contents. 1. Elite trial ticket 1, worth 285 copper coins. 2. Elite random magic array scroll 1, worth 350 copper coins. 3. Elite bloodline antidote 1, worth 400 copper coins. Elite trial ticket. Grants 1 entry to an elite level trial. Elite random magic array scroll. Upon use, randomly grasp an elite level magic array. Elite bloodline antidote. Removes negative effects caused by drinking magical beast blood, such as bloodline crossbreeding, disorder, rejection, dilution, etc., up to elite level effects. Hissing again, Yuan Jima raised its head as if expecting praise, seemingly boasting. "Heisey, speak up. Don't worry about whether these items are worth it or not. Just admit it, you pulled 3 items, not 2. I was wrong." Qin Feng laughed, grabbing the snake's tail and gently shaking it. Hissing back, the snake seemed to retort, "What on earth are you barking about?" After a brief moment of playful banter, the 2 unboxing partners returned to the treasure chest. Qin Feng took out their spoils one by one. "Another trial ticket. Don't know when I'll get a chance to use it. If it's useless, I might as well sell it to the system," he said casually, pocketing the item. He then held up the transparent vial, its liquid shimmering with tiny ripples in the morning light. "With this bloodline antidote, I can just drink magical beast blood like tap water. Just take the antidote in time, and I'm all set." Qin Feng carefully stored away the most expensive potion, then without hesitation tore open the random magic array scroll. Elite random magic array scroll used successfully. Learn magic array, elite gravity earth array. Elite gravity earth array. Core array I, earth magic core rare 1. Array base materials, 10G elite earth gems, 20 gene earth magic beast bones. Setup requirements, lay on flat ground. Array effect, the user can control gravity up to 30 times normal gravity, useful for killing, trapping, controlling enemies, or training. The materials are easy to gather, and this array not only defends but comes with a built-in gem. Huge win. Qin Feng's mood lifted, and after a short rest, he switched back to training mode. Hissing softly again, Yuan Jima grew curious and mimicked the exercises, its serpentine body coiling and stretching on the ground with a gentle rustling sound. Satiety 20. Growth experience 40. After pushing his body to its limit once more, Qin Feng's stomach rumbled loudly. He pulled out some stored meat, fresh shoots, and blood, stuffing them all into his mouth. 5 gene of beast meat, 300 milliliters of forest giant wolf's fresh blood, then chewing through 100 shoots of Qingya grass only. Then did he pat his belly in satisfaction. Satiety 65. Satiety 5. Satiety 5. Stuffed and satisfied, drowsiness overtook him. Qin Feng curled up beside the water pool blooming with nagasang flowers, soon falling into a deep sleep suffused with floral fragrance. Whoosh whoosh. The night was silent. A few oblivious magical beasts tried approaching the pool, only to be instantly pierced by sharp water arrows formed by the pool's magicno screams escaped before they fell. Qin Feng continued breathing evenly. Satiety 25. Growth experience 70. At dawn the next day, while the sky was still gray and the morning light had yet to touch his body, Qin Feng woke up. The nocturnal beasts were retreating to rest, while those active by day were still asleep, making this the perfect time to venture deeper into the mountains. Qin Feng quickly tidied his gear and summoned his neural interface. His fingers tapped open the unlocked green scroll on the dim screen, revealing a clearly marked route heading west. Hiss hiss hiss. The faint click of metal startled Yuan Jima, the snake. Its emerald eyes caught the faint light reflected on the water, glowing softly. Its supple body swiftly slid to Qin Feng's feet. "I need to go out for a while. It's dangerous out there, so stay here. He'll be back," Qin Feng said gently, patting the snake's scales. Hiss hiss hiss. The snake's head brushed lightly against his calf with reluctance, then quietly slipped back into the depths of the pool. Without hesitation, Qin Feng left the water basin and slipped into the misty forest. As the elevation rose, the tree trunks grew thicker, ancient giants weaving a canopy overhead that let only specks of morning light through. The damp smell of decaying leaves mixed with the sharp sweetness of unfamiliar flowers, sticking heavily to his skin. Lowering his body, he pressed his limbs against tangled roots and slippery rocks, darting forward like a wild leopard. As the sun climbed higher, golden rays pierced the forest gaps, lighting his path clearly. He estimated his strength to be mid-to upper level for the eastern region, hadn't faced any monsters bold enough to block his way, sparing him the time cost of detours to avoid foes. After some unknown time, he entered a noticeably lusher stretch of mountain woodland. Suddenly, a crisp system alert rang inside his neural interface, breaking the silence. You have exited the central eastern zone of the Yakila Mountains. Fusion conditions have not yet been activated. Remaining in this zone for 1 week will allow you to join the central eastern region and unlock a new communication channel. You can meet survivors here to add friends and trade across zones. Each trade requires a 5 cross-zone fee of the item price or currency on each side. Cross-zone? So it's really possible to change zones? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. The new trading market and power rankings piqued his interest, but the week-long stay requirement was clearly beyond his current capability. Suppressing his curiosity, he proceeded with more caution. Suddenly, a pungent stench of blood drifted through the air, so intense it seemed to stain his vision red. Its source lay deep in the dense forest to the left. Unwilling to attract trouble, Qin Feng immediately veered onto a more secluded beast trail. As he ran, he frequently paused, flaring his nostrils to catch the wind's scent and confirm safety before moving on. At a steep slope, the ground abruptly trembled and loose stones tumbled down. Qin Feng dropped low and slipped behind a large boulder. Moments later, a giant black gorilla over 3 meters tall smashed through broken branches above, muscles like rock, roaring as leaves rained down. His combat eye displayed cold stats over 800. Once the tremors ceased, Qin Feng cautiously resumed movement. The Central Eastern Zone is so dangerous, survivors must have a tough time staying alive. The death rate here must be far higher than in our eastern sector, Qin Feng thought grimly. Formed adventuring parties were scarce here, yet threats from high-level beasts loomed everywhere, forcing him to heighten his vigilance once more. Rustle, rustle. Pushing through a thicket taller than himself, Qin Feng suddenly caught a glimpse of striking purple up ahead. In the green and brown forest, a few flowers glowed unnaturally bright, their plump petals shimmering faintly in scattered light like fragments of nighttime stained glass. Even while rushing, there can still be unexpected rewards. Qin Feng's heart stirred. Though this area brimmed with danger, it was also rich with opportunity. Qin Feng slowed his pace and silently moved closer. As the distance closed, a faint, sweet fragrance drifted into his nostrils, as if tiny sparks were dancing within him, stirring his dormant magic. Taking advantage of the brief pause between breaths, he bent down and reached out, his lizard-like tail lightly tapping the muddy ground as he carefully uprooted a small purple flower along with its stem from the moist earth. Purple Luo Flower Elite 1. Purple Luo Flower Elite. Edible as is, it can slightly increase the magic power limit. It can also be brewed into potions for double the effect. Price: 80 copper coins. Wild specimens cost several hundred at least. Just what I needed, Qin Feng thought with quiet satisfaction. Compared to simply restoring magic points, raising the magic cap was far more valuable. The few purple luo flowers meant a lot to him. He was about to stuff the rest of the flowers into his backpack when suddenly a deep, gruff shout sounded, like 2 giant boulders grinding together, shaking the leaves overhead. Get lost, damn lizard. Don't ruin my flowers. Qin Feng paused, turning his head to locate the source of the voice. From the shadows beneath the trees emerged a massive bear-like reptile over 2 meters long. Its body was hairless, covered in rough, stone-gray armored scales. On its broad face, 2 pebble-sized yellow eyes burned with raw fury and possessiveness, fixed intently on the purple luo flowers at Qin Feng's feet. If it hadn't spoken, its intimidating presence alone would be enough to mark it as a local magical beast, and Qin Feng might have turned tail immediately. But recognizing it as an extraterritorial demon, he felt no fear. His combat strength ranked among the top in the Eastern District, and even if the creature was a rare-tier foe, the gap might not be decisive. Besides, on his journey he had just gained the growth experience needed for a level up, achieving the legendary completion of his juvenile phase. Satiety 15. Growth experience 30. Congratulations, level increased to juvenile phase LV.max. 51,000. Your appetite and attributes have greatly improved. Name: Qin Feng. Species: Battle Wolf Lizard Black Scale Frenzy Lizard Elite. Recommended diet: 90 meat, 5 plants, 5 liquids. Level: Juvenile LV 10, 51,000. Reputation: Slightly known LV 4, 799, 1000. Strength: 599. Physique: 748. Agility: 4,310. Magic: 3,010. Wisdom: 266. Defense, 657. Satiety, 75. Trait, Black Iron Body Rare. Title, Battle Wolf Lizard Elite, Weed Puller. Active Skills, Iron Scale Shield Elite. Flesh Explosion Elite. Mountain Wind Blade Elite. Black Iron War Body Rare. Plant Ripening Common. Passive Skills, Tenacious Lizard Tail Elite. Equipment, Combat Vision Lens Elite. Steel Piercing Armor Elite. Steel Stonebreaker Elite. Eagle Wings Elite. Overall Combat Power, 42075. Territory, Yakila Mountain Range. Own Territory, none. Talent, Intelligence Officer Elite 1720. Evaluation, a species extensively enhanced with rare-grade treasure flesh modifications, possessing greatly strengthened physique and potential for flesh explosion. When will you go dragon slaying? Congratulations, you have ranked second on the Eastern District Combat Power Leaderboard. Without hesitation, Qinfeng immediately activated his Combat Vision Lens. Magic Power Level 1 Combat, Eye Patch activated. Comprehensive Combat Power Comparison Complete Target identified. Juvenile Stone Pattern Savage Bear, Rare Rank. Proficient in Earth-type Defense, Strength, and Physical Resilience. Estimated Overall Combat Power, 450. A rare magical beast with combat power exceeding 450? Seeing these two numbers side by side on the screen made Qinfeng's heart race. Could it be that elite magical beasts in the Middle East region really are as abundant as dogs, with rare ones roaming everywhere? Despite the oppressive presence radiating from the stone-patterned savage bear feeling almost tangible, Qinfeng's confidence in his own defenses and urgent need for the purple orchids spurred him to swiftly uproot the remaining flowers and stuff them into his backpack. Notification popped up, Purple Orchid Elite 4. You're from Blue Star too? Seeing Qinfeng tuck away the purple orchids, the stone-patterned savage bear first froze. Then its eyes flashed blood red as it roared and charged forward. How dare you touch my things? Hand over everything in your bag, and maybe you'll spare your life. Try and take it. Qinfeng stood firm, without hesitation. He was just a bit short of the next experience level and was eager for a fierce fight to get there. Thinking that, he even encouraged his livestream viewers, family watching on screen. Do you think I can beat this guy? Babbling nonsense, come get hit. The bear growled angrily, its last shred of patience ignited. Its fury turned into a blazing heat wave while the sharp fangs on its bear-like face glinted coldly, and the temperature around seemed to drop several degrees. Going out like this. With an earth-shaking roar, the giant bear planted its massive limbs into the ground, the clash between its rock-like armor and the earth producing harsh grinding sounds. Then it morphed into a rolling boulder and charged headlong. Boom, boom. Each step shook the ground and sent stones flying. But Qinfeng remained motionless, a surge of magical power erupting inside him as he instantly spent 10 points. Black Iron Battle Form. The black scales deepened rapidly until they turned into pure steel. With the creaking sound of his bones shifting, spikes of cold iron jutted from his shoulders, elbows, and knees. The cracked stone tail guard fused seamlessly with the black iron body, the tail's end extending into several razor-sharp blades that sliced the air with every twitch. Even if you're a transformer, I'm going to turn you into scrap today. The savage bear roared, eyes blazing red. Its massive paw, carrying a stench of blood, slammed down straight at Qinfeng's head. Qinfeng lifted his steel-plated, armor-piercing right claw and met it heated. Clang. Metal struck rock with a deafening crash. The visible shockwaves spread rapidly, spiderweb cracks splitting the ground instantly. Qinfeng was pushed back several meters, forcibly carving 2 deep trenches behind him. The stone-patterned savage bear staggered as well, a few white scratches cutting across its paw, its small eyes filled with surprise for the first time. Roar. The failed strike only fanned its fury. The bear reared up on hind legs, raised both massive paws high, and slammed them violently into the earth. Rock spikes. Jagged earthen spikes shot up beneath Qinfeng's feet, stabbing straight toward his abdomen. Gathering strength in all limbs, he leapt into the air, spinning just enough to evade most of the attack. A few spikes grazed his black iron armor, sparking but failing to pierce it, leaving only a harsh scraping noise. Mountain Wind Blade. Midair, Qinfeng summoned wind element energy, causing the surrounding air to whirl rapidly as a transparent wind blade coalesced in front of him. 20 points of magic instantly evaporated. Whoosh. The wind blade shot forward with a piercing whistle, slashing toward the stone-patterned savage bear's chest. The stone-patterned berserker bear didn't dodge or flinch. It simply crossed its arms, shielding its chest. Wham! The wind blade Qinfeng slashed out slammed fiercely against the bear's rock-like arms. A muffled crack mixed with a sharp, tearing sound exploded through the air. Wind elements scattered everywhere, but only a deep gouge was carved into the stone armor. It didn't pierce through. Defense this strong too? At the moment he landed, Qinfeng already made his judgment. This berserker bear's defense rivaled his own when activating the black iron battle body. Even his most powerful single-target attack couldn't make a dent. Of course, the limited power was also due to his insufficient affinity with wind element. This strike wasn't even as sharp as his previous assault against the mountain eagle. Is that all you've got? The stone pattern bear lowered its arms, voice dripping with mockery. Then, bursting with sudden force, it charged at Qin Feng again, heavy footsteps cracking the ground beneath, but moving faster than before. Qin Feng lowered his stance, his tail whipping like a steel whip as he called on the steel breakstone enhancement to meet the attack heat in. Bang! Bang! Clang! In the jungle, the two massive figures collided and separated repeatedly, clashing again and again. The giant bear's paw struck Qin Feng's black iron battle body, sparks flying wildly, the brutal impact pushing him back but still failing to break through his defense. Qin Feng's steel claws sliced across the bear's rocky armor, leaving only streaks of pale white scars. Pang! The tenacious lizard tail swept through, smashing heavily onto the bear's back. A dull booming sound echoed like a drumbeat, shaking leaves loose from the trees. The bear only swayed its body slightly, acting as if nothing had happened. The aftershocks tore through the surrounding trees, snapped at their roots. Massive trunks crashed down, and the ground was gouged with claw marks and cracks. The entire forest looked as if it had been run over by heavy machinery. Flesh and blood erupted. In the stalemate, Qin Feng ignited his satiety again, activating another layer of enhancement. Satiety 50. Nourishment transformed into sizzling energy, instantly pouring into every limb and bone. His strength, physique, and agility surged comprehensively. They clashed again. Qin Feng sidestepped the bear's sweeping paw, steel claws armored in piercing metal raked upward along its forearm. SSSHHH. A sharper, more piercing grinding tore through the air than before. The stone-patterned bear roared in pain and fury, swinging its other paw back. Qin Feng dodged too late, and had to take the blow hard on his back. Boom. He was slammed away, flying until he crashed into and broke a tree wide enough for two to embrace, before finally stopping. The black iron plating on his back bore a clear palm print, but still held firm. Qin Feng flipped himself up and shook his heavy head. Opposite him, the stone-patterned bear was also hurt. Fine cracks had appeared on the rocky armor of the arm that had been clawed. No blood showed, but it was clearly injured. Enough! The bear suddenly roared, halting its charge. Its chest heaved violently as heavy breaths erupted from snout and nose. Huff. Its large yellow eyes were filled with disbelief. This is madness. I'm ranked third on this zone's power leaderboard, and you can go head-to-head with me. But there's no lizard on the leaderboard either. Could this be some kind of wild ranking? Hearing this, Qin Feng's heart skipped too. By his estimation, the defense and power of this stone-patterned bear would rival Ming Lei, the first-ranked fighter in the Eastern Division. Yet here in the Central Eastern area, it was only third. It was only thanks to the double boost of black iron battle body and flesh and blood burst that he could barely hold even ground with this beast. Once those effects faded, he was certain he'd fall decisively behind. The water in the Middle East zone was deeper than Qin Feng had imagined. But to avoid revealing he was from another zone, he forced down his surprise and maintained a cold, hard demeanor. All his attributes were heavily focused on combat and defense, granting him an iron-like body, but this also meant his overall combat power wasn't dominant. He took a step forward. His skin, hardened into black iron, reflected the dappled sunlight through the trees with a cold metallic gleam, resembling a walking statue. The stone-patterned savage bear glared fiercely at him, then glanced down at the fine, hairline crack on its forearm that kept oozing blood. Its chest heaved, and the flames of rage slowly gave way to helplessness. Bullshit. The bear swung its heavy paw with a curse, motioning to call off the fight. Your moves are all the same, just turtle-shell defense. Neither of us can break through. If this drags on, night'll fall. I'm done. That flowers your luck, take it. Qin Feng didn't let his guard down. He braced his legs and slowly stepped back, keeping a safe distance from the bear. Only when his figure vanished deep into the thick bushes, with no sign of pursuit, did he end the black iron state, spin around, and quickly disappear into the shadowy jungle along the planned route. On the clearing, the stone-patterned savage bear angrily pounded a cracked tree trunk. Damn bad luck. What kind of freak was that? Those flowers should be worth hundreds of copper coins, a huge loss. Muttering to itself, it dragged its massive body over fallen trees and disappeared into another part of the forest. Broken branches, upturned earth, and shattered rocks littered the ground, silently telling how fierce the battle had been. The Middle East zone really produces some tough opponents. Qin Feng ran as he calculated distances. Less than a third of the way left to the white-browed ancient ape's lair. He ducked behind a concealed thicket. With his stomach growling empty, he was losing his usual composure. Without hesitation, he pulled out a piece of still bloody forest giant wolf meat and some fresh sprouts, devouring them greedily. Satiety 90. Satiety 5. Almost starved to death. The consumption from that blood flesh burst was terrifying. Feeling full, Qin Feng exhaled heavily and immediately brought up the system battle report. You endured an intense battle, satiety 20. Growth experience 40. Mana is nearly depleted too with my current mana cap. I can't burst full power for even 2 minutes. The thought sent a shiver through him, but then he smiled. Thankfully, I found the purple orchid elixir today. The fight with that stone-patterned bear wasn't for nothing. He took out a vividly colored purple orchid flower, just about to consume it, when a sudden idea struck him. Last time, combining ironwood fruit with dragon's saliva incense worked wonders. He couldn't skip it this time. Without hesitation, Qin Feng fished out the dragon's saliva incense from his backpack. With a light flick of his flint, sparks flew and gray-white smoke rose, condensing into a palm-sized miniature dragon swirling in the air. He inhaled deeply. The warm smoke carried a strong herbal fragrance deep into his lungs, electrocuting his senses like a surge. This is the feeling. His heart pounded faster. A fleeting thought warned. Oh, hope this stuff isn't addictive. No time to ponder. He rapidly swallowed 5 purple orchids one after another. The petals melted instantly on his tongue, the scalding essence erupting as warm currents through his meridians. Qin Feng didn't snuff out the incense right away, letting the purple orchids fully absorb and wanting to savor the strange, all-over relaxation a moment longer. The white smoke thinned, and the incense shortened from 5 grams to 4 grams, when the clear system alert finally sounded. Dragon's Saliva Incense 4G. You have digested Purple Orchid 5, achieving 100 efficacy. Mana Cap, 25. Passive unlocked. Rapid Mana Recovery Rare. Skill description, greatly boosts mana regeneration speed. Current regen speed, 25 mana per hour. My maximum mana capacity had now reached 65, which meant even the Blade of Mountain Wind could be cast twice in a row without issue. On top of that, I had unlocked rapid mana regeneration, so unless things got urgent, I no longer needed to siphon elemental energy from iron chunks to restore my mana. The system notification faded, and a smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. The extra 25 mana points weren't just a number. They were fully charged, solid mana. In other words, he currently had all 25 points available, with no need to spend any black iron or to replenish his mana. He closed the system interface and unfurled the intelligence scroll. Confirming that his target was close by, he quickened his pace without hesitation. His rapid mana recovery ability steadily filled his mana bar, freeing him from constantly monitoring his magical reserves. His steps felt lighter than before. As he pressed forward, the trees grew taller and denser, their canopies intertwining to form a giant umbrella, with only scattered beams of sunlight breaking through. The damp scent of rotting leaves faded, replaced by an ancient, vast sense of oppression, as if even the air silently watched intruders. Qin Feng instinctively slowed down, crouching slightly, moving cautiously ahead. Pushing through the last thick patch of underbrush, his view suddenly opened to reveal a quiet valley spread out before him, soft grasses, clear streams, and sparse but stout ancient trees. Among them rested a troop of snow-white monkeys at ease. A few juvenile ancient apes played in the branches, casting curious glances at the unfamiliar visitor, while the adult apes barely spared them a glance before returning to their own affairs. Mana 1, Battle Power I activated, Qin Feng's right eye flashed with blue light. Match confirmed. Juvenile Pale Ape Elite, Mana Specialist, overall power 250. Another blue flash swept by. Match confirmed. Juvenile Pale Ancient Ape Rare, skilled in mana and strength, overall power 400. A third skin followed. Match confirmed. Juvenile Pale Ancient Sovereign Ape Uncommon, skilled in mana, wisdom, and strength, overall power 650. If a reincarnator ended up in this Pale Ancient Sovereign Ape's body, that would be an insanely lucky start, Qin Feng thought. Looking around, he saw most of the juveniles were elite, a few rare, and that distinguished little sovereign ape was clearly the leader among the youngsters, surrounded by its companions and radiating an uncommonly impressive presence. Suddenly, an invisible gaze settled over him, not hostile but scrutinizing. Qin Feng looked up to see an adult ancient ape standing silently on a branch. Its size rivaled the goblin warlord he had defeated before, but its eyes shone with clear intelligence. It had clearly noticed Qin Feng, using his battle power eye to assess the juveniles, and sent this warning glance deliberately. Qin Feng immediately looked away and lowered his aura, shifting his gaze beyond the ape toward the deeper part of the valley. There, next to a path leading inward, a gathering of various magical beasts had assembled. A wild boar with turned-up tusks, 3 adventurer corpses still clad in armor draped across its back, a massive giant spider dragging along 7 or 8 mutilated chunks of flesh on its silk, and a blazing fire hound, its entire body engulfed in flames, carrying a charred adventurer corpse in its jaws. A windblade wolf and a sharp-horned deer stood side by side, less than 3 meters apart, yet no conflict arose between them. On both sides of the mountain path, a variety of magical beasts quietly marched in orderly lines. Among them were natural enemies, but not once did they clash. They slowly crawled along the rugged trail deeper into the valley. Occasionally, figures like Qin Feng appeared, carrying nothing in their hands. The aura they emitted was clearly weaker than the other beasts, indicating they also belonged to the extraterrestrial demons. Qin Feng guessed that these creatures, like himself, had come to meet the white-browed ancient ape. No wonder the rumors said that ancient ape had a heavy workload every day. He quietly slipped to the back of the line, imitating the beasts around him by lowering himself onto all fours to wait silently. The lengthy, serpentine queue was surprisingly quiet. Every so often, a beast would emerge from a cavern deep in the valley. When the first tree spirit at the front stepped out of the cave, a bloody corpse still dangled from its branches, but it disappeared by the time it fully emerged, replaced by a glowing green orb radiating vibrant life energy. The white-browed ancient ape is generous me territory is mostly secure. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, and the beasts behind him also stared eagerly at the orb. The line moved slowly but with perfect order. No one dared cut in or rush things. Fierce beasts that once ruled their own domains outside now behaved like well-trained hunting dogs. Qin Feng guessed this was far from their first time lining up here. The bloody examples of predecessors had taught all the beasts to be cautious. Time passed steadily. Each beast emerging from the cavern wore an expression of either satisfaction or excitement, having achieved their wishes. Finally, a saber-toothed porcupine staggered inside ahead of Qin Feng. This rare beast had a battle strength of at least 500, but now seemed on the brink of death, with torn wounds and feeble breath. Qin Feng thought to himself, if it had been delayed any longer, it might really have died before his eyes, or he might not have been able to resist finishing it off himself, like when becoming a goblin and being ordered by the chieftain to be the first to breed with the saintess. That's a temptation few could withstand. Moments later, the saber-toothed porcupine emerged from the cave radiant and vigorous. Its ghastly wounds had healed, its thick fur shining anew, and its aura stronger than ever. Ignoring all eyes, it strode out of the valley and disappeared into the forest. It was Qin Feng's turn. He took a deep breath, used all four limbs, and entered the deep valley. The valley's hollow was wide and simple. The bare rock walls bore no decoration. At the end stood a massive stone platform. On it sat a white-furred ancient ape, far larger than any of its kind outside. The ancient ape was 5 or 6 meters tall and exuded overwhelming presence even while seated, like an ant trying to shake an ancient towering tree. Its pure white fur was immaculate, with 2 snowy eyebrows draping from its eye sockets down to its chest like white silk ribbons. Wrinkles covered its aged face, and its dry skin resembled old tree bark. It sat in quiet meditation, unmoving as if it had been there for centuries, breathing as one with the mountain itself. This was the universally acknowledged wise beast of the Yakila Mountains, known by the ogres as the brain of the Yakila overlord, and the chief overseer of the entire mountain range, the white-browed ancient ape. Qin Feng climbed up to the stone platform and stopped. Facing him was the intangible yet oppressive presence of the white-browed ancient ape, as if the very air had solidified into an impenetrable wall. Every step forward felt impossible. Qin Feng inwardly sighed. An existence like this probably wouldn't even bother acknowledging the secret of his storage artifact, just as a tycoon standing among the clouds ignores a commoner suddenly winning the lottery. He took a deep breath and reached to open his backpack. One by one, he took out the bodies and gently laid them on a patch of flat rock before the platform. 1 body, 2, 3 until the 12th fell silently to the ground. Blood spread across the stone surface, and a faint metallic scent drifted on the breeze. After finishing, Qin Feng took a step back, holding his breath as he waited. After a moment, the white-browed ancient ape finally moved. Heavy eyelids slowly lifted, revealing a pair of murky yet profound old eyes like an ancient well sealed for centuries, betraying no emotion. The aged gaze first swept over the ground, and the 12 bodies vanished as if erased, along with their bloodstains. Only then did it settle on Qin Feng. Under that look, he felt as though even his deepest secrets had been pierced through. Not bad. A hoarse yet majestic voice echoed from deep inside the cave. What reward do you seek? Bloodline? Clan? Treasure? Strength? Authority? All I can grant you. Qin Feng suppressed the rising desires within and spoke respectfully. Wise white-browed ancient ape, I wish to obtain a territory within this mountain range. The ancient ape nodded slightly. So you seek a resting place for your clan. I can allocate you a small, fertile territory, but your clan must pledge eternal loyalty to the great Lord Yakila. You have misunderstood, ancient ape. I have already found a desired place, and I do not have a clan. I live alone, Qin Feng quickly clarified. Oh, where is it? Show me, came the reply. The sand before him stirred, and a miniature version of the Yakila Mountains appeared, countless jagged peaks exquisitely detailed. Can you enlarge the eastern region? The territory I want is there. Qin Feng stared at the sand map, struggling to locate Jishui Pool, then asked for assistance. Instantly, the sand shifted like waves, forming a more expansive landscape. Cross-referencing with memories of places had visited, he finally identified a tiny water pool roughly the size of a sesame seed in the mid-periphery. That must be Jishui Pool. No wonder he had encountered an adventuring party there before. This is it, ancient ape. Qin Feng pointed. The area beneath his finger quickly zoomed in, revealing the pool's outline along with surrounding rocks, forests, and streams in clear detail. The ancient ape lowered his eyes to examine it. His voice remained deep and solemn. This land belongs to Lord Yakila directly and is overseen by the Ogre tribe. A powerful elemental creature dwells in that pool. You are no match for it. Qin Feng felt as if struck by lightning. The ape added, though this water elemental is not a demon beast, it is extremely hard to drive away. Since it doesn't harm demon beasts indiscriminately, it is allowed to remain. In my opinion, you should choose another place. Great ancient ape. Actually, I have already reached an agreement with the water element. It will leave the mountain on its own. I humbly ask that you grant me this small territory. Qin Feng quickly spoke up. Is that so? The great ancient ape with white brows narrowed his eyes, which were etched with rings like tree trunks, clearly intrigued. If that is the case, I can directly bestow it upon you. But this place is barren, and greedy adventurers often trespass here. Since you volunteered, it shows you are a brave and bold magical beast. I have high hopes for your future. As he finished speaking, he willed it so that the water-drawing pool, along with the surrounding clearings and a circle of trees, became encircled by a blood-red ring several hundred meters in diameter, like a stamp pressed into the earth. From now on, this small territory shall be yours. But you must abide by the following rules. Human laws equally apply to magical beasts. 1. You will be directly under the command of Prince Aquila and may not pledge allegiance to others. The prince reserves the right to reclaim the territory. If not reclaimed, you may pass it to your direct descendants. 2. You must provide 300 gene of meat tribute at the end of each month. This may be paid in coin, treasures, rare fruits, or the corpses of adventurers of equivalent value. Magical beasts will come to collect this tribute. 3. You are obligated to assist the local lord and swear to defend Prince Aquila's orders and honor by driving out invaders and saboteurs. 4. All resources within the territory belong to you. You may levy taxes on the magical beasts residing here. 5. You are under protection within your territory. If killed or severely injured by another lord's forces, judgment shall be rendered by a higher lord, and vice versa. 6. Should the Aquila Mountains face danger, you must respond unconditionally to any summons from the prince. The great ancient ape's voice deepened as he asked, do you accept these terms? I accept. Qin Feng had been warned by Zhou Dazhuang and understood these rules well enough. Such minor fiefdoms, the Aquila Mountains by the thousands, good or bad matters rarely involve him, as long as he paid tribute on time. You may now name your territory. Then I will call it Water Drawing Domain. Qin Feng replied without hesitation. The great ancient ape nodded. Suddenly, the sand and soil at the center of the red ring rose up, forming a miniature statue of Qin Feng and the 3 characters for Water Drawing Domain before collapsing back into a sandscape. Your reward does not end here. Do you have other requests? The deep voice spoke again. Qin Feng paused for a moment, then gathered his courage. Wise and venerable ancient ape, I wish to strengthen my bloodline and advance to a rare-grade magical beast. No sooner had these words left his mouth than a piercing, all-encompassing gaze bore into him. Every fiber of his flesh, bone, even the beating of his heart, was exposed in stark detail. Qin Feng was certain that with a mere thought, the great ancient ape could reduce him to a blood mist instantly. After a brief moment, the great ancient ape cleared his throat and withdrew his gaze, and Qin Feng finally relaxed. I see you were once an ordinary magical beast, transformed by some strange power into an elite. But your potential has reached a limit. Your current merits are insufficient for me to intervene directly. However, I can point you toward a shortcut. I am eager to hear it. I await your guidance. Qin Feng said enthusiastically, using 2 idiomatic expressions in a row. The great ancient ape raised his hand, and a deep red seed dropped before him. Plant this seed, and it will bear the blood vermilion fruit, which stimulates the bloodline. Later, if you collect essence blood, energy bodies, or rare fruits related to your bloodline, and consume them alongside the blood vermilion fruit, the effect will be stronger. Remember, the essence blood must be sufficient. 1 rare magical beast for common blood. About 10 elite beasts may be needed to substitute, but do not slaughter ordinary magical beasts indiscriminately. Blood vermilion seed rare 1. Description: takes about 8 to 10 months to mature after planting. Regular watering with essence blood accelerates growth. Thank you, great ancient ape. I, a humble beast, take my leave. Qin Feng joyfully pocketed the seed and turned to go. By the way, what is your name? The great ancient ape suddenly asked. Me? Qin Feng paused mid-step. My name is Nidhogg. Little Nid, then. I hope to hear your name resonate throughout the Aquila Mountains in the days to come. After leaving the valley, Qin Feng noticed that many demonic beasts were still queuing outside, all eyeing him with burning gazes as he stepped out. It seemed escaping wouldn't be so easy. He recalled the earlier scene where he traded with the Husui merchants, only to be ambushed by man-eating wolf spiders. There was no doubt in his mind that swarms of extra-dimensional demons lurked around the valley's perimeter. Though he didn't understand beast nature, he was well aware of human greed after all. He had once been human himself. The forest was tranquil, sunlight filtering through the leaves in dappled patterns. The moment Qin Feng stepped beyond the valley's boundary, he didn't hesitate. His magic surged violently black iron battle form. Iron scales armored his body. Crack, crack. The scales darkened instantly, transforming into heavy steel plates. Cold spikes shot out from his shoulders and elbows, turning him into a walking statue of steel. In the next instant, the calm woods erupted in hostility. From shadows, treetops, and underground, several figures leapt out simultaneously. A blazing fireball, a swift vine lash, and a gleaming claw locked on a Qin Feng from 3 directions. Boom. The fireball exploded against his back, sparks flying everywhere, yet he didn't even stagger. Creak, the vine snapped fiercely against his calves, its thorns screeching against the iron scales before shattering bit by bit. Then the claw slashed toward his side, its impact a thunderous clash of metal. The attacker's hand shook violently, forcing them to leap back. Damn, what kind of defense is that? My fireball just tickled him. Don't let him escape. He must have traded for something valuable from those ancient apes. The ambushers' angry, frustrated shouts echoed through the forest. Qin Feng paid no mind. Coiling his limbs with energy, he fixed his course and charged forward. He knew well that if he hesitated even for a moment, the enraged extra-dimensional demons would drag him down and draw even more beasts to swarm. With fists against overwhelming numbers, no matter the defense, exhaustion of magic meant death. Boom. A large fallen tree blocking his path shattered under his armored shoulder, splinters flying wildly. Stop him. Is this guy made of iron? Such bad luck. New attacks poured in. Earth spikes erupted but were crushed beneath his feet. Wind blades slashed sideways, leaving only shallow white marks on his armor. Maintaining a steady speed like a runaway iron war machine, he crushed bushes and shook dead branches down, tearing a chaotic path through the forest. The pursuers fell further behind, forced to watch helplessly as the dark figure disappeared deep into the woods. He's fast, slippery as an eel. Forget it, we can't catch him. This monster's basically a chunk of Irano use fighting him. Wasting magic for nothing, what bad luck today. He's not on the combat rankings. Must be a big shot from another sector. Even if we stopped him, we could only barely steal a few things. We should be glad. Voices of complaints and consolation faded into silence behind Qin Feng. After running far to ensure the area was roughly safe, Qin Feng finally slipped into a hidden crevice between the rocks, releasing his skills and easing the tension from his body. The black scales returned to their original state, and the iron spikes on his body retracted back inside. After the intense battle just now, Qin Feng gasped heavily, his eyes flicking across the blue prompt lingering on his retina. You have been through a fierce fight. Satiety 15, experience 30. He was momentarily stunned, hadn't expected that just taking hits counted as combat, and that it would drain his satiety even more than usual training. After a brief rest, he oriented himself and pressed on toward the eastern sector without pausing. For the remainder of the journey, he lowered his breathing to a minimum, skillfully avoiding the territories of powerful magical beasts to prevent needless conflict. Only after crossing a familiar river and entering a forest with distinctly different vegetation did the long-familiar system voice sound again. You have entered the eastern sector. Back on his home turf, Qin Feng felt a greater sense of security. Even the air seemed more welcoming. Instead of heading straight to his new territory, Jishui Pond, he detoured first to an old cave, where he had once taken shelter. There still stood a silver apple tree of elite grade he had personally planted, which he needed to transplant. The rugged forest gradually came into view, grass and vines partly concealing the cave entrance nearby. Qin Feng approached the cave with practiced steps, but stopped abruptly. There was something unfamiliar in the air. He crouched low and peered inside, his pupils narrowing. In a corner curled up a tiny mouse no bigger than a palm, its fur damp like moss, its black, bead-like eyes filled with terror, trembling against the cold rock wall. The system promptly displayed. Magic Power 1, Battle Power Vision activated, Comprehensive Battle Power Comparison in process. Match found. Target: juvenile, timid lightmoss mouse, common. Strongly afraid of bright sunlight, skilled at locating water sources. Estimated overall battle power, 35. Faced with Qin Feng's imposing figure, the little creature nearly fainted, shrinking into a ball and frozen in place. Qin Feng remained silent for a moment, then emptied 100 sprigs of green shoot grass from his backpack onto the cave floor. These grasses were worth barely 10 copper coins, but enough to help the little mouse survive its toughest times. Having done this, he turned and left the cave. At his current level, hunting such a juvenile beast yielded negligible gains. The upper echelons of the Yakila Mountains despised the wanton slaughter of weak creatures by advanced beasts, so there was no reason to stir trouble for trivial profit. Moreover, seeing that trembling small figure reminded him of himself when he first crossed over, similarly curled up in this cave, terrified of the outside world. Those 100 shoots of grass were an offering to that weak version of himself. Emerging from the cave, he stepped into a nearby clearing. The silver apple tree stood there, now half a meter tall. Its slender trunk supported lush branches, each leaf shimmering with a faint silver glow, dazzling under the sunlight. Carefully using his claws, Qin Feng dug around the roots to extract a large soil ball intact, then wrapped his tail tightly around the trunk and began dragging the precious fruit tree step by step toward Jishui Pond. A lizard was dragging a sapling through the forest as it crawled. Although it drew attention, no demon beast or otherworldly fiend dared approach Qin Feng, who intimidated others with his formidable aura and reputation. He pressed on without pause, stepping softly on fallen leaves as he hurried toward the Jishui Pond. Around him, branches rustled occasionally, but only fearful eyes peered out. None dared come near. Moments later, just as Qin Feng neared Jishui Pond, a crisp system notification sounded inside his mind. Demon Beast Lord has entered a granted territory. Loading territory module. Congratulations. You have successfully unlocked the territory panel. You may view it anytime. In his consciousness, a brand new territory icon lit up next to his backpack. With a thought, the interface expanded instantly. Name, Jishui Territory. Demon Beast Lord. Qin Feng Black Scale, Frenzied Lizard. Territory type, granted small territory. Area, approximately 30,000 square meters, about 4.4 football fields. Controlled beasts. None can be recruited as faction units. Territory creatures, humans, demon beasts. Territory buildings, none. Territory resources, Jishui Pond rare. Lord's edicts, none. Territory income, 300 reputation points day composed of rare resource 200, small territory 100. Price, 5 silver coins. Non-autonomous territory, cannot be sold. Not bad, finally my own turf. Qin Feng gazed at the panel, an uncontrollable joy glinting in his eyes. All those blueprints and scrolls I hoarded are finally going to come in handy. He strode quickly through the bushes, the sparkling waters of Jishui Pond glittering ahead. Hiss 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 hiss. Yuan GMO, the snake, was the first to leap out of the water. It wriggled around Qin Feng excitedly, flicking its tongue urgently, its eyes almost moist. I was gone half a day, do you really miss me that much? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, about to joke, but then he realized the misunderstanding. Hiss hiss hiss. It turned out that during his absence of several hours, a human woman had conducted some rather ruthless experimental modifications on the little snake. Not far off, a vine rocking chair swayed lazily. Naga Zhanghua stretched out her long, fair legs and seemed to have been waiting a while. Seeing Qin Feng return, she rose and casually flicked her skirt. Just did a little experiment on a whim. If luck's on our side, this silly snake will level up to rare quality within a week. Huh, what kind of experiment? Is it too late to volunteer as a test subject now? Qin Feng's body stiffened, and he hurried forward. No chance for you. Naga Zhanghua sized him up with a smirk. You're running a metal element build. It doesn't mesh with my water element modifications. This dumb snake's compatible with water, it's doing it a favor. The process is a bit painful. Alright then. Qin Feng wiped a cold sweat for Yuan GMO and thanked Naga Zhanghua on its behalf. When it grows up, ITLL definitely be grateful to you, kind Miss Naga Zhanghua. If it were Brother Hua, it'd probably be calling her mom already. Remembering the territory panel, he immediately opened it and accepted Yuan GMO into his domain. Acceptance successful. Yuan GMO has joined the Jishui territory faction as a demon beast. Daily reputation 50. More reputation. That's a nice bonus. Qin Feng's eyes brightened. Then his imagination sparked. If he could recruit Naga Zhanghua too, imagine how much reputation he'd get. He tentatively sent an invitation. Acceptance failed. Territory has not gained permission to recruit humans. Qin Feng shrugged helplessly. Since this territory was a reward bestowed by Overlord Aquila, and not a cell phone domain, recruiting humans would have to wait. Putting aside his disappointment, he looked up and asked, Miss Naga Zhanghua, you're leaving tomorrow, right? No. Naga Zhanghua responded, since you've come back, I will leave tonight. Her gaze swept over the wooden cabin and the surrounding trees and grass, all bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. After all, I've lived here for several years. From now on, it's in your care. I hope that if I come back someday, I'll still find you here. Leaving so soon? Qin Feng was surprised and quickly urged, you're going tonight? Why not stay here for one more night and leave in the morning? No. Naga Zhanghua brushed away the stray hair by her ear, her eyes shining with urgency. After holding on for so many years, I can't wait to enter the human city. I also want to see my people again. Her expression dimmed slightly at those words, but she quickly composed herself. All right, I wish you a smooth journey in advance. Qin Feng nodded gently. The two chatted casually for a while longer. The night breeze stirred as Naga Zhanghua lay back in the rocking chair, eyes half closed. The young serpent Yuan GMO seemed to have taken a liking to the pond, splashing its tail in the water and swimming under the moonlight. Qin Feng left the cabin and walked toward the nearby open field. He took out a previously smooth scroll. Scroll of fertile land used successfully. Territory resource gained. Fertile land common. 50 daily reputation points. The scroll transformed into shimmering specks of light and descended to the ground. instantly revealing a 5 by 5 meter square of black soil, rich and soft, covering 25 square meters. The water grass grows fast, so no need for fertilizer. Qin Feng thought to himself as he gently transplanted a silver apple tree seedling into the center of the black soil. Leaving a 1 meter gap beside it, he planted an iron tree seed. Mana 3, accelerated growth successful. With a flash of green light, the silver apple tree seedling shot up noticeably, its branches glossy and lush. Only then did Qin Feng nod with satisfaction. As for the precious blood vermilion seed, he glanced at his pouch. It hadn't undergone any mutation process yet, so it couldn't be planted for now. Remembering something, he opened a private chat and messaged Ao Shui. Qin Feng, one price for tomorrow, 150 copper coins. Ao Shui, tomorrow's schedule is already sold out, boss. I can put you down for the day after tomorrow, guaranteed mutation. Qin Feng, that works. Ao Shui, since you're a regular, just so you know, the price stays the same. Qin Feng, price increase again. Upgraded talents? Ao Shui, no, but as you know, mutated seeds are valuable. People were tight on money recently, so I gave a discount. Survival's tougher now, I have to grow the business, so prices will go up slightly in the future. Qin Feng, discount? Are you a welfare queen now? Ao Shui, Qin Feng, just kidding. Were you a live stream seller in your past life? Ao Shui, that obvious? Qin Feng, your profession is written all over your face. Ao Shui, then boss, send me a powered by love gift, no money one. Qin Feng put away the device and shook his head with a smile. Monopoly sure is nice. Shall be making money while lying down tomorrow. Even with the price hike, I have to pay. Reflecting on the days when capital controlled his life in a past existence, he felt grateful that in this vast world, the only one he could truly rely on was himself. Then suddenly remembering, he realized today the intelligence shop hadn't opened, and he was due for an upgrade. Intelligence shop LV2. 1. Gray intelligence, 50 copper coins. 2. Green intelligence, 150 copper coins. 3. Gray intelligence, 50 copper coins. Current funds, 5 silver, 350 copper. Buy them all. Copper coins 250. Acquired. Gray intelligence 2, green intelligence 1. No talent triggered, but they were within his expected range. Qin Feng immediately opened the new page. Congratulations, intelligence shop upgraded to LV3. The chance of high-quality intelligence has increased, and more pages of intelligence are available for purchase. Level 3060 intelligence shop, updates daily. You can spend copper coins to flip the page once per day. Probabilities, white 30, gray 40, green 25, blue 5, cyan 0.1. List. 1. Gray intelligence, price 50 copper. 2. Gray intelligence, price 50 copper. 3. Green intelligence, price 150 copper. Page flip cost, 200 copper. Current funds, 5 silver 100 copper. You can buy up to 6 pieces of intelligence per day. Low-tier intel can be combined into higher tiers and used to unlock talents that stack passively and incredibly fast. This is basically an epic-level buff. Qin Feng smiled as he looked at the refreshed shop interface, then immediately bought all 3 pieces. Copper coins 250. Triggered Intel Expert. Bonus gained. 2 green intelligence, 1 gray intelligence. Triggered again, let's go. He thought for a moment, then spent another 200 copper to refresh the shop instantly. Intelligence shop level 3360. 1. Green intelligence, 150 copper. 2. Green intelligence, 150 copper. 3. Green intelligence, 150 copper. Qin Feng bought them all in one go again. Copper coins 450. Triggered Intel Expert. Bonus gained. 2 green intelligence, 1 blue intelligence. Triggered again. With this, the soul-binding first strike tomorrow will be a guaranteed hit. He stared at the dense scrolls of intelligence in his mind and began combining them like playing a match 3 puzzle game. Kept 1 gray intelligence aside. Combined the rest into 1 green intelligence. Used 6 greens to synthesize 2 blues. Then merged the 3 new blues to get 1 cyan intelligence. After combining, Qin Feng activated his talent. Activated Intel Expert Success. 1 purple intelligence. Suddenly, his consciousness cleared sharply, now holding 1 purple, 2 cyan, 1 gray, and 4 ordinary intel scrolls, 3 of which were enhanced by talents. Got my hands on another rare purple intelligence, but I don't have much time today. They'll hold off on activating it and focus on building the water intake territory first. After Naga Zhenghua left, he lost a sturdy thigh to hug and was left managing a territory packed with wealth and countless enemies, meaning raids by adventurer teams could happen anytime, making security a top priority. Wooden arrow towers are excellent defensive structures. Qin Feng planned to build one with high-quality wood, but was 4 ironwood trunks short. The next ironwood tree wouldn't mature for several days, and he couldn't guard it around the clock, especially with some sneaky types eyeing it. Can't wait any longer. After some thought, he decided to flex his spending power right now. He was flush with cash. Opening the chat channel, he asked all his friends and happened to catch some grim news in the channel linked to himself. Did you guys hear? The East Zone was rated in level danger area by the Adventurers Guild. Yeah, Jigo mentioned it before, it's because of the hostage rescue incident and the high death toll, right? Exactly. The guild is keeping a close eye. But what does level danger zone really mean? They'll explain from experience. Literally, it means adventurer teams below Frank are strongly discouraged from entering. Level adventurer teams must proceed with caution. Any adventurer ranked F or above can come and go here freely. Besides this rule, the town's Adventurers Guild just released its latest bounty list, one covering the entire Fireflame Principality, and another covering the local guilds' nearby areas. Most of the monsters on the list still lurk deep in the mountains, with a few familiar faces that seasoned adventurers know well. There are 100 monsters in total on the list, and the one in 14th Placia, Ferocious Lizard, left a strong impression. It's a huge, cunning beast modeled in black and gray, accused of aiding heretics and slaughtering several adventurer squads, including a 4-person Frank team called the Red Flame Squad. It's sly and ruthless. The bounty for killing it is set at 10 silver coins, but live capture doubles the reward. If the rumors are true, this big shot should be wary if it stays alive. Even rank squads would envy it, and drank teams would be enthralled. Its killing record is awe-inspiring and efficient, and many adventurers eagerly hope to apprentice under it. Speaking of the list, Boss Ming stands out prominently. Ranked 10th, Ming commands a brown magical beast known as the Riftrock Golem. Most of its kind have stone-hard heads and are slow-witted, but this one is unusually sly and sinister, almost ghostly. It leads raids on beast carts, ambushes adventurers, and even coordinates with many monsters to trap adventurer teams. Its crimes are heinous and brutal, and the guild predicts its threat will only grow. With this record, the bounty for killing it is 18 silver coins. Qin Feng couldn't help chuckling inwardly. No wonder Boss Ming is ranked so high, just one place below the Ferocious Lizard, that's basically winning big. But he quickly corrected his thinking. After all, this is a bounty list, not a popularity contest for monsters. Besides these two heavy hitters, the lower end of the list included several suspected abyssal fiends from other realms, like the double-blade mantis and the brown rock porcupine. Qin Feng himself was surprisingly on the list, but with a bounty of 0. What's that about? Rewarded with a bounty, but no prize? That's pretty unfair. Qin Feng inwardly lamented that not even on Xiaohongshu, a popular Chinese social app, in his past life, had he ever felt so slighted. The top bounty holder, Boss Ming, received a 20 silver coin bonus, a sum so generous it almost made Qin Feng want to surrender on the spot. In reality, Qin Feng knew his real bounty value was only 10 silver coins, and the double if captured alive bonus was likely an extra subsidy from the Fireflame Principality. By now, he was already in the forest and noticed many logs for sale in the market, some of quite fine quality. This vast and fertile land might just surprise him with a piece of top-grade timber one day. Soon, Qin Feng found a batch of suitable wood on the trading platform, 10 pieces of fine-grade hardbow wood priced at 600 copper coins in total, 60 copper per log. Hardbow wood is renowned for its toughness and hardness, making it excellent for crafting high-quality bows and arrows. After surveying the market, Qin Feng checked the system's buyback rates and saw that each piece only fetched 40 copper. He realized had been too generous selling stuff cheap before. No wonder the bargain goods always disappeared fast. With a sigh, Qin Feng took out the plans for building a wooden arrow tower to set up between the fertile fields and the water pool. The blueprint called for 1 fine quality wooden arrow tower blueprint, 1 fine wood magic core, 16 fine ironwood logs, and 4 fine hardbow wood pieces. As he used up the materials one by one, a gray-black wooden tower sprang up instantly. The tower stood about 3 meters tall, with its body gleaming silver gray like metal in the sunlight. Its design was simple and sturdy, hollow inside like an iron pillar held upright, but the top was assembled from hardbow wood shaped into a massive wooden bow, with the wood magic core embedded inside. This ironwood arrow tower was fine grade, supported by strong ironwood for the pillar and hardbow wood at the tip, granting it exceptional durability. Its tip could shoot extremely powerful wooden arrows. Its first feature, Wooden Arrow, allowed it to shoot 3 arrows per unit of wood consumed, with a maximum range of 300 meters. When built using fine-grade wood, it also triggered unique special attributes. The second feature, Power of the Wood Wolf, imprinted each arrow with the Wood Wolf trait from the magic core, the arrows producing a wolf howl sound and dealing extra wood element damage equal to 1010. Once the magic core's elemental energy depleted, it would slowly regenerate the tower's current wooden arrow stock, initially 0. At this moment, Qin Feng gazed at the suddenly risen wooden arrow tower, feeling its aura of deterrence and immense battle potential. My territory's diameter is barely 200 meters, yet the attack range of this ironwood arrow tower reaches 300 meters, covering the entire area in one sweep. Qin Feng stood by the tower, silently calculating. 300 meters is just the maximum range, and the power would be diluted over that distance. It would be smarter to compress the range to the territory's core. that would save arrows and maximize the wood elemental impact. Besides, there are always small magical beasts wandering around the outskirts. Indiscriminately sweeping across the whole area would be a waste. TSK, how on earth did you build something like this? A cheerful voice sounded from behind. Nagazanghua walked over curiously, her clear blue eyes gleaming in the sunset as she examined the simple arrow tower. It's just an ordinary construction magic, nothing special, Qin Feng said offhandedly. Luckily, this continent was full of strange wonders, so Nagazanghua merely pursed her lips without pressing further. She circled the tower, her tone carrying a hint of criticism. It really just looks like an empty frame. There's no sign of magical circle fluctuations. The wooden arrows it fires probably don't pack much power, right? Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. She's knowledgeable hoped she wasn't actually right. He quickly opened his backpack and dumped the remaining hardened wood arrows inside. A string of prompts popped up. Equipping wooden arrows. Hardened wood arrows refined 18. Hardened wood arrows refined. Exclusive trait allows infusion of greater wood element. Enhancing explosive power. Arrow penetration 10. He glanced around and fixed his gaze on the half-eaten wolf carcass by the Ponda reserve meal for the Yuan Jima snake. With a thought, he locked on and fired. Roar. A spear-thick wooden arrow shot through the air, wrapped in a faint green glow, tearing the air with a shriek like a giant forest wolf's roar. Bang! The wolf carcass exploded into a spray of blood and flesh. On the opposite side of the pond, the Yuan Jima snake, which had been curling its tail to feed, lifted its head sharply. Only a lone wooden arrow remained, stuck lonely in the mud. The little black snake blinked, mist suddenly fogging over its reptilian eyes. Wah wah wah. Nagazanghua chuckled softly, not bad power at all. But that underhanded trick was all you. I'm not responsible. You better cheer it up yourself. Saying this, she dashed forward and jumped into the watering pond with a splash, her figure vanishing as ripples faded. Qin Feng rubbed his throbbing forehead and could only promise the Yuan Jima snake daily full meals. The little guy finally stopped crying. He pulled out the arrow shaft, which had cracked from the force of impact and was useless now. Looks like reusing arrows as off-the-table cost will go up. Still, a satisfied thought bloomed inside. This power is enough to make even a forest giant wolf think twice. Now he could venture out with some peace of mind. With safety temporarily settled, Qin Feng started pondering where to set up his residence. The system prompt said homes could be generated in mountains, by streams, in forests, or on ice fields, so building a house in the center of the pond wouldn't be too unreasonable, right? He'd wait until Nagazanghua left before deciding. Looking up, the afterglow of sunset dyed the horizon orange-eared. Another day was nearly done. Taking advantage of the free time, Qin Feng began his usual daily workout. Push-ups, weighted squats, sprints back and forth snacking on dry rations to fuel his strength, listening to his blood roar inside. Hiss. Growth experience 100. I need to hurry and set up the gravity earth formation too. That would make training more efficient, he muttered, remembering the stack of sealed intelligence scrolls in his backpack. And there's still so many unopened. Too much has been happening lately. Late at night, Qin Feng fell into a deep, exhausted sleep. Nearby, the young source snake lay curled up, occasionally opening its mouth wide as if biting at the air, showing a satisfied smile. Rippling softly under the moonlight, the surface of the water-gathering pool shimmered as a slender figure slowly rose from the water. Nagazanghua. She lifted her gaze to Qin Feng, sighing gently, ah. In the next moment, a gentle but precise current swept up half a circle of the water grass lining the pool, uprooting it completely. The plants floated before her, then vanished as if drawn into an invisible pocket. Droplets splashed as Nagazanghua softly chanted. The water element responded, condensing into a lively blue stream of energy that quietly flowed into Qin Feng's body. Having finished, she left without hesitation, stepping barefoot across the water's surface before disappearing into the shadowy forest where distant beasts howled. At the same time, the silently watching Ironwood Arrow Tower had already detected her presence, its mechanical crossbow secretly turning toward her. Suddenly, Qin Feng's eyes snapped open from a deep sleep, a chill running through him. What spell did she cast on me? The system gave no warning. It should be harmless, right? After checking himself with no results, he was too tired and soon drifted back to sleep. After Nagazanghua's figure completely vanished, the water element concentration around the pool sharply dropped, now only slightly higher than ordinary areas. System notifications appeared in quick succession. Rare Territory Resource 1, Daily Reputation 190. Today's Reputation 220. Congratulations. Reputation increased to somewhat known level 5, 202,000. Rare Attributes. Luck 1, Growth Experience 50. The next morning, Qin Feng was the first to wake, looking around carefully. At the junction of the pool and forest, 3 wooden arrows were slanted into the mud, each pinned through a small magical beast. The previous night the arrow tower had roared, waking him, but since the targets died immediately, he simply went back to sleep. He'll leave these corpses for the little black snake. No point pulling out arrows to save ammo for other scum, he muttered to himself. After a quick tidy-up, Qin Feng began his usual training by the pool. His growth experience 40. Drained from exertion and with an empty stomach, he immediately ate. Crunch, crunch. First, wolf blood to quench his thirst, then chewing and swallowing a mixture of wolf and eagle meat, finishing with a few fresh green shoots as dessert. His appetite had grown. Each pound of meat now only filled 20 of his hunger. After eating, he checked his status panel and finally noticed the water-gathering pool had been downgraded to an ordinary resource site. The magic arrays effect had completely dissipated. Thoughtful enough to just take the fringe water grass, so I don't have to replant, Qin Feng thought with relief. Wasting no time, he pulled out a water elemental core to set up a new water gathering and storage magic array. System alerts flooded in. Water gathering and storage magic array casting, mana 50. Water elemental core 1, casting successful. Water gathering and storage superior automatically absorbs moisture from the air, decomposes pool water to supplement water elements, evenly covers the array range to meet plant needs, lasts 15 days. Territory superior resource site 1, daily reputation 40. Mana drain 2, almost messed it up. Good thing my mana cap increased last night. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. But when he estimated the array's coverage, it only covered part of the current water grass area, and water element concentration was far below before. He quickly calculated. At best, he could plant about 800 water grass, harvesting 500 and keeping 300 per week, earning 1.5 silver coins net weekly. Selling to Tanjianli would bring slightly higher profit, but after costs, only 3 silver coins in 2 weeks. Stable, but too slow. If I want to skyrocket income, I need rare quality water elemental cores and to expand my planting area. Come on, don't treat the author like a saint. Broken promises are the dog's fault. I'm just trying to give myself a little pressure. After resolving the water pool formation, Qin Feng took out the wilderness dwelling scroll and activated it at the center of the pool. A faint glow appeared, and a system message surfaced. Wilderness dwelling scroll common. Use successful. Generated water dwelling lotus house. Lotus house common. Easier to fall asleep here. Sleep quality 10. Territory common buildings 1. Daily reputation 10. The water pool, about 6 meters in diameter, suddenly gave rise to a giant lotus flower nearly 3 meters wide floating in its center. The emerald green lotus leaf served as a natural floating platform, topped with a small cottage of the same vivid green. The material was unclear but radiated a subtle vitality. Qin Feng examined it thoughtfully. This was basically a mini version of a lake island. He leapt up and landed steadily on the lotus leaf. The cottage occupied only a third of the leaf's surface, leaving the rest as an open outdoor playground. Pushing open the door, he found the inside equally fresh and green, filled with the scent of grass. Aside from a simple straw mat, there was no clutter. The space was ample enough for him to live comfortably for a long time. Qin Feng looked around and suddenly wondered, sleeping on water every day wouldn't the moisture cause rheumatism? But then, considering his body was already far stronger than normal, he chuckled and shook his head. 2 building blueprints remained in his backpack, one lacking trees, the other missing wood materials. Without enough resources, he had to put them aside for now. Leaving the lotus house and returning to shore, Qin Feng headed straight for the fertile land. Raising his hand toward a vigorously growing silver apple sapling, he cast a ripening spell. Mana 4. Ripening successful. The tender green leaves instantly shimmered with a silver glow, the sapling visibly revitalized and fully acclimated to transplanting. Finally, Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Hiss at the same time, Yuan Jimo's black snake awoke from sleep, poking its head out to survey the massive changes around, eyes filled with curiosity. Remember a few days ago when you mentioned coming across a black mine? Qin Feng suddenly appeared beside it. His sudden voice startled the little black snake so much it almost reflexively tried to bite. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The snake steadied its nerves, first nodding strongly, then shaking its head quickly. Its glossy eyes revealed traces of fear. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Qin Feng pressed. The snake didn't speak, but instead traced a crooked circle on the ground with its tail, symbolizing the black mine. Then it drew a monstrous figure several times larger than the circle, fierce and clawed. After finishing, it slammed its small head into the monster sketch and then collapsed limply, feigning near death. Once done with the performance, it sprung back up, hissing repeatedly at Qin Feng with an expression of grievance and terror. So you mean the black mine is occupied by a magical beast? And you got beaten up by it? Qin Feng instantly understood the amusing pantomime. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The little black snake nodded vigorously, signaling that it accidentally trespassed into the black mine, got brutally attacked by the monster, and if it hadn't escaped quickly, it wouldn't be alive. It had ended up by the water pool, fortunate to meet Qin Feng, its good master. The black mine is guarded by a magical beast year-round. Sounds like a kind of black iron ore, so the beast is probably metal elemental. Qin Feng was not worried at all. His eyes gleamed with excitement, as if seeing tremendous opportunities ahead. He pursed his lips with enthusiasm. Okay, I get the perks. Now what about the downsides? The entire snake froze, its small eyes wide with deep confusion. Lead the way. Qin Feng's words were brief, his tone carrying an unmistakable resolve. Hiss. The young Yunji snake was so intimidated by the command that it recoiled repeatedly, its head shaking like a rattle, unwilling to approach that place again. Clearly, the brutal beating it had suffered before left a deep scar in its memory. What are you afraid of? Qin Feng said calmly as he looked at its timid expression. Don't you want revenge? Well, fight back exactly as it hurt you. Though his tone was flat, his words struck deep. Slowly, the Yunji snake's eyes brightened. Right revenge. After all the suffering it endured, this debt could never be left unpaid. And now, with the backing of the Lizard King, there was nothing to fear. Hiss. No longer hesitating, it lifted its head proudly, flicked its tongue, and slithered toward a direction deeper in the forest, occasionally glancing back to signal Qin Feng to follow. The two beasts moved quickly, one leading and one following, soon leaving the water-gathering territory behind and threading through dense branches below the treetops. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, but the Yunji snake clearly knew the area well, showing no signs of confusion or detour. Half an hour later, their speed slowed. The snake cautiously peeked out from behind low shrubs, hissing twice to signal they were near. Qin Feng brushed aside the leaves and looked in the same direction. Not far ahead, the forest thinned and the soft earth gave way to hard, dark gray soil. Abruptly crossing the ground was a massive black rock vein, like the spine of a giant beast. It was no ordinary stone but a large, exposed seam of black ore, glinting faintly with a metallic sheen in the mottled sunlight. The ore was riddled with numerous gaps and holes, and a strong scent of iron hung in the air. Qin Feng's body, partially transformed into metal, shivered with an unexplainable comfort. Yes, this was black iron ore in a sizable vein at least medium scale or larger. Scanning along the vein, Qin Feng spotted a nest at its center, where a massive beast lay curled at least twice his own size. Its form resembled an enormous pangolin, cloaked in thick, menacing black armor plates. Even while motionless, the plates faintly scraped together with metallic sounds. This was the monster that had once left the Yunji snake trembling with fear. Qin Feng thought inwardly, no wonder I kept hearing that buzzing sound from this creature. He didn't move rashly. A thin layer of special lenses lit up over his pupils, activating his magic one combat vision. The integrated power analysis showed target was an adult iron-eating pangolin beast, rare and highly skilled in burrowing and iron consumption, with extremely strong defense. Estimated overall combat power exceeded 650. The good news, matched blood type found. The bad news, this fellow obviously won't donate blood willingly. Qin Feng glanced down at the Yunji snake beside him, marveling silently. He had no idea how the little snake had managed to escape from such a giant alive and how much it must have suffered. He sighed and shook his head. Bad luck today. Not the time to act rashly. We'll come back next time. Despite the snake's urging, Qin Feng had to refuse. The power gap was too great. An impulsive attack would be suicide. Hiss. The snake looked disappointed but reluctantly followed him away cautiously. Qin Feng's eyes hardened. Don't worry. Once I finish my current business, I'll make a trip to the Lich Lab ruins. This grudge will be settled soon enough. The snake nodded firmly, its gaze shining with renewed fire. After another half hour, the two beasts returned to the water territory. This expedition had no fierce battles, but Qin Feng did not come back empty-handed. That massive black iron vein was a rare treasure that, once his strength grew, he planned to fully exploit. And the iron-eating pangolin completed an important link in his bloodline. Though the journey cost 20 of their fullness, they gained 40 experience points, a worthwhile training session. Back in the water territory, Qin Feng rested briefly, then opened the Intelligence Shop interface. Intelligence Shop, level 3660, updating one new entry daily. White info cost, 10 copper coins, gray, 50 copper coins, green, 150 copper coins. Page turn fee, 200 copper coins. Current funds, 3 silver and 600 copper coins. Though this trip didn't lead to an immediate power surge, it laid valuable groundwork and resources for bigger challenges ahead. The future path was waiting for Qin Feng to steadily and confidently walk forward. With just one talent upgrade left, Qin Feng naturally dared not buy everything as before. He had to purchase them one by one from lowest to highest. Copper coins 10. Maybe luck was against him, bought 3 pieces of intelligence in a row, yet no passive talents triggered. Resigned, he clicked to flip the page. Intelligence Shop LV 39601. 1. White intelligence, price 10 copper coins. 2. Gray intelligence, price 50 copper coins. 3. Blue intelligence, price 300 copper coins. Current funds, 3 silver coins, 190 copper coins. If it still doesn't trigger this time, they'll have to open an intelligence scroll first. Qin Feng stared at the single blue intelligence displayed on the rack, his eyes burning with determination. Taking a deep breath, he first bought the cheap white intelligence. Copper coins 10, purchase successful, white intelligence 1. Immediately after, copper coins 50, triggered intelligence expert, purchase successful, green intelligence 1. Congratulations, your talent has upgraded to rare quality intelligence master. Intelligence master rare 050. 1. When buying intelligence, the third piece will definitely upgrade by 1 tier, with a small chance of jumping 2 tiers. 2. When purchasing multiple pieces at once, the highest tier item upgrades first. 3. 20 chance to generate intelligence-related quests. Quest rewards do not fully correspond to intelligence level. Note, the first purchase is guaranteed to trigger and does not count toward the quota. The talent changed from self-triggered to fixed trigger, making it slightly less flexible, but it activates about once every 3 purchases and is controllable rather than random. Qinfeng quickly weighed the pros and cons. Although he could no longer upgrade already fused intelligence again, he could ensure the highest tier intelligence always upgrades first, avoiding wasting upgrades on white or gray tiers. No time to get stuck on details. Qinfeng immediately took out 300 copper coins and paid in full for the last blue intelligence. Copper coins 300, triggered intelligence master, purchase successful, purple intelligence 1. A tutor jump. He stared at the newly generated purple intelligence in his mind, stunned for a moment, then rubbed his hands together with excitement. Since he already had 2 purple intelligences, he decided not to open them, yet maybe he could get a third to fuse again. Next, he grouped all unopened intelligence by color and began sequential fusion. 3 grays into 1 green, 3 greens into 1 blue. Note, previous records had errors, corrected according to readers' reminders. Follow this from now on. After repeated fusion until no same color remained, his inventory was 2 purples, 2 cyans, 1 blue, and 2 whites. White intelligence's value was too low, so he didn't bother opening it and focused on the single blue intelligence. Successfully opened and acquired tips for using intelligence. 1. 3 scrolls of the same color intelligence can be fused into a higher tier intelligence. 2. Opening intelligence with a strong intention will yield content related to that intention, but whether the goal is achievable depends on intelligence level and personal ability. 3. Randomly opening intelligence generally yields higher value than intentional openings. Blue intelligence even has these secrets. This one opening was totally worth it. Qinfeng felt energized and immediately listed his most urgent plans: getting materials for the gravity earth array, blueprints, required materials, sources of higher level water magic cores. After a moment of consideration, he decided to prioritize gathering materials for the gravity earth array and accelerate daily training. Filled with strong intention, he opened the intelligence without hesitation. Success. There might be something you need to the east. Go explore. The white intel turned out to be pretty useless. Relying on it for a lucky break was always unrealistic. Discarding the white intel, Qinfeng no longer hesitated and decisively pulled out a piece of blue intel. Success. The intel revealed that about 10 kilometers at your 12 o'clock, a squad of elite crystal nest star diggers was lurking underground. Deep inside their cave, there were a significant amount of valuable cluster earth gems. Mission: completely clear out the crystal nest star diggers cave and defeat the rare crystal nest moon digger. Bonus rewards: a cluster earth crystal vein, rare earth element magical beasts, earth element gems. If I can gather all the materials for setting up the magic array in one go, this blue intel is really worth it. He praised quietly, then assessed calmly. The moon digger is a rare magical beast. Facing it head-on would probably be fatal. Better to take out a few ordinary tribe members for practice first. Without further delay, he took out some rations and filled his stomach. Satiation 50. Bloodline rejection effect. Acquired attribute primary disorder normal. All stats 2. Can heal slowly through metabolism. Drinking over a liter of forest giant wolf blood every day hasn't taught me any skills yet, but now I'm getting side effects. Qinfeng shook his head wryly. Nearby, Yuan Jima the snake curled up and dozed. Qinfeng patted its scales. Guard this spot and coordinate with the ironwood arrow tower. Don't let other magical beasts get close. Hissed. The little creature nodded, winding up in readiness. Qinfeng tossed down 10 pounds of forest giant wolf meat as rations, then turned and sped off, following the intel scroll's directions. His limbs pushed vigorously among the woodland, his form flashing through shadows like a black arrow. The lush jungle swept past behind him, wind roaring in his ears. Suddenly, a cliff barrier appeared ahead. Qinfeng stopped and looked down a drop dozens of meters deep. On the opposite side was another peak about 100 meters away. The straight line distance was just 10 kilometers, but detouring would add at least 20 or 30. Good thing I have the wings of the eagle. He pulled out his equipment and finished gearing up. The metal wings made him look like a young dragon. Whoosh whoosh. The wings of the eagle unfurled, wind elements gathered under them driven by his magic core. Pushing off the ground, Qinfeng leapt skyward and glided with the wind, easily crossing the 100-meter chasm in an instant. Just as he adjusted for landing, an unexpected change. Whoosh, whoosh. A violent gust hit his face. Qin Feng turned his head and saw an enormous mountain eagle swooping toward him, its sharp eyes glowing with a strange, burning light. They say eagles have sharp eyes, but this one must be confused. It thinks him its mother. Mountain wind blades. Mountain wind blades. Qin Feng raised his hands and unleashed two wind blades, forming sharp air knives in front of him, shooting through the air. Whoosh whoosh. The adult eagle spread its 4 to 5 meter wide wings and flapped wildly, whipping up a fierce windstorm. The gust shredded the two mountain wind blades into nothingness. Taking advantage of the moment, Qin Feng landed steadily, quickly folded his wings of the eagle, and darted deep into the forest. That was a close call. If I'd been caught, the consequences would have been disastrous. After shaking off the sharp-eyed mountain eagle, Qin Feng folded back his eagle wings and dropped to all fours. Once he confirmed there were no more threats nearby, he immediately opened a private chat channel and contacted Tanjianli. He quickly sent over 10 gene of black iron ore and paid 250 copper coins. The brief encounter with the mountain eagle taught him this. Even with his decent mana regeneration in life or death moments, he needed a quick way to replenish his Energion oil truck to refuel instantly. After all, if he fell into a deadly trap, he wouldn't have time to slowly recover mana. Stocking up in advance was the safer bet. 6 gene of black iron ore arrived, restoring 30 mana points. With his mana bar refilled, Qin Feng didn't linger. He crouched low among the forest, sprinting swiftly. After over 10 minutes, he reached the coordinates marked on the intel. Before him stretched a broad, gentle slope, barren of any grass but riddled with countless holes. The largest could fit a lion or tiger, the smallest barely a hunting dog. The dark, gaping entrances scattered across the hillside looked like insect bites, triggering an instinctive claustrophobia and fear of dense, crowded spaces. So many openings. Where do I go down? Qin Feng frowned, contemplating. Suddenly, deep within a medium-sized hole ahead, a dull scraping sound against rock echoed crack, crock. This has to be it. As long as I don't go too deep or run into the crystal nest star digger, it should be fine. Confident in his defenses, he locked on his target and plunged headfirst into the entrance. The tunnel sloped downward, and the light quickly faded. After several dozen meters, a maze of branching paths spread out, forming a natural labyrinth. The air was thick with damp earth and mineral tang. The scraping noise was his only guide. Carefully advancing, Qin Feng carved return marks into the walls to avoid getting lost. The sound grew louder. Rounding a narrow bend, he crouched low and peeked ahead. The tunnel opened into a spacious cavity. A giant magical beast with a towering back was working intently, its back turned to Qin Feng. Roughly 1.5 meters long, its dark brown rocky shell was sharply angular, resembling an enormous beetle. This was exactly the crystal nest star digger described in the intel. Its head bore a pair of iron shovel-like mandibles, hammering rhythmically against the rock wall. Its hind legs kicked fragmented stones flying in all directions. With every few strikes, a gem glowing with a dusty yellow light popped out from under its back shell. The beast carefully buried the gem in a freshly dug hole. Just as Qin Feng focused intently, the star digger suddenly froze. It stopped digging, slowly turning around. Its small eyes hidden beneath a head shield locked precisely onto the intruder at the tunnel entrance. A deafening roar erupted. In the next moment, the crystal nest star digger let out a low, guttural roar. Its 6 thick, jointed legs surged with power as its heavy body charged straight at Qin Feng. Had it detected him? Could it be his scent? A chill ran through Qin Feng's heart. Leaving no time to think, had to face the attack head-on. At the instant of the charge, a faint glow appeared in his combat iris. Magic power -1. Combat iris activated. Analyzing overall combat strength comparison complete. Target identified as growing stage crystal nest, star digger elite, skilled in burrowing, earth magic, and terrain sensing. Estimated overall combat strength 450 elite level. A smirk curled at Qin Feng's lips. This guy's exactly the kind of elite I'm here to fight. After confirming the enemy's level, he didn't take a step back. As the opponent slammed into him, his black scales flipped upwards suddenly, reflecting a metallic, chill iron scale protection. Boom. 2 heavy bodies crashed hard in the narrow tunnel. Qin Feng was shoved back several meters, claws gouging deep furrows into the rocky floor. The star digger was staggered by the counterforce, its massive head swinging wildly, apparently not expecting such a fragile-looking prey to endure the blow. Before the rubble settled, the digger snapped its jagged crystal jaws with a cold gleam aimed at Qin Feng's chest and abdomen. Reacting in a flash, Qin Feng's right claw suddenly extended an armored steel-piercing blade, crashing against the sharp jaws in a thunderous clash. Clang! Screech metal scraped against crystalline rock shell, showering sparks. The terrifying bite force burned through bones. Qin Feng's arm went numb, but his fingers gripped firmly. Suddenly, a buzzing erupted from the digger's crystal back. A pulse of earth vein disturbance. The ground trembled violently, as if a giant beast rolled over, and Qin Feng's footing gave out beneath him. The world spun wildly. Losing balance for a moment, The digger violently whipped its head and threw him hard into the rocky wall beside it. Bang! The rock cracked wide, debris flying everywhere. Pain stabbed his back, but Qin Feng's dark iron body withstood the heavy blow. Cursing inwardly, he thought, I can't stay passive. This is his home turf. If more diggers show up, trouble will multiply. With a roar, he unleashed his full strength. Dark iron battle body. Magic surged like a tidal wave, turning his black scales instantly into pure dark iron. Joints, spine, and shoulder blades cracked open cold gleams as sharp iron spikes and blades sprouted layered on his frame, his size swelling. The lizard-like black scales transformed into a steel-killing machine. Qin Feng's fierce aura instantly put the digger on alert, forcing it to retreat from reckless charges and instead aim its bony tail nozzle at him. Crystal shard spray. A high-pressure blast of jagged crystal fragments and rocky debris roared out, like a giant shotgun shell hitting Qin Feng from head to toe. Clang, clang. The shards that could cut through rock only left faint white scratches on the dark iron armor, unable even to pierce the surface. Braving the shrapnel, Qin Feng charged forward with long strides. Empowered by the dark iron battle boat's terrifying momentum, he suddenly closed the distance in the blink of an eye, barreling directly at the digger. The digger once again tried to block with its crushing jaws, but this time, the outcome was completely different. Qin Feng slammed his steel-clad claws, reinforced with armor-piercing strength, onto the digging maw with all his weight and power. Crack! A sharp, crisp fracture echoed through the narrow cavern as the once indestructible digging maw instantly split open along a thick fissure. A roar! The crystal nest digger let out a pained scream, its massive body recoiling repeatedly as its shell scraped against the rock wall, sparks flying. Qin Feng seized the moment to close in. His lizard tail tensed like a steel whip, sweeping out with the force of shattered stone. Bam! An articulated leg was severed cleanly, dark mudstone shell shattering at the break as thick, inky green fluid oozed out. Deprived of support, the monster staggered, revealing a huge gaping wound directly before Qin Feng's eyes. Now was the moment. Following the ruthless principle of striking while the opponent is weak, he lunged fiercely. The black iron blades on his back and shoulders sprung forward, piercing precisely through the cracked shell. Slish! The blades tore through shell and flesh. Dark green blood sprayed. Qin Feng's claws locked tight on the foe, maintaining his black iron battle form as countless iron spikes and blades mercilessly sliced and stabbed. A final roar! The crystal nest digger uttered its last cry of life before convulsing violently a few times and collapsing utterly limp. The cavern instantly fell silent. You have slain the crystal nest digger. Reputation 300. Congratulations, you have obtained chest superior. You endured a fierce battle. Fullness 20. Experience gained 40. Hiss hiss. The fight over, Qin Feng retracted his black iron battle form, panting heavily as his lungs expanded and contracted like a bellows. Though victorious, his stamina was greatly depleted. Thud thud thud. No time to rest. All around, dense, heavy digging sounds shook the tunnels, rattling down loose stones. Clearly, the earlier commotion had alerted the entire nest, and more crystal nest diggers were swarming in. This is their lair. One or two I can handle, but if they flood in like a tide, they'll be trapped for sure, Qin Feng calculated swiftly. Without pausing to loot the bodies before him, he dashed to a rock wall the monsters had previously tunneled through, claws digging rapidly at the dirt. In an instant, over a dozen glowing ochre gems were unearthed. He scooped them all into his pack at once. Cluster Earth Gems Superior 18 grams. Cluster Earth Gems Superior. Gems imbued with earth magic, used for crafting equipment, accessories, and arranging magic arrays. Selling price, 1,800 copper coins, 18,100. The corpses held equal value. Qin Feng swung his lizard tail to hook onto the still warm, massive remains and sprinted back the way he came. Rustle, 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 thud, thud, thud. The sounds of the tunnels grew more intense, the cavern walls trembling slightly. Qin Feng keenly sensed at least a dozen crystal nest diggers closing in from all directions. Faster, come on, faster. Dragging the corpse many times his size, his speed was inevitably limited. Finally, faint light appeared from the tunnel entrance where he had come from, but at that very moment, boom rumble. The rocky wall ahead was smashed violently, and 3 crystal nest diggers burst through the broken passage, completely blocking Qin Feng's escape route. With enemies blocking the front and pursuers close behind, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with fierce determination. Still don't realize how outmatched you are? You can't stop me. Take this. Windblade strike. Without hesitation, Qin Feng summoned the wind element, forming a sharp energy blade slicing through the air right beside him. He swung it sharply toward the head of a crystal nest excavator directly in front of him. With a deafening boom, the excavator was blasted backward by the impact, crashing into the cave's ceiling and instantly incapacitated. Seizing the moment, Qin Feng swung again, conjuring another windblade strike. Stones scattered and dust filled the air as 2 more excavators were sent flying by the shockwave, slamming against the rocky walls, unable to move. Taking advantage of the gap, Qin Feng swiftly broke through the encirclement, darting toward the tunnel exit. Behind him, the furious roars of the excavators shook the ground, relentless in their chase. Finally, dragging the heavy corpse with him, he leapt out and regained freedom on the surface. But as soon as he stopped, the sight before him made his scalp tingle. The entire slope ahead trembled slightly, as if an earthquake was about to erupt, while thunderous roars echoed through the air. Centered on him, hundreds of crystal nest excavators emerged from the subterranean cave mouths. Their mineral-backed shells gleamed brilliantly, and their small, hostile eyes locked onto him, instantly forming a tight encirclement. Even a fully grown rare magical beast would feel daunted facing such overwhelming numbers. Qin Feng knew there was no way out on foot, and quickly pulled the eagle wings gear from his backpack. As the wind core activated, massive eagle wings unfurled from his back with a rushing howl. Just as the swarms of excavators fully emerged and ready to strike, Qin Feng thrust off the ground with his legs. The huge wings beat powerfully, lifting him and his heavy prize high into the air. The ground below thundered with enraged roars and stones flying like rain, but their attacks couldn't reach him in the sky. Qin Feng glanced down at the area boiling with ant-like creatures and wasted no time, steering swiftly toward his own territory. You have been marked with the enmity of the Crystal Nest Lord. When encountering Crystal Nest Patrol beasts, the chance of attack increases by 50. Qin Feng thought grimly, if it weren't for the eagle wings, today would have been the end of me. Ever since gaining his black iron body, he had grown a bit careless. Strong as his defense was, it was easy to get trapped. With a mix of relief and lingering fear, he flew low for a while until he escaped the excavator's lair, then quickly landed. Carrying the massive excavator corpse drained his wind element reserves sharply, so Qin Feng had to conserve his magic for crossing an impending cliff. Settling in a forested area, he immediately took out spare black iron ore, infusing a trickle of life back into his depleted magic. 4 gene of black iron ore converted to restore 20 magic points, bringing a wave of reassurance. Then he got to work dismantling the excavator's corpse. The breakdown results showed 1 refined earth magic core, 1 refined crystal nest, 2 refined excavator digging jaws, 1 refined rock shell, about 20 gene of regular excavator meat, 500 milliliters of refined excavator blood common quality, and 40 gene of ordinary bones. All materials were clearly recorded in abundant haul. Qin Feng gathered his focus and prepared for the next step. As expected from a fully grown crystal hive star digger with a combat power surpassing 450, several of its materials were already of excellent quality, far superior to the mountain wolf that only had around 300 combat power. Qin Feng crouched beside the massive body, rolling up his sleeves to start disassembling it, secretly pleased. Although this creature didn't have much muscle, there was still plenty of usable meat hidden between the bones riddled with cracks. With this, all the materials needed to construct the gravity soil formation were finally gathered, plus a whole bunch of extra loot. Wiping sweat from his brow, he pulled up the system panel and checked the spoils one by one. 1. Earth Element Core Elite. The core of the Crystal Hive Star Digger, containing pure earth elemental magic, useful for forging, alchemy, and more. Price, 720 copper coins. 2. Crystal Hive Fine. A unique organ of the Star Digger, rich in earth elements, usable to craft special magical creature weapons. Price, 500 copper coins. 3. Fresh meat from Crystal Hive Star Digger Common Fresh 20. Contains earth elemental energy. Eating it replenishes nutrition and slightly boosts defense and physique. Unit price, 140 copper coins. 4. Pure blood from Crystal Hive Star Digger Common 50. Can be used for potions or bloodline elixirs. Drinking directly increases affinity with the earth element and may trigger earth elemental skill comprehension. Unit price, 300 copper coins. 5. Crystal Hive Star Digger Digging Jaws Fine 2. Can be crafted into ornaments or equipment or exchanged for rewards at the Adventurers Guild. Unit price, 360 copper coins. 6. Crystal Hive Star Digger Rocky Carapace Fine 180. Premium forging material for fine armor, providing defense and cushioning. Unit price, 350 copper coins. 7. Crystal Hive Star Digger Bones Common 40. Strong and containing slight earth elemental magic, usable for broths or magical materials. Unit price, 160 copper coins. The estimated value of the entire Crystal Hive Star Digger corpse was about 2.5 silver coins, a whole silver coin more expensive than the mountain wolf from before. After keeping what he needed, selling the leftover carapaces and jaws to Tan Jinli could fetch at least a 15-20 premium. Adding the earth elemental gem in his bag worth 1.8 silver coins, this trip was a massive profit. Qin Feng concluded. Although deep blue intelligence missions were dangerous, they were definitely worth it. Thinking this, he closed the panel with satisfaction. As for the Crystal Hive Lord's hostility, ordinary Star Diggers were just freebies no matter how many appeared. Unless that rare crystal hive moon digger came personally to the water siphon territory, he had zero fear. With the loot secured, Qin Feng grabbed his pack and set off back. Just a few steps in, a sudden system alert sounded. You have been removed from the hostility list of the Crystal Hive Beast Lord. What's going on? Did the moon digger hear my thoughts? He paused half a second, then shook his head. Whatever, they'll deal with it later. Soon he arrived again at the broken cliff. Qin Feng repeated his usual tactic, equipping eagle wings. He soared straight into the sky. The howling mountain wind whipped his cloak wildly. But not far off, a high mountain eagle suddenly dove out from the treetops, clearly lying in wait for some time. You just can't quit your sneaky tricks, huh? Can you open your eyes and see I'm not a real eagle? Qin Feng felt the hairs on his scalp prickling, but took a deep breath, summoning a swirling green cyclone. Again the mountain wind blade shot forward through the air. With a headache, he reluctantly gathered another mountain wind blade, slashing toward the incoming mountain eagle. Whoosh once again, the mighty mountain eagle flapped its broad wings, whipping up a swirling airstorm that instantly shredded the gust blade Qin Feng had just unleashed. As the fierce winds died down, the colossal bird that blotted out the sky reined in the whirlwind and soared forward with precise speed. At that moment, Qin Feng had just landed back on the cliff edge, his heels barely steady, when the immense shadow cast over the entire ledge plunged it into darkness. The powerful wind pressure pressing down on him from above made his heart skip a beat. His Battle Eye implant flickered on magic level 1, Battle Eye activated. A cold system prompt echoed swiftly in his mind. Comprehensive combat power comparison successful. Target, growing stage mountain great eagle rare, specializes in flight, hunting, and wind magic. Estimated combat power, 700. There's no escaping it. Is this a fight to the death? Qin Feng clenched his fists, his muscles tensed instantly, ready to give it his all. Just as tensions peaked, the giant mountain eagle suddenly dove, its wingtips slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. A bull's-eyed turquoise fruit fell from its claws, smashing against the rock and scattering debris. Pong screech. The great bird lifted its head and let out a few long, resonant eagle cries that echoed through the valley. Then, twisting its body and flapping its mighty wings, it vanished into the high sky, leaving a completely baffled Qin Feng behind. After confirming the eagle had flown far away, Qin Feng cautiously approached. His fingers brushed the fruit's skin and his eyes widened in surprise. Azure windhowl fruit rare, grown atop high mountains, bathed day and night in mountain winds. After consumption, it requires extended digestion but gradually and profoundly improves physical constitution, significantly enhancing affinity with wind magic and strengthening or unlocking wind-based skills. System price, 1.8 silver coins. But the true value of this rare fruit far exceeded the system's quoted price. It was a priceless treasure for which there was no real market. If it were truly worth only 1.8 silver coins each, Qin Feng would have already emptied his coffers buying them all. That made him wonder even more. Why would such a precious item be given away by the mountain eagle instead of kept for itself? Could it be some philanthropic eagle, standing guard here just to give gifts? Qin Feng shook his head, dismissing the absurd thought. Forget it, strange as it is, it's ultimately a good thing. They'll take it back to the territory and consume it slowly with the help of dragon's amber. He folded away his eagle wings and disappeared swiftly into the forest. Much later, in the Jishui territory, Qin Feng sped back like the wind, crossing the boundary. As soon as he spotted the towering ironwood arrow watchtower, the cold glint at its lookout filled him with a sudden sense of security. Hiss hiss hiss. The young ink serpent coiled eagerly to greet him. How's the territory been while I was gone? Qin Feng asked, noticing several wooden arrows stuck into the ground around the perimeter. Hiss hiss hiss. After listening to the serpent's words, Qin Feng frowned thoughtfully. You mean it feels like there are monsters watching us just outside the border? Like being pricked by invisible needles on the back? Hiss. Then it's probably that group of killer wolf spiders refusing to give up, still spying on us from the outside. Qin Feng's eyes darkened, scanning the dead common monsters impaled by wooden arrows nearby. Local monsters aren't that cunning. If they wanted to attack, they would have charged in already. These corpses are probably deliberately left there by the spiders as scouts. Raising his hand to stroke the ink serpent's head, his voice lowered. If that's the case, we'll have to take out those pests early, before they get a lucky break and rise up. Qin Feng looked toward the rolling forest edge, his fist tightening quietly. Once I've digested the azure windhowl fruit, I'll make a trip outside. This journey had taken up most of the day, and Qin Feng's fullness level was nearly depleted. He first rummaged through his backpack for some dried meat and coarse grains, quickly stuffing bites into his mouth. Notifications popped up one after another. Fullness 60, fullness 5, fullness 5. His stomach was replenished, but he didn't immediately start setting up the gravity soil formation. Forming the array required mana, and his mana had just hit 0, so he had to wait for natural recovery. While waiting, Qin Feng glanced around the water-drawing pool. The surface rippled gently in the breeze, and the vast patches of watergrass by the shore had already set seed. The leaves had shifted from vibrant green to pale yellow. with crystal-clear seed pods dangling at the tips. At this rate, all the watergrass would finish seeding before day's end, and the next cycle would allow the entire field to be replanted. After noting this, he took out two treasured items, the Qingyuan Xiaofeng fruit and dragon's saliva incense. With a sharp strike of flint, sparks flew and the incense was lit, sending a pale blue smoke swirling up his nose and deep into his lungs. The familiar burning sensation rapidly spread through his body. His muscles and nerves seemed injected with adrenaline, sharpening his reflexes dramatically. Crunch! Qin Feng bit into the Qingyuan Xiaofeng fruit, its flesh crisp and sweet, juice sliding down his throat. At the moment the pit passed his tongue, a sudden illusion hit him, felt as if standing atop a sheer cliff, transformed into a Xiaofeng tree rooted in a rock crevice, enduring the relentless slicing and grinding of the mountain winds day and night. A roar, a deep, piercing howl burst from his mouth. Centered on Qin Feng, a fierce burst of wind elements rapidly gathered, surging outward like a tidal wave, rustling the nearby grass and trees with a rustling clamor. His bones felt so light he seemed about to float, and he hurriedly looked down at the incense, originally 4 grams. Now a full third had been burned in that instant. No time to grieve. As the system alert sounded simultaneously, he quickly extinguished the incense and stowed it away. You have fully assimilated the Qingyuan Xiaofeng fruit, achieving 100 efficiency, agility 20, physique 10, mana 5. Your affinity with wind elements has greatly increased, granting the passive skill Wind Element Affinity Rare. Wind Element Perception 10, Wind Element Skill Power 10, Wind Element Damage taken 5, plus a small daily bonus to Wind Element Affinity. The Mountain Wind Blade has been enhanced and upgraded to Mountain Wind Blade Howl Rare. It uses your internal wind element affinity to summon wind elements around you, slashing a wind path toward the target. The path is formed by several reinforced mountain wind blades accompanied by blade howls, consuming 35 mana points. Now, I finally have a real killing move. Even without testing it, Qin Feng could clearly sense the terrifying sharpness of the mountain wind blade howl before. His low wind affinity meant the mountain wind blade was barely usable. Now, with the drastic increase in affinity and the skill enhancement, the combination was far from a simple 11. Overall combat strength, 489 base 50 equipment. Opening his stats panel, Qin Feng noticed his base combat strength had already reached 489, and the equipment bonus seemed comparatively small. Compared to the top-ranking earth-shattering golem's combat power, he was now only 30 points behind. Qin Feng knew there was no other way. The base stats of rare magical beasts were worlds apart from those of elite or ordinary beasts. The killer wolf spider, which he had already crushed down to 5th place on the leaderboard, still had over 100 points of combat power above him. Even with its quick recovery skill, its mana was barely enough to make a difference. To set up a gravity soil formation again or launch a finishing blow on the wolf spider, he simply lacked that crucial bit of mana. He decided to train in place, clawing the air while waiting for his mana to recover. The knuckles made sharp hissing sounds as he struck. Hiss HSSS fullness 30, growth experience 60. After 3 rounds of training, his mana finally approached full capacity. Sitting cross-legged, his gaze kept drifting toward the woods to the west, a cold, contemplative gleam flickering in his eyes. That hidden thread was still spying, clearly a diehard. If that was the case, then he would make sure it gave up for good. With his status almost fully restored, he suddenly sprang up, transforming into a streak of black lightning skimming the ground. Even the Yuan Jima snakes frolicking in the nearby pond failed to catch a trace of his shadow. Just as he entered the forest, the bushes ahead trembled. A hedgehog magical beast covered in dull yellow spines sensed movement. Its 4 stubby legs whipped around, and it bolted in a panic. Qin Feng didn't immediately give chase. Instead, he watched coldly. The hedgehog ran several dozen meters, then glanced back. When it saw the black shadow vanished without a trace, it breathed a sigh of relief, only to suddenly crash heavily into an invisible wall. The beast looked up to see a pair of steel-clawed hands suspended midair. Behind them, cold eyes devoid of warmth stared down. Instinctively, it curled into a spiky defensive ball. Qin Feng extended his right claw, and the steel talons easily ignored the spikes, pinning the spike ball firmly to the ground. Why are you spying on me from here? Qin Feng's voice was as cold as the wind, revealing no emotion. If you dare pretend to be deaf and mute like the local beasts, they'll kill you. 3, 2. The spiky ball trembled violently, then suddenly unfurled, revealing a terrified beast face. Boss Quanxi, please don't hurt me. He'll tell you everything. I swear. I was just wandering around, not intentionally spying. No one sent me. Qin Feng sneered. I never asked who sent you. Wind swept fallen yellow leaves against the hedgehog's face. Shadows danced like countless ghostly hands reaching out. The beast's spines drooped helplessly. I was wrong. Boss, I said the wrong thing. It bowed, almost crying. If you don't want to talk, then you're useless. Qin Feng tightened his right claw. The metal's cold light reflected in the hedgehog's pupils. That spiny shell will sell for a decent amount of copper coins. They'll strip it off first, then decide. His other claw slowly lifted. It's the wolf spider. Boss wolf spider. The hedgehog screamed. He made me watch you. Food and lodging included, 20 copper coins a day. Am really just on my first day? Qin Feng hesitated. Wanna live? Yes. Yes. The hedgehog nodded wildly, banging its head on the ground. Then find a way to send a message and lure that killer wolf spider over here. Qin Feng looked down at it. If he comes, you live. If not, you die. His tone left no room for doubt. The face of the hedgehog beast turned deathly pale. It glanced at Qin Feng, then thought about the methods the killer wolf spider used. But in the end, its survival instinct prevailed. I'll try? It stammered, nodding hurriedly. Its belly pressed against the fallen leaves, limbs stiff beneath it, and its bulging eyes spun rapidly as it quickly racked its brain for a reason to lure the killer wolf spider over. After a moment, it quietly lifted its head and whispered to Qin Feng. The wolf spider, Lord the wolf spider, says he's coming right away. Only then did Qin Feng release his finger from the grayish front paw and step back. His figure slipped silently into the shadow of a towering ancient tree nearby, leaving only a faint, barely visible silhouette in the darkness. Freed from the restraint, the hedgehog beast remained flat on the ground, breathing cautiously and afraid to make any sound. The only noise was the rustle of wind through the branches, and the forest fell eerily silent. After an unknown amount of time passed, rustling suddenly came from deep within the dense western woods. First, a dark shadow dashed swiftly along a tree truncate, jointed legs stepped silently on the leaves, though the pushed shrubs crackled. Close behind followed a leaner, longer green figure, its sickle-shaped forelimbs glinting coldly in the mottled sunlight. The newcomers were none other than the killer wolf spider and the twin-blade mantis. The two beasts barged onto the clearing aggressively, immediately locking eyes on the curled-up hedgehog beast in the shape of a spiked ball. Where's Mad Lizard? What are you doing crouching here? The wolf spider's tone was impatient, a vague sense of dread fueling its anger. Are you looking for me? A calm voice came from the shadows, and in the next moment, Qin Feng stepped forward like a ghost, appearing silently. Mad Lizard, didn't they say you were attacked by a high-level beast, badly wounded and near death? The twin-blade mantis behind looked stunned, its blades flashing a chilling glow. The wolf spider immediately realized it had been tricked. Its spider eyes glowed blood-red with fury. How dare you deceive me? They'll kill you. It sprang into the air, lunging at the hedgehog beast. Master wolf spider, too, had no choice. I just want to live. The hedgehog beast screamed in terror, its quills standing on end as it curled up even tighter. But midair, the wolf spider suddenly twisted, abandoning its target. Its 8 long legs snapped forward like slingshots, launching a full-speed attack on Qin Feng instead. Strike now. Let's take him down here today. It growled to the twin-blade mantis behind. You go first. They'll join right after. The mantis slid back a few meters, raising its arms high. A pale light shimmered along its blades as elemental energy surged, clearly preparing to unleash a powerful strike. Qin Feng watched the charging wolf spider calmly, his voice slicing through the treetops like a cold wind. If you can't tell the difference in strength but still dare to attack me, you won't have even a 1 in 10,000 chance of winning. Accept my mountain wind blade howl. As his words fell, the air before him churned violently. The surrounding wind element seemed pulled by invisible hands, rapidly gathering at a single point on his fingertips, instantly spinning into a high-speed cyclone. The cyclone whipped outward, intertwining millions of sharp, teal wind blades that collided and scraped, letting out piercing, ear-splitting howls like even light itself was being torn apart. Such overwhelming power. Could this be a rare-grade ultimate technique? The killer wolf spider's heart constricted violently. It immediately halted its charge, raising several thick, sturdy legs before it, crossed like a shield. Spider web guard. The wolf spider spat out layer after layer of dense webs, stacking them thick in front of itself to block the attack. Meanwhile, the swirling vortex in front of Qin Feng had fully formed, creating a channel made of countless razor-sharp wind blades. With a howl like mountain winds, he moved his mind slightly, and like a bursting flood, the wind blade channel roared forward with thunderous force. Swish, swish, swish. The dense cutting sounds merged into a continuous roar, instantly shredding the grass and trees into fragments along its path. The earth was furrowed deeply, soil whipping up in clouds. Cracked webs cast everywhere by the deadly wolf spider were sliced by the wind blades the moment they touched the wind channel, reduced to dust-thin threads, and quickly vanishing. The violent wind blades spared no pause as they slashed directly toward the massive wolf spider itself. Bang! Bang! The hard exoskeleton and segmented limbs, so tough under normal circumstances, felt as fragile as thin paper against the sharp gusts, tearing apart layer by layer. Each snap sounded like a death knell. Swish, swish, swish. The fierce wind pierced the spider's huge body. It froze in place, its compound eyes dimming rapidly. The momentum of the wind channel pushed forward several more meters, gouging a neat, deep trench into the ground before gradually dissipating. After the storm passed, The air felt as if sliced open by blades. In the next instant, the wolf spider's torso split cleanly in two. Its 8 limbs, head, and abdomen fell piece by piece, dark green fluid splattering the mud in stark black patches. You have killed the elite deadly wolf spider. Reputation 240. Unfortunately, the corpse's value has significantly decreased. Qin Feng sighed softly as he looked at the scattered remains. Nearby, the twin-blade praying mantis raised its sickle blades, frozen midair. Its compound eyes were filled with shock. Without hesitation, it abandoned its attack stance, spun abruptly, and vanished into the dense forest. Guard the wolf spider's corpse. If it disappears, or if you disappear prey, we don't cross paths again. Qin Feng called out before flashing after the twin-blade mantis like a bolt of lightning. No half measures with this persistent troublemaker. Branches and leaves flew wildly in the forest. Driven to the edge by sheer will to survive, the slender mantis darted swiftly between shadows, its forelimb blades slicing through vines and branches, carving a winding path. It dared not glance back, only to rush forward desperately. But the cold, murderous intent pursued unrelenting, closing the distance bit by bit. You're not getting away today. Stop, maybe we can still talk it out. Qin Feng's voice thundered behind him. Without turning, the twin-blade mantis growled back. We're all just local foxes here, why bother with your ghost stories? If you wanted to spare me, you wouldn't be chasing me now. As it finished speaking, blue wind energy surged over its body, and its speed shot up suddenly. In that case, your life ends here today, Qin Feng declared sharply. Though the Qingyuan Xiaofeng fruit had boosted his agility by 20 points, he still needed time to catch this speed specialist demon beast. Not wishing to prolong the chase, he quickly equipped his wings of the eagle, activated the wind magic core, spread his wings, and launched himself off the ground. Feeling the sudden rush of wind pressure behind it, the twin-blade mantis finally glanced back. Its compound eyes shrank in disbelief. Now it's flying? This is cheating. How is this not banned? A massive shadow suddenly covered the forest light. The dual-blade mantis snapped its head around, its compound eyes reflecting a pair of eagle wings descending from above, attached to a black-scaled body that should have been running on the ground. Its survival instincts triggered a surge of azure energy across its body, limbs darting swiftly, the wind slicing through the trees with a fierce whistle. Yet no one could match the advantage of height in the sky. Qin Feng spread his wings and dived, his figure cutting a straight, black line through the tangled canopy. In an instant, he was only a few yards from his prey. The claws on his fingertips reflected a cold, sharp light like a death sentence already cast shining against the mantis' armored shell. Just as his steel claws were about to strike, the ground ahead erupted violently. Rocks scattered, and a wave of scorching heat surged upward. Amid bubbling magma, a three-meter figure made of stone and lava burst from the earth, shielding the mantis behind a rocky barrier. The stone golem Ming Leiji. Seeing the familiar giant, the mantis stopped abruptly, as if saved by a god, retreating behind the rocky shield, its voice trembling uncontrollably. Boss Ming, the savage lizard already killed wolf spider, and now he wants me too. Please save me. Ming Leiji looked down at his subordinate. His molten eyes flickered with shifting light as he scolded in a low voice. Why pick a fight with him of all people? Now look where that's gotten you. No sooner had his gravelly words fallen than his gaze lifted toward Qin Feng, who was slowly folding his wings to land from above. Qin Feng touched down on all fours, the black scales gleaming with a cold metallic sheen in dappled sunlight. You stopped me once before, he said calmly. You're going to try again? The debt from last time isn't settled. Want to settle it all today? Ming Leiji clenched his rock-hard fist, the joints creaking audibly, yet kept his voice low. I'm thinking of the bigger picture. We blues from Earth are always the weaker ones in this world. Only by working together can we grow stronger. The mantis and wolf spider are the creme de la creme of the blues. Killing one is a loss for the Eastern District, for all blues. Do you really want to kill two? You're weakening the future potential of our people. There was earnestness in his voice, as if he bore the fate of many lives on his shoulders. But Qin Feng only smiled softly. When the killing mantis and wolf spider tried to take my life, they didn't care about that. To me, no matter how vast the future, it's never more important than my own path. After days of fierce fighting in the Yakila Mountains, Qin Feng had come to understand one thing. He lifted his gaze, his pupils reflecting the rock giant. Those who stand against me, I kill. If you insist on stopping me, then come and try. His voice faded as Qin Feng's figure blurred into a shadow. A black iron warbody. In the blink of an eye, his muscles swelled as if forged from steel, his scales transforming into pure black iron. Spikes of sharp iron sprouted along his joints and spine, his whole form like a moving blade charging headlong at the stone golem. Ming Leiji did not back down. His massive right fist rose high, molten lava flowing down the knuckles, the scorching air warping around it. Then, with a thunderous crash, the fist smashed down. Molten lava impact. Boom. The ground burst open as a fan-shaped shockwave mixed with scalding molten lava surged toward Qin Feng. As rock fragments and fiery sparks flew, Qin Feng pushed off the ground, leaping high to narrowly avoid the blazing attack. Midair, his steel-forged tail swung violently, like a whip cracking through stone, whooshing straight at Ming Liza's head. Whoosh! Ming Leiji raised his left arm with a solid clang to block. Clang! The tail whipped against his rocky arm, sending sparks flying. The shock hurled Qin Feng backward, but a faint white mark now marred Ming Liza's stone arm. Qin Feng flipped quickly in the air, landing steadily and pressing forward without pause. His steel-clad claws gleamed coldly, aiming straight for Ming Liza's chest. In a desperate move, the stone on Ming Liza's chest began shifting and thickening. The rock armor formed. Sizzle! 5 deep dark silver claw marks etched into the armor, scattering chips, but failing to penetrate the defense. Ming Leiji roared, "Your attacks are useless against me." Spreading his arms, he suddenly slammed them together, attempting to crush Qin Feng in a deadly embrace Earth's grasp. Qin Feng crouched low, using the force to leap backward and barely escape. The two massive arms crashed with a thunderous boom, sending a fierce shockwave outward, whipping up fallen leaves all around. The battlefield was already scarred with pits, claw marks, and lava burns, the forest terrain devastated. In the distance, the twin-blade Mantis, sensing Ming Leiji gaining the upper hand, flashed a cold glint in its compound eyes. It silently retreated, creating space, raising its scythe-like arms as blue wind elementals rapidly gathered on the blades, charging a skill for a deadly sneak attack. At the center of the fight, Qin Feng and Ming Leiji clashed relentlessly. In the shadows, the Mantis blade glowed bright blue, fully charged. Die, wild lizard! A sharp war cry pierced the forest as the Mantis slashed forward. Bang! Suddenly, a black shadow burst from the nearby woods, accompanied by a roaring wind. A massive dirt-covered iron pickaxe slammed heavily onto the Mantis' head. The war cry cut off abruptly. The charged energy instantly dissipated, and the Mantis' body went limp, collapsing unconscious. A rough curse echoed from within the trees. "I never liked you anyway. Teaming up with those killer spiders to prey on weaker beasts, and now you try to sneak attack my brother asking for death." Before the voice finished, a towering ogre over 2 meters tall strode out Zhou Dazhuang with 2 clanmates following. With just a few strides, Zhou Dazhuang reached the fallen Mantis, gripping its slender neck with his massive hand and hoisting it into the air. "No!" Ming Leiji shouted and charged to intervene, but was blocked by a black shadow. Qin Feng, now in black iron battle mode, stood firm ahead, radiating fierce battle intent. "You want to see what it feels like to be stopped?" he growled. Ming Leiji halted, his molten lava eyes fixed on Qin Feng, then anxiously glanced at the Mantis in Zhou Dazhuang's grip. Zhou grinned darkly and suddenly squeezed. Crack! The sound of bone breaking snapped sharply. The twin-blade Mantis neck bone shattered under the crushing grip, green ichor spurting out, drenching Zhou's arm and the fallen leaves below in a sickly green. The Mantis twitched a few times before going completely limp. This gruesome scene brought the fight between Ming Leiji and Qin Feng to an abrupt halt. Ming Leiji gazed at his fallen comrade's corpse, then glared at the indifferent Qin Feng and unbothered Zhou Dazhuang. His massive rocky body trembled with rage. The future of US survivors will be destroyed sooner or later by selfish, short-sighted people like you who ignore the bigger picture. He spat with fury, stomping heavily to shatter the ground, pouring all his wrath into the earth, his figure vanishing into the soil. In the forest, only Qin Feng remained, alongside Zhou Dazhuang and his 2 ogre companions. Zhou Dazhuang's thick fingers loosened their grip, and the corpse of the twin-blade Mantis dropped to the ground. A strange dent at its neck oozed sticky green fluid. "Thanks a lot, brother." He wiped sweat from his forehead, gasping for breath. "If you hadn't shown up when you did, there's no telling if I could have handled that guy." Qin Feng's black iron battle armor retracted, the sharp black spikes and blades clicking softly as they slid back into his scales. "We're brothers, no need for thanks." He tugged at the corner of his mouth. Zhou Dazhuang scratched his bald head, grinning awkwardly. "It was nothing. Honestly, I've hated those guys for a long time, but never had a chance to do anything about it." His words confirmed Qin Feng's earlier suspicions. Qin nodded in response. "Anyway, you really helped me out today. If you ever need anything, just say the word. I'll help however I can." "No problem, no problem." Zhou Dazhuang waved him off, but suddenly looked towards the direction Ming Leiji had left, his expression mixed. "But don't hold a grudge against Ming Leiji over today. If you're ever in trouble, I'll be the first to jump to your aid." Qin Feng listened quietly, his gaze drifting over the treetops toward distant mountain ridges. The wind rustled through leaves like whispers telling secret stories. "I understand." He withdrew his gaze. "He's a pure idealist. I respect that, but we're not cut from the same cloth. To survive, you have to strike first. Anyone who stands against me I kill. That's just how it is." Zhou Dazhuang was silent for a moment, then gave a heavy nod. "You're right. We ogres get it too. If you don't take the food, you starve." A brief, heavy silence settled over the forest. Qin Feng spoke first. "Want to come to my territory for a bit?" "Nah. I've got tasks to finish, not free like you guys. Zhou Dazhuang grinned, hoisted the Mantis corpse, and headed into the woods with 2 tribesmen, swiftly disappearing among the shadows. Quiet returned to the forest, leaving only Qin Feng and the ravaged battlefield behind. A system prompt thundered into view. You just survived a brutal fight. Fullness 40, experience gained 80. Qin Feng glanced at the status panel, frowning to himself between the battle with Ming Leiji and earlier struggles. His fullness had definitely taken a big hit. He turned and hurried toward the watering pool, returning soon to the clearing where had earlier wiped out the man-eating wolf spiders. The nauseating metallic stench lingered in the air. Limbs of slain wolf spiders soaked in dark green blood were scattered everywhere, a shocking sight. By the grass, the hedgehog demon beast curled into a tight ball, quills raised but obeying the spot, not daring to move an inch. Good, you didn't run. Qin Feng's voice was calm, but made the beast shudder. It looked up with tiny eyes full of fear, trembling like a leaf. Master, interested in a new job? Qin Feng cut straight to the point. The hedgehog demon froze, its eyes darting nervously, confusion and anxiety written all over its face. What kind of job? Join my territory. Qin Feng pointed at himself. Watch over the place when I'm gone, report any disturbances at once, and run some resource gathering missions. Food and lodging included, pays 50 copper coins a day, and it's not too risky. How about it? Qin Feng's voice was calm and steady, as if he were stating something completely ordinary. The quivering of the hedgehog beast ceased instantly. Its tiny, bead-like eyes blinked rapidly, as if it were carefully digesting the new information. Then, in the next moment, it suddenly leapt up from the ground. Great thanks to Lord Savage Lizard for not abandoning me. I am willing to swear allegiance to you, as my sworn father. Its sharp voice trembled with ecstatic relief, like someone who had narrowly escaped death. Ahem, that won't be necessary, Qin Feng said, caught off guard by the sudden title. You definitely don't have any children, right? Then may I be your loyal ward? The hedgehog beast was persistent and tried another approach. That's not needed either. Qin Feng raised a paw to interrupt. First, gather these body parts and come with me. With that, he stepped forward and began searching through the scattered limbs on the ground. His claws pushed aside a piece of shell, revealing a pale gray magic core. Neutral Magic Core Superior 1. Neutral Magic Core Superior. Contains elemental energy with no specific attribute. Versatile for forging equipment. Market price, 700. Qin Feng glanced over it briefly before pocketing the core. The body fragments were small and had been chopped to pieces, greatly reducing their market value, perfect to be used as food rewards for his new subordinate and the Yuan GMO snake. Returning to the Jishui pool territory, damp mist rose to meet him. The Yuan GMO snake was coiled atop a rock by the water, lifting its head slightly upon Qin Feng's approach. Qin Feng introduced the hedgehog beast behind him. The Yuan GMO snake gave only a faint glance before lowering its head and closing its eyes, showing no interest. But the hedgehog beast shrank back in fear, not even daring to approach the pond's edge. Qin Feng decided to leave it be and let the creature choose where to settle. The hedgehog beast seemed to take this as a great relief and broke into a sprint toward the far edge, disappearing into the bushes. It quickly began digging a burrow with its claws. Moments later, Qin Feng's system pinged a private message. Sender, Xiexian. Lord Savage Lizard. It's me, the mountain hedgehog. Qin Feng looked at Xiexian, the little fellow working hard on the tunnel far away. It was clear he still held a healthy respect for both Qin Feng and the Yuan GMO snake. Accepted Mountain Hedgehog Normal Territory Edition, Daily Reputation 10. A crisp system notification sounded, adding one more member to the territory. With everything settled, hunger surged strongly. Qin Feng opened his mouth and ate swiftly to fill his stomach. Satiety 60. Satiety 5. Satiety 5. Then came a stabbing pain coursing through his bloodline. Bloodline rejection intensified. Gained trait. Intermediate disorder normal. Intermediate disorder normal. All attributes 3 will slowly heal over time via metabolism. Following that was a more delightful message. Affinity to wood element increased. Skill plant ripening upgraded to superior quality. Plant ripening superior. Can be applied to living plants. Consuming magic to shorten maturation by 1 day 1 month of natural growth. Limited to 2 different plants per day. Magic consumption varies with nutritional needs. I keep drinking the forest giant wolf's essence every day, causing bloodline rejection, but at least today, there's some progress. Qin Feng muttered self-deprecatingly, though his excitement was hard to hide. He turned toward a fertile patch of land and used his newly enhanced skill on the ironwood tree seed he had planted not long ago. Magic 1, ripening successful. The tender shoots of the iron tree had grown taller on the black soil, accelerating by a whole day's growth. Suddenly struck by an idea, Qin Feng reached into his backpack and pulled out the cleanly eaten core of the Qingyuan Xiaofeng fruit, holding it up to examine closely. Can this thing be planted directly? Qingyuan Xiaofeng fruit core. Grade, rare, plantable. Survival rate, 1/3. Growth conditions, Must be placed in an area rich in wind elemental energy and kept constantly exposed to airflow. Otherwise, it risks downgrading or deformity. Estimated maturation period, over 24 months. Price, 300 copper coins. Well, it really is rare. Growing it won't be easy, Qin Feng muttered, carefully putting the core away. Next time, he'll have Ao Shui apply some mutation to it, maybe that'll lower the requirements. For now, unable to find a wind-rich zone and unwilling to wait 2 years, he could only store the core temporarily in his estate's warehouse. Glancing back toward the water-drawing pool, the water-drawing grass was already covered with golden seed heads. Qin Feng called out to Yuan Gmo, the young ink snake coiled lazily on the bank. Come on, help me harvest. Hiss. The giant snake flicked its tongue in response. Moments later, the shoreline was bare, leaving only the wet black mud glistening with moisture. The 500 mature water-drawing grass stalks had yielded over 1,200 seeds, along with 500 stalks valued the same as the Qingya grass. Drawing on the knowledge taught by Nagasang flower, Qin Feng evenly scattered 900 of the seeds throughout the area covered by the water-gathering mana storage formation. Even if the survival rate is only 90, that'll still produce over 800 sprouts more than I expected, he thought, surveying the fields he had cultivated with a deep sense of satisfaction. Farming was truly in the blood of a gardener like him. After a busy stretch, his fullness dropped by 10, and the system rewarded him with 20 growth experience points. But his mana still hadn't returned to a safe level, so he decided to pause setting up formations and rest for a while. Just then, he suddenly remembered a fine treasure chest still lying in his backpack. Looking up, he saw Yuan Gmo lazily coiled in the water. Qin Feng beckoned. Come on, open the chest. Hiss. The giant snake swam over curiously. The chest opened to reveal 1. Fertile land scroll fine quality. 2. Sasha berry seeds fine quality 3. Another 2 good items. When I get rich, I'll W the Baron of chest opening, Qin Feng said as he rubbed the snake's head, then examined the loot. Fertile land scroll fine quality. Function, one-time use to create connected fertile land in a 11-meter grid, up to a maximum of 100 square meters. Price, 600 copper coins. Sasha berry seeds fine quality. Growth condition, any environment rich in earth elemental energy. Maturation time, 5 days. Fruit bearing cycle, every 2 days. Price, 360 copper coins 120 copper coins bulk price 3. The fine quality scroll can be linked freely, perfect for laying around the water drawing pool to boost the grass, and convenient for later planting water-based crops. Without hesitation, Qin Feng immediately set to work using the fertile land scroll. At Qin Feng's subtle thought, the originally pale yellow land around the water-collecting pond transformed patch by patch into rich, fertile black soil, as if someone had painted it. The dark soil gleamed with an oily sheen under the sunset's glow, quickly covering the entire planting area for the water-collecting grass and spreading out in a ring beyond it. Territory gained high-quality resource land, daily reputation 50. Once I swap in a rare water element magic core, the magic array can fully cover this area, and then all this black soil will be put to good use, Qin Feng silently noted in his plan. He bent down and planted 3 seeds of the Shasha berry around the freshly turned soil's edge, gently covering and pressing down the earth. After finishing, he leaned against a rock to rest briefly. Darkness fell over the mountains, and vast stretches of evening glow painted the sky red. His internal magic power had mostly recovered. Standing up, Qin Feng wasted no time and began setting up the gravity earth array. Unlike the water-gathering core array, the gravity earth array was partly active and partly dormant, covering an area between 500 and 800 square meters. Qin Feng went Allen, encompassing the water-collecting pond and other key facilities within its range. This double defense with the gravity earth array and ironwood arrow towers meant even if he left, ordinary magical beasts wouldn't dare damage the territory's core. He first evenly laid the 40 gene, about 20 kilogram skeleton of the crystal nest star digger along the array's edges, then placed chunks of earth gems at strategic nodes 1 gram each, 18 in total. These gems were pricier than basic materials or beast bones, but significantly boosted the array's quality, and duration magic operated on a principle of equivalent exchange, a rule he never skimped on. Arriving at the water-collecting pond center, he took out an earth element magic core as the array's focal point. Quietly chanting the incantation, his magic poured forth like a rushing stream, infusing the core. Magic power 50. A low hum grew, as if the earth were murmuring before a quake. Runic patterns lit up in soil yellow light, the glow coursing along the bones and gems veins. The earth gems deepened their radiance, illuminating the entire array in an instant. An invisible heavy pressure radiated outward from the array's heart. The air thickened, a downward force enveloped Qin Feng's body. Yet the pressure came and went like lightning, disappearing as fast as it appeared. Bones and gems slowly sank into the soil, the surface flattening again. Only Qin Feng knew this land lay beneath the array's protection. Earth Element Magic Core 1, casting succeeded. Gravity Earth Magic Array advanced. Within the array's coverage, gravity can be applied to any position or target up to 30 times normal. After prolonged 30x gravity loads, the effect automatically weakens and recovers. Duration, 28 days. Territory Advanced Resource 1, Daily Reputation 50. Interesting, Qin Feng flexed his wrist, eyes shining. Usually drills take ages to push my body to full limit. Let's see what gravity enhancement does. He stepped onto a flat open spot, willing his mind. Double gravity. In a flash, his body felt weighted down like carrying several sandbags, movements slightly sluggish but still controlled. Not enough. Quadruple gravity. 6 times gravity. 18 times gravity. Snap. The runes flared to life as the sudden surge of gravity slammed Qin Feng into the ground. His chest felt like it was crushed under a mountain, bones creaking painfully, his body nearly sinking into the dirt. His get up. After a brief dizziness, he gritted his teeth, muscles bulging inch by inch. Under 18 times gravity, he forced himself upright, limbs stiff as iron pillars. Qin Feng silently assessed. 18 times is the absolute limit. Any higher, and I'd snap like a twig. But at this intensity, I can barely stand. To truly train, I'll have to dial it down. He flicked his fingers, and the gravity array data gradually dropped. As the pressure on his chest eased, his pores opened like valves releasing steam. 14 times gravity. Perfect enough pressure to feel the challenge, but not so heavy and paralyzed. Once I adapt, I can slowly ramp it up. The earth element pulsed ceaselessly from the magic core at the center. Without wasting time, he began running laps around the water-drawing pool. Hiss, 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 hiss. The system board popped up simultaneously. Satiety 20. Growth experience 40. A moment later, he reached his physical limit. Shutting down the gravity array, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The soreness crept painfully from his limbs to his shoulders. Hiss. The maximum stamina hasn't changed, but I'm hitting it way faster now. With the gravity array's help, he roughly calculated that each day he could fit in at least 1/3 more training sessions, with experience gains rising proportionally provided he had enough food. Night fell, stars shimmered on the pool's surface like scattered silver. Qin Feng looked up at the sky with a satisfied smile. A 30% increase isn't small change. During a rest, he opened his private messages and sent today's gathered materials to his old buddy Tan Jianli. Transaction success. Crystal Nest Fine Quality 1. Crystal Nest, Star Digger, Jaw Fine Quality 2. Crystal Nest, Star Digger Rock, Shell Fine Quality 1. Silver Coins 1. Copper Coins 450. Tan Jianli, brother. Tan Jianli, with my forge growing strong, you definitely have a share of the glory. Qin Feng, forget it. If the beasts find out the divine weapons adventurers use are made with my materials, my mom will never forgive me again. Tan Jianli. Hee, don't worry, your mom is my mom too. Even through the screen, Qin Feng could imagine the mischievous grin on the other side. He casually closed the private chat, and, while catching his breath, opened the public channel to see if there was any big news. Instead of gossip, he ended up getting caught in the crossfire. The hottest topics in the Eastern District lately were two things: the death of a murderous wolf spider and the destruction of the dual-blade Mantis both events starring Qin Feng himself. Among survivors, some threatened to hunt him down, some worshipped him like a deity, and some looked on silently, each voicing their opinion. Qin Feng just tossed his territory coordinates into the channel. Anyone wanting to challenge me is welcome anytime. Food and lodging included. No sooner had he spoken than, like a cleansing wave, all dissenting voices went silent. The chat instantly flooded with messages praising him instead. It seems that recently, the eastern sector hasn't seen any major incidents and has entered a stable phase of development. Once this period passes, I expect the strongest survivors will start emerging like mushrooms after rain. After all, those who manage to stay alive are no ordinary people. Qin Feng leaned against the wooden railing outside the water lily house, resting for a moment while recalling last night's intense training. He was surprised to find that ever since he started training under heavy weight, his body recovered much faster while at rest. Being subjected to 14 times gravity for so long, the sudden release felt like a spring snapping back, flooding his exhausted muscles with renewed blood flow. The night was still deep, so he got up and decided to squeeze in one more round of exercise before bed. 14 times gravity. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Satiety 20. Growth experience 40. After finishing, he released the gravity restraint and trudged into the water lily house with heavy but determined steps. The soft vine mat supported his body gently like water, while the faint fragrance of flowers and the cool night breeze drifted in through the open windows. Comfort washed over his limbs and bones instantly, and Qin Feng almost fell asleep the moment his head touched the pillow. Reputation 380. The next morning, Qin Feng opened his eyes feeling as if he had shed a layer of old skin, utterly refreshed. The soundproofing of the water lily house was surprisingly effective in contrast to the usual noise. Only the occasional rustle of wooden arrows cutting the air reached his ears, which almost felt like a lullaby. Satiety 25. Growth experience 50. Glancing at his status panel, he saw that his natural satiety loss overnight was roughly the same as usual, but the value was now close to the bottom. Without hesitation, he pulled out some meat and ravenously feasted, downing the last drop of the forest giant wolf's essence blood. Satiety 65. Satiety 5. Satiety 5. The sound of swallowing echoed very clearly in the still morning. Half full, he rummaged through his bag and thought to himself, the cost of rapid growth really burns money. The essence blood of the giant wolf was completely gone. Only 40 pounds of giant wolf meat remained, and the high mountain eagle meat was mostly used up long ago. Staggering out of the water lily house, he climbed to the shore and looked up to see several fresh corpses of low-level magical beasts scattered around the water pond. Ever since he had driven off the pack of forest wolves last time, it had been a long while since any elite monsters attacked the water-drawing pond. It actually made him a little itchy to fight. Qin Feng rubbed his chin and thought about going out for a patrol one night. Soon maybe he could round up that wolf pack again. Now that his combat power had skyrocketed, where the bandits go, so could he. Besides, he had grown used to the taste of forest giant wolf meat. In essence, the other meats always felt harsh and irritating to his throat. Looking around, the dense patches of young water-drawing grass sprouted tender shoots that swayed lightly, dewdrops rolling off, and under the morning light the entire territory exuded vibrant life. Qin Feng carefully avoided the young sprouts as he tiptoed lightly across the planted area, leaving tiny prints in the damp soil. At another patch of black soil, he could no longer restrain himself and immediately cast the ripening spell on 2 fine fruit trees. Mana 5, ripening successful. Mana 2, ripening successful. The iron tree was still a stout sapling with fresh green leaves, while the silver apple tree had taken on a youthful shape, its trunk about 2 meters tall, with silvery branches spreading in all directions. Several plump flower buds were tightly closed, seeming ready to burst into a delicate fragrance at any moment. After finishing his farm work, Qin Feng shook his sleeves and began his usual morning exercise. 14 times gravity. In no time, his body felt leaden and weighed down. He collapsed onto the earth, breathing hard. Growth experience 40. Meanwhile, Yuan GMO snake crept out from the shadow of the water lily house. Its vertical pupils gleamed as it foraged through the pile of wooden arrow-pierced corpses like a buffet. Qin Feng watched it thoughtfully and calculated. Once this guy leveled up to rare rank, he could be sent out to hunt magical beasts independently and even handle intelligence work, letting Qin Feng reap all the benefits without risking himself. His intense gaze fell on the snake's scales. The Yuan GMO snake suddenly twitched, looking back at him with a puzzled expression as if wondering. Big brother seems like a good beast, so why does this feel a little creepy inside? Must be my imagination. Definitely just imagination. Transaction successful. Blood vermilion seed, rare 1. Ao Shui stared at the flashing words on the screen and couldn't help but utter, wow, a rare item. This seed is actually of rare quality. She looked up at Qin Feng with a hint of apprehension in her voice. Boss, this is the first time I'm doing a mutation on a rare seed. But my current talent level is only excellent. The final result might not be as good as mutating an excellent quality seed. It's not that I'm unwilling, it's just that I want to give you fair warning first. Are you sure you want to proceed with the mutation? Qin Feng casually toyed with the blood vermilion seed and asked mildly, when will your talent level upgrade? Right after I finish upgrading this one for you, Ao Shui said, scratching her head sheepishly. If it were an excellent seed, I'd have to wait another 2 days before I can work on it. 2 days isn't too long, Qin Feng smiled. Alright then, help me reserve 2 mutations after your talent upgrades. We can talk price later. No problem, boss. But the price will go up flat rate of 300 copper coins. Fine, agreed at that price. Thanks, boss. The system notification appeared again. Transaction successful. Blood vermilion seed, rare 1. Qin Feng thought about that rare iron eater mole beast he was dealing with. It wouldn't be easy to handle right now. Better wait until Ao Shui's talent upgrades before making a move. It wasn't urgent. Ending the private chat, Qin Feng closed the comms panel and opened today's intelligence shop. Intelligence shop LV3 1230 daily refresh. 1. White intelligence 10 copper coins. 2. White intelligence 10 copper coins. 3. Green intelligence 150 copper coins. Turn page 200 copper coins. Current funds for silver 90 copper coins. All intern the page. With a thought, 3 pieces of intelligence were instantly acquired. Copper coins 370. Passive activated intelligence expert. White intelligence 2, blue intelligence 1. A refreshed page appeared. Intelligence shop LV3 1530. 1. Gray intelligence 50 copper coins. 2. Gray intelligence 50 copper coins. 3. Green intelligence 150 copper coins. Qin Feng didn't hesitate, clearing them out again. Copper coins 250. Passive activated again intelligence expert. Green intelligence 2, blue intelligence 1. When the last piece was acquired, the shop page turned blank. But in Qin Feng's mind, an interesting change took place. The leftover white intelligence from before, plus these 2 new ones, automatically combined into a gray intelligence. Then 3 gray intelligences fused further into a green intelligence. His intelligence stock now stood at 1 green, 2 blue, 1 cyan, and 2 purple, 6 pieces total. He also had a previously unlocked purple intelligence, the Great Lich's laboratory ruins in the mountains. That hidden quest would require combat power over 800, so it would have to wait until he was strong enough. Qin Feng raised his hand and summoned a blue intelligence that he focused on with strong curiosity, opening it. Information on the Trial Secret Realm. Successfully opened. The Trial Secret Realm is a divine trial left in the mortal world, appearing naturally at the right time and causing huge supernatural phenomena. Only creatures holding a trial ticket can enter. Locals may enter with special tokens. Blue Intelligence Quest. Collect a trial ticket rare. Reward. By the month's end, the Trial Secret Realm of the God of Fire and Passion will open nearby. I see now, Qin Feng mused. The entire Flame Duchy worships the God of Fire. When that secret realm opens, a flood of strong fighters will rush in. The dangers will be immense. Strength is the only sure way to survive. He calculated silently. 17 days remained until the end of the month. Then Qin Feng took out another blue intelligence and began to open it. Activation successful. 15 kilometers to the 10 o'clock direction lay the Goblin tribe's ruins, where a branch of the Goblin clan from the heart of the Yakila Mountains had been newly dispatched to resettle. This site had once been massacred by the Goblin Slayers squad, but now smoke rose again from its hearths. The newly appointed chieftain was no ordinary figure. He was a direct descendant, through his mother, of the XDH generation sword Saintis, holding in his hand a rare and ancient relic, the broken sacred sword of the sword Saintis. The blue-level intelligence report clearly laid out the mission: infiltrate the ruins, retrieve the sacred sword, and deliver it to the sword hall to earn their favor and reward. The sword Saintis' fate sure is tragic. Qin Feng mused silently for a moment before calmly assessing the risks. The chieftain wielded a rare-grade weapon, so his combat power would be far from weak. To dare to rebuild a tribe in a land previously bloodied meant he had solid confidence backing him. High-level intelligence often promised great payoff, but was not easy to realize immediately. Qin Feng rolled up the scroll and tucked away the 2 blue-level reports for now. Then he unfolded the only green-level intelligence. Activation confirmed. A seasoned, formidable E-rank adventurer squad, the Headhunter team, had entered the eastern Yakila region. The Headhunter team's combined combat power exceeded 500, specializing in hunting beasts from bounty lists. Any bountied beasts were strongly advised to remain indoors. Better not stray too far from home base today, Qin Feng quickly judged. Encountering this group in the wild would be a near-certain death sentence, or at best, cost him dearly. But with the magic arrays and ironwood arrow towers defending his territory, and his own cooperation with the defense systems, he might be able to hold his ground once. Besides, a trustworthy brother was also roaming nearby. He suddenly recalled. The giant killer spider was also a bountied monster whose head could have been delivered to the Turtle Oak for a bounty. Too bad it was listed, but no reward. Giving it away would only draw scorn. As he pondered, Qin Feng resumed training. The 14-fold gravity pressed down like a massive stone on his limbs. Still, he followed a moderation principle, preserving enough energy to handle emergencies. Hiss. Satiety 50. Experience gained 100. From dawn until noon. After 5 rounds of training, hunger swept through his body only. Then did he stop. Satiety 60. Satiety 5. Satiety 5. The flesh and blood of the forest giant wolf mixed with shards from the crystal hive excavator slid down his throat, fiery energy coursing through his meridians. As Qin Feng leaned against the rocky wall, catching his breath, his private chat channel suddenly vibrated relentlessly. Zhang Han. Does the mad lizard boss remember me? Haozhu. Qin Feng. I do. What's up? Zhang Han. A few days ago, you promised to help. Has it worked? Qin Feng. Naturally it has. What trouble are you in? Zhang Han. I feel like I'm being targeted by a powerful adventurer team. I need your help. Qin Feng. Run toward my territory, to that pool location from last time. If you get here, it'll shelter you once again. Zhang Han. Got it. I'm heading there now. Could it be that same headhunter team? What a coincidence, Qin Feng pondered. Haozhu was on the bounty list, making him a guaranteed target for the headhunters. If that was the case, there was no escaping an encounter. Sooner or later, he'd have to face them. Might as well prepare ahead and resolve it once and for all. He immediately summoned the chat panel and sent a message to Zhou Dazhuang. The roles of hunter and prey can be reversed. Qin Feng quietly lay in wait at the center of his territory, the mountain breeze carrying a faint metallic tang of blood. Boom! Moments later, the forest echoed with the thunderous crack of breaking branches as a massive figure burst through the underbrush. Staggering into the clearing by the water siphon pullet was Zhang Han, the stone-armored porcupine. His rocky shell was covered in cracks, dark red blood oozing from the crevices. One hind leg was twisted unnaturally, each painful step dragging sharp rock spikes across the ground, leaving long trails of blood. Wild lizard boss, Be careful. Those adventurers are tough. They purposely let me escape here, otherwise I wouldn't have made it this far. Zhang Han's breath was ragged, but he forced himself to warn Qin Feng urgently, fear clear in his voice. Qin Feng stood calmly by the pond, his black scales shimmering faintly in the water's light. His voice was steady, without a hint of emotion. I know. They're a team specializing in hunting bounty monsters, experienced and efficient. Let me tend your wounds first. Fight if you can. If not, I won't force you. Since I promised to protect you, I will. All right. Wild Lizard Boss, your honor means everything. I, Zhang Han, have nowhere else to turn, so I beg your protection. I swear to repay you 100-fold once we survive this danger. Zhang Han nodded solemnly, dragging himself aside. He pulled out some dark green herbs, chewing and pressing them onto his wounds. No sooner had he spoken than 5 figures emerged from the forest edge, strolling leisurely as if they were just wandering their own backyard. At the front, a giant swordsman shouldered a sword wider than a door. He grinned, revealing rows of yellowed teeth. I knew letting that dumb pig run would bait a big catch. Look, this is the black-scaled wild lizard ranked 14th on the bounty list. Next to him, a lean man carrying twin knives licked his lips, equally excited. 20 silver coins for a live capture, captain. We're making bank this time. The only woman in the group, a mage, tapped a gem-studded staff lightly, her eyes shifting toward the water siphon grass and several fruit trees in Qin Feng's territory. Not just the monster. That grass and those fruit trees are high quality. And since this lizard is a lord, there must be plenty of valuables around. A burly man holding a huge shield grunted, we take it out first, then everything's ours. The silent archer at the back notched an arrow already glowing faint green. Qin Feng's pupils constricted sharply as his combat vision instantly activated. Target carries anti-surveillance magical gear reading impossible. 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 The information flashed 5 times, all identical. This Drank bounty hunting squad was unlike any others, more than just a strong captain. The whole team was well equipped and highly coordinated. They were the most professional adventurer group Qin Feng had ever faced. Just the giant swordsman standing there radiated a heavy pressure, a lethal aura forged through countless battles, as if he stood atop piles of monster corpses. His gaze swept over Qin Feng like a butcher examining meat, calculating the cleanest strike. The fight came without warning. Before Qin Feng could think about a delaying tactic, the bowstring twanged sharply. Shing! A green streak sliced through the air, heading straight for Qin Feng's eye socket. Qin Feng's body tensed instantly, and the moment the arrow was released, he twisted sharply to the side. Shing! The cold blade scraped against his scales, sparks flying everywhere. The arrow embedded itself deep into the hard ground behind him, the fletching still trembling. Almost at the same instant, a thought sparked in his mind. Roar! 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 3 thick, sturdy wooden arrows shot from the towering ironwood arrow tower, forming a wide shape. The wolf head patterns on the arrows flared to life, as if a fierce howl surged directly toward the silent archer. Defense! The captain wielding the massive sword just opened his mouth to shout when the burly shieldsman stepped forward, slamming a tower shield wider than a door panel heavily into the ground. Earth element energy instantly condensed on the shield's surface. Earth shield. Clang, clang, clang. 3 muffled impacts exploded as the arrowheads collided violently with the shield. The shafts shattered, scattering wood splinters. The shieldsman was pushed back several steps, his arm numb, the shield's tip gouging a deep furrow in the ground. He gritted his teeth and cursed, this feeling so old school. Meanwhile, a man wielding twin blades pounced like a leopard, streaks of steel flashing beside him. Yuan Jimo's serpent suddenly lunged out from behind Qin Feng to intercept him. Hiss! Black venom seared through the air. The twin blade man shifted his footing, nimbly dodging just as the venom hit the ground, sizzling and melting the earth into uneven pits. He scoffed coldly. A baby snake dares to block my way? The blades flipped and slashed 7 inches along the snake's body. Qin Feng immediately ordered the ironwood arrow tower to focus fire on Yuan Jimo's serpent while locking onto the team's only Majesty most fragile but highest damage potential target. Black iron warform. Blazing primal energy erupted explosively, thickening the black scales covering his body. Sharp iron spikes appeared alongside his blades. His limbs throbbed with power as Qin Feng charged forward like a black heavy tank, barreling straight toward the enemy mage. Your opponent is me. The greatsword captain stepped forward, the wide blade slicing a roaring gust as he blocked Qin Feng's path. Boom! Claws clashed with the greatsword, shattering force flying everywhere. Qin Feng was shaken back several steps, gouging deep scratches into the earth beneath his feet. The captain grinned, baring teeth. Good strength, but that's all you've got. Elsewhere, Yuan Jimo's serpent twisted and tangled with the twin blade man. The snake's body lashed like a whip but remained just a step behind. The twin blades flashed continuously. After several rounds, despite the arrow towers suppressing fire, the serpent's body was marked with many deep and shallow cuts. The gap in skill was clear. From afar, the archer continued drawing bowstrings expressionlessly, each arrow precisely aimed at Qin Feng's eyes and joints. Without the black iron warform, Qin Feng would have turned into a porcupine by now. Even so, each arrow struck his scaled armor with the weight of a hammer, leaving dents and marks. As for the mountain porcupine, Xie Xian, at the territory's edge, he had completely buried himself underground, not daring to even peek out, barely breathing, afraid any adventurer might casually take him down. At this moment, for Qin Feng, this was one of the greatest crises he had faced since entering this world, completely overwhelmed and pressed on all sides. With a swoosh, the giant sword came crashing down, the force of the strike sending a gust that made the air itself groan. Qin Feng swung his claws heated, meeting the blade with brute strength. Sparks flew as his black iron body numbed from the impact, sliding several meters across the ground before he managed to steady himself. This is all you've got? A level 14 bounty for the black-scale savage lizard, and you're not even that tough, the greatsword captain sneered, standing tall with his sword resting on his shoulder. On the other side, Yuan Jima the serpent was pushed into a desperate retreat by the twin-bladed man. A dense mesh of flashing blades wove through the air, cutting through the serpent's scales inch by inch. Droplets of black blood splattered onto the ground, rising in corrosive smoke. Zhang Han watched from behind. His heart sinking in despair had dragged Qin Feng into a deadly trap. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed from the distant woods as several tree trunks, thick as bowls, snapped under brutal force, their broken ends jagged. 3 burly figures burst from the trees. Leading them was the ogre Zhou Dazhuang. Brothers, we're here, he bellowed, charging straight at the adventurer team without hesitation, flanked by 2 fellow tribesmen. The shielded strongman who had just blocked a volley of wooden arrows looked up, only to be engulfed by the sudden shadow cast over him. He barely raised his shield before the ogre rammed him hard, sending both man and shield tumbling in a harsh roll. Metal armor clanged as the ground beneath was gouged into a trench. The team's formation instantly cracked wide open. The greatsword captain's face darkened, forced to abandon his pressure on Qin Feng. He spun to slash at the next charging ogre. The battlefield rapidly spiraled into chaos, the usually coordinated adventurers now forced to fight individually. With the pressure easing, Qin Feng glanced toward Yuan Jima, still tightly pinned by the twin swordsman. A bold plan formed in his mind. Ignoring the greatsword captain, he suddenly sprinted toward the heart of the water-collecting pool. Trying to run? Too late. The twin blades man, mistaking Qin Feng's move for a retreat, decisively let go of Yuan Jima and burst forward with Gale step, his figure flashing like an afterimage in fierce pursuit. The gap between them shrank at a visible speed. Stepping onto a seemingly ordinary patch of black soil, Qin Feng abruptly halted, focusing his mind on his skill panel. 30 times gravity. An invisible weight closed in instantly. The twin blades man's cruel grin froze, his knees buckling as if his bones were crushed. He was pinned to the ground, unable to even lift a finger, terror flashing in his eyes. Qin Feng raised his palm to push. Mountain wind blade roar. A surge of magical power erupted as surrounding wind elements fragmented into countless sharp shards, forming a howling gale. With a hiss, the wind blades swept down, shredding the defenseless man's flesh and armor into pieces. Body parts scattered across the black earth. You have slain an elite assassin. Reputation 420. Congratulations, you obtained treasure chest. Find the third elder. In the distance, the greatsword captain witnessed his comrade's grim demise. His fury boiled over, forcing back the ogres with a single blade as his blood-red eyes locked deadly on Qin Feng. You're asking for death. The female mage in the team froze on the spot, her eyes flickering between the fallen comrade's remains and Qin Feng in stunned disbelief. A low roar cut through the chaos. Having regained some of his strength, the rock-armored porcupine Zhang Han let out a roar and charged straight at the distracted female mage. The female mage's spellcasting was abruptly interrupted by the brutal impact. She hastily raised a magical shield, but was still pushed back repeatedly, her boots gouging deep furrows into the muddy ground. Meanwhile, Zhou Dazhuang's clan wielded spiked clubs thicker than buckets, thunderously besieging the giant shield warrior, exactly matching Qin Feng's stereotype of the brutal, savage ogres. The giant shield warrior's arm felt numb from the pounding, his tiger's mouth cracked, and he barely managed to hold onto his heavy iron shield. The archer's arrows remained precise, but their main tank couldn't endure the pressure, forced to move constantly without an optimal attack position, causing his threat level to plummet instantly. On the other side, the greatsword captain was locked tightly by Qin Feng and Yuan Jima Snake. Qin Feng relied on his black iron battle body to absorb damage, his every movement heavy as a rock. Yuan Jima Snake lurked in stealth, its venom sticky and searing, making defense against the greatsword captain nearly impossible. Qin Feng gave up on disguising and dragged the fight into the gravity soil formation, where the gravity fluctuated intensely, causing the greatsword captain's movements to falter repeatedly, making him feel utterly frustrated. A roarcrack. With the main tank out of position, the female mage's shield was pierced by a hardened wooden arrow infused with the wood wolf's might, cracks quickly spreading across it. Zhang Han snorted in anger, his tusk striking the mage's thigh, knocking her flying. Blood seeped through her robe immediately. The giant shield warrior's shield was now being hammered like a drum by two ogres on either side, its edges cracking. Zhou Dazhuang spotted the archer hiding behind the shield. He raised his massive club, threatening to shatter the enemy's safety at any moment. Surveying the battlefield, the greatsword captain's heart sank. His teammates were wounded one after another. The entire team's morale was plummeting, and the quagmire-like predicament would drag them all down. Retreat first, he ordered decisively. Get lost. Before finishing, he roared, muscles bulging, his greatsword emitting a blinding silver light. Half-moon slash. The crescent-shaped sword aura swept across, forcing Qin Feng, the sticky parasite, to retreat. The ground was cut open with a deep furrow. Taking advantage of the gap, the captain withdrew and stood in front of the giant shield warrior, slashing the earth with his sword. Landmine. Boom! The greatsword crashed down, blasting a several-inch deep pit in the soil. The shockwave forced the two drumming ogres back several steps. The warrior quickly supported the injured female mage, with the archer guarding from behind. The three fell back toward the forest. Captain, are you going to use? Yes, I must avenge number 3. They all have to die. You go first. The greatsword captain interrupted with a grave tone. The other 3 nodded silently and charged into the woods. No wonder he ranks 14th with such a high bounty. Qin Feng squinted. If we can't capture him alive, we'll settle for him dead. At this moment, Qin Feng, the 3-headed ogres, Yuan GMO snake, Zhang Han the rock-armored porcupine, plus a lethal ironwood arrow tower, all locked onto their sole opponent. The greatsword captain finally discarded his casual demeanor, but his gaze remained fearless. He raised his sword high with one hand, still composed, but a bad feeling stirred in Qin Feng's heart. I didn't want to use this move. This is my ticket to becoming a flame greatswordsman, he grinned. Since you're so troublesome and killed one of my comrades, then taste this. Flame dividing devouring wave sword. A surge of fire elements enveloped the great sword, wrapping it in blazing red flames. The heat was scorching, warping the air itself. Boom. The greatsword captain roared and slammed the flaming sword into the ground, unleashing a towering wave of flame that surged forward like a massive burning tidal wave on the sea. Its enormous coverage and intense heat left the beasts with no place to escape, forcing them to endure this terrifying strike. Quick, jump into the pool. No sooner had Qin Feng spoken than several companions behind him reflexively spun around and sprinted, their hooves and claws pounding chaotically as they charged toward the water. No, there's no time. Zhang Han yelled, his voice cracking with panic. We can't dodge it. Jumping in is just our last slim chance. Way, have to gamble on luck. Qin Feng dashed forward, explaining briefly while running. A blazing wave of heat slammed against them. As everyone's attention fixed on the fiery sea ahead, no one noticed the faint thread of water suddenly seeping from between Qin Feng's scales. Gurgle. In the next instant, that slender stream peeled off his body and darted like a living thing into the pool, greedily drawing water. In the blink of an eye, the deep blue water surged up, whipping into colossal waves that rose from the ground, expanding into an immense curved wall. The cold, blue curtain of water crashed open, enveloping Qin Feng and the beasts completely, enclosing even the 2 patches of black earth deep within their territory. SSHHHH, the roaring flames slammed against the water wall like a furious tide. Billions of vapors billowed upward, but the pool kept feeding water non-stop, and the blue glow of the barrier held firm without a trace of faltering. How is this possible? My move is something no ordinary high-level beast or adventurer can withstand. The great sword captain stared at the flames being nullified, his breathing ragged, fear finally creeping into his eyes. After a brief hesitation, he suddenly spun and fled. SSHHH, the last wave of fire was extinguished, and the water wall shattered. The stream beside Qin Feng had grown faint, nearly transparent, but stubbornly slid back between his scales. The pool's water level had dropped by more than a meter. Heat still radiated, vapor swirling in the air. The beasts glanced around at each other, confirming that they were still alive. What just happened? We actually survived. Such terrifying power. This has to be at least a rare, if not legendary skill, right? No, I have rare skills, but nothing this fearsome, Qin Feng said with a steady gaze, shaking his head. This is absolutely legendary. That water wall, just now. Zhang Han hesitated to speak. A flash of memory struck Qin Feng. Zhanghua had left behind some power within him before departing. Besides that water archmage, who else could pull off something like that? It's my emergency lifesaver, Qin Feng said half-jokingly, spreading his claws. One time use, once it's gone, it's gone. At least it saved our lives. Otherwise, even if we survived, this territory would be finished today. His tone was full of relief. Sorry for wasting such a powerful tool, Great Lizard, Zhang Han murmured guiltily. Don't blame yourself, Qin Feng said truthfully. They came specifically for bounty beasts. Without you, they would have found me sooner or later. If caught unprepared, my losses would have been much worse. No matter what, Great Lizard saved my life, and we still have Big Eater's help. If you ever need anything from me, Zhang Han, just say the word. Glad to hear it, glad to hear it. Zhou Dazwang's bold nature showed as he jumped in with enthusiasm. But that adventurer team lost someone and still escaped. They probably won't just let this go, Zhang Han said with worry. The territory of the savage lizard boss is right, here where the monk can run away, but the temple can't. You'd better be careful from now on. Zhou Dazhuang patted his broad chest, half joking, half serious as he warned Qin Feng. Then, as if remembering something, he added, no worries. Brother, if you need anything just call me. Worst case, we can bring Ming Lei too. With such firepower, it'd be a shame not to use it. If any high-level professionals dare to trespass into the mountains, our boss can step in with full authority. Compared to the Adventure Guild in that tiny border town, our Eastern Division is nothing to sneeze at. Qin Feng nodded in agreement, then pointed to the dismembered adventurer's corpse at his feet. Take this body back. Let those two fellow tribesmen have some meat. After all, he was a high-level professional. The flesh should be good. Hearing that, Zhou Dazwang's eyes lit up. This time he didn't refuse. He immediately stepped forward and stuffed the remains into his backpack, leaving only the pair of daggers and a few pieces of jewelry scattered on the ground. Seeing him only focused on gathering the body, Qin Feng reminded him, take the equipment too. I've already collected some loot when I killed him. Don't waste those. That guy's dead by your hand. Keep the gear yourself. I won't use it, and selling to the system would be a ripoff. Zhou scratched the back of his head, looking sheepish but honest. Qin Feng waved him off. Forget it. He'll sell it, and then send you half the money. No refusals otherwise, no brotherhood for us. All right, I won't be polite then. Just let me know when you get the cash. He'll lead the tribe out on patrol for now, Zhou Dazhuang replied, then bade farewell to Qin Feng and Zhang Han before disappearing with his tribesmen into the forest. Zhang Han raised his hand in farewell. Since the savage lizard boss is settled, I won't keep you any longer. Okay, be careful on the way, Qin Feng said, watching Zhang Han leave his Ji Shui territory. You endured a fierce battle. Satiety 40, experience gained 80. After glancing at the system prompt, Qin Feng surveyed the surroundings. Only scattered battle marks remained. Overall, nothing serious. The mountain porcupine cautiously poked its head out from the dirt pit, while Yuan Zimo's snake curled up wounded in the pond, struggling to recover. The water level had dropped dangerously low, and all the wooden arrows in the ironwood arrow tower were depleted, which troubled Qin Feng. Buying water is definitely not an option. Even if I had all the money, it wouldn't fill the pond, he thought. I have to find a new water source and transport water here. As for the arrow tower, they'll have to make do with ordinary wood for now. Having made up his mind, he picked up the high-grade assassin equipment left behind. Broken spear, twin daggers, superior 1. Agility necklace, superior 1. Venom fang ring, superior 1. Plus another accessory of the same grade 4 pieces total, all superior quality. The twin daggers were top tier among superior, with a system recycle value of 1.8 silver coins, though their real cost was much higher. To avoid losses, he would have to sell them to Tanjian Li, a trusted buyer. Qin Feng opened his private message and sent the equipment list, but received no reply yet. Apparently the other party was busy. Not in a hurry. He turned and glided toward the nearby forest, where a few large trees had been knocked down when Zhang Han arrived. Disassembly successful, wood 15. Carrying the wood back, Qin Feng deposited all of it into the ironwood arrow tower. Equipped wooden arrows. Wooden arrow common 45. Now, the previously hollow tower was packed full of wooden shapes. In Qin Feng's impression, there were plenty of streams and lakes nestled between the mountains, but he didn't have the right tools to store the water for now. The pool before him resembled a stone well and might be slowly replenished by underground water, yet the magic array consumed a significant amount of water every day. At this moment, the water lily hut had already sunk to just about 3 meters above the bottom of the pool. As soon as it dried up, the water-gathering magic array would cease to function. After a moment's thought, Qin Feng decided to open a secret tunnel to connect an external water source as soon as possible, possibly even expanding the pond in the Futuria's good training and preparation. Without hesitation, he ordered Yuan Jima's snake and the mountain hedgehog to guard the territory, then swiftly left to scout nearby water sources guided by his memory. After several explorations, he had identified all 7 water points clearly. The closest was a small stream several kilometers away, but its weak flow and lower elevation made diverting water difficult. The most abundant was a high-altitude mountain lake with amazing reserves, but approaching its shore unleashed a strong killing intent. There were clearly high-level beasts or even beast lords lurking, so he had to give up. After weighing everything, He chose a river at a relatively high elevation with a rapid current as the supplement water source. Hunger level 20. Growth experience 40. After a long journey, he returned to the territory to replenish his strength. Hunger level 60. Hunger level 5. Hunger level 5. Once rested, Qin Feng got to work digging. He first calibrated the river's direction, then carved a passage from the upper inner wall of the water pool. He temporarily stored the rubble and soil in his backpack. The mountain's hard rock made the work tough, but ensured the underground channel would be sturdy and unlikely to collapse. His plan was to dig straight to the river first if the flow was inadequate. He would enlarge the tunnel and line it with timber, as pipe trees were abundant here, the mountain forest being the richest resource. Hisses. Soil 1 gene. Rock fragments 3 gene. Hunger level 5. Growth experience 10. Outside the Aquila Mountains, near the nearest frontier town, inside a public cemetery. Freshly turned earth mounded into a small hill, with a simple wooden placard stuck on top, blank and unmarked. The 4 remaining members of the headhunter squad stood before the grave, the mood heavy. The burly shield man's arms were wrapped in bandages, the female mage's face pale, and the archer lowered his head silently. Silence hung around them. Number 3. I'm sorry you have to stay here for now, the captain with the greatsword's hoarse voice said. Once we've avenged you, we'll get you the best stone monument, and hire the town's finest priest to pray for you. The female mage bit her lip, blaming herself. It's my fault. The shield was supposed to protect third brother. It's not your fault. We underestimated that beast. The captain patted her shoulder. And those suddenly appearing ogres shouldn't have been there in the first place. Captain, what now? The archer looked up, eyes filled with a mix of hatred and uncertainty. That lizard and its cronies were only 4 left. I already contacted the Steel Fang squad on my way back, the captain replied. Steel Fang? They took the bounty on the list too? The burly shield bearer asked. No, they owe me a favor, the greatsword captain replied quietly, eyes still fixed on the freshly dug grave. I'm planning to split half the bounty reward with them, and they agreed. At dawn tomorrow, 2 A-rank squads will meet at the mountain's base and go in together. His grip tightened on the sword hilt as his gaze flickered between the dirt and the tombstone, killing intent sharp as a blade. 2 squads, 9 high-level professionals in total, he continued. Even if that band of ogres comes again, we'll stir up that pond until hell freezes over. Exactly. We've got to strip the lizard's skin off. The archer chimed in immediately, fingers twitching over the arrow fletching. Not just the skin, the greatsword captain said with a chilling calm. We'll burn it to ashes. Lao San, just watch while scatter its ashes over your grave. No sooner had the vow passed than a cold chill rose out of nowhere, and the temperature plummeted. What's happening? Fog. The female mage looked around nervously. Gray-white mist seeped through cracks between the gravestones, thickening in seconds until it nearly swallowed their vision. Visibility dropped below 3 meters as their companions' shapes blurred. Something's wrong. This fog's weird. The archer snapped, already drawing an arrow. Everyone, back to back. Stay alert. The greatsword captain drew his massive blade and swung it in front of himself. The fog thickened into a suffocating wall, so dense they couldn't see their own hands. Only the heavy sound of their breathing confirmed their presence. The cemetery was eerily silent, no insects chirping, nothing but the sound of cold droplets sliding down armor and blades. The female mage murmured an incantation, a small flame blossoming in her palm, illuminating only a tiny patch of space before the fog swallowed it whole. Water magic, large area, high-level caster. She called out urgently. Who's there? Stop hiding. Come out if you've got the guts. The greatsword captain roared, his voice echoing through the mist, but there was no answer. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Sharp, slicing sounds suddenly filled the air as countless arrows made of condensed water shot out of the fog. Shields up, the captain barked. The shield bearer charged forward, roaring as his tower shield slammed into place like an iron wall. Boom, boom, boom. The water arrows pounded against his shield, knocking him back several paces under the force. More arrows whizzed around his shield, aiming directly at the other 3. The shield glowing with rippling blue light. The mage's barrier trembled with each impact, her face growing paler. The archer's arms moved like the wind, fending off arrows, but a water arrow grazed his cheek, blood instantly staining his skin. This can't go on. If we don't find the caster, we're sitting ducks. He shouted anxiously. Their goal isn't to kill, but to trap us, the captain said through gritted teeth, slashing through several water arrows. This is just a probe. Suddenly the ground trembled faintly. The fog churned violently, the soil beneath their feet rapidly soaking up water until clear streams began to seep out. The water element concentration soared instantly. Out of the mist ahead, a massive shape slowly took form. Flowing water and thick vapors coalesced into a towering humanoid figure made entirely of pure water element, standing tall and imposing. It had no eyes or features, just a vague human outline, but emitted a suffocating sense of pressure. That a water elemental giant, the mage's voice trembled, desperation clear. Run. We can't handle this. But it was already too late. The water elemental giant raised a massive arm and slammed it down toward them. The shadow of its hand blotted out the sky silent except for a suffocating weight pressing down. Scatter! The greatsword captain barked sharply, muscles tensing as he dove to the side. But the burly shield bearer lagged a step behind. He pumped every drop of fighting spirit into his tower shield and gritted his teeth, bracing for impact. Boom! The water-formed giant hand struck the metal shield with no sharp clang. Only a muffled thunderclap, like a 1,000-pound stone plunging into a deep pool. Mud and water splashed everywhere as the shield bearer and his shield were slammed down into the dirt. A crack sounded, a dull snap of bone accompanied by blood-foamed spit from his mouth. Without pause, the giant's other hand swept horizontally. The archer and female mage didn't have time to escape. Like withered leaves caught in a torrent, they were lifted into the air and gripped tight by the watery arm. The water wrapped around their bodies, constricting their chests to stop their breathing, rendering their limbs limp and useless. Let them go. The greatsword captain's eyes blazed red. His bulging muscles tensed like stretched steel cables as he swung his blade, flames bursting along the edge. Flame-splitting devouring wave sword. A scorching wave of fiery sword energy surged forward, slashing toward the giant's waist and abdomen. Sizzle! A clash of fire and water exploded in a sharp roar, steam billowing into a curtain. But after the mist cleared, the giant stood unscathed. Only ripples briefly flickered across its watery surface before it restored itself. Useless. This is a water domain inside its domain. Our attacks are weakened, the mage gasped, pale and trembling, forcing out the warning between clenched teeth. As if enraged, the giant lowered its hollow, watery head, shadows locking onto the greatsword captain. It raised a long leg formed of raging currents and stomped down with brutal force. The captain rolled to evade. Dirt flew as the ground cracked open, splashing water everywhere. The violent blow threw him to the earth. He rolled several times before struggling to rise with his sword, but suddenly the surrounding water animated, solidifying into bonds of flowing chains that wrapped tightly around his arms, legs, and torso, pinning him deep in the mud. By then, every member of the headhunter squad was restrained. Fear flooded their hearts like a rising tide. This was no battle, but utter domination. A water domain capable of summoning such a massive elemental, only a master water archmage would wield this power. The mage spoke in horror, the very words causing her to tremble. Archmage. The others felt a chill as if falling into an ice pit, breath-catching. Why had such an existence appeared in this remote town? And why were they hunted with such mercilessness? Honored archmage. The greatsword captain gave up, struggling, tilting his head back to shout hoarsely into the thick fog. We are the rank adventuring party headhunter of the Adventurers Guild. If we have offended, please make it known. We are willing to pay any price for your mercy. Life and death hung in the balance. The archer, still trapped in the water grasp, sobbed in a trembling voice, "Please spare us. We really don't know what we did wrong." The fog hushed, still and heavy like the depths of the ocean. Moments later, a cold, clear female voice echoed within the mist, laced with mockery. "A price?" With the voice, the mist stirred lightly. A figure stepped forward, her blue robes shimmering softly in the vapor, intricate runes embroidered on her sleeves. She held a staff set with a massive deep blue gem. Her eyes were deep and chilling, like the essence of an entire lake and sea gathered into one. It was none other than Nagazanghua. Her presence tamed the fierce water element energies swirling around them. "Is it really you? You are the greatsword captain." Couldn't immediately recognize her, but the aura of superiority and absolute control over the water element pinned him in place. He dropped to one knee at once. "Please, enlighten us. What crime have we committed? Even if we must die, let us die knowing why." "You've been bullying my dear little friend," Nagazanghua said softly, her voice calm and icy like a frozen lake. "That is an unforgivable offense." "Your little friend?" The greatsword captain looked up in confusion. "No, we didn't. Recently, our team has only been carrying out bounty missions in the Aquila Mountains." Before he could finish, he and his teammates froze simultaneously. The female mage's face drained of color as a terrifying realization took shape. "That water wall, the one that blocked my fire sword strike. That lizard, was it yours?" The greatsword captain shouted. Nagazanghua lowered her gaze, a cold, emotionless curve lifting the corner of her mouth. "At least one of you isn't completely clueless. Now what price will you pay?" Chains of water materialized and wrapped tightly around the four, pinning them firmly into the mud. The greatsword captain struggled, raising his face. "My lady, we're willing to compensate all the squad's savings and equipment, everything. Just spare our lives. I'm not lacking money, nor scrap metal." Nagazanghua's eyes swept over them and stopped on the captain's face. "I offer you one choice. Be gone from this town before nightfall, and never set foot in the Aquila Mountains again. I have placed a spell on you. Disobey, and your blood will burst from your veins. You may try it and see." Without waiting for an answer, she vanished with the mist. The water element giant dissolved into countless streams that splashed down onto the ground, stirring the mud. The thick fog withdrew like an invisible hand had pulled it away, and sunlight poured again into the graveyard. The world returned to normal except for the wet puddles, the disordered footprints by the new grave, and the 4 bodies covered in bruises and mud. These were reminders this was no illusion. Deathly silence filled the air. The 4 slumped to the ground, gasping heavily, none speaking. After a long moment, the greatsword captain propped himself up on muddy knees and walked to the freshly planted wooden marker. His voice, rough and raspy like sandpaper, murmured low, "Sorry, old third. For the team's sake, I have broken my word." The female mage leaned against a tombstone, pale as paper, head down and trembling. The great shield warrior clutched his broken arm, teeth chattering, unsure if from pain or shock. The archer watched the captain's retreating back, then glanced at the unmarked wooden plaque, his expression shifting again and again. "Brother, with my current strength, there's no way I can defeat that water archmage. I can't avenge you." The archer knelt before the fresh mound of earth, his voice hoarse and filled with bone-deep despair. "If I can't avenge you, how can I call myself your brother?" Before he could finish, he sharply pulled a black arrow from his back. The arrow was jet black, its fletching tight and the tip gleaming with an eerie cold light in the dusk, clearly a treasured possession. The archer gripped the shaft tightly, veins bulging, and snapped it in half with all his strength. Crack! The arrow didn't break, but the shock sent pain shooting through his palm. The air froze, awkwardness spreading over the gravesite. The archer's face turned bright red as he sheepishly shoved the prized arrow back into his quiver, quickly drawing a plain wooden arrow instead. This time, he was more careful, adjusting his grip and bracing the arrow against his knee. Snap! The wooden arrow broke cleanly in two. He threw the broken shaft onto the grave and shouted hoarsely, "Today, our brotherhood is like this broken arrow split in two, severed forever." After the outburst, he collapsed into the dirt, utterly drained. As the fading light darkened, the female mage finally shook off her shock, looking west toward the setting sun, her voice trembling. "Maybe we should leave now? Night's coming fast, and I'm getting scared." The tall shield bearer nodded quickly. "Right, let's go. That archmage gave us only until tonight. If we don't leave before dark, we're done for." The greatsword captain turned calmly, eyeing the 3 remaining teammates. His voice was low but firm. "Move out. Now." "Where?" "Back to town." The archer wiped dust from his face and asked. "No way," the captain said with finality. "Straight to Eastfire City. Then we meet the caravan to the west coast, and take a private ship out of the Firelands. The further from this cursed place, the better." "But our gear," the mage hesitated. "What's more important, life or loot?" The captain snapped, his heavy greatsword humming behind his back. "That's no ordinary mage, it's the archmage. She could kill us as easily as slaying a low-rank beast. Surviving this is a miracle. Don't forget, I still have a chance to become a greatsword master." With no room for doubt, the others nodded in agreement. The archer, mage, and shield bearer spoke together. "As long as the mountains stand, wood won't be lacking. With our rank adventuring skills, we can make a living anywhere. Let's move, before it's too late," someone urged. The 4 survivors of the Huntmaster squad helped each other up, battered and exhausted, leaving the communal graveyard behind as they set off along the dusty road toward Eastfire City. Satiety, 60 experience gained, 120. Qin Feng was still digging through the underground river, completely unaware of the events unfolding beyond the mountains, and even less aware that Naga Zhanghua was quietly averting a deadly crisis on his behalf. While working underground, he would periodically break through the surface to confirm his direction and calibrate his route. This time, when he emerged from the earth, night had fully settled over the forest, and distant heavy roars of beasts echoed intermittently. "Roar! I've dug through about a third of the distance. I'll stop for today. Supplies are almost running out," Qin Feng said as he opened his backpack, finding only about 10 pounds of Crystal Hive Star Digger flesh left. He had eaten twice during the excavation and gained 140 experience points, now just one step away from reaching the max level. Meanwhile, the negative status warning from drinking the Star Digger's essence still flickered. "Beginner bloodline disorder, common skill power reduced by 3, will heal over time. It's time to take the initiative and hunt some magical beasts." He fully exited the narrow underground tunnel, shaking dirt and stones from his backpack onto the ground, then strode nonchalantly toward his territory. Past experience told him that traveling at night would definitely draw the attention of carnivorous magic beasts. Night in the forest was like a different world from daytime, damp, cold, and filled with invisible dangers. Crack crack. Qin Feng deliberately didn't soften his footsteps. The dry twigs and leaves snapped sharply beneath his boots, their sound carrying far in the silence. He quickly caught a pair of eyes watching him, greedy, fierce, and tinged with a faint menace, tailing him like a shadow as soon as he stepped into the woods. His pace stayed steady, eyes sweeping sideways. Amid the dense black bushes, a vague figure blended seamlessly with the darkness. Moonlight occasionally pierced the canopy, revealing a pair of glowing green eyes and the sleek, muscular spotted form of a leopard. Every step the leopard took landed precisely on the softest layer of decomposed soil, silent as a wraith in the forest. Qin Feng recognized its shadow leopard. When he first arrived in this mountain range, he had encountered one at night and nearly died from a single careless strike. Now he remained calm, the data in his pupils lighting up. Magic power, 1. Combat vision activated. Match confirmed. Target shadow leopard. Specializes in ambush and speed. Estimated overall combat strength, 480. Tough opponent, as expected. Qin Feng thought, though outwardly he looked like an unsuspecting ordinary beast, ambling slowly toward his den. The shadow leopard was incredibly patient, trailing him at a safe distance, always maintaining the optimal attack range, waiting for the moment its prey would let down its guard. Finally, when Qin Feng passed through a relatively open clearing in the forest, the shadow leopard decided the time had come. The muscles in the shadow leopard's hind legs tensed sharply as its entire body lowered close to the ground. Whoosh! In the next instant, it shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, leaving behind only a blurry afterimage as it silently pounced toward Qin Feng's back. Just as its razor-sharp claws were about to strike, Qin Feng suddenly dropped lower without even turning his head. Iron scale shield. The gray-black scales instantly thickened and darkened, reflecting a cold metallic sheen. Screech. The leopard's claws scraped fiercely against the armor, the harsh grinding of metal ringing out as a shower of sparks erupted. The massive impact forced Qin Feng to stagger back 2 steps. Yet the claws that could shred ordinary beasts left only a few shallow white scratches on the scale. She was no longer the same person he once was. Missing its mark, the shadow leopard showed no hesitation to disengage. It twisted its body midair and landed steadily, releasing a low, guttural snarl. Qin Feng slowly turned around, his vertical pupils ice-cold as they locked onto the prey. His tail flicked restlessly, the steel tail ring gleaming with a cold light under the moon. The air grew tense. The battle was poised to erupt once more. This time, the shadow leopard abandoned a heat-and assault. Harnessing incredible speed, it dashed around Qin Feng. Among the flickering shadows in the forest, it sought an opening in his defenses. Qin Feng crouched low like a black iron tower, turning his head with the shifting shadows to trace the nearly imperceptible trajectory. From the left, a black shape lunged fiercely, aiming straight for his abdomen. Qin Feng seemed prepared, bringing down his right claw covered in armored steel with crushing force. Bang! A muffled boom rolled out with a gust of wind, leaves scattering in the air. The force clashed violently, sending the shadow leopard reeling back, while deep scratches scored Qin Feng's claw guard. Before the leopard could regain balance, Qin Feng's tail whipped into a black iron whip, smashing through the air with power like shattering stone. The shadow leopard exploded with sudden force at the waist, twisting nimbly to evade. Thud! The tail ring struck a massive tree nearby, shaking it violently. Bark cracked and splinters flew. The silent forest night was completely shattered. From the darkness, pairs of beastly eyes glimmered with varying hues, greedy, alert, ready to strike. Drawn by the noise, the nocturnal beasts lurking in the shadows circled, treating the clearing as a bloody stage, waiting to feast when both opponents weakened each other. Qin Feng caught their watching gazes and knew he couldn't afford a prolonged fight. This has to end quickly. He made no further restraint. His flesh and blood churned violently inside, releasing a savage power from deep within. Flesh burst black iron battle form. In an instant, his figure swelled, muscles towering, faint crimson light seeping through the scale gaps as iron spikes and blades sprouted from his body. His strength, physique, agility, and lethality surged to new heights. A roar tore through the night as Qin Feng shifted from defense to offense, charging the shadow leopard with a speed far greater than before. A flicker of surprisingly human-like astonishment crossed the shadow leopard's eyes. It hadn't expected this seemingly bulky prey to explode with such incredible speed. It tried to rely on its usual Hitandran tactics to widen the distance again, but Qin Feng, having activated flesh and blood burst, was just as agile as it was. His claws sliced through the air, each strike accompanied by howling gusts, forcing the shadow leopard to dodge left and right, its gleaming white fangs rarely visible. Suddenly, Qin Feng swept his tail sideways, making the shadow leopard instinctively leap back. Taking advantage of the momentum, Qin Feng charged wildly forward, his massive, rock-like body slamming hard into the beast. Boom! The dull thud shook the forest. The shadow leopard was slammed squarely, a tearing pain instantly spreading through its body. Fresh blood streaks appeared as it crashed through a small tree and rolled to a stop. Just as it tried to get up, Qin Feng's killing intent surged forward. Mountain wind blade whistle. With his inner magic raging, wind elements swirled around Qin Feng's body. Multiple sharp, cyan wind blades converged into a crescent-shaped wind path, screaming as it cut toward the leopard on the ground. The shadow leopard sensed death closing in, desperately flipping over, but it was still a moment too slow. The wind path swept swiftly across its hindquarters. Splat! Blood exploded outward. A piercing scream shattered the night as both hind legs were instantly severed, the wounds smooth as a mirror. The battle was over. Qin Feng deactivated his black iron battle form, dropping down on all fours and crawling close to the shadowed beast. His cold eyes were merciless as he bent down to snap the long, slender neck. You have slain a mature shadow leopard elite. Reputation 400. Congratulations, you have received a quality treasure chest. Reputation has increased to slightly known LV62204000. You have endured a fierce battle, satiety 30. Growth experience 60. Congratulations, you have leveled up to mature LV12020000. Your appetite and attributes have greatly improved. Your satiety has dropped to 15, gaining the intermediate weakness debuff. Though he had made a major leap in growth, Qin Feng had no time to check the system panel. More than half of his magic was spent, and hunger and weakness began gnawing at his limbs. He dared not linger. Curling his lizard-like tail, he tightly wrapped the shadow leopard's corpse and dragged the heavy trophy as he sprinted toward his territory. Blood spilled behind him, leaving a murderous trail through the forest. Previously hesitant magical beasts could no longer restrain themselves. No prey within reach should escape. Rustle, 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 the bushes trembled as several black shadows quickly followed behind. A pack of rotten bone wolves appeared, wolf-sized but draped in gray, tattered fur. Giant hyena-like beasts drooled foul saliva. Various dark hunters with twisted forms lurked among the branches, each one vicious, ready to devour their prey to the bone. Having witnessed Qin Feng's recent power, these beasts did not charge immediately, but circled at the edges, waiting for him to exhaust himself. The bone-pressing pressure pushed Qin Feng's heartbeat to thunder like drums. He cursed inwardly for underestimating the danger of the night forest. Gathering his strength again, he pushed his limbs harder. Faster. Even faster. Luckily, his territory was not far. After several breaths, familiar shapes came into view. At that moment, the beasts behind finally lost their patience. A deafening roar echoed hull. Hull. With a sharp howl, 3 rotten bone wolves lunged at Qin Feng from 3 directions simultaneously, targeting his head, body, and the corpse of the leopard he was dragging. Qin Feng was ready to abandon the prey and activate his black iron battle body to fight desperately, but the situation changed in an instant. Whoosh! A black liquid arrow shot swiftly from the territory leader's position, striking precisely the rotten bone wolf, aiming for Qin Feng's head. The dark toxin spread rapidly across its face, hissing and corroding with white smoke curling up. The wolf rolled and howled wildly on the ground. This was the work of Yuanji Mo, the ink-black poisonous snake, taking initiative to protect Qin Feng. Almost at the same moment, roar, roar, roar. Several wooden arrows thundered through the air, carrying the sound of giant wolf howls and the force of wooden wolves, arriving faster than expected. One arrow unexpectedly pierced through the eye socket of another rotten bone wolf, passing cleanly through its brain. Bang! The massive impact pinned the wolf dead against a tree trunk. The powerful and precise shot instantly silenced all the restless beasts outside Qin Feng's territory. The remaining rotten bone wolf and 2 hyenas skidded to a stop, suspiciously eyeing the seemingly ordinary arrow tower within Qin Feng's domain. Only then did Qin Feng realize he had already entered the defensive circle of the Jishui territory. The beasts sensed it too, the crossbows on the tower still locked onto them. With one more step forward, the next deadly arrow would strike. A frustrated, reluctant growl escaped from the surviving beasts as they slowly retreated into the shadows. But they did not leave completely. They lingered beyond the perimeter, waiting for an opportunity. Qin Feng dragged the corpse of the shadow leopard deeper into the territory core, entering the gravity soil formation's coverage area, greatly improving his safety. He released his lizard tail, letting the leopard's corpse crash heavily to the ground, then fell back, gasping for breath. Satiety 80. Satiety 5. Satiety 5. After catching his breath, he nearly emptied the remaining meat in his backpack, gnawed on some Jishui grass stalks, and drank several mouthfuls of pond water, finally filling his satiety bar completely. Phew, that was too dangerous. Blood flesh burst really can't be used recklessly, purely negative side effects. Qin Feng warned himself silently. With his satiety restored, his strength returned, actually even stronger than before. He immediately brought up his status panel and system alerts. Name: Qin Feng. Species: Fighting Wolf Lizard, Black Scale, Frenzy Lizard Elite. Recommended diet: meat 90, plants 5, liquids 5. Level: growth stage LV.12020000. Reputation: herd of LV.62204000. Strength: 6820. Physique: 9320. Agility: 7320. Mana: 6515. Wisdom: 3512. Defense: 7220. Satiety: 100. Constitution: Black Iron Body Rare. Active skills: Iron Scale Protection Fine. Blood Flesh Burst Fine. Mountain Wind Blade Howl Rare. Black Iron Battle Body Rare. Plant Ripening Fine. Passive skills: Tenacious Lizard Tail fine. Wind, Element, Affinity rare. Rapid Mana, Recovery rare. Equipment. Battle Power Lens fine. Steel Armor Piercer fine. Steel Stone Splitter fine. Eagle's Wings fine. Total Combat Power, 600-170. Territory, Yakila Mountains. Owned Territory, Jishui Domain. Talent, Intelligence Master rare, 730. Evaluation, a species extensively enhanced by top-tier blood and flesh modifications, with greatly strengthened physique and potential for blood-flesh burst. When will you go dragon slaying? System alerts. Upon reaching growth stage, core skill blood flesh burst fine evolves, reducing cost to 25 satiety and enhancing physique. First combat power 600 beast appears in East region. Ranking menu expanded to top 10. Congratulations, you have claimed first place on the East region combat power leaderboard. Qin Feng stared blankly for a moment, his gaze fixed on the word first, whispering, "What? Am this far ahead?" Qin Feng suspected his lead was only temporary. After all, those rare magical beasts gained terrifying boosts to their basic stats every time they leveled up, easily catching up to him. Only a higher rank could truly counter a higher rank. Once entering the growth phase, he quickly noticed another problem: his body size was expanding significantly. The tail that used to hide perfectly curled up among dead branches and leaves had now grown to a solid half a meter long, thick and sturdy, impossible to conceal. Although the steel-piercing armor and steel stone-splitting armor had adaptive features, they were now stretched tight and painful, even hindering his movements. Fortunately, his own claws and lizard tail had become comparable in strength to these two armors, so removing them actually felt more comfortable. Despite their short use, these two pieces of equipment had earned their keep in past battles. Qin Feng didn't regret forging them. At worst, selling them now would recoup some cost. Even if no one else wore them, they could be melted down as raw materials. As he pondered this, he expertly began dismantling the gear. Hiss hiss hiss. Yuan Zimo's snake dragged the corpse of the rotten bone wolf to him, a strong stench of decay and rot hitting his nose. Pinching his nostrils, Qin Feng asked, "You're saying its meat contains poison elements that will benefit you if eaten?" The snake's head nodded quickly, pecking like a chick. "Perfect, I can't stomach that smell anyway, so it's all yours." Without hesitation, he simultaneously initiated decomposition on the rotten bone wolf and the nearby shadow leopard. Decomposition successful. Poison-type magic core superior 1. Rotten bone wolf, poison venom superior, 50 milliliters. Rotten bone wolf fresh meat common, 20 kilograms. Rotten bone wolf essence blood common, 450 milliliters. Rotten bone wolf organs and bones, 12.5 kilograms. Rotten bone wolf skull 1. Rotten bone wolf claws and teeth, 30. Rotten bone wolf hide 1. Decomposition successful. Neutral magic core superior 1. Shadow leopard hide superior 1. Shadow leopard fresh meat common, 32.5 kilograms. Shadow leopard essence blood common, 650 milliliters. Shadow leopard organs and bones, 17.5 kilograms. Shadow leopard skull 1. Shadow leopard claws and teeth, 46. Even after losing 2 thighs, there's still so much meat enough to last a day or two. Growth phase beasts really do have plenty of resources, Qin Feng mused. The piles of materials far exceeded what his backpack could hold. Using a wooden cup, he scooped out the rotten bone wolf's essence blood and offered it, along with internal organs and some bloodied meat, to Yuan Zimo's snake, which tilted its head back and drank greedily, emitting contented hisses. Hiss. Just then, his communicator buzz Tangenli had come online. Since Head decided to sell, Qin Feng only kept the essential meat, essence blood, and magic cores, listing all other materials and the removed equipment in the trade panel with prices set, awaiting confirmation. Tangenli, brother, you're stocking up from both gear and monster materials. Qin Feng, you're into both sides too, so we're even. Tangenli, why are you even selling your own equipment? Did something not fit? Qin Feng, yeah, I've entered the growth phase. Tangenli, congrats. You're already ranked first in our East District. Let's get stronger together and make a new legacy. Qin Feng, just a temporary lead. Can they all get used? Tangenli, definitely. You're underestimating my network. Interested in crafting some new gear? Qin Feng wasn't in any rush to use these items for now. He decided to wait until he could find more suitable materials before proceeding. Tangenli listened and nodded with a smile. No problem. Then he lowered his voice and warned, by the way, I heard the Adventurers Guild in town bumped your bounty up to 3rd place overnight, and they doubled the reward money. You'd better be careful. Qin Feng froze. What did I do? I went through all that trouble to kill a high-level assassin, and they still don't take me seriously? Could it be that the bloody flesh Saintess Samandus stirred up trouble again, and now I'm dragged into it? His mind raced with confusion, anxiously waiting for Tangenli's response. Soon after, Tangenli agreed to make the trade. Qin Feng handed over the Duanga Twin Daggers refined level 1, Agility Necklace refined level 1, Poison Fong Ring refined level 1, Corrupted Bone Wolf Skull 1, Shadow Panther Pelt refined level 1, and steel armor piercing refined level 1 one by one, receiving 7 silver and 920 copper coins in return. It was clear Tan Jinli had accumulated quite a fortune and network, as he was able to gather such a large sum so quickly, which surprised Qin Feng. Without hesitation, Qin Feng generously gave half the money earned from selling the assassin gear to Zhou Dazhuang. After deducting 2 silver coins and fees, Qin Feng's current balance stood at 9 silver and 390 copper. He exchanged some polite words with Zhou Dazhuang to strengthen their relationship and finally breathed a genuine sigh of relief. Clang Qin Feng placed 2 refined quality treasure chests in front of him and, without hesitation, called over his Yuan Gmo snake companion, ready to open them. With a hissing sound, the snake began dismantling the chests. Inside, the construction blueprint for the throwing knife tower refined 1 and the mining machinery manufacturing blueprint refined standard 1 appeared first. Then from the second chest came a random skill book refined 1, a trial ticket refined 1, and a speed boost potion recipe refined standard 1. Qin Feng chuckled. You're really the only one who can open these kinds of chests. He carefully put away each item. Examining the throwing knife tower blueprint closely, the required materials were clearly listed. 1 refined metal magic core, or 1 refined metal type gemstone, plus 20 gene of iron blocks. A note explained that using higher quality materials would increase the tower's power. However, substituting with a magic core without elemental attributes would reduce the effect by 20. Although Qin Feng didn't have any iron blocks on hand, he had enough money. If he replaced the iron with steel, the tower's power would certainly be stronger. Adding another throwing knife tower to his territory defenses would make the front line more secure, allowing him to repel even in a rank adventurer squad attack calmly. To Qin Feng, the point of earning money was to use it to strengthen himself. He opened a private chat channel to ask Tan Jinli about prices. I need about 25 gene of steel. What's the going rate? Tan Jinli sighed. Brother, you're not kidding, right? To smelt 25 gene of steel, you need about 150 gene of black iron ore. The raw cost is roughly 3 silver, and that doesn't include processing fees. I promise to pay full price. No less, Qin Feng replied. If anyone in town sells gold elemental magic cores, keep an eye out for me, too. I can offer cash or non-elemental magic cores in exchange. Tan Jinli agreed readily. Okay, he'll ask around about the magic cores tomorrow. I still have some steel in stock. He'll work through the night and deliver the rest by tomorrow. Just pay the black iron or market price, no extra fees. Qin Feng thanked him warmly. Thanks a lot, brother. After arranging the materials for the throwing knife tower, Qin Feng opened the other blueprint, the refined standard mining machinery manufacturing blueprint. It required 1 non-elemental magic core or gem refined, plus 3 gene of iron blocks. This product was developed jointly by the Mechanical and Steam Church factions and could be mass-produced. The blueprint's notes mentioned that improving material quality would enhance the machinery's performance. Qin Feng studied it carefully, already brainstorming how to gather the required materials and equip his territory's defenses and mining systems. I grabbed some extra steel, planning to use it to reinforce the throwing knives. We'll forge them all together when the time comes. Qin Feng closed the lid of the box and glanced over the blueprint he'd just been studying. Its purpose was clear at a glance, but since he currently had no or waiting to be processed, making it wasn't urgent. He carefully put the blueprint back into the box, placing it within the area covered by the earth formation. Then he turned and opened another chest. Lifting the lid, a trial ticket excellent glowing with a blue light caught his eye. Qin Feng sighed. The next trial to open was the Fire God's Secret Realm, which required a rare tier ticket. Suddenly, he remembered there were 2 more tickets of the same quality in the warehouse. Without hesitation, he pulled them out and lined them up side by side. Excellent tier trial tickets can be merged. Merge them. Merge. Once the thought settled, all 3 tickets simultaneously glowed, eventually condensing into a new purple ticket. Merge successful. Obtained trial ticket rare. With the ticket in hand, Qin Feng no longer had to worry about being unable to enter secret realms. He then grabbed the random skill book that glittered faintly green and tore it open to use immediately. Random skill book excellent, used successfully. You have comprehended a natural passive skill Night Hunter excellent. Night Vision Strength 20. In battle, when attacking a target of equal or higher rank first, combat power 5. Restore 50 health after killing a target. This skill only works against creatures of the same rank or higher, but the built-in 20 Night Vision boost was a great bonus. Qin Feng decided silently. From now on, whenever he encounters magical beasts at night, he would strike first. Another blue glowing blueprint appeared in his Palm Burst Step Potion Formula Excellent Standard. Ingredients: 10 milliliters Leopard-type Magical Beast Essence Blood, 0.1 gene Bones, 0.1 gene Internal Organs, 5 milliliters Syrup, 1 glass vial. The higher the quality of ingredients, the better the effect. If only I hadn't rushed to use those materials earlier, Qin Feng thought with a bitter smile. Fortunately, it was just the bones and organs he had sold, so repurchasing them wouldn't be a problem. He quickly contacted Tan Jinli and bought back the Shadow Leopard's bones and organs, ordering large quantities of syrup and glass vials as well. Transaction complete. Shadow leopard bones and organs 10 gene, copper coins 88. After handling all the items in the chest, night had fallen deep. Qin Feng stepped into the formation to begin his daily mandatory training. 40. No, 14, 15 times. Just make it 16 times. The physique of growing magical beasts far exceeded before, and 14 times gravity was no longer enough to push his potential. Qin Feng adjusted the gravity level to 16. The rising weight pressed down like a giant stone, though it wasn't yet at his limit. He took a deep breath and sprinted wildly within the formation. Hiss hiss hiss. Satiety 10. Growth experience 30. When his body was pushed to the brink, he lay back, gasping for air. Compared to before, it now took longer to reach his limit, and satiety only dropped by 10. But his growth experience skyrocketed, meaning his capacity for fullness had increased to an incredible level. The days of starving between meals are finally behind me, Qin Feng murmured, moving one step closer to his goal of one meal to last 3 months. Having passed the rapid growth of infancy, this stage of growth relied more on accumulation and relentless training. After resting for a while, late into the night, Qin Feng got up and trained again. Finally, dragging his exhausted body, he returned to the Lotus House. Satiety 10 growth experience 30. He casually opened the private chat channel, glanced at a few messages, and soon fell into a deep sleep in this quiet, fresh environment. Having learned from the last time when numerous monsters raided his territory at night, this night was destined to be restless. In the latter half of the night, the bowstrings of the Ironwood Arrow Tower hummed continuously. Arrows whistled through the air, mingling with the roars and screams of monsters, echoing through the pitch-black forest. Occasionally, a stray monster would break through the tower's first line of defense. The moment it stepped into the core area, it was pinned to the ground by suddenly increased gravity, unable to move forward or back, and forced to endure a relentless rain of arrows that was their most desperate way to die. Nevertheless, the Lotus House shielded all the noise, and Qin Feng slept soundly through the night. Reputation 380 satiety 15 growth experience 45. The next morning, as usual, he opened his drowsy eyes and stepped outside. Scanning the surroundings, his brow furrowed at once. Within the earth formation, 2 monster corpses lay scattered. Outside the formation, 7 or 8 more carcasses were strewn about. Thick wooden arrows were stuck all over the water-drawing territory, and the ironwood in the arrow tower had been reduced by more than half. These weaker monsters were clearly driven in deliberately by their own kind, just to waste our arrows, Qin Feng thought with relief. If last night's supply of wood hadn't been enough, not only would the arrow tower have run out of ammo, but much of the vegetation would have been damaged too. Treating my place like a sheepfold? We need to get that throwing knife tower built as soon as possible. After a moment of thought, he called over the horned hedgehog, Xie Xian, sporting exaggerated dark circles under his eyes, jogged up, voice trembling. Boss Lizard, you called for me? Qin Feng pointed to the corpses scattered everywhere. Don't just stand there dazed. Hey, race your fixed daily task. Use your backpack slots to break down all these monster bodies. 1. Ordinary monster flesh and blood, store them in your backpack as monthly tribute, 300 gene for the territory's supplies and monster rations. 2. Elite monsters magic cores, flesh, and essence, hand all of that to me. 3. Other materials, contact the survivor Tanjian Li and tell him I'm commissioning him to handle them. He'll negotiate prices first, deduct your daily wage, and transfer whatever remains directly to me. Got it. Leave it to me. Xie Xian nodded enthusiastically. Then just as he was about to leave, Qin Feng reminded him again. Train whenever you get the chance, build your strength. Eat the flesh whenever you want, I won't blame you. If trouble really comes, at least don't get killed easily. It makes rehiring a hassle. The hedgehog paused, then his face lit with joy. I thought full belly just meant basic survival. I was always so hungry I barely dared eat meat. Thanks, Boss Lizard. Watching his excited retreating figure, Qin Feng shook his head with a smile. Straightforward as always, but don't be too sincere. Then he sent a private message to Tanjian Li to say hello, and headed over to a square patch of fertile land. Facing 2 fruit trees, he raised his hand and cast plant ripening. Magic power 3 ripening successful. Magic power 9 ripening successful. The ironwood sapling only grew a bit taller, but on the silver apple tree, the fruit magically ripened from green to mature right before his eyes. 3 apples glowed with a pure silver light in the sunlight, filling Qin Feng with pleasant surprise. Silver apple superior 3. Silver apple superior, edible. Increases affinity to metal elements upon consumption and enhances certain defenses. Price, 180 copper coins. Seizing the chance to inhale the rare dragon amber incense, Qin Feng immediately fetched the last few sticks from his backpack and struck a flint to spark a flame. Crackling, the fire caught, releasing a strange fragrance that quickly filled the air. A miniature, giant dragon formed from milky white smoke seemed to burst forth, swirling and twisting before him. Just that scent. He flared his nostrils and took a deep, blissful breath, his expression instantly becoming entranced. Crack, crack. Once he snapped out of his daze, he grabbed the freshly picked silver apples and bit into them greedily. The metallic textured flesh was cool and crisp, though not very juicy. After eating 3 in a row, his throat felt dry, so he quickly pulled out a few succulent watergrass stalks and bit into them to replenish moisture. To get 3 silver apples at once. If only I could grow a whole orchard of these on my territory. As the fruit digested, he clenched the 3 apple cores in his palm and brought up the data panel. Silver apple tree core common. A degenerated silver apple tree core with an 80 chance of survival when planted. Expected to mature in September, producing apples and a tree body both containing weak metal elements. Planting it on metal-rich soil may accelerate growth or evolve it into superior quality. Price, 21 copper coins. So it actually degraded to common quality, Qin Feng sighed silently. With the cores losing their special properties, his plan for a silver apple orchard seemed to be falling apart. Still, he stored the 3 cores in his backpack. Since entering the growth phase, his backpack slots had expanded by 15, totaling 30 ample for daily carrying needs. He waited a moment as the 3 silver apples were fully digested, then reached out to snuff out the dragon amber incense, leaving only ashes and a lingering scent behind. Dragon amber incense rare, 2.2 G. System notifications arrived one after another. You have digested silver apple superior 3, reaching 100 efficiency, defense 15. Your metal affinity has increased, slightly boosting metal element skill power. Your active skill iron scale protection has been enhanced to silver scale protection rare. While active, scale defense 80, physical resistance 40, magic resistance 30. Duration, 1 minute mana cost, 3. That's it. Qin Feng frowned, feeling the effect was somewhat weaker than expected. Still, the fact that the silver apple tree could bear fruit continuously was a long-term gain. He raised his hand to touch the tree trunk, and a new notification appeared. Next silver apple tree fruiting, estimated in 3 to 7 days. As expected, they'll wait until enough fruit have accumulated next time before eating them all at once. He formed a plan in his mind. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered a blueprint nearly forgotten in the corner of his backpack. Wood element affinity treehouse construction plan. Better wait until the iron tree matures or the silver apple tree stops fruiting, otherwise I might end up turning it into a treehouse by mistake and lose out. After a moment of thought, he put away the blueprint, then pulled up today's intelligence interface. Intelligence shop level 31860, updated daily. Green intel, price, 150 copper coins. Gray intel, price, 50 copper coins. Green intel, price, 150 copper coins. Next page, 200 copper coins. Current funds, 9 silver coins, 312 copper coins. Not bad today, I'll buy them all. Qin Feng decided. The intel shop page was instantly cleared, and the screen automatically flipped to the next page. Copper coins spent, 550. Triggered Intel Master, Gray Intel 1, Green Intel 1, Blue Intel 1. Intel Shop LV 32160 Daily Refresh. 1. Green Intel, price, 150 copper coins. 2. Green Intel, price, 150 copper coins. 3. Blue Intel, price, 300 copper coins. Luck is on my side. A blue Intel appeared. He smiled slightly and swept the page clean again. Copper coins spent, 600. Triggered Intel Master, Green Intel 2, Cyan Intel 1. While organizing the intel in his mind, the previously acquired low-level scrolls were fully absorbed. He combined the 3 newly obtained green intel pieces into a new blue intel. Now in his mind were Gray 1, Blue 2, Cyan 2, Purple 2, a total of 7 intel pieces. The Dark River project was still unfinished, so he refrained from opening any scrolls today. If he could gather more tomorrow, maybe he could synthesize a super purple intel. Closing the shop and stowing away the scrolls, Qin Feng turned and crawled into the tunnel he had dug yesterday. Meanwhile, 2 trade requests popped up in his private messages from Shan Hedgehog Xiexian. Trade successful. Poison Magic Core Refined 1. Wood Magic Core Refined 1. Dark Water Hyena, Meat 45 Gene. Dark Water Hyena Essence 550 milliliters. Wood Shadow Raccoon Meat 35 Gene. Wood Shadow Raccoon Essence 500 milliliters. Trade successful. Silver coins 1. Copper coins 765. Nice bonus income. If only this happened every night, he said encouragingly in the private chat, then asked Xiexian to gather some wood to stock the Ironwood Arrow Tower. After arranging the domain affairs, Qin Feng crawled into the tunnel inside the pool wall and continued digging in the planned direction. Since entering the growth stage, his body had expanded, making the previously dug tunnel feel cramped, forcing him to widen it as he went. Scrape, scrape, sharp front claws scraped the rock walls, the echoes bouncing through the darkness. Dirt and small stones were scooped up into his backpack. Obtained. Dirt 3 Gene, loose stones 1 Gene. This hidden tunnel leading to the river was a key step in the domain's water management plan. The continuous labor drained his stamina significantly, and hunger churned in his stomach. Satiety 45. Growth experience 135. He paused digging, took out food from his backpack, and ate on the spot within the narrow tunnel. Satiety 70. Satiety 5. Satiety 5. For this meal, he consumed 15 gene of shadow leopard meat, 300 stalks of water-drawing grass, and a small amount of shadow leopard essence. Although his appetite was huge in the growth stage, the rate at which his satiety dropped had slowed this meal would last him a long time. He was no longer the juvenile lizard that needed several meals a day. After a short rest, Qin Feng resumed digging. Scrape, scrape. Time passed. Morning quickly turned to afternoon. Splashing, rumbling. When he finally poked his head out of the tunnel mouth for the last time, the sound of rushing water was clearly audible. At this moment, Qin Feng's satiety had bottomed out again, and his body felt weak. Qin Feng retreated deep into the tunnel and began his second meal of the day. His satiety rose by 70, then 5. Then another 5. He consumed the full 15 gene of blood and flesh from the shadow phantom leopard, along with the remaining essence blood. As the warmth spread through his stomach, he immediately sensed a slight discomfort. A negative debuff from his disordered bloodline was intensifying intermediate bloodline disorder common. Skill potency reduced by 5, slowly healing over time. Though it wasn't severe enough to be classified as refined, Qin Feng gritted his teeth inwardly. He had only one vial of bloodline harmonizer left and couldn't waste it so easily. Calming his mind, he continued digging toward the final section of the tunnel. A distinct texture reached his fingertips, quite different from the earlier rock walls. Qin Feng suddenly thrust out his claw. With a rush, the view opened wide. Rushing river water instantly poured back in, violently sweeping him along the self-dug underground river. The current was swift and the passage clear. After a moment, the water carried him into the water-collecting pool. The surface was visibly rising with a loud roar. The river water was slightly murky from silt, but the impurities would soon settle to the bottom, leaving the water quality unaffected. Looking at the 2.5-day effort it took to carve this hidden waterway, Qin Feng couldn't hide his satisfaction. He would never have to worry about water shortages again. But the next second, the fast current suddenly slowed, then stopped abruptly. A collapse? A blockage? Qin Feng froze, instantly diving back into the tunnel and moving against the current. The passage remained clear. The problem was at the junction with the external river. There, a massive boulder stuck stubbornly at the entrance, only a thin trickle of water seeping through its cracks. Qin Feng charged forward and slashed his clawbang. The boulder shattered. As the rubble flew, he caught sight of the real plug. A gigantic crocodile demon lay lurking at the riverbed, its murky eyes fixed intently on him. As its massive body twisted, the water turned cloudy. An overwhelming rage radiated like crashing waves. Feeling its territory was under invasion, the croc bared its sharp teeth and snarled fiercely. Beneath the surface, its silent roar shook Qin Feng's eardrums. Qin Feng didn't back down for a second. Instantly, he activated his combat power, Shard Magic Level 1. Comparing combat power. Comparison complete. Target growth stage river giant crocodile elite, skilled in underwater ambush, death roll, defense, estimated total combat power, 500. 500 combat power, and you still dare bare your teeth at me? Qin Feng sneered coldly. Let me show you what I can do. No sooner had the thought formed than he lunged forward. But water resistance was far greater than air, cutting his speed by more than half. His normally swift attack felt sluggish and delayed. In contrast, the river giant crocodile was perfectly at home in its domain. Locking onto Qin Feng, the massive beast swung its body powerfully, not retreating, but charging headlong at him. The giant river crocodile opened its huge mouth lined with intersecting sharp teeth, sending a wave of foul, fishy water rushing out toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng did not hesitate as his magical energy surged through his body. Silver scales protection. In an instant, a faint silver sheen shimmered across his gray-black scales, as if a layer of cold, hard metal had formed over them. The next moment, the crimson jaws of the river giant crocodile snapped shut, clamping down firmly on his torso. Creak. Underwater, a harsh grinding sound like massive stones scraping filled the air. The sharp fangs were stopped by the silver scales, unable to penetrate, but the immense force still pushed Qin Feng backward relentlessly. Scratch. His limbs gouged deep trenches into the riverbed, sending mud and sand swirling. As the giant crocodile tried to readjust its bite, Qin Feng's claws flashed out like lightning, viciously slashing at its head. Hiss. His hardened talons only carved a few deep scratches into the rough shell, but couldn't break through the defense. Such tough skin. A chill ran through Qin Feng's mind. The water's resistance sapped his strength and made him acutely aware of how terrifying this river giant's defense truly was. Seizing the moment, the crocodile suddenly twisted death roll. Its massive body churned the muddy water into a violent vortex, dragging Qin Feng along with churning sand and bubbles. Crack, crack. Under the crushing pressure, Qin Feng could nearly hear his bones creaking under strain. Yet countless life-or-death battles had tempered his experience, allowing him to stay calm amidst chaos and seek any opening. Bang! Timing it perfectly, his tail whipped out like a long whip, striking the crocodile's side with a sharp crack. The heavy impact made the beast pause mid-roll, but it swiftly regained momentum, stirring the river water even more ferociously. Qin Feng was forced onto the defensive, relying solely on his silver scales to endure, feeling each tooth scrape against the armor, searching for a weak spot. There was no immediate fatal threat, but this deadlock was extremely disadvantageous. This riverbed was the crocodile's home turf, and Qin Feng's strength was steadily being worn down. The numbers on his combat vision chip surged rapidly. The river giant crocodile's rating had climbed to 589, nearing his limit. What was worse, the beast had discovered this secret waterway. If left alive, it would ruin the shortcut Qin Feng had spent a day and a half digging. With that in mind, Qin Feng abandoned all caution. Ignoring the drain on his mana and stamina, he focused inward. Flesh and blood erupted. Scorching heat surged wildly from his heart throughout his limbs. His muscles bulged instantly, and his figure steadied like a rock within the raging vortex. With fierce determination, his claws clamped down on the crocodile's lower jaw, halting its roll. The crocodile sensed the change in its prey. Its murky eyes flashed with savage fury, and its bite grew stronger. But Qin Feng gave it no chance to strike again. A howl of mountain wind blades. Using his affinity with wind elements, he forcibly drew in the surrounding energy, condensing countless tiny slashing wind blades into a concentrated water stream before him. High-frequency vibrations solidified the flow into tangible form, silently shooting forward. Thwack, 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 thwack. The river water was violently squeezed into a vacuum along the path, snapping shut under pressure and releasing a series of muffled bangs. The gigantic crocodile's massive form had nowhere to evade as the water blades sliced directly into it. Pop! For the first time, its thick hide was torn open, bright red blood mixed with shredded flesh spurting out, quickly diluted by the river current. Qin Feng was slightly surprised. The mountain wind blade, wielded through water, had transformed into a water blade, and it seemed even more powerful. With a silent roar, the river giant crocodile sent fierce waves crashing toward Qin Feng. The intense pain pushed the massive beast into a frenzy. It suddenly released its blood-soaked jaws and abandoned the bite, turning its huge head to charge like a battering ram. If that collision landed squarely, even Qin Feng's silver scales wouldn't fully prevent a mild concussion. Black iron battle form. Too late to dodge. Qin Feng chose to charge forward instead of retreating. In an instant, his scales darkened to pitch black, and sharp iron spikes and jagged blades burst from his joints, spine, and tail, transforming him into a mobile fortress of steel. Bang! The river giant crocodile's skull slammed hard against this iron-spiked fortress. Crack! Several newly formed iron spikes snapped on impact, but many more pierced deep into the beast's already damaged, bloody head. The agony briefly froze its movements. This was his chance. Qin Feng pressed forward, using the blade-like protrusions on his shoulders to carve deep into the crocodile's old head wounds. At the same time, his claws latched mercilessly onto the gashes left by the mountain wind blade, piercing through them again. A cold, slimy sensation surged through him beneath the river's chill. The blood and flesh of this cold-blooded monster were anything but warm. The river giant crocodile thrashed wildly, pounding the riverbed with thunderous force. Mud and sand churned the water into chaos. Yet Qin Feng clung like a relentless parasite, claws and spiked joints locked tightly to the crocodile's body, refusing to let go no matter how it twisted and turned. SSSKKK. His barbed tail wrapped around the target, the backward hooks digging deep into the crocodile's flank, fully immobilizing it. The battle reverted to primal raw struggle, tearing, penetrating, destroying. Qin Feng abandoned flashy techniques, relying solely on the raw power amplified by his black iron battle form, turning every claw and spike into a killing instrument. He felt the flesh under his fingertips tear and sinews snap. The crocodile's thrashing weakened rapidly as thick clouds of dark red blood fog poured forth, staining the surrounding river water. Qin Feng scanned swiftly and spotted a relatively soft seam beneath the crocodile's neck. He opened his mouth wide, his black iron fangs effortlessly pierced the skin and sank deep inside. The river giant crocodile's body suddenly stiffened, convulsed a few times, then went completely limp. You have slain a growing elite river giant crocodile. Reputation 500. Congratulations, you obtained a superior treasure chest. You endured a fierce battle, satiety 20. Growth experience 120. As the system notification sounded, Qin Feng knew the fight was over. It seemed that the experience gained had increased quite a bit. Could it be that going through battles during the growth phase grants extra experience? After all, this was Qin Feng's first time entering the growth phase, and he was still unfamiliar with the hidden rules, having to figure things out step by step. With the giant river crocodile now dead, Qin Feng released his grip from its massive jaw and simultaneously dispelled the dual-state protections of the black iron battle body and silver scale shield. He surveyed the half-torn carcass floating on the water's surface, then flicked his tail, hooking the huge body with a surge of force. Splashing water everywhere, he dragged the heavy corpse toward the surface, gradually pulling the massive beast out of the rapid current. The river crocodile never expected that merely blocking a hole in the river with a giant stone to prevent water from leaking out would ultimately be its demise, drowned by the very river itself. Qin Feng flung the carcass onto the riverbank, accompanied by the sounds of cracking and tearing, and collapsed in exhaustion, lifting his head to deeply inhale the fresh forest air. With his current physique, holding his breath underwater for half an hour, or even an hour in normal temperature water was no problem. After recovering his strength, Qin Feng began to butcher the massive creature. Within just 5 minutes, system notifications popped up one after another. Disassembly successful. Obtain Water-type Magic Core Superior X1. River Crocodile Hardskin Superior X1. River Crocodile Fresh Meat Normal 60 Gene. River Crocodile Essence Blood Normal 650 milliliters. River Crocodile Organs and Bones 40 Gene. River Crocodile Skull X1. River Crocodile Claws and Teeth X12. On closer inspection, Qin Feng realized that this water-type magic core was of higher quality than the one he had previously purchased for a hefty price. The system's selling price was as high as 900 copper coins. Unfortunately, he couldn't cultivate it any further at the moment, but with careful maintenance, it might even produce a rare magic core down the line. After a moment's thought, Qin Feng turned his gaze to the long river stretching before him. Since such a large water-type magical beast lurked in the riverbed, there must surely be other rare aquatic monsters as well. Once his own combat power improved, he planned to head north along the river, gradually clearing the area. The river crocodile he had just harvested was likely the most valuable corpse he had gained so far. Just the system's recovery alone was worth over 2 silver coins, a considerable reward. After swiftly examining the gathered materials, Qin Feng jumped back into the river, diving into a hidden underwater stream and going with the flow. Soon enough, he returned to the edge of his water-drawing pool. He hauled a huge stone from a pile of rubble near his territory's edge, big enough to block the exit of the underground stream. Once the water level of the pool reached the right height, Qin Feng could plug this hole to prevent overflow. It was a simple, efficient way to manage the water level. During some downtime, he looked up at the sky and noticed the day was coming to an end. The evening glow dyed half the sky red, and the forest slowly began to show the colors of autumn. Opening the trading interface, Qin Feng saw that he already had all the necessary items prepared, including a gold-type magic core. He listed all the materials obtained from dismantling the river crocodile, and the transactions went smoothly, offsetting some of his expenses. The system indicated a successful trade. River crocodile hardskin superior 1, organs and bones 40 gene, skull 1, claws and teeth 12, silver coins 2, copper coins 785. Current holdings: steel superior 25 gene, gold type magic core superior 1 piece, syrup 250 milliliters, glass vials 50. Remaining balance: 7 silver 132 copper. Though the day had been tiring and full, Qin Feng was quietly pleased with his abundant gains. He almost forgot he needed to save the essence of the shadow leopard to make the sprint potion, but ended up drinking it during the day. Qin Feng shrugged and thought to himself that if worse came to worst, he could hunt another one at night and try out the Night Hunter passive ability. As long as he managed his territory like an impregnable fortress, he could always wage guerrilla warfare on the outskirts. If he ever ran into a powerful monster, he could retreat inside his territory or even seize an opportunity to counterattack. Calming his thoughts, he took out the mining machinery blueprint and placed a neutral magic core on the engraving platform, accompanied by a cold system notification. Mining machinery blueprint fine quality standard successfully used. You have learned mining machinery manufacturing. Costs: steel 3, neutral magic core fine quality 1. Manufactured: mining machine fine quality. Features: autonomous mining of iron, stone, crystal, and other physical or veins. Property 1, steel outer shell, durability 100, capable of breaking harder veins. Property 2, neutral magic core driven, can slowly self-recharge when energy is depleted. Price: 800 copper coins. A flash of light shimmered as the magic core dissipated, and a steel orb about the size of a basketball materialized in his palm. Qin Feng tossed it to the ground, and with a snap, 6 spider-like steel legs popped out from the bottom. Inside, gears whirred and drill bits, shovels, and pickaxes interlocked to form 2 sharp small steel shovels. It immediately began digging furiously at the earth. Dirt flew everywhere as within seconds it had excavated a pit about half a man's depth. The orb burrowed smoothly underground, leaving only the rustling sound of digging growing faint in the silence. Qin Feng concentrated, and the mining machine stopped instantly, folding back into a silent iron ball. If I'd made this earlier, I wouldn't have had to dig through the underground rivers myself, he said, patting his palm in amazement. Though small and compact, its efficiency was astonishing. If these could be mass-produced, not only humans, but the greedy goblin merchants and nobles who control the mines would be fighting over them. Unfortunately, the neutral magic core limited how many could be made unless he found a suitable gemstone substitute. A spark of inspiration hit him as he remembered the iron-eating mole beast occupying a medium iron vein. There must be plenty of iron underground. I can just let it dig secretly for me. He immediately oriented the mining machine towards the distant mountain. The rustling sound resumed before vanishing into the pitch-black depths. Once he gathered enough black iron ore, he could use the remaining magic core to build a second machine to increase output. Even if he defeated the iron-eating mole beast and took over the mine, it would be these little machines doing the work. Qin Feng silently reckoned the blueprint's value far exceeded fine quality. Calling it rare wouldn't be an exaggeration. After making sure he could no longer hear the machine working, he looked around and finally settled on an open space opposite the Ironwood Arrow Tower. This area was also within the core of his territory, covered by the Earth Formation, symmetrically centered around the water-drawing pool. Blueprint for Flying Dagger Tower Refined 1. Refined Gold Elemental Core 1. Refined Steel 20 Gene. Construction succeeded. Flying Dagger Tower Refined acquired. Territory building obtained. Flying Dagger Tower refined. Daily reputation 50. As the materials in Qin Feng's backpack dissolved into sparkling light, the familiar construction scene reappeared. In the blink of an eye, a hollow steel giant tower rose from the ground, resembling a miniature Eiffel Tower. The tower's body was entirely made of gray-black steel plates pieced together. Although slightly shorter than the Ironwood Arrow Tower, it caught the sunset's afterglow, reflecting a metallic sheen. At the top, a gold elemental core was embedded in the center, glowing with flickering golden light. It stood opposite the Ironwood Arrow Tower like twin guardians silently watching over the water-drawing territory. System information appeared one by one. Flying Dagger Tower refined. Material: steel. Structure: sturdy. Main weapon: Flying Dagger. Feature: 1 Flying Dagger. Requires iron blocks to fire. 5 daggers can be forged per gene of metal. Maximum attack range 350 meters. Use of refined metal unlocks exclusive features. Feature: 2 Might of Iron Bore. Each dagger, powered by the elemental core, carries iron elemental impact that deals additional iron elemental damage. Durability: 12/12. Current inventory: 0 Flying Daggers. The operating principle was similar to the Ironwood Arrow Tower, but with metal as core, its power was evidently greater. Without hesitation, Qin Feng inserted the remaining 2 gene of steel from his backpack into the tower. Notification: equipped Flying Daggers Refined Steel, Flying Daggers 10. Refined Steel Flying Dagger. Exclusive trait can imbue more metal element for stronger bursts. Damage 20, penetration 15. Let's test it, Qin Feng thought. The gold elemental core at the tower's peak emitted a faint golden light, and a black-gray dagger shaped like a dagger blade shot out instantaneously. Whoosh! The sharp sound tore through the silence, followed by a series of muffled thuds. Shoo! Boom! Boom! Several towering trees at the territory's edge were rapidly cut down by the blades. Qin Feng quickly reached the impact site. The daggers were deeply embedded in the soil, leaving behind elongated slashes. Digging through the moist earth, he pulled out a dagger with a still sharp steel blade, though a tiny chip on the edge revealed the ferocity of the strike. Though iron blocks were costlier than wood, they could be recovered and recycled repeatedly. After battle, letting the mountain hedgehog collect and refill them was easy, especially since steel was more durable than common iron blocks. Thinking this soothed Qin Feng's mind considerably. With the Flying Dagger Tower complete, his defense and striking power had greatly improved. Yet the headhunting team still hadn't appeared. How could he be so calm after losing a teammate? Was some other conspiracy brewing? This unusual silence left him puzzled. He pushed aside these thoughts, restocking recovered daggers into the tower's chamber. Then he took out the treasure chest gained from killing the river giant crocodile and called out, "Come on, my unboxing baron." Hearing the call, the young venomous snake whooshed over and coiled at his feet. Qin Feng noticed that recently, the little black snake hadn't grown thicker but appeared more slender. The 2 small bulges on its head were now slightly raised, as if it was on the verge of evolving into a rare magical beast. He quietly planned to share some flesh and blood essence from the newborn water hyena later, to replenish its poison-type energy. Hiss hiss hiss. The young venomous snake blinked in confusion, but obeyed and flicked its tail to open the treasure chest. Notification: opened refined treasure chest, obtained pure water coral refined 1 and water repelling pearl forging blueprint refined 1. Pure water coral refined, a rare natural artifact prized for collection and display, with water purification effects. Feature 1, continuously purifies impurities in water. Feature 2, improves water quality purity over time. Price: 888 copper coins. Water repelling pearl forging blueprint refined, requires materials: water elemental core refined 1, refined water gem 10 grams. With all the gains laid out, Qin Feng's gaze flicked between the treasure chest and the new tower, contemplating his next move. The purification coral placed in the water-drawing pool worked exceptionally well. Qin Feng thought to himself that the water avoidance pearl would have to wait until he encountered a water element gem or asked Ling Dai in the pool to keep an eye out. In the Fire Duke's territory, where the flame god was worshipped, water element treasures were naturally scarce. The more he inquired, the better his chances. He took out the large, dazzling purification coral from his storage space about the size of a basin, its vibrant colors shimmering under the moonlight. When he dropped the coral into the pool, ripples spread out, but the water quality showed no immediate change. Qin Feng was not impatient. Turning around, he handed the flesh and essence of the newly born water hyena to Yuanji, the blacking snake. Hurry up with your advancement, you've got work to do. Hissing softly in thanks, Yuanji flicked its tongue and swam off energetically. Seeing this little creature show gratitude, Qin Feng's expression twisted strangely before he began his nighttime training. 16 times gravity, he said casually, activating the gravity array. His entire body weighed down suddenly. He pushed through 3 rounds of extreme exercise. Hiss hiss. Satiety 30, growth experience 90. As the night deepened toward midnight, Qin Feng rested briefly when a fierce roar echoed from deep in the forest, a shadow leopard's call slicing through the darkness. Just as Head hoped, the ingredients for his burst step potion had come knocking. Without hesitation, he cut into the shadow leopard's flesh and swallowed a portion of the river giant crocodile's essence blood to quickly replenish his energy. Satiety 50. Satiety 5. Satiety 5. Hunting time had begun. Qin Feng looked up, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. In an instant, he left his territory. His night hunter passive skill activated, sharpening the forest landscape in his vision. His gray shadow-like figure slipped silently through trunks and rocks, scales brushing the mountain windily. A faint rustle marked his passage, as if he had become one with the night. The distance closed quickly. The shadow leopard's roar grew louder, then abruptly stopped. The forest filled only with the sounds of wind, insects, and distant beast howls. A warning flared in Qin Feng's mind, and he increased his speed. The bushes ahead suddenly shook. Moving stealthily, he parted the leaves, greeted by a wave of blood. A lithe shadow leopard crouched by a corpse, gnawing at it. The body was a young forest giant wolf he recognized, its throat shattered, blood flowing freely, flesh mangled. The shadow leopard sensed the gaze and raised its head. 2 eerie green eyes met Qin Feng's in the darkness. The air seemed instantly frozen. Both stared at each other with only one emotion in their eyes: murderous intent. Hunter versus hunter, the final battle was inevitable. Mana 1. Battle vision activated. Comparing overall combat strength, Qin Feng's appraisal succeeded. The target's an elite shadow leopard in its growth phase, skilled in stealth and shadow ambush. With an estimated combined combat power exceeding 1,000, it was significantly stronger than the shadow leopard from last night. Yet Qin Feng was a completely different person from the one yesterday. A surge of pride rose within him. His scaled armor shimmered faintly under the moonlight, resembling a suit of metallic plate mail covering his entire body. The shadow leopard across from him instinctively stopped chewing, letting out a low, guttural growl. It crouched low, pressing its body to the ground, forming a half circle ready to strike. The instincts of a top predator stirred within it. It had to find a weakness and kill with one deadly strike. Can't let it strike first, Qin Feng thought swiftly. If the fight dragged on, other ferocious beasts might suddenly appear from the depths of the forest. He had to seize the advantage. Thud! With a sudden burst from his hind legs, the earth and stones scattered as his figure blurred into a gray streak, charging at the shadow leopard. The battle was about to erupt. The leopard flicked sideways, evading the frontal collision. Simultaneously twisting its body midair, it extended its claws, their cold gleams slicing through the night toward Qin Feng's flank. Silver scales, protect me. Magic surged forth, and his scales immediately glowed with a silvery sheen. Shing! The sharp claws scraped against the scaled armor, sending sparks flying, but only a few shallow scratches remained. The force of the counter-strike rippled back along the claws, and the shadow leopard's movement slowed. Opportunity. Without turning, Qin Feng's thick tail swept in a gust of wind. Bang! A muffled impact rocked the forest as the shadow leopard was struck hard, crashing into a small tree and tumbling into the grass. Roar! It howled in pain, struggling to rise, fear flickering in its slit eyes. But Qin Feng pressed his advantage, pivoting and launching forward again, faster than before. Whoosh! Cornered, the shadow leopard's form flickered with swirling shadows. Shadow stealth. Its outline rapidly blurred in the darkness, as if trying to vanish completely. Trying to run? Too late. Mountain windblade. The air tore into a high-pitched scream as violent gusts swirled before Qin Feng, countless sharp wind blades merging into an annihilating gale corridor. Boom! The wind path swept the ground, turning grass and branches to dust, carving deep furrows into the earth. The semi-visible shadow leopard was struck heated. Uft! A spray of blood erupted. A gaping wound split from shoulder to hind leg, flesh mangled to the bone on one side. Roar! Roar! A pitiful scream shattered the night. Gravely wounded, the shadow leopard lost all fighting spirit and staggered limply into the dense forest. Qin Feng's gaze was sharp as lightning. With a single step, his form blurred, and he closed in instantly. The leopard turned in desperation, opening its mouth to launch a final counterattack. Thud! A massive dragon claw pressed down on its head, cracking the soil beneath. Slash crunch! Another claw plunged without hesitation into the ripped-open wound, brutally stirring the blood. Warm streams of blood splattered, instantly staining Qin Feng's silver-gray scales red. The shadow leopard's struggles grew weaker until finally its body stiffened and fell motionless. You have just slain a mid-level shadow leopard elite, gaining 450 reputation points. Your passive ability, Night Hunter, activates, restoring 50 of your stamina. After an intense battle, your fullness drops by 20, and you earn 100 growth experience. As the fight ends, a surge of mysterious, overwhelming energy erupts within Qin Feng, instantly sweeping away all lingering fatigue. He stretches his limbs and feels light and agile, his eyes sharpening and shining with renewed clarity. So this is how strong I've become, able to effortlessly take down a shadow leopard, he thought, releasing his claws and looking down at the shattered leopard corpse, unable to hide his shock. Around him, the strong smell of blood from the battle rapidly disperses. From the depths of the dark forest, a few watchful eyes emerge, but unlike yesterday, the nocturnal monsters merely observe from a distance, none daring to step closer, their gazes filled with caution. After a brief standoff, the predators retreat, fully aware that they no longer rule this territory. Refocusing his attention, Qin Feng's gaze falls on the still warm carcass of a giant forest wolf nearby, the prey that had fallen beneath the shadow leopard's claws. Now an unexpected bonus reward for him. He wastes no time and kneels down to begin dissecting both bodies. Dissection successful. Unaligned magic core superior 1. Shadow leopard damaged hide superior 1. Shadow leopard fresh meat common 40 kilograms. Shadow leopard essence blood common 800 milliliters. Shadow leopard internal organs and bones 20 kilograms. Shadow leopard skull 1. Shadow leopard claws and teeth 55. Dissection successful. Wood magic core superior 1. Forest giant wolf fresh meat 20 kilograms. Forest giant wolf fresh blood 600 milliliters. Forest giant wolf internal organs and bones 10 kilograms. Forest giant wolf skull 1. Forest giant wolf claws and teeth 36. Forest giant wolf hide 1. The spoils pile up at his feet, the bloodstains glistening faintly red and cold under the moonlight. Just as Qin Feng prepares to head back loaded with his loot, a series of howls burst out from deep within the forest. Forest wolves. And they're heading this way. Looks like they came for this giant wolf, he mutters, glancing at the blood-soaked earth beneath the carcass with a troubled look. The howls rise and fall repeatedly, drawing ever closer. Judging by sound alone, he estimates at least 5 or 6 giant forest wolves in the pack, of force not to be underestimated. Yet retreat is not an option in his mind. Under the cover of night, his passive Night Hunter works at full strength, and combined with his tough defenses, he is confident he can handle this wolf pack. To him, a pack of wolves coming to his doorstep means one massive haul of treasure. Without hesitation, Qin Feng carefully conceals his presence and selects a low-lying, visually restricted thicket nearby as an ambush spot, patiently lurking. The wind rustles through the treetops. The insects have long gone silent, leaving only the muted footsteps and the distant howling of the wolves, rising and falling. Qin Feng holds his breath, fingertips charged with power, calmly waiting for his prey to walk into the trap. After a moment, the bushes ahead begin to tremble. 7 or 8 lead forest wolves charged out first, including a juvenile forest giant wolf. That young wolf was nearly shoulder height to an adult wolf king, far bulkier than any similar creature Qin Feng had faced before, yet still within his lethal strike zone. Qin Feng reacted without a moment's hesitation. Silver scale defense. Black iron battle body. Magical energy erupted inside him instantly. The scales covering his body shimmered with a cold silver light, and iron spikes and jagged blades sprouted from his joints, spine, and lizard-like tail. He was transformed into a moving steel fortress. At the same time, the muscles in his hind legs tightened like bowstrings. With a sharp pop, he smashed the ground and kicked up dust and rubble, turning into a shadowy blur as he lunged straight at the lead giant forest wolf, targeting its throat. He threw everything into this attack, confident it would be a kill. But something unexpected happened. In the glowing jade-green pupils of the wolf charging at him, there was no fear, no panic. Instead, an unfathomable hint of mockery flickered. That look caused Qin Feng's strike to falter ever so slightly, and a sudden wave of ominous dread surged in his chest. Danger struck instantly, but his body was already airborne. Momentum locked, couldn't stop abruptly, and could only grit his teeth and push forward. As he closed in, his vision suddenly opened wide. Qin Feng finally saw the entire forest wolf pack. There were dozens of them. 7 or 8 giant forest wolves the size of his original target. At the center of the pack, one massive wolf stood out. This giant wolf dwarfed the others, its gray-green fur gleaming like polished jade under the moonlight. Its manner was calm, but carried the undeniable bearing of a king. Every surrounding wolf kept a respectful distance, like courtiers clustering around their ruler. The source of Qin Feng's danger was clear, this jade-colored giant wolf. Damn it, the tables have turned. Qin Feng abruptly retracted his strike, twisting midair. His thick, spiked lizard tail slammed hard into a nearby tree. Bang! Wood chips flew. Using the rebound force, he changed direction and sprinted backwards at top speed. As he tumbled back, his combat vision lens quietly activated in his pupils. Magic 1. Combat lens activating. Analyzing overall power comparison. Match successful. Target. Growth phase Forest Wolf King rare. Skills. Pack leadership. Wood element magic. Estimated overall combat power 720. A rare grade Forest Wolf King and still in its growth phase. The glaring red alert on his combat lens shattered all hope of luck. Retreat. I have to get back to my territory. Only with the double tower and gravity array did he stand any chance of survival. A thought flashed through Qin Feng's mind. The Forest Wolf pack, holding a grudge after he had repelled them twice without retaliation, might be waiting for this very moment the growth phase rare Wolf King to emerge, then to exact revenge on all the magical beasts who had hunted or bullied the pack. Tonight was likely that night, and that was why so many forest wolves had gathered here. Who under the cover of night, the forest transformed into a primeval hunting ground. The cold moonlight poured down, casting shadows over withered branches sprawled across the ground. Qin Feng became an arrow loosed from a bowstring, sprinting wildly through the woods. Behind him, howling wolves pierced the silence. The chaos of pounding footsteps echoed like the drumbeats of death, closing in relentlessly. The wolves' mixture of excitement and ruthless killing intent pressed against his back like a tangible force, turning each breath into a metallic tang of blood. Grass strangulation. The closest forest giant wolves launched their skill first. The earth ahead suddenly churned and swelled. Swishing sounds followed as emerald vines and razor-sharp grass blades burst forth from the soil, weaving into a massive net of biting teeth that lunged at him with savage force. But Qin Feng was no helpless lamb. Among the countless fleeing beasts, he was an elite survivor. Get lost. His roar cracked through the night as he instantly activated his black iron warframe, refusing to dodge. The iron spikes and blades surging from his back and joints gleamed coldly in moonlight, like a high-speed meat grinder in motion. Flash, flash. The tough vines and blades shattered the instant they touched that black iron armor, turning into a green flurry of fragments. Qin Feng's pace never faltered. He forcefully broke through the remnants of the grass strangulation, sprinting straight toward his territory. Behind the pack, the emerald-eyed Forest Wolf King moved at an unhurried pace, his dark green pupils filled with amusement. From his vantage point, he refused to take direct action, instead savoring this cat-and-mouse game. He allowed his pack to vent their earlier frustration and fear from being hunted by chasing relentlessly. The Wolf King's arrogance and pride inadvertently gave Qin Feng and other beasts a slim chance at survival. Qin Feng filtered out all distractions, focusing only on the coordinates of his territory. Although several wolves broke from the main pack and closed in on him, he had the strength to kill them off, yet he held back. He pushed his black iron defense to the limit, enduring bites, claws, and wind blades, stubbornly racing death itself. With each passing second, he fought to break through before the Wolf King's patience ran out. Finally, the familiar contours of the terrain emerged in his sight. His territory was within reach. Qin Feng's heart leapt. With a powerful burst from his hind legs, he became like black lightning, dashing fiercely into the bounds of his domain. But the bloodthirsty wolves did not stop. Led by the largest forest giant wolf, two slightly smaller giants and several ordinary wolves pressed on relentlessly, crashing into Qin Feng's territory. Qin Feng abruptly skidded to a halt at the front, claws gouging two deep furrows in the earth. He spun sharply around, the iron spikes and blades covering his black iron warframe, flashing deadly glints under the moon. His blood-red pupils locked onto the reckless pursuers. "I'm here looking for my territory. What are you looking for?" Death. Cold, murderous intent radiated from his voice, echoing throughout the silent domain. Almost simultaneously, the ironwood arrow towers and flying knife towers flanking the core of the territory sprang to life, like slumbering beasts awakened from their sleep. The magical core at the tower's tip blazed brilliantly, as thick wooden arrows like spears and black-gray, flying knives shaped like dagger blades wove together in an instant to form a deadly net. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sound of arrows slicing through the night tore the silence. The arrows left eerie green trails, while the flying knives glinted with cold golden light, raining down like a sudden storm on the unsuspecting pack of forest wolves. Squelch, squelch. High-pitched screams mixed with sprays of blood. Ordinary forest wolves were shot full of arrows and flying knives, transformed into prickly porcupines before even having time to cry out. collapsing in pools of blood. 3 massive forest wolves were pierced through their bodies with wooden arrows and flying knives in that initial volley, blood pouring from countless wounds. With the first wave ended, the flying knife tower's energy depleted and paused, but the ironwood arrow tower kept shooting relentlessly. Only the lead adult giant forest wolf barely held on. Its abdomen was pierced by multiple metal-infused flying knives, green blood spurting out, its breathing faltering. Seizing the moment while it was weakened, Qin Feng's eyes flashed fiercely. He pushed off with his hind legs and charged at the severely wounded giant wolf. He knew well the difference in rewards between killing a territory structure and killing with one's own hands. A howl of unwilling grief escaped the giant wolf, but it moved sluggishly from its injuries. Bang! Empowered by his dark iron battle armor, Qin Feng's sharp claws tore open the wolf's throat. The massive impact knocked it over. After a few convulsions, the beast fell utterly silent. System notification appeared swiftly. You have slain an adult giant forest wolf. Reputation 410. You endured a fierce battle. Satiety 15. Growth experience 80. Congratulations, you received the chest superior. The wolf's corpse was still warm, but Qin Feng had no time to rest. Outside the territory, a furious, long howl suddenly echoed, shaking the entire forest. Roar! Roar! He looked up to see pair after pair of glowing green eyes lighting up the darkness, countless of them. The whole forest wolf pack had surrounded the water-drawing group. The commotion must have drawn out their main force. Was tonight going to be a trap with no way out? Qin Feng's eyes flickered nervously as he urgently searched for a way to break the siege. At that moment, Shan Qiji, the mountain hedgehog, trembled as he weaved among the wolf corpses, pulling out steel flying knives to replenish the flying knife tower's ammo. He knew his survival depended entirely on Qin Feng breaking through with bloodshed, yet he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Since following the wild lizard big shot, each crisis had become more dangerous than the last. Qin Feng noticed this and felt a faint warmth in his heart, but it quickly soured. Why hadn't the little black snake appeared? Could it be caught up at a critical promotion moment? For now, he had no choice but to face the entire forest wolf pack alone, the pressure crushing like a mountain. Suddenly, the wolf tide parted like a sea, creating a path. The jade-green forest wolf king stepped out with steady, sharp strides. It scanned the territory, taking in the broken corpses of its kin. The king's usual composure shattered instantly, a roaring fury surging in its blood-red eyes. Roar! The forest wolf king howled skyward, a sound reverberating through the clouds. Its terrifying killing intent spread like a tangible force, seeming to freeze the very air around it. Howl! Howl! The entire wolf pack erupted, countless forest wolves unleashing low, guttural roars, baring their teeth. All they waited for was the king's command to tear this territory to shreds. Qin Feng's muscles tensed like steel cables, ready for a desperate fight. He had already imagined the worst-case scenario. If he truly was outmatched, he would immediately abandon the territory and escape along the secret river beneath the water-drinking pool with Shan Hedgehog and Yuan GMO Snake. Fortunately, he had dug the hidden waterway early on. It could channel water and serve as a last resort escape route. Thinking of this brought a flicker of relief to his heart. The plants and buildings in the territory might suffer devastating destruction, but as long as they survived, everything could start anew. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Compared to when he first entered this world empty-handed, at least he still possessed the courage to begin again. With this thought, the weight on his chest lightened several degrees. At this critical moment, the forest wolf king raised its paw, silencing the almost uncontrollable pack. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. He saw the Emerald King stride alone into the water-drinking territory. In a flash, he understood the wolf's intent. This newly crowned king was determined to establish unshakable authority by personally challenging him to death. Danger and madness surged together. To flee meant survival but inevitable loss of territory. To fight was the only chance to turn the tide. Qin Feng locked eyes with the lone forest wolf king who had walked into the lion's den. The fire of war ignited completely in his heart. If he could decapitate this king, the pack crisis tonight might be resolved. Even if the siege persisted, the reward of a rare-grade magical beast would more than compensate for relinquishing the territory. No matter what, he vowed to slay the wolf king here. Moonlight poured like water, reflecting the almost tangible bloodshed and murderous intent. The Emerald Forest Wolf King approached alone, its blood-red eyes burning with rage fixed firmly on Qin Feng. Qin Feng's black iron battle body was covered with blades and iron spikes. The cold moonlight gleamed sharply on the metal edges. He forcibly suppressed the rising fear, trading it for a recklessly fierce resolve to fight to the death battle. Howl! There was no more hesitation. The Forest Wolf King burst forward, its figure merging with shadows like a green ghost gliding beneath the moon. In the blink of an eye, it crossed dozens of meters and appeared suddenly before Qin Feng. Its claws flickered with an emerald glow, wrapped with dense wood elemental energy. Forest Wolf Claw. Shoo! Shoo! 5 dark green claw shadows tore through the air with the momentum to destroy everything, aiming straight for Qin Feng's head. This strike was as fast as lightning and as ruthless as death. Qin Feng's pupils abruptly contracted. The gap was too great. He had no time to unleash any offensive skills and could only channel his magic into defense. Silver scale shield. He growled. With a hum, his entire body was instantly covered in silver radiance, pushing the defense of his black iron war body to its absolute limit. Clang. The clash of metal rang deafeningly, sparks flying wildly. A tremendous force slammed into his bones from the tip of a claw, as if he had been struck heat-in by a battering ram, sending him flying helplessly backward. Thud! He crashed heavily against a giant rock at the edge of his territory, spiderweb cracks splintering outwards. Several scales on his chest shattered, while 5 deep claw marks gaped crimson and fierce. Dark green energy seeped into his flesh like parasitic maggots. What a brutal attack. No wonder it's a rare magic beast in its growth stage, Qin Feng thought, pain mingling with a strange touch of admiration. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At a thought, his arrow towers and throwing knife towers sprang into action. Wooden arrows wrapped in green light and glimmering throwing knives intertwined into a net, cutting off all escape routes for the Forest Wolf King. Facing the ambush, contempt flashed in the Wolf King's eyes. With a twist, he squeezed through a narrow gap in the dense volley, dodging most of the lethal strikes. Still, some throwing knives and arrows tore through his fur, dripping blood. The pain ignited the king's fury. Thorn spike. It howled, the ground shaking. Countless essences of grass and wood were drawn together, forming a 3-meter-long emerald spear covered in backward-facing barbs. Whoosh! The spear pierced through the air, screaming straight at Qin Feng, who had just regained his footing. The intense danger made his hair stand on end. Not daring to take the hit heat-in, he kicked wildly with his back leg and rolled sideways. Flash! The thorn spear grazed past, embedding itself deep in the earth behind him. Boom! The ground exploded with a deep crater, wooden splinters scattering, leaving white scars across his black iron body. The strike missed, and the Wolf King transformed into a green streak and lunged again. Qin Feng was completely overwhelmed, forced to rely on his formidable defense and the harassment of the arrow and knife towers to barely hold his ground. Under the raging storm of attacks, he staggered back repeatedly. His wounds multiplied, the silver glow dimmed, and the defense he had always prided himself on grew alarmingly fragile. In the Wolf King's eyes, this lizard had become a beast trapped in a cage, with death only a matter of time. It reveled in pushing its prey to the brink, pressing step by step toward the core of its territory. Yet it did not notice the calculating fire growing brighter in Qin Feng's crimson eyes beneath the fatigue and pain. Another claw swipe staggered Qin Feng backward into the core of a pre-prepared gravity earth magic array. This is it. Qin Feng's gaze blazed. Gravity earth magic array, activate 30 times. Instantly, the earth of the Jishui domain radiated a dusty yellow glow. Hum! An invisible colossal pressure descended from the sky, as if the air had solidified into cement. The Forest Wolf King, caught mid-charge, suddenly halted as if an invisible mountain had been hoisted onto its back. Boom! The mockery in the Forest Wolf King's eyes instantly gave way to shock and horror. 30 times the normal gravity pressed down like an invisible mountain. Its limbs went limp, even its spine forced to bend. The massive body slammed thud against the ground, kicking up dust and gravel. The hard rock cracked beneath its claws in a spiderweb of fractures. This was the moment. Qin Feng drained every last drop of magical power in his body. Mountain wind blade howl. He raised his hand in a sweeping slash. The air instantly churned into a violent vortex, countless tiny wind blades converging to form a ghostly green destructive wind tunnel roaring into shape before him. Whoosh sharp and howling through the broken air, the wind tunnel surged forward with a terrifying edge that could tear through anything, aiming straight at the Forest Wolf King, crushed under overwhelming gravity. Ironwood arrow tower. Throwing knife tower. Focus fire. Qin Feng growled low. The cores of both defense towers flared brightly, runes flickering at their tips, and all remaining ammunition poured out in an instant. Ironwood arrows whistling through the air, throwing knives gleaming coldly against the howling mountain wind blade, merging into a killing torrent capable of swallowing everything. Roar on the brink of life and death, the Forest Wolf King bellowed a deafening cry. With nowhere to dodge, it gambled everything into its defense. Jade Guard, an emerald, crystal-clear shield exploded outward from its body, wrapping its huge form layer by layer. Rumbling 3 assaults smashed simultaneously against the shield, the loud impact echoing. The shield's surface shimmered, then cracked like a spider's web. Crack, crack in under 20 seconds. The jade barrier could no longer hold, fractures spreading until it shattered with thunderous force. Uft, uft, uft. The remaining wind blades, arrows, and throwing knives poured in like a torrential rain, embedding deeply into the Forest Wolf King's flesh. Tear-up blood sprayed in an instant. The jade-colored fur soaked with fresh blood, chunks of hair, and flesh torn away. Roar! Roar! Wounds crisscrossed its body. The Wolf King's agonized howls tore through the night. It crouched low, gasping ragged breaths, seemingly on the verge of death. Beyond its territory, the Green Wolf Pack, witnessing their king's pitiful plight, lost control at last. Roaring loudly, hundreds surged like a green flood, desperate to break through and tear Qin apart to save their leader. At the critical moment, roar! From the gravity field's center came a roar brimming with supreme majesty and unyielding fury. The shockwave hard stopped the wolves' wild charge. It was the Forest Wolf King. A clatter of bones rang out sharply. Qin watched helplessly as the once near-death giant wolf, legs trembling under 30-fold gravity, stubbornly leaned on the ground and struggled to rise, painfully and doggedly straightening its body. Deep, bone-searing wounds dripped crimson, pooling dark blood at its feet. Yet the blood-red eyes blazed with an even fiercer, purer killing intent, no hint of defeat, only raging fire. The shame of being cornered and belittled by a mere weakling burned away what little reason remained. The Forest Wolf King vowed to tear this lizard before it into the most primal shreds with claw and fang. Facing this hell-spawned, demonic foe, Qin heart sank to the depths. Though they seemed locked in a stalemate, Qin was truly at the end of the road. The mountain wind blade howl had already been used, and his magical power was utterly spent. The flying knives in the knife tower were all used up, and only the wooden arrows inside the ironwood arrow tower could hold out for a moment longer. Essentially, all of Qin trump cards had been played. The 30-fold gravity magic array was still running at full power, compressing the air like solid mercury, pinning Qin and the Forest Wolf King beneath an invisible mountain. Qin couldn't kill this monstrous Forest Wolf King, yet under such oppressive pressure, the Wolf King couldn't unleash its full strength either. So the lizard and the wolf, one exhausted, the other heavily wounded and restrained, found themselves locked in a strange, deathly silence at the heart of the territory. Roar! 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 The ironwood arrow tower worked tirelessly, wooden arrows striking again and again on the Wolf King's bowed back, only bursting small splashes of green blood, far from lethal. The Wolf King's heavy steps were like lead, dragging torn flesh, inching closer and closer to Qin. Qin chest heaved violently. Every breath tore at the wounds covering his body, a burning pain blurring his vision. His magical power was almost gone. The metallic sheen of his black iron battle body dimmed like dust-covered old bronze. Give up? If he wanted, he could slip away right now with Xie and Yuan Jima through the dark river and save their lives. But doing so would mean the plants he had painstakingly cultivated and the buildings he had built with great effort would be reduced to wasteland. What's more, victory was within reach, could not, run away now. Fixing his gaze on the Forest Wolf King, Qin quickly scanned over its many wounds, finally settling on several black-gray, flying knives deeply embedded in its flesh. Those were steel flying knives. A wild, daring idea flashed through his mind. In the next instant, much to the horror of the spiny porcupine Xie, the utterly exhausted Qin dragged his bloodied, mangled body forward and charged fiercely at the demonic-looking Wolf King. Roar! In the Wolf King's blood-red eyes flickered scorn and cruelty. Even slashed and crushed by 30-fold gravity, it was still a rare, growing magical beast, king of the forest wolves. A mere lizard dared challenge it? Bang! The Wolf King's claw barely touched Qin before sending him flying like a ragdoll. Scales shattered across his chest armor, blood spraying, yet no pain appeared on Qin's face. Instead, a cunning smile spread. His clawed hand clenched a black-gray, flying knife smeared with wolf's blood. Steel flying knife 1. So that's the plan. Xie, watching from afar, immediately understood. Qin struggled to rise from the ground, wiping blood from his lips, his crimson eyes burning even fiercer. He transformed into a black shadow again, launching himself at the Wolf King. Bang! Flash! The second time he was sent flying, a deep, bone-deep wound appeared on his ribs. Steel flying knife 1. Once, twice, 3 times. Qin seemed to become an unstoppable, death-defying berserker. Every humiliating knockdown was followed by picking up yet another steel flying knife, dragging his battered body back into battle. Time passed swiftly. Almost all the scales on Qin body were shattered, blood trailing long streaks on the ground. The gravity earth magic array beneath him flickered uncertainly, the 30-fold load nearing its limit. Steel flying knife 1. Finally, after the last collision, Qin stuffed the 10th flying knife, deeply buried in the earth, into his bag. Boss Crazy Lizard, give me the flying knives. They'll put them back on the flying knife tower. Xie voice trembled with excitement from beside the tower. But after just a second of thought, Qin shook his head, refusing this seemingly safest suggestion. The damage dealt by the throwing knife tower was ultimately limited. With only 10 knives, Qin had no real chance of killing the Wolf King, whose vitality was monstrously resilient. Once the gravity array's effect weakened, this ghost-like forest wolf king would break free from the throwing knife tower's lock entirely. Too many uncertainties made Qin Feng unwilling to gamble his life on mere luck. No matter. He straightened his body slowly, his crimson eyes igniting with unprecedented madness and determination. I will become the god of magic. Prepare to face my wind path killing move. Before he finished speaking, the steel-throwing knife clenched in his right paw trembled violently. Pure metal elements turned into flowing gray streams, rushing into his body. Click. Steel throwing knife superior 1, mana 60. The throwing knife instantly turned to useless gray smoke, and his depleted mana pool was rapidly replenished by more than half. Mountain wind blade howl. Qin Feng roared, unleashing all his surging mana. Fierce winds swirled before his chest, ripping the air apart. Countless tiny wind blades condensed instantly into a destructive wind path, carrying a deadly shriek as it blasted toward the forest wolf king, suppressed by gravity. Mountain wind blade howl. The second wind path followed immediately. At the same time, his left paw clenched a second steel-throwing knife, extracting metal elements once more. Click. Steel-throwing knife superior 1, mana 60. Roar. The forest wolf king felt a death threat like never before. Bloody energy surged wildly as his inner mana exploded. Emerald protection. A crystal-clear shield appeared on his body, wrapping his massive form in layers of defense. But Qin Feng's assault had only just begun. Mountain wind blade howl. Mountain wind blade howl. Swish. 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 Wind elements within the territory thickened sharply. Small drifting wind blades etched scars into the ground. Releasing the attack repeatedly elevated Qin Feng's understanding of mountain wind blade howl to new heights, visibly increasing his affinity to wind elements. Each wind path grew denser and more violent than the last. Finally, for devastating wind paths, like 4 snarling dragons of wind, crashed ferociously from the same direction against the emerald shield. Boom! The first impact made the shield violently tremble. Boom crack. The second strike left the shield riddled with cracks. Boom crack. Crack. The third blow shattered the emerald shield into pieces. Boom. The fourth wind path barreled through without resistance, pouring all the wind blades into the wolf king's flesh and blood. Splatter. 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 The sound of flesh and blood flying was sharp and chilling. The wolf king, unable even to scream, was shredded to a bloody mess by the raging wind blades. His massive body collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, on the verge of death. Outside the territory, the wolf pack witnessed their king's tragic fate with despairing and mournful howls. Victory seemed within reach. But then, the unexpected happened. A vast, suffocating life force suddenly burst from the nearly dead wolf king's body. Natural revival. A dense emerald glow completely enveloped the forest wolf king. To Qin Feng and Xie Xian's stunned eyes, the deadly wounds covering the forest wolf king began to heal at an impossibly rapid pace, defying all logic. Flesh writhed and knitted together, bones clicked back into place, and the fresh skin instantly absorbed the spilled blood. The once matted and dirty gray-white fur regained its luster and sleekness. In the blink of an eye, the nearly dead giant wolf had fully restored to its prime, as if the brutal battle just fought had been nothing but an illusion. A deafening roar tore through the air as the forest wolf king howled to the sky, its blood-red eyes blazing with murderous intent. Howl! 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 Outside its territory, the tide of wolf packs surged like a flood, their thunderous cheers merging into a single, overwhelming roar, their morale soaring to its peak. This how are we supposed to fight now beside the Dart Tower? Xie Xian's legs gave way, and he nearly collapsed to the ground, his eyes a mix of despair and bewilderment. The flicker of hope that had just been kindled was cruelly snuffed out, the sinking despair threatening to crush him. Fine, fine, you want to play it that way. Qin Feng stared at the incredulous scene before him, stunned at first, then ignited with desperate rage, a vein bulging at his temple. I refuse to believe you have more mana than me. He no longer hesitated. Defying all caution, he forcibly maintained the gravity soil formation at 30 times normal intensity, ignoring the severe toll it might take on his magic array, even risking its collapse or serious shortening of its lifespan. At the same time, he drew a steel-throwing knife from his backpack, the cold metal chilling his fingertips, and shouted angrily. Tenfold mountain wind blades, let's see how you recover now. Steel-throwing knife, fine quality 1. Mana 60. Mountain wind blades. Mountain wind blades. Qin Feng moved with fluid grace, transforming into a high-speed casting machine. The wind element roared into existence around him as the first wave of a dozen razor-sharp wind blades sliced the sky, whipping up clouds of dust as they surged toward the forest wolf king. The giant wolf, fighting for its life, refused to underestimate its foe again. Pouring all its demonic energy into defense, it unleashed a surge of emerald light. Emerald Guard. With a low, beastly roar, a thick emerald shield crystallized before it like a solid wall. Boom, boom. The wind blade slammed against the shield, sending ripples of green energy pulsing through its surface. Though the barrier held, the force rocked it violently. Qin Feng's eyes were steely and relentless. Without pause, he continued channeling fresh wind element, chanting mountain wind blades again and again, drawing knives from his pack, absorbing mana, and discarding the knives in a seamless cycle. Steel throwing knife, fine quality 1. Mana 60. For perfectly honed blades shot forth like rotating drills, gouging furrows tens of centimeters deep into the ground, kicking up sand and stones. Crash. This time the emerald guard was denser and heavier than ever, the glowing green wall seeming to weigh down the very air. The 4 wind blades bombarded it in rapid succession, unable to shatter it directly, but forcing the wolf's shield to cave inward again, green energy roaring wildly. Qin Feng pressed on. His mind locked tightly on his opponent, mana flooding through him, bones creaking under the strain. Each breath was a fuse, igniting the next roar of power. His hand plunged again into the backpack. Steel throwing knife, fine quality 1. Mana 60. The wind element howled as if the skies themselves were roaring into his palm. In the blink of an eye, 4 more savage wind blades screamed forward. A fierce, unwilling roar erupted from the forest wolf king. Its shattered limbs slammed hard against the ground, and its emerald-hued body shimmered violently, fracturing into shards of light. Yet stubbornly, it raised a claw, forcing a long spear tangled with dark green thorns to materialize mid-air. The thorns spike. Jagged spikes twisted and curved menacingly, like furious snakes ready to strike. But before the spear could pierce the air, 8 gray-white trails of wind, formed from the howling mountain breeze blades, thundered toward it. Crack! Crack! The thorn spear shattered into countless splinters the moment the first wind blade grazed it, scattering wood fragments in every direction. Without pause, the remaining wind currents roared onward, their terrifying slicing sounds crashing into the precarious emerald shield. Crack boom! The luminous emerald shield shattered into shards like broken glass, scattering in all directions. In the next instant, the furious wind blades engulfed the massive figure of the forest wolf king, sharp gusts stirring blood mist from its dark brown fur. Its barely healed wounds were torn open anew, revealing raw bones and twisted muscles, blood gushing freely. In a matter of heartbeats, this rare beast, once at full strength, was once again pushed to the brink of death. In mere seconds, Qin Feng had unleashed 8 consecutive mountain wind blade strikes without reservation, his inner magic burning like raging flames, but his technique already pressed to its limit. Each wind blade had grown subtly more powerful. Along with the 15% combat power bonus from his wolf lizard title against wolf-type beasts, he managed to drag the wolf king, seemingly destined to win, down step by step into the abyss. Yet before he could savor this triumph, a familiar, chilling surge of immense life energy exploded wildly from the wolf king's shredded flesh. A wave of verdant light washed over its wounds, healing before the unnatural regeneration. A roar when the green light faded. The reborn forest wolf king's pupils constricted. For the first time, its eyes lacked anger and regal pride, showing only primal terror of death. It was scared afraid of this seemingly infinitely powerful lizard before it. The wolf king lifted its head, releasing a mournful, desperate howl, calling to the pack guarding its territory. Roar! 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 Immediately, rustling footsteps erupted from all around. Hundreds of eerie, ghostly green eyes flared in unison. The enormous wolf pack surged like a green tide from the forest's depths toward the water source, their fury and madness intertwined, determined to tear apart the enemy who dared challenge their king. Beside the throwing knife tower, the watchful mountain hedgehog, Xie Xian, turned pale at the scene. Teeth clenched, he dove headfirst into a nearby water pool, hoping to hide beneath its shadows and escape the inevitable bloody storm. On the high platform, Qin Feng gripped the last 4 steel-throwing knives tightly, his expression flickering uncertainly. He had exhausted too many trump cards for this battle. To retreat now would render all effort meaningless. Yet even if he transformed all 4 remaining knives into magic power, he could only severely wound this grotesquely regenerative forest wolf kingi, still couldn't kill it. No one knew how many more natural resurrections it had left. Once his magic was spent, the only fate waiting was being torn apart by the wolf pack. Unless, his thoughts roared like thunder, finally crystallizing into one clear goal. Unless he could make the mountain wind blade stronger, powerful enough to kill the forest wolf king before it could heal again. Having made up his mind, Qin Feng remained remarkably calm even as a pack of forest wolves charged toward him. He quickly pulled out a piece of dull, wood-like incense from his backpack ambergris. As he lit it, it hissed softly, sparks flickering at the tip, and wisps of white smoke slowly rose, curling into the shape of a tiny dragon suspended in midair. It was this unique aroma. Qin Feng inhaled deeply, drawing the slender smoke dragon fully into his lungs. Instantly, an indescribable sense of comfort and tranquility spread through his body along his meridians. Like an old smoker lighting his last cigarette, and feeling peaceful and satisfied in his final moments. His eyes became unusually clear in that instant. He drew power from the steel-throwing knife in his hand. The knife, finely crafted, held a magic value of 60. A surge of magical energy washed through him like a tidal wave. Without hesitation, Qin Feng once again summoned the wind element. A sharp cry, mountain wind blade howl, ripped loudly through the air. Another howl followed immediately. This time the wind blades were unlike before. If the previous blades had been a swarm of tiny cutting edges combined, these felt like a single huge azure blade, naturally formed, gleaming with deadly sharpness. The edge seemed capable of tearing the very air. The power surged dramatically, clearly breaking through Qin Feng's previous limits. Subsequent skill releases grew even stronger, as if he had stepped onto an entirely new level. The Forest Wolf King's eyes revealed unmistakable fear as it hastily cast Jade Guard. But the three razor-sharp wind blades shattered the hard shield with a crisp crack. Before the remaining blades fell to the ground, the Wolf King conjured a second Jade Guard to protect itself. Qin Feng crushed another throwing knife and unleashed two more howling wind blades. This second wave of wind roars was fiercer and more powerful. The newly formed Jade Guard could only withstand two blades before collapsing under the pressure. The Forest Wolf King gave up attacking and shifted to full defense. The moment the second shield broke, it conjured a third Jade Guard before its eyes. Its gaze fixed on Qin Feng was filled with deep fear, yet laced with cruel mockery, as if looking down on a lowly weakling. Though it acknowledged the strength of this lizard, this was nothing special. The pack's prey was nearly within reach, and if it could just hold on for a dozen more seconds, it would shred this lizard to pieces. If it survived, it would restore its dignity, and surely the clan would bow once more. The power it lost today would be reclaimed tenfold in the future. Qin Feng precisely caught the calculating disdain in the Wolf King's Isakaki contempt reserved for insects when victory is assured. Suddenly, a surge of unprecedented anger exploded from deep within him. After giving his all and risking his life, this was the dismissal he received? Only two steel-throwing knives remained in his backpack, and enough magic power left to cast three more mountain wind blade howls. His heart roared. Stronger, mountain wind blade howl. Give me more power. Mountain wind blade howl. With this release, Qin Feng's mind felt as if invisible shackles had been ripped apart violently, some mystical bottleneck shattered with a thunderous crack. No longer was he a lone tree stubbornly withstanding bitter mountain winds in a rocky crevice. He was a furious gale diving from the heavens, wild and unyielding, intent on ripping the mountain range apart. His understanding of the mountain wind blade howl reached an unprecedented level, as if he had suddenly grasped a profound truth, seeing a mountain, not as a mere mountain, but now really seeing the mountain as the mountain. At that moment, a system notification quietly appeared in Qin Feng's mind. Congratulations, rare insight into mountain wind blade howl achieved. Heavenly mountain wind howl unlocked. The mountain wind howled fiercely, unusually so, as it drew in all the wind elements within 100 meters through its affinity with the wind itself. Once gathered, the raging elemental torrent was compressed into a terrifying wind blade capable of tearing the sky apart. It swept forward in a straight line indiscriminately. Anything in its path was pulverized to dust. Note: the longer the wind elements are drawn, the greater the mana consumption and power. If the wind elements at the same location are completely depleted, it cannot be cast there again for a short time. Mana cost: 60 to 180. I did it. I did it. Daoist Qin did it. Qin Feng's heart surged with joy. Overcome with excitement, he howled into the sky. His emotions roared through his body as he poured every last ounce of residual mana into this brand new strike. Meanwhile, the freshly formed mountain wind blade crashed heavily against the Jade Guardian standing before the Forest Wolf King. Crack! The jade shield shattered under the sharp impact of the wind blade, spiderweb cracks spreading rapidly as it teetered on the edge of collapse. Immediately, an unprecedented terrifying aura gathered in front of Qin Feng. All the wind within his territory stopped. The airflow froze, the elements fell silent, as if bowing to the summons of an unrivaled sovereign, swarming toward Qin Feng. In an instant, the countless tiny wind blades forming the path were replaced by a single massive, intensely concentrated teal-black wind blade. It appeared seamless, as though it could slice the sky in two. Its sharp edge leaked energy, warping the space around it. Mountain wind howls to the heavens. Whoosh! The previous ferocious roar faded into a nearly imperceptible rushing sound. The teal-black wind blade moved beyond the limits of vision, lightning fast toward its target. The Forest Wolf King's blood-red pupils shrank to pinprick's depth. An unprecedented threat of death clutched its heart like a cold, giant hand. Repeated skill attacks had drained its mana. Now it could only watch helplessly as the cracked jade shield silently shattered the moment the teal-black wind blade touched it, scattering like shattered glass into countless glowing fragments. Howl! A terrified cry tore from the Wolf King's throat, voice breaking, eyes filled with primal fear and desperation. But it was already too late. The wind blade, unstoppable after breaking the shield, silently sliced through the massive body. Pshh. A fine line of blood extended from its brow to tail. In the next moment, under those still terrified wolf eyes, its powerful body and sturdy bones were neatly cleaved in two, warm blood and viscera pouring out. You have slain an adult forest wolf king rare. Reputation 1000. Congratulations, you are the first to kill a rare wolf-type magical beast in the eastern Aquila Mountains. The title Dual Wolf Lizard has been upgraded. Dual Wolf Lizard Superior Battle Wolf Lizard Rare. Battle Wolf Lizard Rare. When fighting wolf-type beasts, damage 15, damage taken 10, speed 5. When facing wolf beasts 10 times greater in number or rank, effects double. Congratulations, you've obtained a rare treasure chest. After a fierce battle, your fullness decreased by 45, and you gained 500 experience points. One system prompt after another exploded in Qin Feng's mind, as melodious as heavenly music. He had succeeded. His chest rose and fell violently, not yet settling. Scarlet blood still trickled between his scales. A roar. Outside the territory, hundreds of forest wolves went mad witnessing their wolf king ripped in two. Grief and vengeance intertwined like wildfire, igniting their eerie green eyes. In an instant, the disorganized wolf pack transformed into an uncontrollable green torrent, surging in from all directions with murderous intent toward the territory. Damn it! Qin Feng cursed under his breath, his body trembling. His mana and fullness were nearly drained, his body battered and bruised, exhaustion at its peak. At this moment, he couldn't even handle a single adult forest giant wolf, let alone the entire pack. A delay of even a second would have led to a fate worse than that of the Wolf King torn apart. Rare Dragon Amber 1.1. Grimacing in pain, Qin Feng abandoned the incredibly valuable corpse of the Wolf King. He grabbed the unburned Dragon Amber and sprinted toward the water collection pool behind him. As long as he could dive into the dark river, there was still a chance to survive. However, just as he was about to plunge into the icy water, splash! The pool's surface burst open, and a figure clumsily emerged, sending droplets flying. It was Shan Hedgehog Xian, soaked through and looking paler than when he first saw the wolf pack. Pointing back at the pool anxiously, he stammered, "Underwater. Underwater." Almost at the same time, a bone-chilling oppression rose from the pool's depths. The last time Qin Feng felt this, he was facing a rare-grade magical beast. Could it be a rare beast had mistakenly wandered into this place from the dark river? With wolves in front and an unknown giant creature behind, Qin Feng felt his path to survival close off. Worse still, Yuan Gmo, the snake, was shedding skin underwater, about to evolve into a rare grade. If that monster swallowed it as prey, the loss would be incalculable. Qin Feng's chest tightened. He resolved, even if grievously wounded again, he must dive underwater, protect Yuan Gmo, and fight a bloody way out. No sooner had the thought formed than the pool trembled violently. Gurgle, gurgle. The scalding water churned wildly, bubbles rising and bursting, a dark whirlpool forming quickly at its center. There's a giant black python underwater. Xie Xian shouted hysterically, finally giving a full warning. Rumble. Before he finished speaking, the black water curtain was torn apart by an overwhelming force. A massive dark silhouette rose straight up, sending a water column several meters into the air. It was a grotesque and imposing giant snake head, its scales deep and glossy like obsidian, water sliding down its cold ridges. Two icy blue vertical pupils glanced mercilessly over the scattered wolves fleeing but unwilling to advance, then swept over the bloodied Qin Feng. From the depths of its bloodline surged a terrifying aura, a wave of invisible pressure sweeping everything around. The previously fearless wolf pack halted as if struck by a giant hammer. Madness and fury were instantly replaced by fear. They hesitated at the edge between life and death, unsure whether to avenge their wolf king. But within Qin Feng, a deeper confusion arose. This black python stirred an inexplicable sense of familiarity. His combat vision flickered on. Mana 1. Comparison failed. No matching data in the database. Speculation. Adult stage. Aquatic python rare grade magical beast. Combat power 700. Proceed with caution. You actually belong to the same new species of magical beasts as me? Qin Feng's expression showed surprise. Before he could finish speaking, a forest giant wolf, blinded by rage, charged forward with several companions. Snap! The black-scaled giant python suddenly opened its mouth, releasing a burst of dark, misty vapor that instantly engulfed the wolves. Sizzle, sizzle like cold water splashing into hot oil. The sharp sounds mixed with piercing wolf howls echoed from within the mist. In a blink, several wolf corpses, heavily corroded, collapsed to the ground. Their flesh bubbled and peeled away, blood spilling out, bones exposed in a gruesome scene. Even the lead giant wolf was not spared, its face twisted in pain as it died in rot, as if silently screaming, it hurts so much." The horrifying sight made the surrounding wolf pack step back in fear. The black-scaled python let out another hiss. Only then did the enraged wolves start to clear their heads. They had just lost their newly crowned wolf king and no longer had the protection of a rare adult magical beast. A commanding roar came from one of the forest giant wolves in order to retreat. Howl! Howl! The pack responded in chorus, quickly withdrawing like a tide out of Qin Feng's territory and disappearing into the dense woods, leaving behind a mess of scattered footprints. The crisis had just passed when the python's cold, slit pupils fixed on Qin Feng. The two stared at each other, and the air seemed to freeze. So should I leave too? Qin Feng hesitated, but the python only responded with a strange, curling smile at the corner of its mouth. The next moment, its eyelids flipped up as its massive body crashed down into the water-absorbing pool. Splash! Water sprayed everywhere, waves rising high. What's going on? I didn't even make a move. Are you trying to frame me? Qin Feng protested, peering with Xie Xian toward the water surface. Glug! Glug! A slender little black snake surfaced, with two tiny horn-like bumps the size of fingernails on its head. Black little snake. Danger forgotten. Qin Feng leapt into the pool and scooped the young Yuan GMO snake to the shore. At the same time, he was surprised to find the massive black-scaled python completely vanished. Hey little black snake, what's wrong? He gently shook the snake's body, but it showed no response. Boss, judging by the quiet, it's probably asleep, Xie Xian said. His Qin Feng was silent for 2 seconds before gently placing the Yuan GMO snake back into the water. Got it. From that single contact, he sensed a familiar aura identical to the earlier black-scaled python. They were clearly the same little black snake, though he couldn't understand the huge difference in their states. Next, you'll have some work to clean up the battlefield. Leave the poison-killed forest wolves and their king alone for now. Break down the other magical beast corpses and trade them to me. You performed well tonight. They'll give you a reward tomorrow. With the danger past, Qin Feng's tension eased and fatigue and hunger washed over him as he gave the orders. Boss, it's what I'm supposed to do. Lave it to me. Xie Xian said eagerly, immediately setting to work. Without hesitation, Qin Feng leapt into his own water lily chamber. Xie Xian was a registered magical beast within his territory. Once outside it, Qin Feng could sense him immediately. Since Xie Xian was cautious and scared of death and had witnessed Qin Feng's fierce fight against the forest wolf Kingi wouldn't dare run off with the loot. Naturally, Qin Feng felt reassured. As he landed softly on the water lily, he suddenly recalled the system alert he hadn't checked in his rush last night. On August 13th, the forest wolf pack, led by the forest wolf king, besieged the water intake territory. The territory lord, black-scaled savage lizard, single-handedly killed the wolf king despite overwhelming odds. This event impacted the eastern Aquila mountain range. Event name, Bloody Wolf King Rare. Recorded in the eastern Aquila mountain range incident chronicles, with a chance of attracting the attention of high-tier magical beasts. Participants awarded titles. 1. Wolf King Slayer Frenzy Rare One-Time Prestige Boost 2000. Subsequent prestige gains in the eastern mountain range increased by 10. 2. Wolf King Slayer Observer Elite. Prestige Rise. Herd of Slightly LV 79 403 6000 243 644 36000 promoted. Alert. Reputation grows thunderous. Likelihood of getting involved in major incidents increased. This really pains me. Qin Feng cursed silently. I just want to be a low-profile lizard. Why is it so hard? Fortunately, the mountain porcupine also earned an elite title, so last night's desperate efforts weren't in vain. Thinking this, Qin Feng stopped dwelling on it. Right now, restoring his energy was the priority. He pulled out the flesh and pure blood of the forest wolf king and gulped them down. Satiety 70. Satiety 5. Satiety 5. The warm blood and meat slid smoothly down his throat, instantly filling him with a scorching warmth. Fully satiated, Qin Feng stretched out his limbs and lay on the water lily, soon drifting into a deep sleep. That night, due to the wolf pack's crushing defeat, the valley lost its usual howls and racing footsteps. Only the chirping of insects remained. The newborn wolf pack's power was extinguished before it could take root. The surviving wolves would have to find a new path. They had already antagonized nearly all the surrounding magical beasts. System summary. Gravity Earth formation fine quality has collapsed. Territory daily prestige 50. Today's prestige 380. Satiety 15. Growth experience 45. The next morning, Qin Feng lazily opened his eyes, feeling as if he had been reborn light and free. He climbed down from the water lily, stretched his limbs, and surveyed his surroundings. Xie Xian had cleaned the battleground thoroughly, leaving the core vegetation untouched. HSS. Ripples spread on the water surface as Yuan Jima, the baby ink snake, dozed curled up in the pond. Qin Feng shook his head with a smile. It had done a great job last night. Let it sleep in a bit as a well-earned break for one of his own. He moved toward the fertile land. Mana 3 iron tree successfully ripened. Mana 7 silver apple tree bore fruit early. By the water intake pond, fresh water intake grass sprouted tender green, and the sand silky berries broke through with brown shoots. Seeing this burst of vitality lifted Qin Feng's mood. Finally, he arrived at the Forest Wolf King's body, dragged alone into a corner, and began disassembling it. The massive body was dense with sinew and bone. The decomposition logs flooded the screen line by line, stretching the process painfully long. It took nearly 10 minutes before the disassembly was completed. Decomposed successfully. 1 rare wood elemental core, 1 rare jade wolf fur, 75 gene of fine forest wolf king meat, 750 milliliters of fine forest wolf king essence blood, 20 gene of fine forest wolf king organs, 20 gene of fine forest wolf king bones, 36 fine forest giant wolf claws and fangs, 1 rare forest wolf king skull. Wood elemental core rare, the crystallized core of the forest wolf king, pulsating with pure wood elemental power. It can be forged into high-tier equipment and brewed into advanced potions. Highly sought after by wood elemental beasts and adventurers alike. System appraisal price, 1.6 silver coins. Jade wolf fur rare, the lush green fur found only on the forest wolf king, rich in wood elemental energy. It nourishes flesh and stimulates the skin, making it a coveted item among minor human nobility. Even with slight damage, it remains highly valuable. System appraisal price, 1.5 silver coins. Forest Wolf King meat finds 75 gene of fresh meat, infused with abundant wood elements. Consuming it restores stamina and slightly increases agility and affinity for magic. System appraisal price, 90,000 and 1275. Forest Wolf King essence blood find 750 milliliters of pure essence blood, used to concoct high-level potions and beast blood elixirs. Drinking it directly greatly enhances wood elemental affinity and offers a chance to awaken wood elemental skills, but carries the risk of unpredictable bloodline conflicts. System appraisal price, 75,000 and 1075. Forest Wolf King organs fine 20 gene, nutritionally superior to meat. Highly favored by minor human nobility. System appraisal price, 30,000 and 1520. Forest Wolf King bones fine 20 gene of bones steeped in wood elemental energy. Usable for medicine or cooking. System appraisal price, 30,000 and 1520. Forest Giant Wolf Claws and Fangs find 36 sharp and sturdy pieces, suitable for crafting weapons. System appraisal price, 72,000 and 2036. Forest Wolf King Skull rare though damaged, it can still be made into decorations or ritual offerings, or exchanged for points at adventurer guilds. System appraisal price, 800. A single rare Forest Wolf King is worth almost 4 silver coins by system estimate. I didn't expect the wolf fur alone to account for such a large portion. After reviewing all the drops, Qin Feng's eyebrows lifted in unmistakable delight. Following the guideline of price overflow for rare materials, he estimated that the entire batch could easily fetch at least 6 silver coins. He immediately opened the trading channel. The night before, Xie Xian had already listed another batch of materials, just waiting for Qin Feng's confirmation. Transaction successful. Forest Wolf Pelts 6. Forest Giant Wolf Pelts 2. Forest Giant Wolf Pelt Fine 1. Wood Elemental Core Fine 3. Forest Wolf Meat 280 gene. Forest Giant Wolf Fresh Meat 200 gene. Forest Giant Wolf Essence Blood 2,000 milliliters. Forest Wolf Essence Blood 2,800 milliliters. There's too much meat. It will spoil if I don't finish it in time. Qin Feng quickly made a plan. Keep 300 gene for long-term storage, sell the rest. Keep all the essence blood needs quite a bit for every meal. A rough calculation showed that excluding the cores, the system price for these wolf-derived materials alone exceeded 5 silver coins. Adding the components from the Shadow Leopard Wolf, the goods he now had for sale were worth far more than all his previous assets combined. Thinking this over, Qin Feng felt a fortune was within reach. Next, Qin Feng opened the private chat channel and noticed that because he had gotten up late today, Ao Shui had already sent him a private message. This matter couldn't be delayed for fear someone else would grab the reservation first, so Qin Feng quickly replied to the messages. Qin Feng, are you there? Here. Should I transfer it to you right now? Ao Shui, boss, just send me both seeds together. Ao Shui, ever since my innate talent evolved to rare, I've been able to do this more times. Qin Feng, you're not planning to quit after this deal, are you? Oh, no way, boss. I'm still worried you might test me in person. All right then, it's in your hands. As soon as the transaction finished, the system notified, Rare Blood Vermilion Seed 1 and Rare Azure Wind Howl Fruit Core 1 successfully acquired. Half an hour later, Qin Feng began a private chat with Tan Jianli. Brother, I've got a deal worth over 10 silver coins to discuss with you. All monster materials, flesh, organs, rare quality stuff. Seeing the message, Tan Jianli was so surprised he couldn't help but praise it repeatedly. Brother, oh man, you're basically moving their lair here. Forget the rest, I'm practically on my knees before you. Qin Feng cut through the fluff. Can you take it all at once? If not, they'll split it across the trading platform. Tan Jianli laughed and reassured him. Don't worry, I've got decent capital now. As long as it's under 20 silver coins per batch, I can handle it all same day. How about steel? This time I want 30 gene. Tan gently hesitated slightly. Brother, that's a headache. 30 gene of steel once means 90 gene of black iron and 180 gene of black iron or to smelt. The problem isn't money, but handling that much in one go triggers the town sheriff's investigations. We got checked last time because of it. If you have enough black iron or ore, I can process it for you for free. Deal. Just hearing that makes me feel better. A satisfied smile crept across Qin Feng's face as the chat cursor blinked. The mining robot was still working overtime, and tonight he could collect another batch. Once his strength increased enough to release several wind blade howl steel shards from storage, he could finally deal with the guy occupying his mining grounds. They'll list it now. You do the price calculations. Some of this stuff noble humans fight over, you're guaranteed big profits. Tan Jianli humbly yelled back, go easy on me. Go easy. After keeping 300 gene of blood and flesh, Qin Feng put all the goods up for sale with a 20 markup overall. Tan Jianli would of course make some profit, but a few items would barely break even or even lose money. Even though it was bundled sales, Qin Feng was confident this was a big win for him. After more than 10 minutes, Tan Jianli finally agreed to the deal. The system showed Rare Jade Wolf Fur 1, Rare Forest Wolf King Skull 1, Forest Wolf King Claws Fine 36, Forest Wolf Skin 6, Forest Giant Wolf Skin 3, Forest Giant Wolf Skin Fine 1, Phantom Flower Leopard Skull 1, Silver Coins 10, Copper Coins 800. Total funds reached 17 silver, 913 copper, a new wealth record that made Qin Feng feel a rush of satisfaction. After sorting through the large batch, his inventory felt much lighter. Except for the essence, blood, and organs of the Forest Wolf King and Phantom Flower Leopard, the rest were various monster magic cores, including 7 fine-quality wood element cores. For Qin Feng now, fresh blood and flesh were easy to hunt anytime, so no need to hoard stale supplies that would just clog his throat. After some thought, he transferred 300 gene of stored blood and flesh, plus an extra wood magic core, and 300 copper coins, to Xie Xian as a promised reward. Once these little tasks finished, Ao Shui's trade notification arrived, and Qin Feng promptly settled the bill. Transaction complete. Rare Mutated Blood Vermilion Seed 1. Rare Mutated Azure Wind Howl Fruit Core 1. Copper Coins 600. Looking at the mutated seeds, an involuntary smile spread on Qin Feng's lips. Powerful, really powerful. Rare Mutated Blood Vermilion Seed. A special mutated seed that grows faster when regularly watered with essence blood. Once mature, it bears fruit that boosts effects by 15. Expected maturation in 810 days. Priced at 600 copper coins. Rare Mutated Azure Wind Howl Fruit Core has a 90 survival rate after planting. Growing in wind elementrich environments and regularly exposed to wind increases fruit efficacy by 1030. If grown normally without wind, maturation time extends by 1/3 with no effect change. Expected to mature in over 12 days. Priced at 500 copper coins. Planting the blood vermilion seeds alongside the Qingyuan Xiaofeng fruit pits in the fertile soil, Qin Feng watered the Qingyuan Xiaofeng fruit pits with some pond water and poured 500 milliliters of Forest Wolf's pure blood onto the blood vermilion seeds. After the purified corals sank to the bottom of the pond, the water visibly cleared. When light hit the surface, it looked like a layer of transparent crystal had been spread over it. Qin Feng scooped up a handful. It was cool and sweet, gently soothing his throat. He clicked his tongue in satisfaction and said, "This water is really something." After tidying up his farming tools, he moved over to the makeshift alchemy table and began preparing the explosive step potion. He laid out the ingredients one by one. 10 milliliters of Shadow Leopard's pure blood, 0.1 gene of Shadow Leopard bones, 0.1 gene of their innards, 5 milliliters of syrup, and the glass vials he had already cleaned. The runic pattern for alchemy activated, and the pale yellow liquid bubbled gently over the flame. The aroma was a mix of medicinal herbs and sweetness, reminiscent of a certain cough syrup. Manufacture success. Explosive step potion standard. Effect. Instantly boosts speed, granting the burst potential of a Shadow Leopard for 20 seconds. Side effect. Repeated short-term use may cause weakness. Price. 20 copper coins. Good for running or fighting. Though it looks way too much like cough syrup, Qin Feng said, examining the finished product with a puzzled look. Then he weighed his stock wouldn't need so many himself. Could this sell in the market? Raw material cost was less than 15 copper coins per bottle, so if he could get 30 copper coins each, he'd make a tidy profit. Deciding on the plan, he threw all remaining ingredients into the alchemy table at once. For 190 milliliters of Shadow Leopard's pure blood, for 0.9 gene of bones, for 0.9 gene of innards, 245 milliliters of syrup, and 49 glass vials. Flames rose as the runes flickered. Manufacture success. Explosive step potion, standard 49. Counting the first batch, he now had 50 bottles neatly packed in his backpack. Qin Feng had no intention of selling them recklessly to passerby adventurers if everyone had one. The magic beasts and survivors in the mountains would be in serious trouble. He wasn't about to save people for free, but he also didn't want to push anyone into danger. Most importantly, he needed to protect his family. So, he listed just one bottle on the trading platform for 30 copper coins to test the market. If sales went well, he'd hunt more leopard-type beasts overnight. If not, he'd keep the rest for himself. With that done, he opened today's intelligence shop. Intelligence shop LV.3 2760, today's update. 1. Green intelligence, 150 copper coins. 2. Green intelligence, 150 copper coins. 3. Green intelligence, 150 copper coins. Flip page cost, 200 copper coins. Current funds, 17 silver coins, 13 copper coins. All green. Just what I wanted. Chinfeng grinned. He was only one blue intelligence short of synthesizing a super purple intelligence. With the thought, he immediately bought all 3 green intelligence pieces and flipped another page. Copper coins 650. Trigger, Intelligence Mastery Green Intelligence 2, Blue Intelligence 1. Intelligence Shop LV.33060, Daily Update. White Intelligence, Price, 10 copper coins. Gray Intelligence, Price, 50 copper coins. Blue Intelligence, Price, 300 copper coins. It seemed today's luck far exceeded expectations. Chinfeng's lips curled into a smile as he decisively purchased the last intelligence scroll from the shop. Copper coins 360. As the final copper coins settled in his pouch, the system's notifications suddenly flooded his mind. Triggering Intelligence Master, White Intelligence 1, Gray Intelligence 1, Cyan Intelligence 1. In the next moment, the intelligence scrolls within his consciousness began to merge automatically, like a match 3 puzzle. 3 blue 1 cyan, 3 cyan 1 purple, 3 purple 1 yellow. A brand new yellow intelligence scroll appeared. Its surface was wrapped in intricate and elegant golden patterns, exuding an aura somewhere between mysterious and noble, instantly signaling its extraordinary value. Yellow intelligence generates 2 brief high-level intelligence reports within 500 kilometers. You may choose one to receive detailed information. The first yellow intelligence from the eastern mountains and the entire Yakila range. There's no way I can waste this, Chinfeng said, clutching the scroll tightly, his brow furrowed. What he needed was a chance to significantly boost his combat power in a short time, whether through rare fruits, treasures, or extraordinary encounters. After some thought, he focused on resources that could enhance his bloodline. Although preparations were underway to upgrade to a rare-grade magical beast, advancing to a higher dragon bloodline rank with just one yellow intelligence scroll was clearly unrealistic. After further pondering, a sudden inspiration struck him: dragon ambergris. Dragon ambergris was a universal treasure. He currently had a large stockpile of spirit fruits that urgently needed this material for refinement, but his reserves were running low. Obtaining high-quality dragon ambergris would be a guaranteed profitable investment. With this clear in his mind, he decisively activated the yellow intelligence. A golden light burst in his mind, and the scroll transformed into 2 lines of options. 1. Join the dual-headed wyvern Yakila to repel a beast tide. Achieving great merit grants a reward of extremely high-quality dragon ambergris. Drawback: extremely difficult to obtain. Advantage: very close distance. 2. Travel to Dongyan City in the east and participate in the annual auction, where you may find a bargain for extremely high-quality dragon ambergris. Drawback: relatively far distance. Advantage: easier to obtain. This isn't just some minor rumor. Chinfeng drew in a breath, then without hesitation chose the second option. Given his unranked strength in the Yakila Mountains, making a huge contribution during a beast tide was practically a fantasy. Instead, the auction had a clear target. If he was willing to pay, his chances were much higher. Besides, such a rare commodity marked as easier to obtain had to mean something. Detailed intelligence unlocked. On September 19th, Dongyan City, the most prosperous core city in the eastern part of the Flame Kingdom, will hold the annual Dongyan auction. Entry conditions: citizens of the Flame Principality or allied factions. Except nobles and invitees. Others must pay 200 copper coins for admission. Featured auction item: 500 grams of dried, shriveled fire dragon dung, rumored to contain 9.1 grams of pure dragon ambergris, exceptional quality. Starting bid 10 silver coins. Note: this item is secretly operated by some powerful nobles. Winning the bid may bring retaliation, and the matter is so sensitive that no one dares speak openly. Recommendation: purchase cautiously and leave no trace. Yellow intelligence task: buy the fire dragon dung, grind it into powder, scatter it on fertile ground. Reward: rare fire dragon dung field infused with elemental fire energy. So, can this ambergris still be smoked? Won't it give off a strange smell? These high nobles actually have the audacity to set their sights on the royal house of the Flamefire Principality. They're really bold. And this piece of ambergris in my hand is excellent quality, 1 whole grade above the last piece. If I don't snatch it, who else will? Chinfeng counted on his fingers. There are 4 days left until the 18th. He wasn't exactly sure how far Dongyan City was, but by all logic, the time should be more than enough. Dragon dung wasn't as valuable as ambergris, but it still came from a mighty dragon's body, so it could fetch a decent price. The problem was that he had no intention of showing up in person. Without legal status, on the wanted list of the Flamefire Church, and risking revenge from those powerful noble houses, it would be like walking into a trap. Luckily, Qin Feng already had the perfect candidate in mind. Once he secured this ambergris, a little extra cash was nothing. With that thought, he opened his private messages. Lines of text jumped wildly across the screen. Qin Feng, brother, are we really brothers or what? Tan Jianli, want to check what you're calling me? Tan Jianli, it's a deal, brother. Qin Feng, on the 19th, help me go to the auction in Dongyan City and get me a piece of dung. Will you? Tan Jianli, brother. Tan Jianli, do you know how dangerous Dongyan City is? High-level professionals everywhere, adventure teams in droves, and countless patrols searching all the time. If I get caught, I'm dead meat. You want me to go and buy you a piece of dung? Tan Jianli, am I not even considered a life to you? Qin Feng, don't get worked up, it's dragon dung. Tan Jianli, dragon dung is still dung. How messed up would I be to do this? Qin Feng, they'll pay you 10 silver coins for this trip. Also, you'll be my exclusive agent for goods from now on, only you get to sell them. Tan Jianli, well then again, since you're my brother, I really can't say no. Qin Feng, no longer dangerous? Tan Jianli, for my brother, I'd walk through fire and water, even let them stick a knife in me. This danger is nothing. Qin Feng, have you thought it through? Tan Jianli, this is dragon dung. Anything connected to a mighty dragon is worth more than my life. Qin Feng, I preferred your old rebellious self. Snap back to that. Tan Jianli, make sure I get every last coin from the deal. If I really die, remember to burn some paper money for me. Qin Feng, it's a deal. They settled on the plan. Tan Jianli would set out tomorrow and arrive in Dongyan City by the 17th. The private chat channel closed, and Qin Feng rubbed his temples, left with only one thought: making money. But low-level magical beasts? Too slow, low profit, and might anger those above. Not worth it at all. Qin Feng pondered for a moment, and then activated the Azure Intelligence. Activation successful. At 25 kilometers in your 6 o'clock direction is a medium-sized iron or vein rich in minerals. Within this iron mine lies a small rare iron core deposit and a heavily damaged patch of rare iron dragon scales. The entire mine is occupied by a rare adult iron-eating mountain burrower with combat power over 700. Damn, isn't this the place that little black snake took me to? Guess that Azure Intelligence was wasted. Qin Feng cursed his bad luck. But then he realized the fact this medium iron mine hides such wealth explains why that iron-eating mountain burrower's combat power advanced so quickly. Last time its combat power was just over 650, now it's over 700 straight away. Fortunately, it hasn't discovered the iron dragon scales yet. Otherwise, it wouldn't be me teaching it a lesson, it would be the other way around. Hopefully, the mining mech will be able to dig up those iron dragon scales for me. After receiving this intel, Qin Feng dared not act rashly, and felt even more acutely his own lack of strength. He silently warned himself that he must quickly improve his combat power. As for the remaining low-level intelligence he held, it now seemed largely insignificant and better reserved to be combined and utilized later. The gravity Earth formation had collapsed the day before, making this an ideal time to replenish resources. Qin Feng resolved to make one more trip to the Crystal Nest Miners' lair. The yields there were also valuable, perfectly suited to his needs. At the moment, only the Ironwood Arrow Tower in his territory remained active. The Flying Knife Tower sat empty, powerless due to lack of ammunition, serving only as a deterrent. Fortunately, the lingering stench left by the Forest Wolf King and Little Black Snake was enough to intimidate the long-nosed beasts roaming the woods, ensuring no trouble for the time being. Stepping out of his domain, Qin Feng transformed into a black whirlwind, sprinting swiftly through the dense forest, branches flashing past. Along the way, system prompts continuously sounded. You have slain a juvenile lightning rabbit elite, reputation 160. You have slain an adult spotted hyena normal, reputation 140. Qin Feng casually cut down these reckless beasts blocking his path, silently amazed by their recklessness. These creatures really do seem to have long lives to waste. Before he finished his thought, a hyenaman suddenly blocked his way, raising a bone-like blade arm, apparently ready to initiate an attack. Qin Feng snorted coldly, claws raised, ready to strike. Boss Lizard, don't fight. We're on the same side, same side. The hyenaman suddenly looked excited, waving his hands wildly. Qin Feng was slightly stunned. How do you know it's me? Just by that handsome lizard look of yours. Who doesn't recognize you these days? You've risen to the top of the combat power rankings among elites, surpassing 2 rare beasts, truly a beacon for us elites. If I had paper on me, I'd ask for your autograph. The hyena's flattery came in a rapid volley. Qin Feng couldn't help but smile wryly, recalling how he almost mistakenly harmed him earlier, and silently sighed. Don't treat me like an idol. You're too modest, boss. You've proven elites aren't necessarily weaker than rares, and that even the lowly can change destiny. Soon enough, they'll be a rare beast myself. Qin Feng dropped this line and strode away stylishly, leaving the hyenaman frozen, mouth half open. Ah, this. Along the way, more beasts appeared, mostly nodding respectfully at Qin Feng and trying to cozy up to him. He neither delayed nor slaughtered indiscriminately. His swift passage only served to enhance his reputation. Before long, he arrived at the familiar cliff edge. Thinking of the rare fruit the high mountain great eagle had given him last time, he muttered to himself, "If it comes again today, I hope it doesn't force me to fight. After all, I owe it a favor." He clasped the eagle's wing, and with powerful flaps, a strong wind stirred the fallen leaves as his figure soared into the air, like a shadow crossing the deep valley. Fortunately, the great eagle did not appear. He landed steadily on the opposite bank, folded his wings, and hurried along the animal trail between the rocky walls toward the crystal nest miner's lair. His footsteps mingled with the forest's insect chorus until he vanished deep into the mountain path. However, shortly after Qin Feng departed, a similar figure unfolded wings and flew past a lizard-like creature resembling Qin Feng in shape and size by about 70%. The mountain wind howled, whipping up dust and sand from the ground. Qin Feng darted through the forest like a streak of black lightning, using tree trunks to vault and pivot several times. In the blink of an eye, he landed on that familiar yet lifeless gentle slope. The earth beneath his feet was still hollowed out, pockmarked with countless black holes like festering wounds, all staring toward the light. The air was thick with the damp, earthy stench and a metallic tang unique to minerals, each breath carrying a heavy, acrid sharpness. Having gained experience from last time, he moved with decisive swiftness. Qin Feng scanned the cluster of burrows and immediately locked onto one just a few steps away, large enough for a person to enter. In the next moment, he exploded forward, limbs propelling him like an afterimage as he plunged into the gloom. The tunnel sloped steeply downward, and the faint glow on the stone walls faded rapidly with distance. In the darkness, Qin Feng activated his night vision. The rock textures and branching paths appeared as gray-green outlines crisscrossing like a natural maze. Hisses, he slowed his steps, pricked up his ears, and flickered his tongue like a snake, discerning the subtle differences among the earthy musk, stone dust, and the scent of magical beasts. This time, he not only aimed to retrieve the corpse of a crystal nest star digger, but also to harvest clusters of earth gems. Recalling how he had seen the star digger last time wrap the gems in soil and hide them in dark crevices, he became even more certain of his direction. Before long, he stopped in front of a damp earthen wall. Swish swish, sharp claws tore into the dirt, scattering rubble as the tips quickly struck something hard. Qin Feng's eyes flashed brightly as he hastened his claws, pulling out a gemstone that radiated a pale yellow glow. Clustered earth gem, fine 11 grams. It was as expected. These star diggers clearly never intended to hide their savings more secretly. Encouraged by this bounty, Qin Feng's confidence soared. His steps grew lighter and quicker, moving like a seasoned treasure hunter through the labyrinthine tunnels, probing every patch of earth and digging into every gap. Swish swish. Clustered earth gem, fine 7 grams. Clustered earth gem, fine 9 grams. Clustered earth gem, fine 13 grams. The gems in his backpack multiplied, straining the metal clasps until they creaked and groaned. Moving forward another 10 meters, Qin Feng crouched by a freshly cracked rock face. With a hook of his claw, debris cascaded down, and a heavy gem dropped into his palm. Clustered earth gem, fine 19 grams. This trip was worthwhile, he silently assessed his haul. Just as he secured the gem, an intense murderous chill snapped his attention behind him. His back muscles instinctively tensed, and his body froze instantly. He turned slowly. At the far end of the tunnel stood 3 massive crystal nest star diggers, blocking the retreat in silence. Beneath their heavy armored head shields, their small but sharp eyes burned with fury, locking immediately on the intruder rifling through their treasury. Their roars echoed through the narrow passage, shards of rubble falling around. Qin Feng tightened his breathing, bent slightly at the waist, his black scaled fingertips rising into a ready stance. The next second, a shimmer of light sprang open before his eyes. Magic Power 1 Combat Vision activated. Comprehensive Combat Strength Evaluation in progress. Match confirmed. Targets are elite juvenile crystal nest star diggers, skilled in digging, earth magic, and ley line sensing. Estimated total combat power, 510. Activating 1 combat power I module, comparing overall strength. Comparison complete. Targets: 3 elite juvenile crystal nest star diggers, skilled in tunneling, earth magic, and ley line sensing, each with a total combat strength of 420. Only one has entered its growth stage with a power of over 500, yet still not enough to threaten the current Qin Feng. Caught red-handed, he chuckled inwardly, but on the surface, he simply licked the corner of his mouth, revealing a fierce, battle-hungry grin. Roar! The adult star digger let out a thunderous roar first, signaling the attack. The 3 giant beasts struck simultaneously, their 6 segmented legs pounding the ground, shaking the narrow tunnel with heavy impacts. Their massive bodies charged Qin Feng like a multi-ton battering ram. Boom! Air compressed explosively. Qin Feng braced himself in place, his scales shimmering with a faint silver glow. Silver scale shield. Crash, crash, crash. The three massive forms slammed into him like fully loaded or trucks barreling forward. He slid back, but clawed out two deep furrows in the rock floor, relying on his silver scales to absorb the blow without a scratch. Still no success. The star diggers quickly readjusted, their bony tail nozzles all aimed forward. Crystal shard spray. Bang, bang, bang. Three jets of high-pressure rock fragments mixed with sharp crystal shards converged on Qin Feng from different angles. Clang, clang, clang. The dense bombardment rained down like a storm of sparks, but could not pierce the silver armor. Just taking hits isn't my style. Qin Feng roared angrily, his magic surging, black iron battle form. In an instant, the silver scales darkened into deep, icy black iron. Crack. His bones and muscles bulged, growing larger as iron spikes and blades sprouted wildly from his shoulders and back joints. His lizard tail transformed into a heavy iron whip. This agile savage lizard had fully evolved into a mobile steel war machine. Roar! The brutal aura emanating from Qin Feng unsettled the three-star diggers, who hissed nervously. The stone fragment sprays still falling, he charged forward like an armored tank against the current. In the blink of an eye, he crashed into the face of one-star digger. The giant beast instinctively raised its digging jaws to block. Clank crack. The sharp clashing of gold against iron rang out as the hardened jaws cracked with web-like fractures. Qin Feng's iron tail snapped down like a whip bang. The limb shattered, pale yellow fluid spraying. The staggering star digger toppled, exposing a weak spot. Qin Feng's steel spikes gleamed as he charged again. Thunk! Black iron blades sprouted from Qin Feng's back and shoulders, razor-sharp like the finest daggers. They easily pierced the seams of the crystal shell, sinking deep into the flesh of the crystal nest star digger. A pitiful, piercing howl erupted from the monster. Qin Feng's claws clamped down like steel pincers on its body. Suddenly, iron spikes and blades burst forth across his frame, accompanied by endless tearing noises. Shred continuously slicing and shredding. In an instant, the mightiest of the growing stage crystal nest star diggers lost all life. You have slain the growing stage crystal nest star digger elite. Reputation 450. With the strongest enemy defeated, Qin Feng did not hesitate. He spun swiftly, lunging at the remaining two crystal nest star diggers. The power radiating from his iron-black battle body caused the very air to tremble. Crackling sounded as the brittle shells shattered harshly. The juvenile star diggers had no time to mount resistance before being torn to pieces. You have slain the juvenilestage crystal nest star digger elite. Reputation 210. You have slain the juvenilestage crystal nest star digger elite. Reputation 260. The intense battle drained a great deal of Qin Feng's strength, reducing his satiety by 15, but he gained 80 points of growth experience. Hissing sounds accompanied the retraction of the iron-black battle body as Qin Feng gasped heavily, his chest rising and falling erratically. But the brief respite lasted only seconds. From the depths of the tunnels in all directions, heavy, concentrated digging noises suddenly exploded, booming like thunder. Thump, 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 thump. The entire underground lair seemed to awaken, boiling with activity. This place isn't safe to linger. Qin Feng's inner alarm blared. The endless swarm of star diggers would eventually wear down even the strongest defense. They had already gathered more than enough earth-type gems and corpse materials. There was no time to waste. Without hesitation, he pulled out a bottle of burst step potion and drank it down at once. In the next instant, his lizard tail suddenly wrapped around the largest corpse, and his other two claws dragged the other bodies as he burst into a mad sprint back the way he came. In the tunnel, crystal nest star diggers kept bursting through the walls, some blocking the narrow passage with their bodies, others releasing earth-pulse disturbances that made the rocky walls tremble, trying to unbalance him. Qin Feng maintained his silver-scaled shield, his defense astonishing. Energized by the burst step potion, his speed surged like an unstoppable heavy bulldozer, smashing through every obstacle. Boom! Two star diggers joined to form a flesh wall ahead, but Qin Feng didn't slow down. He crashed straight through them. The massive impact threw them flying, crashing heavily into the rocky walls. Qin Feng only paused momentarily before dragging the three heavy corpses through the blockade, sprinting toward the cave exit etched in his memory. Behind him, the pursuing roars grew louder, more furious, shaking the ground beneath their feet. Once he reached the surface and activated the Eagle Wings equipment, he could immediately take flight, breaking free for good. The faint light spilling from the cave entrance became a beacon of salvation amid despair. Victory lay just ahead, but he dared not slow his steps even slightly. However, when Qin Feng was only a dozen meters from the exit, a sudden anomaly erupted. A surge of unprecedented terrifying pressure suddenly blasted upward from deep beneath the ground. Boom! A deafening thunderous impact, louder than any before, struck the Earth's core. The entire underground tunnel violently shook as rocks rained down, rattling against armor and stone walls. Qin Feng's body jolted sharply. Looking down, the surface he had just run across was rapidly bulging upward, swelling in a way clearly visible to the naked eye. The thick rock layer tore open like paper being ripped apart, and a gigantic beast resembling the crystal nest star digger, but at least a full-size larger, broke through the earth. Its armored shell was encrusted with moonlight-cold crystal clusters, exuding an aura of deathly stillness and supreme dignity, as if frozen in eternal ice. Beneath its head shield, twin compound eyes burned with frigid fury, locking tightly onto Qin Feng. "It's you again, imposter." Anger and hatred exploded like lightning inside Qin Feng's mind, suffocating him with dread. Magic Power 1. Battle I'm module activated. Comprehensive combat power analysis match confirmed. Target identified as Adult Crystal Nest Moon Digger rare, skilled in crystallization, earth magic, and ley line resonance. Estimated combat power, 780. The numbers flashed deep within his pupils, and Qin Feng's heart sank to its lowest point. This was the strongest adversary he had ever faced, hidden, even more terrifying than the Forest Wolf King. His survival instincts overwhelmed all else. Qin Feng abruptly stopped, his internal magic erupting like a volcano, instantly drained. Mountain wind howl. All the narrow tunnel's airflow and wind elements seemed summoned by an almighty king, swirling wildly in front of him. A massive wind blade, crafted to absolute perfection in shades of dark green and black, took shape, razor-sharp and seeming powerful enough to cleave the entire subterranean world in two. Magic Power 60. With the wind blade formed, Qin Feng wasted no time. With his other hand, he shoved a sprint-enhancing potion into his mouth and crushed it. The potion's boiling energy coursed instantly through his limbs and bones. Flash! With a furious roar in his heart, the dreadful wind blade screamed forward, driven by an unrelenting resolve to tear through the pursuing crystal nest moon digger. At the same time, Qin Feng's body shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, racing desperately toward the lights spilling in from the cave entrance. Roar! The life-threatening assault closed in, and the crystal nest moon digger unleashed an earth-shaking howl. The moonlight crystal nest on its back flashed furiously, instantly forming an immensely thick crystalline barrier before its body. Crash! Wind blade and crystal shield collided, explosive destructive energy detonating inside the tunnel, shaking the surroundings like an earthquake. Countless crystal nest star diggers screamed in terror and scrambled outward. The sturdy rock walls crumbled under the force, tunnels collapsed one after another, and the entire underground nest headed toward ruin amid the wails of destruction. The crystallized barrier became webbed with cracks and was eventually sliced to fragments by the wind blade. Though it successfully blocked the deadly strike, the residual force carved deep fissures through the moon digger's thick armor, causing pale yellow body fluid to spurt out. At that moment, Qin Feng burst through the cave mouth, bathing once again in sunlight. But before he could take a deep breath, the ground beneath him groaned under unbearable strain. Within dozens of meters radiating from him, the earth suddenly collapsed. Weightlessness hit him full on as his body plunged down into the dark abyss below. Eagle's wings. In mid-fall, Qin Feng willed it, and giant eagle wings thundered open. The wind magic core hummed as immense power lifted him sharply, snatching him from death's depths and propelling him skyward. Roar! At that moment, from the massive chasm below, the bloodied and furious crystal nest moon digger charged out again. Its enormous body barreled forward, shattering rocks into a cloud of dust and debris. Its deafening roar rolled up like a wave of scorching heat into the sky. In the next instant, its thick tail, lined with jagged bone segments, swung high. The bony nozzle at the tail's tip locked onto Qin Feng hovering midair. Deep crimson energy churned within the nozzle like molten lava ready to erupt, radiating deadly intent. At the critical moment, a voice carrying a hint of reason echoed down from above. "Stop, all of you." Qin Feng froze suddenly, and a peculiar rhyme from deep memory flickered through his mind. Garlic bird, garlic bird, garlic bird, garlic bird. None were swimsuits. His eyes darted quickly, locating the source of the voice. Not far off against the horizon, a flying demon beast resembling him about 70% circled in the wind. It flapped massive wings, but these were flesh and bone wings, clearly articulated with taut membranes, unlike Qin Feng's makeshift feathered mechanical wings. At the center of its wings sat a lizard-like head with horns. Its black scales gleamed with a cold metallic shine in the sunlight, and its eyes reflected Qin Feng's image. Magic Power Level, -1. Battle Eye Module activated. Comparative Combat Analysis underway. Comparison failed. No matching specimen found in database. Combat Power Analysis failed. Unknown recommendation. Immediate withdrawal or initiate probing attack for assessment. A stream of cold alerts appeared on Qin Feng's retina. He frowned slightly. Even the battle eye couldn't measure this creature's strength. Could it really be a long-lost kin? but those wings definitely weren't artificially attached. At the same time, the mysterious flying lizard eyed Qin curiously, lowering its voice to murmur, "You're an extraterrestrial demon too? Doesn't look like from the eastern sector. Humph, decent rank, huh? Rare, huh?" Qin probed cautiously. The weird thing was, as soon as the lizard spoke, the crystal nest moon digger below slowly lowered its tail, the red glow dimming, its ferocity receding somewhat. "Huh, you know that guy down there? Could you also be an extraterrestrial demon? Tell me, where'd you learn your reincarnation tech? Teach me." The lizard spoke slowly but struck right to the point. "What's an extraterrestrial demon?" Qin asked in return. The other raised an eyebrow, doubt evident. "Stop playing dumb, brother. We're on the same side, water under the bridge." The atmosphere grew awkward. Qin understood the other's caution. After all, it's natural to test the waters while traveling abroad. So with a carefree shake of his claws and the three corpses dragging behind his tail, he said loudly, "It's all a misunderstanding. How much are these three bodies worth? They'll compensate you, or return them intact with added reparations. Your choice." As soon as he spoke, the crystal nest moondigger's rage reignited fiercely, digging its massive forelimbs into the rubble as the terrain shook. But the flying lizard merely glanced at it coolly. An invisible oppressive force crashed down from above, pinning the digger in place instantly, its roar abruptly cut off. "Enough. Just leave here now. Don't come back causing trouble." The lizard turned its gaze back to Qin, the tone casual but commanding. "All right then, thanks for the favor, brothers." Qin felt a surge of relief. They really were on the same side and pretty reasonable too. "Next time you visit me, you absolutely have to come sit on my aquatic water collar." Qin put on a warm, hospitable expression, and the moment he finished speaking, he didn't linger any longer. Two pairs of complicated eyes watched him closely. He spread his eagle wings, the wind element magic wings flapping loudly, dragging three heavy crystal nest star digger corpses. Suddenly, he took off into the sky, breaking free from this place of conflict. The fierce wind howled past his ears, and he couldn't help but mutter, "Who says there are no good people among the outer realm demons? These are all good people." Qin figure disappeared into the horizon. Below in the giant crater, a huge crystal nest moon digger immediately bowed deeply, its massive head nearly touching the dust. Its voice was filled with respect and reluctance. "Your Highness," he impersonated Your Highness. "Should we really just let him go like that?" The flying demon beast addressed as Your Highness slowly landed at the crater's edge. Its obsidian-like eyes gleamed with a hint of amusement, their abyssal depths unlike Qin own eye color. "This is interesting. Outer realm demons. What sort of beasts are these?" It shook its head and chuckled softly, with a surprisingly gentle tone. "He did not impersonate me. It is you who mistook him. I see potential in him and will grant him this one chance." The crystal nest moon digger lowered its head even further. The Highness gazed into the distance, eyes piercing through countless mountain ridges, voice deepening. "That one is about to awaken. His current flesh and blood clearly isn't enough. When the time comes, he may need to unleash a beast tide to raid humans. Go inform your mother to dispatch 300 crystal nest star diggers to excavate an underground tunnel leading to the human settlements." "As you command, Your Highness." The moon digger's voice was hoarse but filled with zealous determination. Meanwhile, carrying those three enormous corpses in flight pushed the wind magic core of the eagle wings to their absolute limit. The wind elements depleted rapidly. Not daring to linger in the sky, Qin descended hastily into a dense forest. After folding up his eagle wings and confirming that no powerful demon beasts were nearby, he thudded the three corpses heavily onto the ground. A system notification flashed. "You have just fought an intense battle, satiety 20, growth experience 120. He didn't have time to rest, and immediately began to disassemble the bodies. Blood and flesh splattered while rock armor shattered. After a full 10 minutes, he finally finished. Results of the disassembly. Earth Element Magic Core Superior 3. Crystal Nests 3. Crystal Nest Star Digger Digging Jaws Superior 3. Crystal Nest Star Digger Rock Shells Superior 3. Crystal Nest Star Digger Flesh Common 65 pounds. Crystal Nest Star Digger Vital Blood Common 1,650 milliliters. Crystal Nest Star Digger Bones Common 135 pounds. Still mostly bones, barely any meat, Qin muttered. But flesh and blood were the last things he needed right now. What he urgently required for laying the gravity earth array was abundant bones. This hauls a great score, and on top of that 48 grams of cluster earth gem, worth over 10 silver coins. If I could make more trips like this, I'd have enough to auction for dragon ambergris. What a shame. He shook his head, speaking to himself. Next time I go, the crystal nest moon diggers will definitely have better defenses in place, won't be so easy to escape. Not to mention that mysterious demon beast with obsidian eyes and a high-level coldness. All outer realm demons, what superiority complex do they have? Do they think they've been reincarnated as dragons or something? Qin secretly scoffed. Well, I have to admit, there's some resemblance. Probably a rare rank beast. With that thought, he quickly sorted the loot meat, blood, and bones packed neatly into storage bags while a fiercer fighting spirit ignited within him. So what if things are tough? One day, he'll reach that level, maybe even surpass it. After a brief pause, Qin Feng carefully packed all the spoils into his backpack, steeling himself once more before setting off on the journey home. Before long, he arrived again at the familiar cliff edge. The mountain wind howled as he skillfully strapped on the wings of the eagle. The wind magic core emitted a low hum, and the huge black feathers snapped open like an iron fan unfolding. Burrower. The wings flapped fiercely, lifting Qin Feng's body on a wild wind element gale, soaring straight into the clouds and flying across to the other side of the cliff. When he reached the canyon's center, 100-meter-deep abyss blew a chilling wind below. Suddenly, a piercing eagle's cry cut sharply through the sky. Kia! Qin Feng's heart froze. This is bad. Looking up, he saw in the distance a majestic, towering mountain eagle speeding toward him, its golden eyes locked tightly on him. Qin Feng cursed inward line away. Is this beast coming after the fruit I have? Or has it mistaken its target and meant to chase some mysterious flying monster? With no time to think, he pushed the magic core to full power. The wind element burst violently beneath the wings of the eagle. His speed surged dramatically, and he became a black meteor streaking across the cliff before the giant eagle could catch him. His feet landed firmly on the rocky ground, and Qin Feng quickly folded up the wings, ready to dive into the dense forest and vanish. However, the eagle's speed far exceeded his expectations, and in an instant it soared overhead on the cliff. Qin Feng glanced up just as its sharp talons released. Bang! A fist-sized gem, a vivid green all over, dropped from above. It bounced once on the grass by his feet, settling steadily, emitting a gentle green glow. Huh, a gift? Well, that's unexpected, Qin Feng said politely, though his actions betrayed his gratitude. He bent down and carefully hooked the gem into his hand. The smooth, cool texture immediately filled his fingertips, and a vast, pure life energy radiated from it. Wood spirit gem rare. Weight, 20 G1. Description, formed from concentrated, pure wood element crystals. Can be used to forge rare equipment, craft rare potions, or ground into powder to significantly enhance wood element affinity and absorption rate. Value, 4 silver, 210 copper coins. Kaya, Kaya. The mountain eagle let out a few excited cries in the sky as if signaling that the gift had been delivered, then flapped its wings and disappeared into the clouds in an instant. Holding the gem, Qin Feng mused that the poor eagle's eyesight might not be great, but it certainly had excellent taste. Don't worry, once I'm stronger, we'll find a way to repay you. Suddenly acquiring a rare gem worth a small fortune lifted his spirits and chased away the frustration from earlier being hunted. He stored the gem safely in his backpack, feeling invigorated. Without hesitation, he plunged into the familiar mountain forest and raced swiftly toward his territory. After a short while, the familiar ironwood arrow tower and throwing knife tower appeared at the edge of his vision. Seeing the defensive towers, Qin Feng finally knew he had returned to safe ground. System, notice you have completed a long trek. Satiety 10, experience gained 30. After all that intense exertion most of the day, I've only burned through 60 of my satiety. But look at all this experience gained, it's quite acceptable. Qin Feng glanced at the system prompt, then began surveying his territory. As far as the eye could see, the trees, sand, and vines remained as they were before he left. The only change was that the forest wolf carcasses that had been poisoned and lying near the core's edge had completely vanished without a trace. Hiss! The clear surface of a nearby pool suddenly rippled gently. A slender black shape shot out like an arrow through the water, its tail fin flicking as it swam straight toward Qin Fengit, was Yuanjima, the snake. It slithered up to Qin Feng's leg, its small body brushing against the hard, cold black scales. The snake's tongue flicked softly, radiating affection. Qin Feng's wariness and exhaustion melted away, replaced by a deep sense of belonging. Hungry, huh? I've got fresh meat from the river, giant crocodilia water-type magical beast's flesh. You'll like it. Hiss! At the word eat, the little creature eagerly nodded, its two bright eyes shining up at him. Qin Feng smiled and placed a nearly 20-pound chunk of crocodile meat, still streaked with blood, on the ground. Yuan Jima lunged forward, biting into it ravenously, forgetting all decorum as it devoured the meat with gusto. Hick! In the blink of an eye, the 20 pounds of meat were completely gone. Qin Feng stared in disbelief. This little guy weighed less than 5 pounds, so where was all that food going? Hiss! Seeming to sense its owner's confusion, Yuan Jima swam back to Qin Feng's side and raised its head proudly. Then, faint steam began to rise off its body, and a blue poisonous mist curled between its scales. Its aura grew sharper and more formidable than before. From its broken account, Qin Feng pieced together the full story. Yuan Jima had evolved into a rare aquatic terrestrial magical beast, mastering both water and poison elements. It had also awakened a unique innate ability, Similar to the Forest Wolf King's full body status and injury restoration skillable to temporarily transform its body into a massive serpent, greatly boosting combat power, nearly rivaling a growing stage rare beast. This effect lasted longer and was stronger in water. The only drawback was that after using it, the snake had to consume large amounts of meat to replenish its energy, though eating that meat also accelerated its growth. Qin Feng recalled his own blood meat explosion skill and couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Compared to that, this skill's way stronger. Well, I'm only at the refined level myself. Once I reach rare, maybe you'll unlock something more powerful. He stretched out a claw and gently stroked the little black snake's head. Before long, you'll understand common language and be able to talk with me. Then he pondered a proper name for his companion. After a moment, he met Yuan Zimo's intense gaze and blurted out, "Since you're a snake, how about I call you Medusa from now on?" Hiss, hiss, hiss. The little snake tilted its head, clearly not understanding what snake and Medusa had to do with each other. But Qin Feng had already made up his mind and announced excitedly, "Perfect. Since you don't object, that's settled. Your full name will be Jishui Medusa, Baron of Unboxing. How's that? Sounds pretty awesome, huh? What? You don't like it? Then he'll just call you Yimingjiata. That's a pretty cool name too." Qin Feng rubbed the small black snake coiled around his wrist, about as thick as his palm, and smiled as he added, "From now on, you'll be called Little Yi. When you grow up, he'll give you back your full name." He himself found Medusa awkward to say, so he decided to give the little black snake a new name. Little Yi seemed to understand, nodding obediently, a spark of liveliness flickering in those golden slit pupils. "Since the unboxing baron is in position, it's time for you to do your duty. Don't let me down," Qin Feng said as he pulled out two treasure chests from his storage space. One emitting a faint purple glow, a fine-quality chest, and the other shimmering with radiant light, a rare chest. He set both before Little Yi. Hiss, hiss. The snake flicked its tongue, then swiftly coiled around the lock on the first chest. Its sharp teeth gently pried it open with a soft click, and the fine-quality chest swung open accordingly. Open chest, fine quality. Golden fertilizer, fine quality 1. Golden fertilizer, fine quality. A one-time use special fertilizer that accelerates plant growth. Ordinary plants mature in a day. Fine quality plants take half the usual time. Price, 200 copper coins. Thesis, actually magical fertilizer from another world? Qin Feng picked up the bag that shimmered with golden specks, his expression a mix of puzzlement and delight. "You really outdid yourself this time, little guy?" He then turned his gaze to the rare chest beside it, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Little Yi twisted its body and struck again. With a crisp click, the rare chest gradually opened. Open chest, rare. Blueprint for the Wood Element Condensation Tower, rare 1. Book of Divine Might, rare 1. Book of Divine Power, rare 1. Your first rare chest, and you pulled out 3 items. Little Yi, you're truly my lucky star. Qin Feng couldn't hide his excitement, quickly listing the contents. Blueprint for the Wood Element Condensation Tower, rare. Crafting requirements. Wood Element Core, rare 1. Wood Element Core, fine quality 3. Wood 30 rare, or wood 90 fine quality. Note, higher quality materials yield stronger building effects. Price, 1.2 silver coins. Rare buildings sure demand tough materials. I'm not short on element cores, but rare grade wood is hard to come by. I'll have to wait for the blood vermilion trees and Qingyuan trees to mature, or see if I can source some in Dongyan City when the Tanjian Oak arrives. Qin Feng sighed internally and carefully stored the blueprint. Next, he clenched the 2 glowing books, one deep crimson, the other azure with ancient golden patterns embedded on their covers. Book of Divine Power, rare. Trait 1. When used immediately, strengthens all rare and lower-tier passive skills. Those reaching a critical threshold can break through independently. Trait 2. When paired with the Book of Divine Might, can evolve one designated rare skill to uncommon quality. Other effects are nullified. Book of Divine Might, rare. Trait 1. When used immediately, strengthens all rare and lower-tier active skills. Those reaching a critical threshold can break through independently. Trait 2. When paired with the Book of Divine Power, can evolve one designated rare skill to uncommon quality. Other effects are nullified. Well, isn't that a coincidence? Opening once and bam. A matched pair of hidden dragons and crouching phoenixes. Qin Feng's eyes gleamed as he laid the books side by side in his palm, a storm of ideas rushing through his mind. Using them separately boosts all skills once, but only pushes 1 or 2 to rare tier at best. Combining them can evolve a skill directly to uncommon quality, a much bigger leap in combat power. Now the only question, which one to choose? Scanning his skills, Qin Feng quickly realized his limitation: only 3 skills already near the rare threshold: Black Iron Battle Body, Wind Element Affinity, and Rapid Mana Recovery. Of these, the most used and beneficial is undoubtedly Black Iron Battle Body. But hey, race the catch. Black Iron Battle Body is a skill linked to his Black Iron Body form, and enhancing it alone carries risks. The affinity with wind elements enhanced Qin Feng's ultimate move, Mountain Wind Howl, making it even more powerful. No longer hesitating, Qin Feng began to strengthen his wind affinity. In an instant, he felt as if he had transformed into a gentle breeze, like the delicate flutter of a butterfly's wings. But strangely, this faint breeze gradually grew stronger through various chances and coincidences, quickly developing into a gale, then a hurricane, and finally soaring into a towering tornado that swept across 100 miles. Throughout this process of amplification, Qin Feng witnessed firsthand how the wind element grew from weak to overwhelmingly strong, and he gained deeper insight with it. However, just as Qin Feng attempted to push further using the tornado form, he was suddenly confronted by a tornado several times his size. That massive vortex effortlessly absorbed him. The next moment, Qin Feng jolted violently and suddenly woke up. The system notified, Divine Might Tome Rarity decreased by 1, Divine Warrior Tome Rarity decreased by 1, Wind Affinity Rarity increased to Rare. New traits unlocked. Trait 1, Wind Element Perception increased by 25, Wind Element Skill Power increased by 25. Trait 2, Wind Element Damage Reduction 10, Wind Element Skill Consumption reduced by 20. Trait 3, Every attack adds additional wind element damage and causes continuous destruction. Trait 4, Daily bonus increase in wind element affinity. Reaching rare grade truly is a qualitative leap, a gain worth risking life for. Qin Feng extended his claw, pale green wind swirling around his fingertips, feeling a surge of emotion. This wind power resembled the dark green energy that once assaulted and scarred him during his battle with the Forest Wolf King. While the plan to kill the Forest Wolf King had been risky, it brought enormous rewards and became a shortcut for this elite beast to rapidly catch up to the strength of rare beasts. After putting his belongings in order, Qin Feng let Xiao Yi continue soaking in the bath while he turned toward the fertile land. The iron tree had to be fertilized continuously after all. It could bear fruit only once in its lifetime, and 2 buildings, the Wood Element Affinity House and Nature Healing House, were still waiting to be constructed. Qin Feng waved his hand and scattered premium golden fertilizer around the iron tree seedling's roots. Golden Fertilizer Premium 1, fertilization successful, the system announced. No obvious changes were visible immediately after fertilizing, and without delay Qin Feng began rebuilding the gravity soil array. Last time, using 18 grams of gem and materials from a crystal nest digging star beast had temporarily suppressed the rare growing beast. This time, he planned to upgrade 48 grams of clumped soil gems and materials from 3 crystal nest digging star beasts, combined with 3 layers of gravity soil array, surely a much stronger effect. Resolute, Qin Feng thought, having experienced the power of the gravity soil array, this time he'll build 3 arrays to cover a wider area with a triple layer stacking in the core zone. As for materials next time, by then his strength would have grown vastly. He might not even depend on this premium grade magic array anymore. Without hesitation, he selected the materials and started construction. But with limited mana, he could only set them up one by one. First, Qin Feng surveyed the terrain and laid out 16 nodes on the ground using 16 grams of clumped soil gems. Then he spread out 45 gene of beast bones and pulled out an earth elemental core. Mana dropped by 50. The gravity soil array began taking shape. In moments, magical patterns spread across the ground, and a yellowish glow fluttered in the air. With much experience in laying gravity soil arrays, Qin Feng stood within it, sensing the land beneath turning heavy and solid. The formation was perfectly completed. The premium grade gravity soil array was successfully established, expected to last 25 days, increasing territory prestige by 50 points daily. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.